Chapter 1. A small person wearing a signature suit of the aviation business students walked into the photo exhibition room that was jointly organized by the Faculty of Communication Arts and the Faculty of Digital Media. Ghlai chose to come here in the evening because he thought there wouldn't be many people. Like now, he was the only one in the large room full of photos. His narrow eyes looked at the large sign on the wall. The word "na" on the sign made Ghlai know the concept of this event. All the photos conveyed shadows. However, there was only one photo that Ghlai liked the most. He stopped standing at one photo. Ghlai looked at the full moon that was floating prominently in the gloomy sky. The soft yellow light that hit the sea became a reflection. It seemed like there was another moon in the sea. But in reality, it was only the shadow of the moon. The moon, there is always one. Ghlai smiled slightly before moving his gaze to look at the small, long information sign next to the photo. The photographer was a student in the Faculty of Digital Media, majoring in graphics. And this photo is called "Lost in the Moonlight." He thought that the photographer was quite creative and very skilled to be able to take such a beautiful photo. Ghlai didn't know how good the person who took this picture is, but because of the incident that day, he knew that the person who took this picture was a kind person. And because of the kindness of the owner of the photo, Long Gao Chan, it made him think back to that day again. Gun's message. It's almost 9 p.m. Have you reached the shop yet? Ghlaijai's message. Turn into the intersection and I'll reach the shop. Gun's message. If I don't have to help my mom buy things early in the morning tomorrow, I'll go with you. Ghlaijai's message. Don't worry, Gun. After that day when we cleared things up, we think all three of them have improved a lot. You've been here since the beginning. Gun's message. They haven't gotten any better, but they're just trying to be nice to you because you have benefits for them. The person who's really nice to you is May, because May is nice to you. Gun's message. I know you know who's really nice to you. Ghlaijai's message. It's like we said, we want everyone to try to adjust themselves one more time. But if they go back to being the same again, this time we'll stop. Gun's message. If they act the same way again, you should really stop. Gun's message. I understand you. Gun's message. I understand that everything is hard for you right now, but I believe that you will get through it. Ghlaijai's message. Thank you very much, Gun. Thank you for always being by my side. Gun's message. Anyone but you would be crazy. Ghlaijai's message. Send a sticker. Gun's message. This cute smiling rabbit sticker really suits you. Ghlaijai's message. Gun, I'm almost at the shop. Let's talk later. Gun's message. Okay, take care of yourself. Ghlaijai's message. Send a sticker. Ghlai sent a sticker to say goodbye to his best friend, whom he had known since high school, before looking at the meter. He took out his wallet from his pocket to prepare money to pay for the taxi. When he reached his destination, he handed some money to the taxi driver before saying that he didn't need change and got out of the car. Today, his friends invited him to a bar to celebrate after passing a tough exam period. In fact, Ghlai didn't really like going to places like this. He didn't like drinking alcohol and didn't like going out at night. However, his relationship with his friends in the group wasn't very good recently. Last week, Ghlai called everyone to come together to clear up the problems that occurred within the group. After that, everyone tried to adjust to each other. Their relationship has improved. Ghlai admits that his lifestyle is quite different from his friends in the group. His friends like to hang out together regularly. Every time his friends invite him, Ghlai always refuses. But this time, Ghlai agreed because he wanted his friends to know that he is trying to adjust himself as well, so that we can get along. No matter how much he wants to preserve his friend's relationship, Ghlai still doesn't forget to maintain his own identity. This time, he thinks that adjusting has to be at a point that he can accept. We have to meet each other halfway, like what he is doing now. He chooses to come out to hang out with his friends sometimes. Even though he doesn't go out to drink often, at least he still gets to spend time with his friends in the group, apart from the time they spend together at the university. This is Ghlai's way of adjusting. Ghlai this way. Ghlai walked into the shop and nodded in response to his friends in the group who were waving at him. He hurriedly walked to his friend's table. Ghlai stopped looking at the two empty chairs next to each other. Ghlai, sit down. May patted the wooden crate chair, inviting Ghlai to sit down next to her. Ghlai frowned slightly as he looked at his friends in the group who were sitting. Everyone was here now. There were only 2 empty chairs left, but he thought it was too many for the number of members. It was normal for Ghlai to sit down without asking anything. Ghlai, what do you want to drink? I'll order it for you. May asked. Do you have any Coke, May? Yes, I do. Since you're at a bar, why are you only drinking Coke, Ghlai? Ghlai, who was pulling his phone out of his pocket, looked up at Thought, the only male friend in the group, whom he wasn't very close to. I don't like drinking alcohol. Have you ever tried it? I've tried it, but I don't like it. Thought, if your friend doesn't want to drink, then don't push him. Why are you insisting? May said. When am I insisting, May? The way you're saying it, it makes me sound like a bad person. Ghlai secretly sighed as he looked at Thought and May, who were staring at each other relentlessly. The two of them often argued because their opinions were not the same. Even though May was a woman, she never showed any fear of Thought. Before, May often went drinking with Nu and Orn. However, when Thought joined the group, May chose to drink with her friends from another faculty instead. There are 5 people in Ghlai's group: him, May, Nu, Orn, and Thought. They are not all close because they just joined the new group at the beginning of the second semester. At first, Ghlai had 2 close friends, but his close friend transferred to another faculty instead. So Ghlai had to find new friends, and many of them had problems with friends transferring faculties because when they entered the aviation business program, there were many rules and regulations to follow. After studying for a year, they realized that it was not what they really liked. As for those who still liked and continued studying in this program, they had to find almost all new friends. In the first week of the semester, Ghlai met May first. They were together for a little over a week before meeting Nu. After that, Nu brought Orn into the group, followed by Thought. Their relationship was quite bad when Thought came in. May and Thought often fought because Thought did not take responsibility for his own work. But it was not only Thought who did this. Lately, Nu and Orn often shied away from work. The worst thing that he and May could not accept was when all 3 of them had already taken responsibility for their own work, but when it was almost time to submit the work, they said that they could not do it in time and had to have him and May help with the rest of the work so that they could submit the work on time. Because of this incident, Ghlai decided to call everyone to gather to clear up the problem. Ghlai spoke directly and without beating around the bush that if everyone continued to be irresponsible like this, he could not work with them anymore and they might have to go their separate ways. As for May, she couldn't take it anymore and cursed at them until she almost got into a fight with Thought, but he stopped her. It must have been because all 3 of them knew that they were in the wrong, so they apologized and asked for another chance. Ghlai decided to give his friends a chance to change themselves, and he also gave himself a chance to try to adjust to his friends because they had only known each other for a few weeks. Maybe they had spent too little time together. Ghlai thought that no one liked starting a new relationship many times, even if it was in the form of friends, because no one wanted to go back to the beginning when they were already halfway there. Ghlai knew this well. That's why he tried to maintain their relationship like this. All right, you guys can argue all you want for now, but once Punlee comes out to sing, no arguing, absolutely. Ghlai looked at Nu, who was sitting looking at the stage. Nu had said that he had secretly liked Punlee for several months, but Ghlai didn't pay much attention to him. He had heard of Punlee before, because during the month and year of the competition, everyone was talking about Punlee. And because his cousin is close friends with Myunfa, who is Punlee's older brother, Fandom had shared some stories about Punlee with him. Fandom said that Punlee studies in the digital media faculty, majoring in graphic design, just like Fandom and Myunfa, but he's in the same year as Ghlai. Ghlai knew only this much, but he had never seen the Punlee that his friends were so crazy about. Last week, I heard that Nu asked you to get Punlee's line for him, right? May asked in a low voice. Yeah, Nu saw me talking with Fandom and Fa in front of the faculty. Nu probably thought I knew Punlee too. So I declined and told him I didn't know Punlee. I didn't dare ask for it. Then did Nu believe you? Ghlai sighed and thought about Nu's expression at that time before shaking his head lightly. Looks like he didn't believe me. Is he crazy? You know his older brother. So does that mean you have to know the younger brother too? I don't get Nu's logic. Ghlai laughed softly as he looked at May, who was drinking alcohol with a frustrated expression. May liked to speak bluntly, which made her seem like a strong-willed person, but Ghlai liked it because it showed he could trust that she was straightforward and sincere, saying exactly what she thought. He shifted his gaze from May to the stage. He felt a little uneasy when Nu mentioned Punlee. He thought that the real purpose of coming here tonight wasn't just to relax, as his friends initially said. So, Ghlai asked May to confirm he wasn't overthinking things. If Punlee is coming to sing here, Then Nu didn't actually invite everyone to relax and drink, right? I just found out like you, Ghlai. At first, I thought we were just here to drink and chat, but it turns out we're here to see Punlee. Exactly what he had thought. Ghlai smiled faintly, trying to reassure May, who looked annoyed. Then he said, "It's okay. Just think of it as a way to strengthen relationships. Nu's the only one benefiting. We share the cost of drinks, and on top of that, she gets to meet the person she likes." Ghlai laughed softly and scanned the atmosphere in the bar, but then he saw a tall, handsome man walking toward their table. Ghlai sighed quietly and nudged May's arm lightly. "I understand the part about following Punlee, but the fact that they invited this guy and didn't tell us? I'm not okay with that." "Who else did they invite?" May asked. Ghlai nodded his head toward the new guest who had just arrived at their table. May looked up at the tall man who stopped in front of Thought, their only male friend. She sighed deeply and said with obvious displeasure, "That guy, Mek." Ghlai glanced at the empty chair beside him. Now, he knew that chair wasn't just a spare one. It was reserved from the start. Mek was Thought's friend from another faculty. Mek had been pursuing him for almost a week, but Ghlai didn't like him, so he rejected him. Mek, however, didn't give up and kept pursuing him. So, Ghlai had been avoiding him whenever they met at university. Ghlai thought that Mek had the courage to pursue him because he knew Ghlai liked men. Thought probably told Mek about it because, in the first year, Ghlai had confessed his feelings to a senior, a man, but was rejected. Many of his friends knew about his confession to the senior, and Ghlai assumed Thought knew as well. That's why Mek didn't stop chasing him. But even though Ghlai liked men, not every man could make him fall in love. "I'm the one who invited Mek because he said Punlee would be singing here. You guys don't mind, do you?" "How could I mind? I should thank Mek for letting Thought tell me. Thought told me that Nu has liked Punlee for months. Since one of my friends is close to Punlee, I heard that Punlee was coming to sing here. So I quickly asked Thought to tell Nu." "Thanks a lot," Nu said, before pointing to the empty seat next to him. "Sit down, Mek." The seat next to Ghlai. Mek nodded to Nu before sitting down next to him. Ghlai didn't look at the person next to him at all. Instead, he focused on Nu, who was smiling at Mek. The situation now felt like a setup. It seemed like Mek had used Punlee's performance to get close to Ghlai, and Nu was willing to do this just to meet the person he liked. Ghlai didn't like how things felt right now. It was as if he was being played. "Ghlai, come sit here. I want to sit next to Mek," May said, grabbing his arm. Ghlai stood up with May's pull and moved to her seat, while May sat next to Mek instead. "Why do you want to sit next to Mek?" "I want to be a mediator too," Thought. "But don't worry, I won't make anyone uncomfortable." "May, don't overthink it," Orn said. Ghlai understood what May was trying to say. It was probably because May spoke so bluntly that Thought was showing his displeasure. Right now, Ghlai immediately thought of Gun's words. He realized he was wrong. His friends hadn't changed at all. They were still taking advantage of him, and didn't care about his feelings. "I'd rather overthink than not think at all." "May." Ghlai reached out to gently touch May's arm, signaling for her to stop. He didn't want her to argue with everyone because of this. Ghlai leaned in closer to May and said, "Wait, I'll handle it." May sighed deeply, nodding in agreement without saying anything. Punlee is here. Right now, Ghlai didn't care about anything else. He was so frustrated that he almost wanted to leave the table, but he was still concerned about May and wanted to talk about Thought inviting Mek without telling anyone. But the loud screams that filled the room made him look toward the stage. Their table was not far from the stage, so he could clearly see the person on it. Ghlai saw a tall, very fair-skinned man, about 185 centimeters tall, walking up to the stage. The man had blonde hair styled to show his face, with sharp eyes, a well-defined nose, and Cupid's bow lips. Ghlai thought everything about his face was perfectly in sync with his long, slender features. This must be Punlee. Seeing Punlee in person, Ghlai wasn't surprised at all that so many people liked him. Not only was he handsome in the typical Thai Chinese way, but his face always seemed playful, with his sparkling eyes and mischievous smile, which made him even more attractive. Punlee looked like a flirt. Very different from Phi Fa. Punlee looks handsome in his school uniform, but he's even more handsome in casual clothes. Ghlai turned to look at May, who was lifting her glass to take a drink. Since Ghlai had never seen Punlee at university, he didn't know how much better he looked in person. He looked at the person on stage again. Punlee was wearing a short-sleeved shirt with a leaf print. Now, Punlee must be more handsome than when he wore a student uniform, like May said. Hey guys, I'll be right back. The table in front of me is blocking everything. Can't you see Punlee? I think you can see it clearly. New. I can see him clearly, but he can't see me. He's completely blocked by the guys in front. New, who didn't care about anything except her own happiness, got up from the table to stand beside the stage. Ghlai lowered his eyes to look at the glass of Coke in front of him, thinking that the opportunity he gave her might be wasted. He never thought that he would have to lose his feelings for his friends again. Ghlai is sincere to everyone, and he's always ready to adjust himself to his friends. But what he got in return was really different. Today, Fandom, the regular singer, was busy and couldn't come to sing, so I had to come and sing instead. The playful tone of the person on stage helped him get over his bad feeling for a moment. He looked at the tall person who was holding the microphone. His other hand was wrapping the black wire around his hand to reduce the length of the microphone wire. It just so happens that the owner of the shop is a close senior, so he forced a lousy singer like me to come and sing for him. Punlee's words made everyone laugh very well. He didn't look worried or nervous at all. Punlee could joke around with the audience naturally. Ghlai thought that he must have sung on stage many times because Punlee didn't have any stage fright at all. If I don't sing well or make any mistakes, please forgive me, a temporary singer. When the temporary singer finished his sweet words, the screams started again. Ghlai thought that it wasn't just New who liked Punlee, but many of the women in the bar liked him the same way. Ghlai took his eyes off the stage and looked around to enjoy the atmosphere inside the shop. However, he felt like there was a pair of eyes staring at him. Ghlai turned to meet the eyes of the sharp eyes for a split second before looking down at the glass of Coke instead. Mek kept looking at him. Ghlai knew that he couldn't avoid Mek's gaze by looking at the Coke glass all the time, so he found a new place to rest his eyes. Ghlai looked far away, but the best place to rest his eyes would be the stage in front of him. He saw Punlee smiling and laughing with the bassist. He turned to nod at the drummer behind him before the heavy sound of guitar, drums, and bass started playing. Punlee started with a rock song. Ghlai thought that the person who always had a smile on his face chose a good song because it was a catchy one that everyone must have heard before. And when the owner of that mischievous smile started to sing, just by looking into your eyes, just by passing by, just by being next to me, just by hearing your soft voice, it makes my heart race. The screaming that Ghlai thought was already loud became even louder. But you made me disappointed when you told me that there will never be a day when we end up together, all because of my past. Some say I'm that kind of person. Some say I've done things like this. They say I'm a bad person, but you've never even talked to me. In the end, I look bad, even though you never bothered to look. When I challenge you to look, you already know what I'm like. From the gossip of others. This was his first time seeing live music. He didn't expect much, but Punlee did better than expected. He probably didn't know that he made someone who doesn't like rock music like him want to listen to it again and again. Ghlai thought that it wasn't just his beautiful singing voice that could attract everyone's attention, but his body movements to the beat of the music and his playful smile were what made Punlee able to captivate the audience. It's strange but true that you'd leave me. Because of that, it's strange but true that we judged each other like that. When the guitarist showed off his solo skills, Punlee pulled the microphone from the stand and walked to stand next to the guitarist. He teased the other person with a smile, intimately, before walking to the front of the stage and starting to sing the next part. Some say I'm like that. Some say I've done this before. They say I'm a bad person, but you've never talked to me. In the end, I look bad, even though you never looked. When I challenged you to look, you already know how I am from the gossip of others. In the end, I look bad, even though you never looked. When I challenged you to look, you already know how I am from the gossip of others. Screams and applause erupted when the impromptu singer finished singing. Punlee smiled widely and raised one hand to wipe his face and neck roughly. Ghlai thought that he was wiping his sweat before starting to talk to the audience sitting at a table near the stage. Manly man. No handkerchief, no tissue. Ghlai. Punlee is the best. He sings such a messy song so well. He's really something. Ghlai smiled when he saw May speak with a tone and expression of admiration. Since they had been together, Ghlai had never seen May like something so much. Even though I've never seen live music before, but I think Punlee did really well. It's really good. I've seen it at many restaurants, Ghlai, But Punlee is considered good. The band played well. Everything was good. Ghlai laughed softly while looking at her friends who kept praising Punlee and the band. May must have been really impressed. However, Ghlai had to stop smiling immediately when he saw someone smiling at the corner of their mouths while looking at him. Mek laughed when he saw him making a straight face. If May hadn't been sitting in between them, Mek would have found an opportunity to bother him for sure. Because when they met at the university, he would take the liberty of putting his arm around his shoulder, hugging his neck, and holding his hand. Ghlai expressed his displeasure and scolded him many times, but Mek still did the same thing over and over again. May and Gun knew how persistent Mek was, so they helped keep Mek away from Ghlai all the time. Mek would show his displeasure every time his friends blocked him. There were many times when he spoke and behaved badly towards his friends because Ghlai didn't want his friends to have problems with the other party, so he chose to avoid Mek when they met at the university. The reason Ghlai didn't like Mek was purely because of his personality. "Ghlai, can I have your line?" Ghlai shook his head and refused immediately after hearing that sentence from Mek. "Ghlai, won't you try opening your heart to me? I don't like Mek. I've told you many times already. Ghlai has never tried to open your heart to me even once, you know. I know well who I should open up to, and who I shouldn't." Ghlai turned his gaze away from Mek and looked at Thought. He thought it was time to clear this up with everyone. And stop pushing Thought's friends onto me. Thought should know that doing this will only make our relationship worse. "I'm not forcing Mek on you, Ghlai. Don't misunderstand me," Thought said. "You're not forcing Mek on him? You invited him without telling Ghlai, and you all know that Ghlai doesn't want to meet Mek," May interjected. "Are you trying to stir things up, May?" "Am I stirring things up? What are you arguing about again?" Nu, who had just returned to his table, asked. "We're friends, so be good. Why did you just come back, Nu? You're not allowed to get into trouble while you're sitting at the table. I'm tired of trying to stop you." Ghlai sat quietly, scanning his friends one by one. He was extremely angry now because no one seemed to feel guilty at all. Thought still lied and kept making excuses to avoid responsibility. Although Ghlai didn't like conflicts, he wouldn't let anyone use him or take advantage of him anymore. Nu, Ghlai is misunderstanding us. Ghlai thinks that we intentionally invited him to meet Mek from the beginning. He wasn't misunderstanding. It was exactly as he thought. It's just that everyone was stalling for time to find an excuse. "Ghlai, it's not like that. We really did invite you to relax after the exams, like we said. At that time, we hadn't invited Mek yet. But then, Mek happened to hear that Punlee was going to sing at this restaurant, so we changed the place from the original one to this one." And Nu glanced at Thought before continuing. "Thought said that Mek really wanted to meet you, but you've been avoiding him, so Mek asked to come along. Me and Thought, we just... So in the end, everyone still planned for me to meet Mek. If you had just told me from the beginning that Mek was coming, I wouldn't feel so hurt." Ghlai, May reached out and gently touched his arm. She probably knew he couldn't keep his feelings inside anymore. "I thought everyone would change, but no. I could still forgive the work stuff, but I just can't accept this." "Ghlai, you're overreacting." Thought, "I'm not misunderstanding anything." Ghlai stared at Thought, not looking away. It was the first time Thought chose to look away. "Once we're done with the two presentations, let's just split up, okay?" "Ghlai, you're not going to let something like this destroy our friendship, are you?" Nu asked. "You're the one, Nu. You're the one destroying the friendship, not Ghlai. May, can you stop making things worse? We're the problem. We'll leave ourselves." Ghlai turned to look at Mek, the person he always avoided. But from now on, Ghlai would not run away anymore. Instead, he would say, "Mek, stay here. I think this place is for you. Everyone values your feelings more than mine, so I'll leave." He would walk out on his own, out to where he truly belonged. "Ghlai, we apologize. We're sorry for being too careless." Nu stuttered and apologized to him. "Ghlai, should we go back?" Ghlai nodded at May before turning back to look at everyone, who had concerned expressions. "There are still 2 projects we need to do together. I'll finish them. Don't worry, I won't mix personal issues with work. But I ask that everyone take responsibility for their own part in the work properly. Ghlai, can't you forgive us just one more time? We already said we didn't mean to invite Mek from the start. But after Nu invited Mek, did Nu ever think of telling me that Mek was coming? Or did you intend for me to find out on my own like this? If I hadn't brought this up, everyone would have just let it slide like nothing happened, right?" Ghlai clenched his lips tightly before continuing. My feelings probably don't matter as much as what everyone wants, right? Am I right? His friend answered his question by avoiding eye contact. Ghlai thought that it was a clear answer. He didn't ask his friend to see his feelings as important. He just wanted his friend to think about his feelings. Ghlai understands that in the real world, everyone must prioritize their own feelings. But Ghlai believed that we all should be aware that, in order to make ourselves one of the happy ones, we shouldn't hurt others. Because when we are happy, someone else might be suffering. Exploiting others makes someone happy. Being exploited makes someone suffer. Ghlai knew well that in the real world, it's hard to avoid situations like this. No matter how much we try to avoid them, one day we'll have to face them. And when we do, we should remember the lesson. Remember that we must protect ourselves from being exploited. And remember that we will never do this to anyone. Don't do this to anyone again. Because if it were someone else, not us, a single chance, you might never get it. Ghlai turned to look at May, who was watching him. She nodded, signaling him to get up from the table. He reached out and took her hand, standing up with her. May quietly followed him until they reached the front of the restroom. She stopped walking and gently held his arm. It's okay. Ghlai nodded. Since May was a bit taller than him, she was able to pull him into a hug easily. We tried. We did our best, Ghlai. Am I being too harsh, May? Protecting your own feelings may make others think you're being cruel. But don't forget that the person you need to be kind to the most is yourself. Be kind to yourself. Don't let yourself be hurt too often. If people think you're cruel, let them think what they want. Ghlai nodded as May softly rubbed his back to comfort him. He took a deep breath and told himself, I tried. I've been a good person. He told himself, just like May said. He comforted himself, just like he should. May pulled away from the hug and asked, So, how are you getting home? Did you drive here? I took a taxi. I'll drive you home. It's okay, May. I can go back by myself. You should go home quickly. It's already late. Ghlai's condo was far from May's house, so if he let her take him home, she would arrive very late. But you've been drinking. Are you sure you can drive? Should I drive you, and then take a taxi back to my condo? May laughed before saying, Ghlai, I only had 2 drinks. I can drive back, just as long as I don't run into a checkpoint. What will you do if you run into a police checkpoint? Just pray that I won't run into one. I'll pray with you. All right. So should we leave together now? Beep. Ghlai was about to nod in agreement with May when his phone buzzed with a notification. He stopped the conversation and took the phone out of his pocket. The name on the screen made his eyes burn. Gun. Gun always called when Ghlai was feeling down. Ghlai swallowed hard and looked up at May, who was waiting for his response. He nodded at her before saying, I'll walk you to the parking lot. No need. I can go by myself. Do you want to answer the phone first? It's Gun. I'll walk you to your car first, and then call him back. Gun must be worried. You should answer the call first. Ghlai nodded in agreement and then answered the phone. Actually, Ghlai had a reason for not wanting to take the call while he was with May. How are you? No one made you uncomfortable, right? He didn't want May to see the tears welling up in his eyes when Gun said certain things. Certain things that Ghlai always knew his friend would say. I'll stay up with you tonight if you want to talk. Like this sentence. Ghlai looked down, trying to swallow something that felt heavy in his throat. It seemed May knew he was trying to hide his feelings, so she gently placed her hand on his shoulder to comfort him before speaking in a soft voice. Go find a quiet place to talk to Gun first. I'll walk to the car by myself. Ghlai, still holding the phone to his ear, said, I'm worried. Let me walk you to your car. You don't have to hang up, I'll be okay. I can go by myself. Trust me. May smiled at him and waved. Text me when you get home, okay? Okay, drive safely, May. Yes. Ghlai watched as May walked out of the restaurant. He sighed deeply before letting tears fall freely, no longer holding them back. Now, only Gun remained. Ghlai didn't have to pretend to be strong anymore. Just like before, huh? He nodded, even though he knew his friend couldn't see his response. Ghlai lifted his hand to wipe away the tears that were flowing incessantly. The staff standing near the exit kept glancing at him, so Ghlai quickly stepped into the restroom. He thought he'd wash his face and then leave the restaurant. Ghlai didn't want anyone to think of him as a winner. Once inside the restroom, Ghlai sighed with relief, as there was no one else there. He walked over to the sink and spoke to the person on the other end of the line. Gun, wait a sec. I'm going to wash my face first. You don't need to wash your face, because when you tell me everything, you'll just cry again. Ghlai, standing in front of the sink, froze. He looked up at his reflection in the mirror, thinking that he didn't want to see himself with red, swollen eyes all the time. Are you ready to talk to me yet? The person who wasn't quite ready closed his eyes before walking into one of the empty restroom stalls. Ghlai shut the door and locked it tightly. He sat down on the toilet seat, closing the lid, and began to tell Gun everything, tears streaming down his face. As he recounted what had happened, it felt like an old movie was playing on repeat in his mind. A movie that Ghlai didn't like to watch much. It was the story of a boy who often encountered insincere friends and was frequently taken advantage of, no matter how cautious he was, no matter how hard he tried to avoid people. He still kept running into situations like this. If he had to pick the saddest scene from this movie, it would be from his final year of high school. Ghlai had given his all to his friends, hoping that what he received in return was sincerity. But it wasn't as he thought. Ghlai is good at studying, but he's no good at socializing. Yeah, if not, would he only hang out with us? Sometimes he's so boring. His life has no color, no excitement. All he talks about is studying. I get so sick of it. But he tutors us to get into university. It's probably because we're smart too. If not, we'd still be failing even if he tutored us. I think it's best to only keep him around for studying. If we want a real friend to hang out with, I don't think it would work. Yeah, he just reads all the time. I don't know how Gun can stand it. Gun's probably bored too, but he doesn't dare say anything because Ghlai's always lending him money. Poor guy. Seems like he only has friends who keep him around because of what they can get from him. The boy who was the main character in this movie was Ghlaijai Borat. The conversation between his friends that he overheard 2 years ago came back to him, along with vivid images in his mind. Ghlai looked at the gray door in front of him, thinking that the situation now was similar to 2 years ago. He was sitting alone in a cold restroom again, but the difference was that he didn't have to listen to those hurtful words that had stabbed him before. Now, there was only silence and his own sobs. Ghlai paused to catch his breath after finishing his story. He wiped his tears away roughly before taking a deep breath. Every time Ghlai went through something like this, he would think, cry if you must, but don't cry for too long. You have to smile again as soon as possible. Don't do this for anyone, but for yourself. The life lessons that came his way made Ghlai a stronger person. No matter how strong he became, today, he still shed tears. That made him realize that no one can be strong all the time. Ghlai believed that the strongest people have cried by themselves before. So, Ghlai had a phrase that he used to comfort himself when faced with bad situations. That phrase was, "Some days, the world is cruel to us. Some days, the world is kind to us. In the end, the world is just like this." You've left that group already, haven't you, Ghlai? I've actually already left the group, but I think I'll still have to face them and talk sometimes because there are still 2 tasks left. Once you're done with the tasks, you won't have to see or talk to them anymore. They're so selfish, throwing their work onto you until you couldn't sleep. That's already pretty selfish, but this time, it's the worst. I'm so disappointed, I can't even say anything. Tough, huh? Hug. Gun's comforting words always made Ghlai feel better. So, are you heading back now? I'm about to. I've stopped crying now. Creak. Ghlai heard the sound of the large door opening. He quickly looked down at the gap between the floor and the door. He saw the shadow of someone walking in the restroom. He quickly ended the call with Gun, intending to head back to his condo. Gun, I have to go now. I'll text you when I get in the taxi. Okay. Ghlai hung up on his best friend and stood up straight. He put his phone in his pocket and prepared to leave the restroom. However, the sound of footsteps approaching the door made him look down at the gap again. Ghlai swallowed nervously when he saw the white sneakers of someone standing nearby. Is that you, Ghlai? Is it you, Ghlai? Mech must have recognized his voice. Plus, since Ghlai had just mentioned Gun's name, Mech knew that Gun was Glai's best friend. Ghlai didn't answer. He took a step back, but then he jumped in shock when Mech knocked loudly on the door. Actually, Ghlai thought Mech might have been banging on the door instead. Bang, bang. Ghlai, I know you're in there. Ghlai, can you come out and talk to me? I want to talk to you. I really like you, Ghlai. Why don't you try opening your heart to me? Do you still like Fai Xin? At first, Ghlai thought he wouldn't answer anything. He planned to wait until Mech couldn't stand it anymore and would leave on his own. However, when Mech brought up Fai Xin, Ghlai wanted to know something he'd been wondering about for a long time. Although he could guess the answer, he still wanted to ask for confirmation. How did you know I liked Fai Xin? It was Thought who told me. But Ghlai, don't be mad at him. It was exactly as Ghlai had suspected, but he didn't feel angry at Thought because he was used to it. Ghlai knew very well that Thought wasn't the only one who had shared the story of his confession to Fai Xin and how he was rejected. Many people, almost half of the people in their circle, talked about it casually. Ghlai had always wondered who was the first person to tell their classmates about it, because that person had caused him to be gossiped about for an entire year. But Ghlai had managed to get through that time. Now, Ghlai didn't care anymore. He just wanted to thank those people for making him stronger. So, the reason you won't open up to me is because you still like Fai Xin, right? I don't like you because of who you are. It's not because of anyone else. And I don't like Fai Xin anymore. That day, Fai Xin looked at Ghlai with a different expression, asking Ghlai to stop liking him. Ghlai had to let go. At first, it was very difficult, but now he had moved on. I only see Fai Xin as a brother, just like he sees me as a younger brother. Really, because that love had hurt the most, and this answer was the truest one of his life. Ghlai prayed that he wouldn't fall in love again. He wasn't afraid of being disappointed in love, but he was afraid that his unrequited love might make someone uncomfortable. Then, can you come out and talk to me? Ghlai shook his head in refusal. He didn't know why, but he didn't want to face Mek right now. Mek, just go back. I don't want to see you right now. How long are you going to avoid me, Ghlai? Can't we just talk for once? The voice from the other side of the door started to grow more forceful. Mek often used this tone with Mei and Gun. Ghlai still remembered the angry look Mek would give when he was annoyed. Bang! Can you stop avoiding me like this? I really don't like it. Ghlai jumped in shock as the door was slammed hard. Mek spoke with an angry tone, trying to pull the restroom door open. Ghlai understood that Mek had a quick temper, which is why he was behaving this way. Ghlai decided to go out and talk to him to end the situation before Mek got even more upset. Ghlai reached out to the door latch, but then pulled his hand back. He had to admit that he was starting to be afraid of Mek, even though he had never been afraid of him before. Ghlai thought maybe it was because he was alone in an unfamiliar place. The smell of alcohol, likely from Mek, wafted up to his nose. Ghlai stopped for a moment, reconsidering. Ping. Ghlai, I'm not coming out. Ghlai said, pulling out his phone from his pocket to call someone. He was sure this person would help him. He quickly scanned the screen, his fingers scrolling to find the number. Fandom. He was about to call his cousin to come pick him up from the restaurant since Fandom's condo wasn't far from here. However, Ghlai hadn't called him earlier because he didn't want to trouble him. But now, Ghlai had to put aside that feeling of hesitation. Creak. The sound of the door opening again echoed. Ghlai looked down at the gap between the floor and the door. He still saw Mek's white sneakers. Mek hadn't moved, so Ghlai thought someone else had entered, and Mek's silence made him sure that someone else was in the restroom now. Ghlai stayed quiet, listening to the sound of running water for a brief moment. He lowered his phone to his side and decided to open the door, figuring that at least there was someone else with him. It wouldn't just be him and Mek. But it seemed that today, the world was being especially cruel to him. Because just as Ghlai was about to open the door, he heard the footsteps of someone moving away, and he realized he would have to face Mek alone again. The person was about to leave the restroom. Ghlai looked at his hand on the door latch. The person must have already left the restroom, and if he opened the door now, Ghlai would have to face Mek alone. Bang bang. Come out already. Don't make me get even more frustrated. Ghlai removed his hand from the door latch. He looked at the door, which had been pounded by a large hand repeatedly, making loud noises. I told you to come out. Mek, you don't have the right to force me. That's right. You don't have the right to force him. Ghlai took a step back when he heard an unfamiliar voice. He looked down at the gap between the door and the floor. Now, Ghlai saw not only Mek's white sneakers, but also someone else's black sneakers. He estimated the distance and thought that the person wearing the black sneakers was standing face to face with Mek, the owner of those black sneakers. It must be the person who had just entered the restroom. The person Ghlai thought had already left. Who are you to know what's going on? I don't usually get involved in other people's business, but when I meet someone as capable as you, I can't help it. Turns out, you're the picky type. I don't want any trouble with you. Punlee. Ghlai looked carefully at the black sneakers again and finally realized. The owner of those sneakers was Punlee. You know me? Then why don't I know you? Well, whatever. With your attitude, I wouldn't want to associate with you anyway. This bastard. I'm going to clear things up with my boyfriend. Don't be a busybody. Ghlai frowned before saying, I'm not Mech's boyfriend. Don't talk nonsense. That's it. You're so good at talking nonsense. Punlee said with a laugh. You trying to act tough? Not as tough as you. But I can handle it. Want to go behind the shop? Bastard Lee. If you're thinking of throwing a punch, you better make sure I fall. Because if I don't fall and start fighting back, you won't be able to get up. Ghlai swallowed nervously when Punlee's playful tone suddenly turned serious. He guessed that Mech was probably about to punch Punlee, which is why Punlee said that. Ghlai knew Mech wouldn't back down easily, so he was going to open the door to stop it. He didn't want anyone, whether it was Punlee or anyone else, to get involved because of him. Forget about it, you bastard. I won't forget it. Take your uselessness back with you. Ghlai stood there blinking in the bathroom. He couldn't believe Mech had backed down so easily, but the white sneakers disappearing from the gap under the door confirmed that Mech really had backed off. Ghlai took a deep breath and reached for the door latch. Knock knock. The soft knock on the door made him freeze. Ghlai bit his lip and looked at the black sneakers through the gap at the bottom of the door. He wanted to open the door and thank Punlee, but the growing nervousness made him too shy to open it. Ghlai thought Punlee was different from Mech. Is the person inside okay now? Definitely different. Ghlai nodded in response, even though he knew Punlee couldn't see him. It was all he could do because his nervousness was growing, and it made him unable to speak. His body stiffened, as if it had turned to stone. He's gone, you can come out now. Ghlai nodded again. Punlee's gentle tone made him feel safe. He was about to open the door, but Ghlai had to stop himself when he heard the sound of the large door opening. He silently prayed that it wasn't Mech. Lee, it's time to go back. You said you were just washing your hands for a second, but you've snuck off to smoke again, huh? Yeah, I'll follow you out in a sec. Okay. Ghlai sighed in relief when he realized it wasn't Mech. I need to go now? Hurry up, before he comes back again. Ghlai nodded in agreement and glanced down at the black sneakers that had started to move. When they moved out of his line of sight, Ghlai opened the door. He peered out at the tall figure opening the large door. As Punlee stepped out from the doorway, Ghlai caught a glimpse of the side of his face. Punlee's face always had a playful smile, but it was soon hidden behind the door as it closed. Every time Ghlai thought back to that day, the new movie with the protagonist who owned that playful smile would replay in his mind, instead of the old movie he didn't like. Ghlai smiled faintly as he looked away from the photograph to read the name of its owner. He thought to himself that maybe he had misunderstood the world a little bit that day. Ghlai had thought the world was incredibly cruel, but in reality, it wasn't as cruel to him as he thought. Because if the world had been truly cruel, it wouldn't have sent Punlee to help him that day. And because the world wasn't that cruel, Ghlai had fallen in love with someone once again, someone he had told himself he wouldn't fall for again. But the world, round and full of both cruelty and kindness at different times, had taught him that we can be happy, even if all we can do is watch from afar. Because the one we watch affects our hearts, not the distance. After that day, Ghlai had continued to watch Punlee from a distance, keeping a mental picture of his smile, though from afar. But now, it seemed like Ghlai was getting a little closer to Punlee, because he found himself standing in front of the image of Punlee, or Seisin Fizzit. Ghlai knew that Seisin meant moon. He thought Punlee had intentionally made this image connected to his real name, and probably no one else would know that Punlee was referring to moon rather than shadow. Because how many people would look for the meaning behind someone's name? It would probably only be someone like him, who's in love with the moon, who would do so. Chapter 2. Ghlai, what is the order of Punlee's name? I need to fill in the information. What's Punlee's real name, Fandom? Oh, I totally forgot that you don't know Punlee's real name. Punlee's real name is Seisin Fizzit. The conversation from last week returned to his mind as Ghlai picked up Fandom's MacBook and held it close. Fandom was one of the people organizing the exhibition, and his task was to sort the students from the digital media department who were participating in the exhibition according to their student ID numbers by year. Even though Fandom had his girlfriend helping him, the list was so long with students from all 4 years that he had to call Ghlai for help. Last week, when Ghlai was at home, he let Fandom bring the work over to do at his house. This resulted in Fandom leaving his MacBook there. Last night, Fandom called him asking when he would be back home because he needed to use the MacBook for work. Usually, Ghlai only goes home once a week, but this time, he had to go back earlier than usual to return the MacBook to Fandom. Ghlai came out of his bedroom with the MacBook, then walked downstairs to the living room. He saw Fandom and Babe talking. Ghlai sat down across from the couple, handed the MacBook back to its owner. He called them a couple stuck together because ever since they started dating, Ghlai had never seen one without the other. If you saw Fandom, you saw Babe. If you saw Babe, you saw Fandom. That's how the phrase a couple stuck together came about. Thank you, Ghlai said. Thank you isn't enough. You have to take your little brother out for a meal too. Last week, you had him help you with work, and today, he's back to bring the MacBook again. Fandom nodded at Babe and then looked at Ghlai. I'll take you out for dinner, Ghlai. It's okay, Fandom. I was planning to go home this week anyway to visit my mom before my birthday. Say hi to Auntie for me, Ghlai. Tell her I miss her. Sure, Fandom. Ghlai, your birthday is the day after tomorrow, right? Babe asked. Yes, Babe. Are you having a party at home like last year? This year, I'm planning to go to a restaurant around Siam for dinner. Since my family is holding my dad's engagement with Punlee at home, I thought it'd be better to invite everyone somewhere else. Fandom and Babe were quiet for a moment. Ghlai knew they were concerned about his feelings, so he smiled to reassure them that he was okay. Not only Fandom and Babe, but also Jeeb, who had been his guardian after his mother passed away, and many others who were close to him, were worried about him feeling upset about his father's engagement with his secretary. When Ghlai was younger, he was scared that his dad would replace his mother with another woman. But as he grew older, he realized how much his dad loved his mother, and the fear and sadness disappeared. Now, all Ghlai felt was understanding. He understood that his dad needed someone to be by his side, someone to take care of him. And of course, even a man in his late 40s like his dad still needed love. Ghlai, are you okay? If you need anything, just let us know. Fandom said. Yes, we'll always listen to you, Ghlai. I'm really fine, Fandom. But if it were when I was a kid, you and Babe would have had to comfort me all day long, Ghlai said with a laugh. Now I'm grown up enough to understand a lot of things. The fact that my dad decided to get engaged to Punlee doesn't make me sad like everyone thought. It actually makes me feel relieved because now my dad will have someone to take care of him. Ghlai, I think Annie would be really proud of you. I hope I can make Mom proud even more, Ghlai replied. Fandom and Babe's smiles made Ghlai feel that they were genuinely proud of him. He remembered how his mom used to always tell him to listen to Fandom because he was like an older brother to him, and his aunt, who was his mom's younger sister, would always tell Fandom to take care of Ghlai well. That's why they were so close, even though they were only cousins. For your birthday this year, is there anything you want? I'll buy it for you. You, Babe said, playfully slapping Fandom's arm. How could you ask him like that? No surprise at all. I'm afraid I'll get him something he won't like, so it's better to just ask him directly, Fandom said. You need to put more effort into it. Look at what he likes on Instagram or Twitter, then buy something he's into right now. That way, it will be a surprise. Babe advised. Well, the thing is, Ghlai doesn't use social media much. He only posts pictures on Instagram occasionally, and on Twitter, he just retweets bookstores that recommend new books, Fandom said. That's true, Fandom thought for a moment. Ghlai likes books. Ghlai laughed quietly. He thought Fandom and Babe made such a cute couple. They were quite different from each other, but they got along so well. That's what they mean by opposites attract. Babe, could you invite Tirak to my birthday? Ghlai asked. Tirak was Babe's younger brother, whom Ghlai had met several times. He studied in the digital media department, graphic design, and was in the same year as Ghlai. Tirak was a cute guy with rosy cheeks, and whenever Ghlai saw him at university, he would make an effort to greet him. Ghlai was fond of Tirak because he always spoke so sweetly and had a bright, cheerful smile. But Ghlai also realized that, aside from the world being kind and cruel at times, the world also had a way of playing tricks on him. Since Ghlai met Tirak, he had never seen him with Punlee, but after the incident that allowed him to meet Punlee, he began seeing Tirak with him often. Ghlai eventually realized that the two were close friends. It seemed like almost everyone around him knew Punlee. Sure, I'll invite him, Babe said. Thanks, Babe. Babe smiled at Ghlai and then turned to Fandom. Let's go. We've already taken up too much of Ghlai's time. He might need to do something else. Don't worry about it. Ghlai's too polite to send us off. Even if he has something to do, Fandom joked with a laugh before adding, we too have to go by ourselves. It's really no trouble, Fandom. Honestly, after I visit my mom, I don't have anything else to do. If you're lonely, you can come visit my house anytime, Ghlai. I'll come visit you soon. Babe. Please send my regards to the Niren family in advance. You're always welcome, Babe said. Okay, let's go. Babe nodded, and Fandom stood up, and then Babe followed. Ghlai walked them out to the front of the house, waiting for the car to arrive. As he stood there, Fandom suddenly seemed to remember something and raised his eyebrows. Ghlai, have you seen my photos yet? I'm going to submit the exhibition pictures next week. Ghlai smiled faintly and replied, I saw them already. Your photos are beautiful, Fandom. Oh, if you want me to praise you, just say so. Don't make up excuses like the pictures being collected next week. It's because you never praise me. That's why I had to get Ghlai to do it. Ghlai laughed when he saw Fandom making a pouty face at his own girlfriend. So, Babe, aren't you participating in the photography exhibition? I didn't see your name on the list. I'm joining next year. This year, let Fandom have a solo debut. So Tirak isn't joining either, right? Yes, he'll join next year with me. Oh, okay, let's go, Babe said. Take care, Ghlai, Fandom said as he waved. Ghlai waved back as the BMW car moved away from the driveway. He stood there for a while, reflecting on Fandom's words. Actually, Fandom didn't bother Ghlai at all, because Fandom had made him know that Punlee's real name was Sason Fizzit, and Fandom had given him the chance to say thank you to Punlee, even if it was just through a picture. For Ghlai, that was enough. Ghlai inserted a familiar white CD into the player before walking back to sit on the bed. He grabbed the remote and turned on the TV. On the screen was a woman who looked a lot like him, sitting in the backyard garden. She was wearing a long, clean dress and had a beautiful smile, almost angelic. Ghlai had never seen an angel in real life, but he knew that the woman in the video smiled beautifully like an angel, because his dad always said that. And Ghlai thought, Mom really did have a beautiful smile. He smiled softly as he watched his younger self toddling over to his mom. She smiled widely and opened her arms to welcome him. Ghlai turned the volume up a little because he knew that from now on, he would hear his mom's voice again. Ghlai, come to Mom quickly, darling. Ghlai, go to Mom, dear. And Ghlai could hear his father, who was the cameraman, recording the video. Just a little more, dear. Ghlai, Mom's baby is so smart. Ghlai smiled and raised his hand, wiping away the tears that had unknowingly fallen. He liked watching this video before his birthday. Ghlai did this every year, but no matter how many times, he could never hold back the tears. Tears that fell must have been because of longing. Ghlai wasn't as sad as he was before Mom. The precious memories of his childhood continued, leading up to his birthday. At that time, Ghlai was turning 12. He still remembered the birthday celebration that year very well, even though so much time had passed, because it was the last year that Mom celebrated his birthday with him. Happy birthday to Mike and Ghlai. Mom and Ghlai, please smile for the camera. Dad's recording. Dad is recording again. I don't like it. At that time, Ghlai didn't like it when Dad recorded videos because he was afraid he would make funny faces and Dad would tease him about it later. Let Dad record a good video for you. Dear, you'll be able to watch it when you grow up. Okay, Mom. Ghlai, Mom wishes you to always be a good child. May you meet good people and have good things in your life. May you grow up well, both in mind and spirit. I want you to study and be as good as Dad. Mom will always be your supporter. Thank you, Mom. Don't forget to thank Dad too, because besides Mom, Dad is the one who loves you and wishes the best for you. Thank you, Dad. I love you and Mom the most. Dad and Mom love you too. When the video ended, the screen turned completely black. Ghlai closed his eyes and thought about that night when Dad drove him to the hospital in the middle of the night. At 12 years old, Ghlai stood listening to the conversation between his father and relatives outside the emergency room. He saw Dad's red, swollen eyes, and when he looked down, he saw Dad's hand trembling. At that moment, Ghlai knew something bad had happened to Mom, but Dad and everyone else wouldn't tell him the truth. But when the doctor came out of the emergency room to talk to Dad and the relatives, the truth everyone had tried to hide was revealed with his grandmother sobbing. Dad quickly ran over and hugged Ghlai, who was sitting on a white chair. Ghlai remembered that Dad let his tears fall freely without holding them back, then spoke in a trembling voice. Ghlai, Yes, Dad. Actually, Mom was supposed to stay at Grandma's house tonight. You knew that, didn't you? Yes, Mom called me earlier. She said I should go to bed early, and when I wake up, I'll find her in the kitchen. Dad smiled through his tears, then said, Mom must have missed you so much, so she decided to drive back at night. She probably wanted to surprise you. But Mom's car was hit by a pickup truck. Ghlai, no matter what happens from now on, I want you to know that our hearts will always be close to each other. At that time, Ghlai didn't fully understand the words. Our hearts will always be close. But the memories that Dad carefully edited and put on a CD as a birthday gift for his 13th birthday helped Ghlai understand his father's words deeply. Crack! The loud noise from the door made Ghlai quickly wipe away his tears. He thought it was Ghlaijai, but when he saw who it was, Ghlai's face lit up with a wide smile, full of joy. Dad, Jeeb called to tell me that you're back home, so I rushed over to see you. Ghlai got up from the bed and ran to hug his father. He knew that his father had been very busy lately, so Ghlai didn't want to disturb his work. But in truth, he missed his father so much. Why didn't you call to tell me you were coming home? I know you're busy, Dad. If I called to say I'm coming home, you'd rush to finish your work and wouldn't get a break, just to see me like you always do. So I thought I'd let you have some free time first, and I'll come back to see you again later. Last week when you came home, I was hardly here. I'm sorry. It's okay, Dad. I understand. Dad hugged him tightly before pressing a kiss to his forehead. Since I became an MP, the responsibilities have increased. But I'll try to find more time to be with you. Please wait for me a little longer, okay? Ghlai nodded while hugging his father. Okay, Dad. Today, I didn't get to see my angel smile because you were watching the video by yourself. You can watch it again, Dad, because I still miss Mom. Sure. Ghlai pulled away from the hug and took his father's hand to sit on the bed. He pressed the remote to replay the video. Ghlai secretly watched his father, who smiled warmly when he saw the beloved angel. When you were learning to walk, Mom bought so many shoes for you, Dad said while watching the video. Ghlai looked at Dad, who was wearing a white shirt with the hem untucked from his black pants. His tie was loosened a little. Normally, Dad was always well-dressed, but today he must have been very tired. Dad. Yes? Dad, you should rest. I'm worried about you. Dad smiled and pulled him into a tight hug. Don't worry about me, Ghlai. I'm still strong. Even if you're strong, you still need someone to take care of you. Dad pulled back slightly and met Ghlai's gaze. He sighed and gently patted his head. Ghlai could see the concern in Dad's eyes. Dad, I'm fine, Ghlai, but you've grown up so well, I can see it. Dad, I understand. Ghlai hugged his father again. He closed his eyes, silently thanking Dad for always keeping Mom in his heart as a cherished memory. Even though Mom was no longer alive, Dad still loved and honored her. After Mom passed away, Dad never dated anyone again until he met Punlee. Dad had been with Punlee for 2 years now. That made Ghlai realize that it wasn't easy for Dad to love someone again, and the fact that Dad found someone who made his heart beat again was something special. Ghlai thought, Dad should spend the rest of his life with that person. Knock, knock. Ghlai pulled away from the hug when he heard a knock at the door. Since the door was already open, he saw Punlee, who was dressed neatly and standing there. Punlee was about 30, looking good and having a proper demeanor. Ghlai didn't know Punlee very well, but they had talked a few times. Sorry to disturb you, Ghlai. It's okay. What's up? The tailor brought the suit that needed adjustments for you to try on. Lin wants you to try it on. If it's still loose, I'll have them fix it again. Do I need to try it now? Yes. If you try it now, the tailor can check it right away. I'm sorry to interrupt your time with your son, but since it's the suit for the engagement ceremony, Lin wants you to try it on so we can make sure it fits perfectly. Ghlai looked at his father, who let out a small sigh. Dad must have felt guilty for leaving him alone to watch the video again. Dad, go try the suit on. You don't want to look bad on the day of the ceremony. I'll go pay respects to Mom in the prayer room. When you're done, we can go eat something delicious together. Dad leaned down and kissed Ghlai's forehead. I'm sorry, Ghlai. I'll take you out for dinner after I'm done trying on the suit. Yes. Ghlai smiled at his father. He watched as his father walked out of the room with Punlee. Ghlai then turned off the DVD player and carefully put the CD back in its case. He was about to leave the room to pay respects to his mother's ashes in the prayer room, but when he opened the door, he saw Punlee standing there. He raised his eyebrows in surprise before asking her, Is there something you need, Punlee? Ghlai, I'm sorry. I know that you haven't had much time with your father lately, and yet I still ended up disturbing your time with him again. You don't need to apologize, Kunlin. I understand. And there's something else I need to apologize for. Kunlin met his gaze, pressed her lips together, then continued, I'm really sorry for having the engagement ceremony on your birthday. My parents believe in auspicious dates. They went to see an astrologer and found that this was the best day. At first, Kunfan and I felt really bad about it because it falls on your birthday. Kunlin, it's really okay. You and my father don't need to worry about it. Kunlin fell silent, still looking at him. Please take good care of my father, Kunlin. Yes, Ghlai. Ghlai smiled at Kunlin. She had been his father's secretary for 3 years. Throughout their time together, she had always been respectful and formal with him. Even though he had told her multiple times to be more casual, she always replied, I give you respect as the boss's child. If I changed to a more casual relationship, I wouldn't be comfortable. As long as you don't feel tense when talking to me, I'll be happy. I'll try my best. Even now, Kunlin still seemed a little nervous around him. Ghlai wasn't sure how to make her feel more comfortable. He noticed her uneasy expression and thought for a moment before reaching into his pocket to pull out his favorite lemon-flavored candy. He held it out to her. Kunlin furrowed her brows slightly, looking at the candy. When I feel worried, I like to eat lemon candies. It makes me feel a lot better. Ghlai wasn't sure if this gesture would help strengthen his relationship with his stepmother, but he was trying his best. Thank you, Ghlai. Kunlin's smile made Ghlai feel that his efforts weren't in vain. You're welcome. I'm going to go pay respects to my mother now, Kunlin. Please take your time, Ghlai. Ghlai nodded at her, and then walked toward the prayer room. He smiled when he saw Fajib holding a garland, waiting in front of the prayer room. His father had originally hired Fajib just to be his nanny, but after she had been with them for a while, his father had given her the responsibility of being the housekeeper too. Fajib had been with their family for a long time. The other housekeepers and drivers called her the head housekeeper. I miss the head housekeeper, Ghlai said before hugging the middle-aged woman who had been like a second mother to him. Technically, he shouldn't call her Fajib since she was about the same age as his mother, but when he was little, Fajib had told him to call her that because she didn't want to feel old. He had continued calling her that ever since. Why do you miss me, Ghlai? Leaving me with those noisy kids? Ghlai laughed. He had heard from the driver that his father had hired 3 new housekeepers, but none of them were very good at their jobs. So, Fajib had to teach them everything from scratch. The noisy kids Fajib was referring to must have been the new housekeepers. I've been busy with school, Fajib. It's good that my father hired new housekeepers. That way, you won't be lonely. I'd rather be lonely than have to deal with them, Fajib replied. Ghlai laughed and accepted 2 garlands from her. Thank you, Fajib, for always preparing these garlands for me whenever I come home. If I don't take care of you, Ghlai, who else will? I won't take care of anyone else. If my father hears you say that, he might get upset. It's just the 2 of us here, so I can say it. Fajib always managed to make him laugh. Fajib, would you like to come and pay respects to Mom with me? No, thank you. What if today, you want to be with your mother alone? I'll be quick, and then I'll come back to talk to you, okay? All right, Ghlai. Ghlai was about to open the door to the prayer room when he stopped because he heard Fajib's voice calling after him. Yes, Fajib. I know I shouldn't ask this right now, but I just can't help it. My heart is burning with worry. Since the beginning of your 2nd year, you haven't told me about any new friends, Ghlai. Ghlai felt like he wanted to sigh deeply, but since he didn't want Fajib to worry, he gave her a smile instead. She had always been concerned about his friendships because she knew he often got hurt by them. Even though Kungun is in the same university, you're in different faculties. I can't help but worry. You told me your close friend from the 1st year transferred to another faculty and is no longer with you. That makes me even more worried. It had been a long time since he last updated Fajib on his friends. I have 2 new friends now. They're both really nice. You don't need to worry, Fajib. He decided only to tell Fajib the good things. As for the bad things he had experienced, don't worry about those, Fajib. Don't lie to me, Ghlai. I'm not lying. I just might not be telling everything, Ghlai said with a laugh before quickly entering the prayer room. Once inside, Ghlai adopted a respectful posture, just as his mother had taught him. He sat in the traditional way, bowed down to pay respects to the Buddha statue, then crawled over to offer a garland to the large Buddha statue. He then turned toward the back of the room to place another garland on his mother's urn. He looked at his mother's picture before speaking. Mom, the day after tomorrow is my birthday. This year, I'm turning 20. Please bless me, Mom. And on that day, I hope you will congratulate Dad as well. I believe you'll be at peace knowing that Dad has someone to take care of him. I believe that too. Dad and I will always love and miss you. No matter where you are, I believe that our hearts will always be close. The name Ghlaijai was given to him by his mother. His mother said that Ghlaijai meant, our hearts will always be close. But Ghlai thought, for our hearts to be close to someone, there must be something guiding it. And that something is love. Love makes our hearts close to each other. Chapter 3. Aunt Tim's Curry Rice Shop. The small person stood, looking at the shop sign on the wall while waiting in line to order food. They shifted their gaze away from the sign when they heard Aunt Tim, the shop owner, calling out in a friendly tone. Ghlai smiled at Aunt Tim, who was holding a plate of food. Even though Aunt Tim already knew what his favorite dish was, she still waited for a response from him each time. Aunt Tim probably thought he might change his order. But Ghlai never changed his choice. He'd been eating this same dish for months. Just the same as usual, dear? Aunt Tim asked. Yes, Aunt. Wait for me a moment. Sure. While waiting for Aunt Tim to scoop his favorite dish onto the plate, Ghlai looked around the shop to see if any other restaurants were open at this time. However, it was just Aunt Tim's shop and a drink stall. Most food stalls didn't open until noon, which was the lunch break for students from almost every faculty. So from noon onward, there would be many more food options, and the cafeteria would be full of people. But no matter how many other shops were available, whether it was 6 in the morning or noon, Ghlai still chose to eat at Aunt Tim's shop. Once he found something he liked, he rarely changed his mind. Unless Aunt Tim closed the shop, then he would have to accept it. Here you go, fried chicken with a well-done fried egg. Thank you, Aunt. The person said as they handed Aunt Tim the exact amount for the meal. He received the plate with pieces of fried chicken and a fried egg on top of the hot rice. The chicken dipping sauce is over by the spoons, dear. Thanks, Aunt. The person nodded and set their plate down near the dipping sauce container. As he was spooning some sauce, he heard footsteps behind him. Turning, he saw his close friend. Gun, what are you going to eat? Should I order for you? What are you eating? The tall friend leaned in to look at the person's plate, then shook his head slightly. I don't want the same as you. I don't like eating with dry dishes. Ghlai chuckled softly, pointing to a large pot in Aunt Tim's shop. Today, they have clear soup too. Then I'll have the soup. Okay, I'll order it for you. No need, no need. Go sit down. I'll order myself. The person nodded, walked to a nearby table, and after setting down his plate and bag, went to buy drinks. He bought 2 bottles of water, one for his friend. How much for the water, Ghlai? Don't worry, I'll pay for it. No, how much? Just tell me. 2 baht, Ghlai said teasingly. Gun shot him a glare, then lightly pushed his head. It's just 2 baht, don't make a big deal out of it. How can I not? I still haven't paid you back for the money I borrowed last month. Since when has Gun become the one to overthink things? Ghlai teased. Gun chuckled lightly, looking down at his plate. I'll pay you back as soon as my salary comes in. Gun. Ghlai sighed softly and pulled his plate away from his close friend. Gun, who was having his breakfast snatched, looked up at him and immediately pulled the plate back. I'm not trying to steal your food, but I'm going to call out the person who's avoiding eye contact, because I think he's feeling guilty, right? It's because I'm already late with paying you back. That's why I feel bad. We've been friends for so long, Gun. You should know that I don't mind about this. It's because I know how you are that I feel so guilty. Gun, what did you use the money for? The person knew what his friend had used the money for, as Gun had explained it before. Gun furrowed their brow slightly while looking at them. I used it to pay for my mom's medication, just like I told you. Then you don't need to feel guilty or worry about it. And stop working yourself to exhaustion trying to earn the money back. If you get sick too, who will take care of your mom? 20,000 baht isn't a small amount, not for either of us. And because it's not a small amount, I know it's going to take you a little longer to pay it back. Ghlai smiled at his close friend again. Gun, you once told me that you'd be my friend forever. Yeah, I'm still saying that now. Even if I have no money to my name, I still think those words are worth more than any amount of money in the world. Thank you so much, Gun. You're always there to help me. If it weren't for you, I'd be in trouble too. Ghlai thought that both of them knew well that friends aren't just important when we need help. True friends are important all the time. A true friend is not someone who can help with everything, not someone who's with us all the time. A true friend is someone who is always ready to give us chances and forgiveness. You're being so sweet. I can't eat my food. Why can't you eat? I'm full of happiness because I have a good friend like you. Ghlai laughed, then said, no matter how full you are, you have to eat. Because if you end up hungry in class, I won't be able to help you. You're really cute, you know that? Can we change cute to handsome? I'd like to be handsome for once. I think cute suits you better. Ghlai smiled before taking a bite of the food, sharing some fried chicken with his close friend. Gun smiled back at him. The look of worry in Gun's eyes had disappeared, and Ghlai felt happy knowing he'd helped ease his friend's anxiety. Even though Gun still had many things to worry about, at least while they were with each other, the good, grateful person like Gun could rest for a while, even if it was just for a split second. Do you want more chicken, Gun? No, I'm good. You go ahead. Ghlai nodded and took another piece of fried chicken. Before he could finish chewing the chicken, he stuffed more rice into his mouth. Now Ghlai was chewing without paying attention to Gun's laughter. Your mouth is not that big. You can't shove that much chicken and rice in there. Ghlai kept chewing his food, lifting his wrist to show his watch as a way of telling Gun that it was almost time for class. If they didn't hurry, they'd definitely be late. However, Ghlai didn't expect that while looking at his friend across the table, he would spot someone familiar who had just entered the cafeteria. A familiar face. It was probably because he was facing the entrance that seeing someone walk into the cafeteria didn't seem unusual. Fai Chin, who he hadn't seen in months, quickly passed by their table. Ghlai thought that Fai Chin hadn't noticed him, because if Fai Chin had seen him, he would have probably walked right out. Hey, what are you looking at? Gun asked. Ghlai shook his head, but Gun furrowed his brow in disbelief. Gun turned to look behind him and saw Fai Chin buying food at Aunt Tim's shop. Ghlai stared at the tall, handsome man for a moment before lowering his head to eat again. He didn't look with that kind of feeling anymore, but he looked with the feeling of, it's been a long time, hasn't it? I wonder how Fai Chin is doing. Just as siblings. Because it had been a long time since he had seen Fai Chin, encountering him by chance made him reflect on the past. Yesterday, you were watching the captain practice basketball. How was it? Ghlai turned to the owner of the voice, who was helping him carry the cooler with cold water to the side of the court. He said, he's as good as expected for a team captain. Even though that wasn't exactly what I asked, with how you're smiling like that, I can guess you had a lot of fun yesterday. Who else would understand me better than Gun? I don't think anyone else does. But there's someone else. Is it Fai Jeeb? Gun laughed because they knew each other too well. Yeah, Fai Jeeb is the one who understands you best. As for me, I'm okay with being second. If Fai Jeeb knew you let her be number one, I'm sure she'd bake some butter cookies to wait for you. Next week, I have to do a report at your house. You tell Fai Jeeb about this too. I want to eat those butter cookies of hers again. Sure, I'll make sure to pass on every single sentence for you. Good job, Gun said, turning to look at him while carrying the heavy cooler along the basketball court. You've had a crush on Fai Chin since you joined the club, haven't you? Aren't you planning to get to know him better, Ghlai? Thud. The sound of the cooler hitting the wooden table by the basketball court made the conversation stop. That noise meant that Gun had finished helping him with his backup duties, and the main players who were actually playing on the court had to start their practice. Next week, their school's basketball team would compete in the finals of the high school league, so the club supervisor had asked to use the club session for the main players to practice. The backups like Ghlai and a few younger students from grade 10 had to wait by the court until the practice was over. I've already introduced myself to Fai Chin. That doesn't count as getting to know him, Ghlai. That's just introducing yourself to the club members. Ghlai smiled faintly. He thought what Gun said was true. The day he stood up and introduced himself to everyone in the basketball club wasn't exactly getting to know Fai Chin. Well, I guess that was like getting to know him, Gun. It wasn't that he hadn't tried to get closer to the person he liked, but after several attempts, Ghlai realized that he wasn't memorable to Fai Chin at all. So he thought, watching Fai Chin from the sidelines was probably the best. The event that made Ghlai feel this way was, he and a few other younger backup players had the task of pouring water from the cooler into cups and serving the athletes during their break. Ghlai would always bring water to Fai Chin. The first week when he brought water to Fai Chin. Thanks. Why, you're welcome. What's your name again? It's Ghlai. My name is Ghlai. Thanks, Ghlai. Ghlai was so happy to talk to Fai Chin, even if it was just a short conversation. Some people might not have been as happy, considering they had been in the same club for almost a month, and Fai Chin was only now asking for his name. But Ghlai felt that even if Fai Chin just remembered his name, that was already a success. Then came the second week. Ghlai remembered that he brought water to Fai Chin again. Fai Chin smiled at him and said, "Thanks." It was the same sentence, so Ghlai smiled, thinking the second sentence would be the same too. Fai Chin probably remembered his name by now because he had just told him last week. "Thanks, I'm sorry. I think your name is I'm." Fai Chin furrowed his brows slightly, looking at him. "Or not. Did I get your name wrong?" Ghlai. It was the name of another backup player, and as far as Ghlai remembered, had never brought water to Fai Chin. Hearing his name confused with someone else's made Ghlai a little sad, but it didn't discourage him. The next week, he quickly showed up at the club session, bringing the cooler with his junior. He filled cups of water, waiting for Fai Chin just like usual. The third week, Ghlai didn't expect much. He had heard the saying, "Don't expect, and you won't be disappointed." "Thanks." Fai Chin stared at him with a serious expression. "What's wrong with me? Why can't I ever remember your name?" "I only remember you as Gun's friend. Let me ask you one last time, and I won't forget it next time." This time, Ghlai wasn't disappointed. "My name is Ghlai." But that was just in his thoughts, not his feelings. Because thoughts could be controlled. But feelings, no one could control them. And that's why Ghlai thought it was best to just do his job well and watch Fai Chin from the sidelines. Ghlai shook off the thoughts reminding him not to hope too much and turned to his best friend, who was standing with his hands on his hips, watching him. "Should I introduce you to Fai Chin properly?" Up until now, his best friend had tried everything to get Ghlai to know Fai Chin, but Ghlai still thought, "I think this is fine. I think it'd be better if you got to know him and talk to him more, Ghlai. In a few months, Fai Chin will graduate." "I'm just saying, you're wasting time watching him from the sidelines without even talking to him." "But I've already talked to Fai Chin, and the result is, it was just when you gave him water. I've been watching. Fai Chin talks to you for a couple of sentences, then goes back to practicing. You're too shy to continue the conversation. I know you don't want to date Fai Chin. You're just happy to have a secret crush on him." "Yeah, I think I'm just happy secretly liking him. But it'll be even better if you can get closer." "Fai Chin doesn't know you like him. Trust me. I'll try to get to know Fai Chin seriously again." "That's the spirit, buddy." Gun clapped Ghlai on the shoulder lightly, then ran off to the court when the coach blew the whistle to start practice. Ghlai nodded to encourage himself, then walked back to the long table next to the cooler. While he sat there watching the seniors and his friends practice, Ghlai saw a younger girl from another club come to cheer for Fai Chin, who was fighting for the basketball. At that moment, Ghlai wasn't surprised that Fai Chin couldn't remember his name in just a few weeks, because so many people were approaching Fai Chin. Ghlai probably had to stop thinking too much and forgive someone as popular as Fai Chin for not remembering his name. While Ghlai had many thoughts running through his mind, he was watching the players on the court when he accidentally met the eyes of the tallest player in the field. His heart skipped a beat, and he quickly looked away as soon as he realized that Fai Chin was looking at him. Ghlai believed that Fai Chin hadn't meant to look at him, but the unintentional gaze made Ghlai's heart race, and his blood surged, making him feel hot all over. Sitting next to the cooler, Ghlai grabbed a plastic cup of water and filled it with cold water to cool himself down. But he thought that even 1,000 liters of cold water couldn't stop the heat inside him. Ghlai believed only someone with a secret crush could understand this feeling. After the club session ended, the juniors who were the reserve asked if they could take the cooler to store it in the storage room, in exchange for collecting the dozens of basketballs. Since Ghlai didn't have a tutoring session or any errands to run, he agreed to swap duties with the juniors. "Let me help you." Ghlai was kneeling down to pick up a brown basketball when he looked up and saw his best friend, who was preparing to leave, smiling at him. "Your mom's selling sweets at the market today, right, Gun?" "Yeah, I'll help you collect the balls and then head to the market." "You don't have to. I can do it alone. Go ahead. You'll be the only one to help your mom set up the stall." "I already told her I'll be a bit late," Gun said as he walked toward the ball cart. "Go ahead, Gun. Trust me. It's Friday today, so traffic will be really bad. And you're taking the bus. If you leave any later, your mom will have to carry everything herself." Gun sighed deeply before saying, "No one knows my weaknesses as well as you, and you love using it to push me around. You little devil." Ghlai laughed and started putting the basketballs into the cart. I'm not pushing you, Gun. I'm just telling the truth. Hurry up. Your mom is waiting. I'll help you with a few more balls. No need. Go ahead, Ghlai said, gently pushing his best friend. Okay. Ghlai waved as Gun smiled at him and ran out of the gym. He glanced around and found himself alone on the large court. He quickly began collecting the scattered basketballs because he wanted to go home too. Just then, he heard footsteps from someone entering the court. He assumed it was Gun coming back to help, as Gun always felt guilty leaving him alone. But the person who appeared in front of him made Ghlai almost stop breathing. Thud, thud, thud. The sound wasn't from his heart racing, but from the basketball slipping from his hands and bouncing on the floor, matching the rhythm of his heartbeat. Chin, where did everyone go? Chin asked. As the conversation started seriously, Ghlai found himself at a loss for words. Everyone has already gone home. Then you're the only one left to collect the balls. Chin asked. Ghlai? Chin had remembered his name. Yeah, but there are just a few left, Ghlai replied. Then let me help. We can finish faster. Why, yes, please. Ghlai watched as the basketball he had dropped rolled to Chin's feet. Chin looked at it before bending down to pick it up and stand tall once more. Since you joined the club, have you ever played basketball? I have, but I can't really catch the ball. There was one time when I almost caught it, but I missed, and the basketball hit my face, causing a nosebleed. The coach told me to just watch and let the others go ahead. He said he'd find time to teach me later. Chin laughed before saying, I guess you don't like sports. Am I right? You're right, Chin. I don't really like sports. Then why did you choose to join this club? Well, last year I was in the art club. I really liked art, and I was pretty good at it. This year, I wanted to try something different. I wanted to see if I could do well in something I don't like and feel like I'm not really good at. Ghlai paused and then laughed quietly. But the result just confirms that next year I should go back to the art club. Chin laughed. He stepped a little closer to Ghlai and said, It seems like you don't have any good memories in this club. So, before you go back to the art club next year, could I help you create some good memories here? Ghlai wanted something more in his world than just a brown-orange basketball and a cooler. So he nodded without thinking. He didn't know what made Chin remember his name or what made Chin approach him first. But there were only a few months left before Chin graduated, and Ghlai didn't want to think too much about it. Maybe Chin felt guilty for not remembering his name. Once he remembered it, he probably wanted to get to know Ghlai. Or maybe it was because Gun introduced Ghlai to Chin. But whatever the reason, right now, Ghlai's heart was swelling with happiness. Have you ever tried shooting a basketball? I have, but I've never made a shot. Chin, who was holding that basketball, laughed before walking behind Ghlai. Ghlai bit his lip when he felt Chin move closer. Chin handed the basketball to him from behind. Ghlai used both of his hands, wet with sweat, to catch the ball. Bend down a little more, Ghlai. Don't tense up. Okay. Now, look at the hoop. Aim well, and use your hands to send the ball up. Ghlai followed the captain's instructions, but just as he was about to throw the ball, Chin's large hand moved to gently guide both of his hands. Keep the ball aligned with the hoop. Okay, Chin. I'll help a little, Chin said, before putting some effort into pushing the ball in Ghlai's hands to send it flying through the air. Thud, thud, thud. The sound wasn't from Ghlai's heartbeat, as it usually was. It was the sound of the same basketball bouncing off the rim and missing the hoop. But Ghlai didn't feel bad at all for not scoring. In fact, he felt a joy he couldn't quite explain. First time trying, huh? That's how it is. I'll teach you more next week. Ghlai turned to look at the person behind him. Thank you, Chin. No, I should be thanking you, Ghlai, for letting me create good memories for you. After that conversation, Ghlai and Chin continued talking and quickly became close friends. Even Gun was surprised by how fast they got along. Normally, they would only meet on club days, but recently, just before finals, Chin would sit and eat lunch with him. I'll go ahead, Ghlai. The chemistry teacher likes us to be in class 15 minutes early. Okay, don't run, Chin. You just ate a full meal. You'll feel bloated. Okay, Chin replied, before standing up to leave. Ghlai, can you think about this question and answer from your own perspective? Gun started as soon as Chin left. He looked at Ghlai with a serious expression. Do you think Chin likes you? And no, that's not it. Then what's the reason Fai Chin leaves his group of friends to come sit and eat with you? And it's strange, because I didn't introduce you to Fai Chin, yet he came to get to know you himself. When you're sitting by the court during club time, Fai Chin always sits and talks with you. Some of his friends tease him that he's too close to you. Gun lightly tapped the table before continuing. I'm sure Fai Chin likes you. But I've heard that Fai Chin likes girls. Yeah, Fai Chin's friends talked about how he dated a girl from another school for a while, and then broke up. That was back when Fai Chin was in grade 11. You hadn't joined the basketball club yet. You were still drawing in the art club. Back then, I didn't even realize that I liked. Exactly. You didn't realize that you liked a guy until you met Fai Chin in the basketball club. See, Ghlai? Everything can change. Maybe Fai Chin is just figuring out his feelings, just like you. Fai Chin's actions and words do seem to suggest that, but I don't want to assume too much. Right now, just talking and seeing each other every day is already good enough. I don't dare hope for anything more. If you're not brave enough to hope, then you have to let the other person do the hoping, Gun said with a mischievous smile. Gun, what do you mean when you smile like that? It means, if Fai Chin likes you, he has to want more than just a senior-junior relationship with you. One day, he'll confess his feelings to you. Ghlai chuckled softly and shook his head. He wanted Gun to secretly fall in love with someone, so that he'd understand how difficult it is to confess love to someone you've secretly liked. Confessing love isn't as easy as the physics exam that our friends say is so hard they want to jump into the water to escape it. Confessing love isn't that easy, Gun. Gun frowned as he looked at Ghlai. True, otherwise everyone in the world would have their love answered. And because it isn't easy, Ghlai hadn't confessed to Fai Chin yet, even though Fai Chin had already graduated and was having a celebration at school. He had thought about confessing many times, but the courage he had was always suppressed by one important reason. That reason was, if their feelings weren't mutual, at best, they could return to being like brother and sister. At worst, he might lose Fai Chin altogether. Ghlai now understood that he wasn't ready to lose Fai Chin. His heart couldn't bear it if their relationship had to end, even if it was just a senior-junior relationship. But for someone like him, who was secretly in love, it meant so much that he didn't want to lose it. Today, Ghlai had brought a gift for Fai Chin to congratulate him on graduating. He had hired an artist to paint a portrait of Fai Chin and had it framed beautifully. Ghlai was waiting at the basketball court because Fai Chin had told him he wanted to talk privately. Once he finished taking pictures with the other juniors, he'd come find Ghlai. Ghlai, who had been looking at the painting, looked up when he heard the familiar voice. He smiled as he looked at the person in front of him, who looked like he had stepped out of a painting. Did you wait long? Not too long. Fai Chin walked up and stopped in front of him before saying, I graduated today. Do you have something to tell me? Well, yes. Ghlai wanted to tell Fai Chin many things, but because his fear outweighed his courage, the truth was hidden. Today, all he could say was, Congratulations, Fai Chin. Fai Chin smiled faintly before continuing. Thank you, Ghlai. You're welcome. I also brought something for you, Fai Chin. Ghlai said as he handed the painting to him. Fai Chin took it and smiled widely. Did you paint this yourself? No, I hired someone to paint it. My skills aren't good enough for this. If I painted it for you, I don't think you'd be smiling like this. Fai Chin laughed and moved a little closer to Ghlai. Can I hug you? Ghlai's eyes widened when the tall figure pulled him into an embrace. He had never imagined that he'd receive such warmth from Fai Chin. Now, he didn't know how to react, whether to hug back or just stand still and let Fai Chin continue the hug. Thank you for letting me create good memories for you, Ghlai, during the time we had left. Ghlai wanted to thank Fai Chin too. Slowly, he raised both arms, preparing to hug him back. But Fai Chin loosened his embrace before Ghlai could do so. He quickly retracted his arms and kept them by his sides. Is there anything else you want to tell me, Ghlai? There was. Ghlai liked Fai Chin so much that it had turned into love. But all Ghlai could say was, I hope you'll be happy at university, Fai Chin. Fai Chin's face looked a little confused before he said, Thank you again, Ghlai. You're welcome, Fai Chin. Fai Chin's confused look left Ghlai with a question in his mind. He didn't know what Fai Chin was trying to convey with that uncertain gaze. But Ghlai couldn't predict the other person's feelings, just like how Fai Chin couldn't read his heart. Because if they knew each other's true feelings, Ghlai would have had his answer long ago. Now that Ghlai had graduated from high school, he and Fai Chin were still in touch. even though they didn't talk or meet every day like before. But they never lost contact for long. However, Ghlai thought that next month, they'd probably see each other every day again, because Ghlai had decided to study in the same faculty and university as Fai Chin, though in a different department. The reason Ghlai chose this faculty and university wasn't because of Fai Chin, but because he had learned about their courses at the university's open house and also asked Fai Chin for advice. After considering, Ghlai thought this university had a good enough curriculum, so he decided to study there. He didn't know if it was life's coincidence or fate, but he was going to be close to Fai Chin again. Ghlai picked up his phone and checked the last message he had sent Fai Chin the previous week. His message had been read, but there was no reply. Ghlai didn't feel hurt or angry at Fai Chin because Fai Chin had said he was busy lately. Ghlai typed a message to Fai Chin again, not expecting a reply. He just wanted Fai Chin to know that he'd be a junior in the same faculty and hoped they'd see each other often again. Fai Chin, I've decided to study in the Faculty of Arts. His message was read quickly, and this time there was a reply. Chin, which university, Ghlai? Ghlaijai. I'm studying at the same university as you, Fai Chin. Chin, really? Ghlaijai? Yes, really. Chin, that's great. We'll be able to see each other more often. Ghlaijai smiled widely, his heart swelling when he realized Fai Chin also wanted to meet him more often. Ghlaijai, but I chose to study in the aviation business field, like I mentioned before. Chin, it's best to choose a field that you're interested in because that way, you won't get tired of it easily. Ghlaijai, I've thought about it a lot, and I like this field the most. No matter how difficult it is, I'm not someone who gives up easily. Chin, that's great. Ghlaijai, Gun is studying at the same university as us too, but he chose to study in the Faculty of Business Administration. Chin, oh, Gun's smart. He could probably study anything. Chin, if I haven't replied to your messages lately, I'm sorry. I've been busy with some family matters. Ghlaijai, it's okay, Fai Chin. Chin, well, I have to go now, Ghlai. I need to drive my mom somewhere. Ghlaijai, okay, safe travels, Fai Chin. Chin, thanks. Chin, I'll see you at the freshman orientation. After that day they talked. Ghlai counted the days and waited for the day he had been looking forward to. The day finally came. He sat at the freshman orientation booth of the Faculty of Arts. He watched the second-year seniors explain the schedule and activities. Then, he secretly looked at the tall figure standing with his arms crossed. Fai Chin turned to meet his gaze for a moment before a smile broke out across his face. Ghlai felt his entire body heat up, and it gathered at his cheeks. He quickly turned his face away and rubbed his ears. He guessed that his ears were probably redder than his cheeks. It always happens like this when he gets embarrassed. He doesn't get a red face like everyone else. But his ears always turn bright red. Hey, Chin, who are you smiling at? Ghlai immediately looked up when he heard a senior ask. Nah. Which junior made Chin smile? He lowered his head, avoiding the senior's gaze after hearing this question. Is it that one? Look at his face, turning red. Yeah, that one for sure. Come out here. A senior pointed at Ghlai, and someone else teased him. Don't mess with the junior. Ghlai blushed again and secretly smiled when he heard someone defending him. And, of course, that person was Fai Chin. Definitely that one. Chin is protecting him. Ghlai was my junior in school. In that case, you're going to be given a hard time at the orientation. Yeah, come out and dance the grilled chicken song. Chin, take your junior from school out here. As soon as the senior finished talking, Fai Chin walked over, stopped in front of him, and offered his hand. Ghlai smiled and reached out his hand to him. He stood up, tall, and walked past the other students sitting on the ground. Ghlai bowed his head in thanks to everyone who made way for them. Because he was busy doing that, he took slow steps. Fai Chin turned back, holding his hand more tightly. Right now, Ghlai's heart was beating so fast, it almost felt like it would fall to the ground. Fai Chin stopped in front of a group of over 100 students, all staring at him. Ghlai took a deep breath to calm his nerves. But when Fai Chin's large hand gently touched his head, all of his nervousness melted away. He turned to look at Fai Chin, who was standing next to him, and saw Fai Chin smile at him before taking his hand off. You even patted his head, Chin? Don't tease me. When Fai Chin's friends teased him, Ghlai felt shy. But when Fai Chin spoke like that, it only made him feel even more embarrassed. At first, I was going to make you dance the grilled chicken song. But I was worried you'd think I was being cruel by not giving you a choice. So I'll let you choose between the grilled chicken song or the hippopotamus dance? Which one do you want to dance to? Ghlai looked at Fai Chin standing next to him. I'll have Chin dance with you so you won't feel too embarrassed. Hey, I'm not dancing. Come on, Chin, do it for your junior. It's not hard. Help him out, won't you? Ghlai was about to tell Fai Chin not to dance with him because he knew Fai Chin didn't like doing things like that, but Fai Chin smiled lightly, looked at him, and said, Okay, I'll dance with you. Which song do you want to do? Because Fai Chin didn't seem to be forcing himself, Ghlai decided, I'll dance the grilled chicken song. Ghlai wants to dance the grilled chicken song. Man, go grab the drums. Got it. Everyone, help out and sing the song with us. Ghlai lifted both his arms to prepare for the grilled chicken dance. He tried to reduce his embarrassment by telling himself, it's just a chicken on a skewer being grilled. It's not hard. I can do it. But the embarrassment he felt was overwhelming. He couldn't shake it off. Right now, his limbs were stiff, and the drumming was getting faster, encouraging everyone to sing the grilled chicken song enthusiastically. Unlike the others who were dancing along, Ghlai was still standing awkwardly, moving his arms and legs clumsily. Ghlai shifted his gaze away from the students in front of him and turned to follow the voice calling him. Why yes, Fai Chin. Don't look at anyone else, just look at me. Ghlai nodded and looked at Fai Chin, who was dancing the grilled chicken song with all his energy, smiling at him. Ghlai could see his own reflection in Fai Chin's eyes, which made his heart feel warm. Now, Ghlai could dance the grilled chicken song. He had become the happiest chicken, not the awkward chicken flapping its wings anymore. Thank you, Fai Chin. Ghlai tried to speak loudly over the drum beats and the singing of his friends, but it seemed Fai Chin didn't hear him. Fai Chin leaned closer, still dancing. What did you say? We've never been this close. Thank you, Fai Chin. Fai Chin smiled and reached out to pat his head. It's nothing. I'd do anything for you, Ghlai. Ghlai's heart was beating so loudly right now, it drowned out the sound of the drums. After the freshman orientation activities were over, they started regular classes, unlike other faculties that were still holding orientation events, like Gun's faculty, which would continue for another month. Gun had time to meet only during lunch breaks. However, that evening, Gun was free to hang out with Ghlai since the midterm exams were coming up, and the seniors had paused the orientation activities until after the exams. Ghlai stood waiting for Gun outside the Faculty of Business Administration. He had made plans to meet Fai Chin at the steakhouse near the university because Fai Chin had promised to bring his old midterm exam summaries from his first year. Last week, Ghlai overheard Fai Chin talking about missing Gun, so he invited his close friend to join them for steak. Ghlai, have you been waiting long? Not long. Let's hurry. Fai Chin will be waiting. Fai Chin called me earlier and said he'd be a little late. The traffic's really bad. Doesn't Fai Chin have class today? Yeah, he's off today. Even though it's his day off, he's still driving all the way here to bring you the summaries. Looks like you're really important to Fai Chin. You're teasing me again, Gun. Ghlai pressed his lips together and smiled briefly, then walked ahead. Gun was probably teasing him again, making his ears turn red. Ghlai, wait for me. No way, Gun. Ghlai laughed and quickened his pace, but his friend caught up easily. Yes. Ghlai glanced at the person next to him, who was looking at the menu. Gun often said things that made him feel special to Fai Chin. He had mentioned that saying things like this made it easier to guess Fai Chin's thoughts by observing his reactions. Sometimes, Ghlai was afraid Fai Chin might feel uncomfortable or uneasy, but there had never been a time when Fai Chin showed any displeasure when hearing such words. Fai Chin always responded in a cheerful manner. Hey Max, what did you order? Ghlai looked at the senior across from him, who was still focused on his phone. He knew that Fai Max was a friend from a different faculty, because whenever Fai Chin came to eat lunch with him, Fai Max often sat with them. I just ordered a fish steak. Fai Chin frowned as he skimmed through the menu, then turned to ask him, Ghlai, what do you want to eat? Do you want the same tuna salad as usual? The tuna salad, his favorite dish. Ghlai smiled and nodded. Yes, I'll have the tuna salad just like always, Fai Chin. Okay, I'll order it for you. A favorite dish ordered by the favorite person, it would taste 100 times better. 1 black pepper chicken steak, please. And 1 tuna salad. Fai Chin looked up from the staff member and turned to Ghlai, who was still looking at the menu. Gun, what do you want? I'll have the black pepper pork steak. 1 black pepper pork steak, please. Got it. The waitress wrote it down on a small piece of paper before taking the menus. Fai Chin briefly looked at Ghlai, then turned to the other side to grab something from his shoulder bag. After a short while, he handed over a stack of A4 papers, which had been folded into a large wing shape. Here's the summary for the math exam. I also included the final exam notes, so it's a bit much. You almost gave me a heart attack. I thought this was just the midterm exam summary. Ghlai laughed before taking the stack of papers. He looked at the handwritten notes on the pages, full of numbers scattered everywhere, with almost no empty space left. Ghlai smiled when he saw that different colored pens were used to underline certain points to emphasize their importance. He hadn't expected Fai Chin to use such cute pens. Fai Chin is secretly kind of sweet. My handwriting is terrible, so bear with it, Ghlai. Let me see. Gun reached out for the papers, and Ghlai handed them over. Gun frowned slightly before saying, "This isn't bad at all, Fai Chin. Your handwriting is actually really nice. It's mine that's terrible." Chin likes to be humble like this. Fai Max chimed in. Ghlai nodded in agreement. Yes, Fai Chin likes to be humble, even though he's good at just about everything. You're exaggerating, Ghlai. Ghlai smiled at the person who was blushing from the compliment, then said, I'm not exaggerating. To me, Fai Chin is the best. But Chin is good at everything, really. Fai Max said with a smirk. Including secretly loving someone. You jerk, Max. Why are you yelling at me? I'm just speaking the truth. I shouldn't have said that. Now you're going to tease me about it forever. If you weren't drunk that day, I would never have known you secretly liked that junior from school for 2 years. And now, you're in your second year and still haven't confessed. You're secretly great at loving someone, my friend. Fai Max's words made Ghlai turn to look at the person beside him, who had gone completely quiet. It wasn't just Ghlai who was staring, but Gun too, who had slightly widened his eyes, couldn't take his gaze off Fai Chin. Normally, Fai Chin didn't shy away from anyone's gaze. He was always ready to meet anyone's eyes. This was probably the first time he couldn't hold eye contact and chose instead to stare at the empty plate in front of him. Ghlai didn't want to jump to conclusions, but after thinking it over carefully, he realized he might have a chance to be the one Fai Chin secretly liked too. Because they had been talking for 2 years now, and Fai Chin always treated him differently from the other juniors at school. As for the junior girls who came to cheer at basketball games, Fai Chin had never interacted with them. He had even said that he had never been as close to any other junior as he was with Ghlai. Ghlai had once heard a saying long ago, it's not wrong to hope for something, but it can hurt you. Ghlai had always been cautious, trying not to be too hopeful. But after reflecting on everything, he realized he had the right to hope. After all, they had been talking for 2 years now, and Fai Chin had treated him differently from everyone else. So, in a way, he could be the person Fai Chin secretly liked too. He had to be careful, though. He didn't want to get his hopes up too much. Ghlai knew he might either succeed or fail with this love, but after weighing everything, there was still a possibility he could be happy. It's a natural part of life. The good and the bad. Success and failure. But no matter what the outcome, he could only accept it because the world doesn't offer many choices. There are only 2 options, happiness and sadness. In the past, Ghlai didn't know how to handle the 2 results that life gave him. When everything went as expected, he would be so happy that he'd forget about the tears. But when things didn't go as planned, he would suffer and cry, forgetting about his own smile. He thought the world slowly taught him how to adapt, and it felt like the world, with its roundness, was telling him, don't let the things that happen affect your life and mind too much. Ghlai now realized that no matter whether the result is happiness or sadness, he had to accept it, because it wouldn't last forever. What would always be with him is himself. Now, Ghlai knew how to handle all the results that life gave him, and that was to smile and shed tears in equal measure. Never let one thing dominate too much. Ghlai thought that this mindset had been good for him because it gave him the courage to make certain decisions. He was going to confess his feelings to Fai Chin. Now, he was ready to accept whatever the outcome might be. If they both felt the same way, he would cherish the relationship. But if Fai Chin didn't see him as anything more than a junior, Ghlai was ready to handle the heartache. Even though Ghlai had once said that just talking and being around Fai Chin every day was enough, deep inside, no one who secretly loves someone ever wants to stay in that secret love status forever. Those who love in silence sometimes want to receive love in return, a love that comes from mutual feelings, not one-sided love. telling someone how you feel, no matter what the outcome is. At least you're no longer stuck in the status of a secret admirer. Fish steak. This way, Ghlai turned to see the waitress place the fish steak in front of Max, then looked at the person beside him, who was still silent as usual. Until now, Chin was still avoiding everyone's gaze. Just talking about unrequited love? And my friend goes completely quiet? Stop talking so much. Just eat your fish steak already. Tuna salad. For me, Ghlai said, raising his hand to signal the waitress. She brought the tuna salad to him. He looked at the red tomatoes that were sliced into small pieces, placed on the green lettuce. Ghlai didn't really like them, so usually, Chin would eat them for him. He thought that this time, Chin wouldn't touch his salad at all, but the salad was slowly pushed to the side, right in front of Chin. Chin used his spoon to scoop the small pieces of tomato and place them on his own empty plate, then pushed the salad back to him. I've taken out the tomatoes for you. Now you can eat. Ghlai smiled and said, Thank you, Chin. Chin nodded and ate the small tomato pieces that Ghlai disliked. He had once told Ghlai that he didn't like tomatoes either, but since Ghlai didn't like them more, Chin would eat them instead. At that moment, Ghlai smiled at his salad, and, when he looked up at his best friend, saw Gun smile in return. Gun nodded, as if telling him that what he was about to do was the right thing. Ghlai thought he would confess his love to Chin before the last exam day. Because on the last exam day, it would be the math exam. Once the confession was made, Ghlai might even get some encouragement from Chin too. Gun's message. Ghlai, are you done with the exam? Gun's message. Chin is waiting for you at the library. He's sitting at the usual table. There aren't many people right now. Ghlai's message. I'm done. I'm on my way. Gun's message. Okay, hurry up. Ghlai's message. Ugh. Ghlai quickly put his phone back in his pocket after sending the last message to Gun. Today, he was determined to confess to Chin. He planned to ask him to come to the library in the evening, pretending he had trouble with one of the problems from Chin's review sheet. In reality, he had already understood it, but Gun, who didn't have any exams today, agreed to come to the university to offer support. Gun said he would stay far away and watch from a distance, so Ghlai and Chin could have a private conversation. Only after Ghlai confessed would Gun reveal himself. Ghlai smiled when he remembered what Gun had said. You'll get what you wish for, Ghlai. Please make sure Chin takes care of my best friend. Gun said he would say this after Ghlai had confessed. Ghlai shook his head slightly and smiled wider, hurrying his steps to the library. When he arrived, he saw Gun hiding near a bookshelf in a corner, far from the table by the window where Chin was waiting. Gun nodded and flashed a peace sign at him. Ghlai smiled back at Gun before walking over to Chin. Today seemed like the perfect time to confess, because besides the three of them and the librarian, no one else was in the library. Since Chin was engrossed in reading, he didn't notice Ghlai had arrived. Ghlai pulled out the empty chair across from him and quietly sat down. Hey, you're here already? Chin asked. Yeah, Chin. Have you been waiting long? Not long. I was reading, so it wasn't bad. So, which problem didn't you understand? Ghlai swallowed nervously before pulling out a sheet of paper that wasn't Chin's review sheet from his backpack. He looked at the note he had written with his own handwriting on the white paper. The note said, This problem is, if Ghlai were to say he's had a secret crush on Chin for a long time, ever since they were in the basketball club together. Ghlai tried to get to know Chin many times but failed. Chin couldn't remember him. Then one day, Chin came up to him, and Ghlai was so happy. And we grew closer. Chin didn't just create good memories for Ghlai, he made something grow every day. That something is love. Ghlai took a deep breath before handing the note to Chin. Chin furrowed his brows slightly and took the note. Ghlai watched as Chin read the paper, focusing. After a moment, Chin raised his head and looked into Ghlai's eyes. Ghlai stared deep into Chin's sharp eyes and added the missing part of the note. The answer to this problem, Ghlai wonders. Could it be possible that Chin feels the same way about Ghlai? His hands began to tremble again when he saw Chin's confused and uncertain expression, just like the memories from the past. Ghlai swallowed again, pressing his lips together firmly. He had braced himself, prepared for the worst. At this point, if the result is that our feelings are different, another truth in this world is there is no such thing as being prepared. And another truth is, Ghlai would hurt a lot. Ghlai, Why yes, Fai Chin. I don't know how to start, Fai Chin said, sighing. This was the first time Ghlai had seen him show such a troubled expression. The handsome face looked up, meeting Glai's gaze, and then Fai Chin continued. I don't feel the same way about you. I just see you as a younger brother. I'm sorry if I've made you think I did something because I like you. Ghlai thought the words, I don't feel that way about you, hurt enough, but when he heard those words, it hurt even more. I really can't feel more than that for you, Fai Chin said, his confused and uncertain gaze now turning firm and resolute. He bit his lip before speaking again. Can you stop loving me this way? The truth is, pain has no limit. We can hurt continuously until we feel numb all over. Soon, Fai Chin's once resolute eyes turned empty and indifferent. I've never asked anything from you, Ghlai. But this time, I'm asking, can you stop loving me like this? Ghlai admitted that he had stopped understanding Fai Chin after the words, can you stop loving me? But he forced himself to continue listening, forcing himself to comprehend what Fai Chin was requesting. He closed his eyes and took a deep breath, just like when he handed that paper to Fai Chin. He was about to open his eyes when the sharp sting in his nose reminded him to focus, before locking eyes with Fai Chin again. Ghlai kept his eyes closed, choosing to lower his head and give himself time to gather his thoughts. It felt like he had just destroyed their good relationship. It was shattered by his own hands. Ghlai opened his eyes and looked at the vacant expression on Fai Chin's face. If Ghlai stopped, his voice shaking. He took another deep breath and spoke again. If Ghlai stops loving Fai Chin like, hick. Ghlai had tried. He had really tried. If Ghlai stops loving you, Fai Chin, like a lover. Ghlai clenched both his trembling hands. He could barely see the person in front of him clearly, his vision blurry from the tears. Fai Chin. Hick, can we go back to how we were before? Can you still love and care for this younger brother the same way as before? At that moment, with tears falling, Ghlai saw the person in front of him clearly again. Fai Chin didn't answer. Instead, he turned his face away from the window. I will stop loving you, Fai Chin, like a lover. Just please don't change, okay? Fai Chin turned back to meet Ghlai's gaze before saying, I'm sorry. Fai Chin, it's not your fault, Ghlai said. It's me. I didn't know how to control my feelings. He wiped away his tears quickly and said, I was wrong to make you uncomfortable. I won't make you feel this way again, I promise. Fai Chin lowered his head, avoiding Ghlai's eyes. You don't need to promise anything to me. Just stop loving me. Ghlai nodded and wiped away the constant flow of tears. I will definitely do it. Ghlai realized that the most painful thing was promising something he wasn't sure he could fulfill. It was like trying to piece together shattered glass, knowing it would never be the same again, yet still forcing himself to try, even when his hands were covered in wounds. He wasn't unaware of the blood on his hands. He saw it. He knew. But he still hoped. He hoped everything would go back to the way it was. Hoped that the empty eyes would warm up again. And one more thing I want to say. I think you misunderstood this part too. That day when Max said I had a crush on a younger student. I admit I did have a crush on a younger student, but it wasn't you. It was a girl from the Japanese arts department. But now, the boy from the Chinese arts department who used to sit next to the Japanese arts kid is hurting so much that his whole body is numb. Fai Chin looked up and sighed deeply. I've told you everything honestly. Well, I'm going to leave now. Why yes. Ghlai nodded. As soon as Fai Chin stood up from the table, Ghlai let his tears flow freely. He cried like a child, asking himself, didn't you say you could handle any outcome, Ghlai? Then why are you crying like a kid? Aren't you embarrassed? But Ghlai didn't have an answer for himself. All he had were words of comfort. Being rejected, it doesn't hurt that much. Don't cry too much. Your eyes will get swollen. And don't stay weak for too long, okay? Ghlai slowly lifted his head when he felt someone's hand around his shoulder. When he looked up, he saw Gun standing there, smiling at him. Gun gently rubbed his shoulder with his hand. Gun. Ghlai bit his trembling lip, lifting a hand to wipe the tears from his face before speaking. I didn't get what I wanted. But at least, I've finally gotten out of the secret crush status. Gun nodded, his eyes red. I'm sorry. I had prepared all the congratulatory phrases for when you succeeded, but I didn't prepare any comforting words for when you failed. Ghlai laughed through his tears and rested his head on his close friend's stomach. Gun continued to rub his shoulder, then used his other hand to gently stroke his hair. "Can I use the phrase I prepared?" Gun asked. "But I'll adjust it to fit the situation right now." "Sure. Go ahead. Congratulations, man, for getting out of the secret crush status." Ghlai closed his eyes and nodded. "Thank you, Gun. Thank you for always being there for me, no matter what status I'm in. I'll be your friend forever." Gun's comforting words at the university helped lift Ghlai's weakened body and heart and brought him back to the condo. Gun said he wanted to stay with him that night. He didn't want Ghlai to be alone, fearing he might cry even harder. But Ghlai reassured him that he would be okay alone, so Gun reluctantly agreed to let him sleep by himself. Ghlai put his backpack on the desk and walked over to pick up the review sheets for his other exams. Tomorrow, he had 3 more exams. Right now, he had to clear his mind and focus on doing his best. Ghlai could feel sad and disappointed, but he couldn't afford to let his father, who had always been his source of encouragement, be disappointed in him. He chose the same method he always used before studying during exam periods. His slightly swollen eyes from crying slowly closed. The pitch-black darkness around him helped to calm his restless thoughts. As long as his mind and heart were still in turmoil, he wouldn't be able to study. And luckily this time, his mind and heart weren't as stubborn as usual. His light eyelids slowly opened, and he picked up the stack of exam summaries in front of him. He glanced at the yellow mug with a pen sticking out of it. He picked up a colored pen and grabbed a blank sheet of paper. Ghlai focused on the review sheet, writing down key points from each subject that he hadn't remembered well. His father had taught him this trick. His father had said, "Even if you summarize everything well, it doesn't mean you'll remember it all. Writing out the important points again is the best way to review." Ghlai finished reviewing the summaries for the first 2 subjects around midnight, but he still had 1 subject left. He had gone through the summary for this subject many times already, but he should go over it again for reassurance. He sighed and reluctantly grabbed his backpack to open it. As soon as he saw the handwriting on the summary sheet of his math exam, his brother's handwriting, it brought back memories of his conversations with Fai Chin and the look in his eyes that he had tried to hide deep within. All the feelings came rushing back. Every emotion that Fai Chin conveyed with his eyes felt like a blade cutting into Ghlai's heart over and over. Ghlai had to admit that he couldn't focus on his studies. But with the exam schedule reminding him that he had a math exam tomorrow, Ghlai didn't have many options. He forced himself to finish reading the math summary as quickly as he could, but as he read each page, he realized how hard it was to focus. Still, he continued reading until the words on the page began to blur. The tears he had been holding back seemed to cloud his vision again, just like before. Ghlai didn't dare blink, afraid the clear tears that had gathered around his eyelids would fall onto the summary sheet that Fai Chin had lent him. Fai Chin had been kind enough to let him borrow it, and he felt that he needed to take the best care of it. It should be returned in the same condition, clean, without any stains. Especially not his tears. But then, despite trying to hold them back, the tears fell onto the summary sheet he had borrowed from the person he had loved in silence for so long. Ghlai quickly grabbed some tissue to wipe the tears from the paper, then used the back of his hand to wipe the tears that had stained his cheek. He thought he had wiped the tear from the summary sheet quickly, but the tears, born from his sorrow, quickly soaked through. The 5th page now had the marks of his heartbreak on it. In the end, Ghlai let himself cry freely, not holding back. The reason he didn't want to cry often was that he didn't want to be weak for too long. But he also understood that the fresh wound that had just opened couldn't be healed in just a few hours. There was one thing, though, that helped relieve the pain, and that was tears. He wasn't stronger than anyone else, but why did he have so many tears? Maybe it was because the tears that flowed uncontrollably were the result of the pain he had been carrying inside his heart. That's why they flowed endlessly. Both of Ghlai's hands pressed against his eyes, which were wet and warm. He thought he had cried enough, so he tried to stop by pressing his palms against his eyelids. He pushed harder until it hurt a little. He didn't mean to hurt himself, but only wanted the tears to stop. But they wouldn't stop. They kept flowing like this throughout the night, until he fell asleep. 3 days after the exams were over, Ghlai's mental state started to improve. He messaged Fai Chin to return the summary sheet, and Fai Chin said he would come to pick it up at noon in the cafeteria. Ghlai then sat down to have lunch with Gun. Since confessing his feelings, Fai Chin hadn't eaten with them or responded to his messages. He didn't answer his calls either, but Ghlai didn't blame him. The truth was, He had no right to be angry with Fai Chin. He had no right to demand anything. Ghlai. Ghlai looked up when he heard his name. Fai Max. Yeah, it's me. Fai Chin asked me to pick up his notes. Where's Fai Chin? Gun, who was sitting across from him, asked. He's sitting at the table in front of the noodle shop. I asked him why he wasn't sitting with us, but he didn't answer. Fai Max sighed. Did you two fight? Ghlai thought the best answer was, not exactly. Then what happened? I think Fai Max should hurry up and return the sheet to Fai Chin. Fai Chin will be waiting for a long time. Gun grabbed the summary sheet from Ghlai's hand and shoved it into Fai Max's, who frowned slightly. Okay, I'll go. Ghlai sighed after Fai Max left. He didn't know what to say. He didn't dare speak more because Fai Chin hadn't told his friends about what happened. Ghlai knew he shouldn't speak either. Are you okay? I'm fine. Your mouth says you're okay, but your heart isn't. Yesterday, Fai Chin went to see his friend at my faculty. When he saw me, he quickly turned and walked away. It's clear he's been avoiding me. I'm sorry, Gun. It's because of me that Fai Chin isn't talking to you. You don't have to apologize to me. Fai Chin is old enough to handle things. He should know better. If he's not ready to see you, I can understand that. But avoiding me too, I don't really get that. Do you think Fai Chin is avoiding me because he doesn't want to answer any questions? Gun shook his head in frustration. Right now, I might seem selfish for taking my friend's side, but I'll admit I'm being selfish. If I get to meet Fai Chin, I'll say, Fai Chin is being a real jerk. If he doesn't want to see us the same way again, fine. But don't act like we've never known each other. It would be nice if he could smile at us sometimes. Everything changed because of me. No one is being cruel, Gun. Everyone has their own reasons. Don't worry about me, Gun. You know how strong I am, Ghlai said with a smile. Gun sighed and shook his head, clearly not believing it. I'm really okay. Go lie to someone else. Don't lie to your best friend. If it hurts, say it hurts. Got it, Ghlai? The bitter smile on Ghlai's face slowly faded, replaced by red eyes that burned with pain. Yeah, I understand. I hurt a lot, Gun. Ghlai, my heart. Gun reached out and gently ruffled his hair to comfort him. Get back to being your strong self soon. Yeah, wait a little longer. It won't be long. Soon, my strong heart will come back. The definition of soon is different for everyone. For some, it's just a few months, but for others, it can be a year. Ghlai thought the reason this word stretched out longer than expected was because of things that couldn't be controlled, like the thoughts and words of people. For instance, right now, the story of Ghlai confessing his love to Fai Chin had become the talk of his department. He had spent weeks trying to heal his heart, and he was slowly bringing back his strong self. The phrase "not long" now seemed like it would only take less than a year. But everything Ghlai tried to do fell apart in an instant, simply because he overheard a conversation from some classmates. Is this the guy? The one who confessed to Fai Chin? Yeah, that's him. I've seen him go dancing with Fai Chin at the freshman welcome party. I heard he's a junior at the same school. Probably had a crush on Fai Chin for a long time. But Fai Chin doesn't like him. Honestly, he shouldn't have confessed. It ruined things between them. Maybe Ghlai thought Fai Chin liked him. He was just fooling himself. Yeah, Ghlai had heard this conversation many times, but he still couldn't get used to it. His heart still hurt. The images and words kept replaying in his head. He chose to sit at the front to avoid hearing these conversations, but it never worked. The voices from his classmates always reached his ears. Ghlai. Ghlai turned to look at his close friend, who gently rubbed his arm. I'm okay, Cake. Because of the confession that had turned into a hot topic in the department last week, Ghlai had decided to share this with his two best friends, Cake and Som. He had never told them before that he secretly liked Fai Chin. When they found out, they comforted him a lot. Okay, that's crazy. Som, who was sitting next to Cake, spoke up before turning to look at the classmates behind them. Can you guys talk a little quieter? The professor isn't even here yet. What's the problem with talking loud? It's called manners. Try to have some. Som, Ghlai called out, seeing Som arguing with a group of girls. Don't cause trouble because of me. Som looked annoyed at being stopped, but then turned back to look at Ghlai. Those girls have no manners, Ghlai. What they said is the truth. There's nothing I can do except accept it. I believe it won't take long. Soon, something else will come up and replace our story. They're just looking for something to talk about. After class, they'll go hang out, watch movies, and eat together happily. They won't care if they accidentally make anyone feel bad. So we should leave their hurtful words in this room and not take them home. Because if we go home and suffer alone, no one will take responsibility for our feelings. Ghlai, you're such a good person, like. Sam sighed before continuing. I promise that the first thing I'll ask when I go to make merit is, I'll ask for you to meet someone good. I hope the person you love is so good that everyone in the world will be jealous. Ghlai laughed softly and nodded at his friend. Thank you, Sam. When I said that earlier, I wasn't just reminding myself. It's for you and Cake too. If we face something like this again, don't argue if it's not necessary. But if someone says too much, we can speak up then. Because eventually, it will pass. Yes, eventually, it will pass, Ghlai. Ghlai, do you still not know who was the first person to talk about this in the department? Cake asked. Ghlai, with his usual small frown, thought for a moment before replying. Only me, Fai Chin, and Gun knew about it. And that day in the library, no one was sitting close to our table. Gun, your friend from a different faculty, wouldn't say anything, right? You told me he was a close friend you went to high school with. I don't think your close friend would speak about it. I know Gun wouldn't say anything. As for Fai Chin, I think he definitely wouldn't say anything either. He hasn't even told Fai Max, his close friend. Ghlai bit his lip to hold back his feelings before continuing. The person who wants to forget that day the most would never talk about it to anyone. Fai Chin probably wants to hide it somewhere and run as far as he can, right? Because if Fai Chin talks, he knows the story will be passed around and discussed for a long time. Then it will never end. People will keep talking about it for fun. Sam nodded as if agreeing with Cake. And Fai Chin would keep hearing this story over and over, which he probably doesn't want. Well, then we should just cut Fai Chin out, Cake said. If we cut Fai Chin out, that means we have no other suspects left, no one else to blame. Actually, we can trace it back to the first person. We could just ask around and see who heard it first, and eventually, we'll know who it was. Ghlai fell silent before continuing. At first, I really wanted to do that, but when I thought about it more, I realized it's better not to know who started it. I don't know why I should waste time doing that when everything everyone said is the truth. But there's a moment when I think, if that person hadn't spoken about it to the department, I probably would have healed faster because I wouldn't have to keep hearing this story over and over. Honestly, no matter who that person is, they shouldn't have told everyone about this. Not because it's embarrassing to be rejected, but because it deeply affects someone's feelings. Someone who's been rejected, it's not just about love. Whether it's anything else, they'll be sad about the rejection for sure. How much they hurt depends on their expectations and emotional resilience. But what everyone should know is that the person who's disappointed might be trying very hard to move on or is already getting stronger. But everything can be ruined by just a few words that strike at the heart. Cake sighed before speaking again after Sam finished. Talking about feelings, it's really hard. It's not just hard to talk about, Cake, it's also hard to heal, Ghlai replied with a faint smile. Sam's words had deeply penetrated Glai's heart. Perhaps, deep inside, Ghlai thought the same way. What his friend said touched him so much that he couldn't speak. Ghlai knew that everyone had the right to speak, and he didn't think the person who talked about his story was wrong because they were speaking the truth. He just wished that people would have a little more compassion, not just for him, but for everyone who was facing tough times. Don't let our words become someone's nightmare. Because no matter how much we try to forget, if the nightmare repeats every day, how can we forget? Is it possible, Ghlai, that someone from the department saw you in the library when you confessed to Fai Chin? Cake asked. Could it really be that coincidental, Cake? The person who overheard just happens to be in our department? Ghlai frowned even more. He thought back to that day and replied, that day in the library, it was only me, Gun, Fai Chin, and the librarian. The more certain he was that no one else was around that day, the less he wanted to know who started spreading this story. The only thing Ghlai could do to protect his heart from going back to feeling terrible like it did weeks ago was to trust. Ghlai trusted Gun, and he trusted Fai Chin. Just that, and he didn't want to know anything else. Just that, and he no longer had to fear getting hurt again. Ghlai had once heard the phrase, if seeking the truth will make you sad, let it stay hidden. And so, he chose to let the truth hide without attempting to find it again. He didn't need any truth to help him move forward. He would move on from everything on his own. I really want to know who was the gossiping idiot who talked about this, causing the gossipers to have a fun conversation. Don't even bother finding out, Sam. I've thought about it, and maybe it's better to blame the librarian in the library, Cake said, before turning and smiling at Ghlai. Thinking this way makes me feel better, right, Ghlai? Ghlai laughed softly and nodded. Cake probably thought the same thing he did. Ghlai knew that Cake wasn't suggesting he run from the truth. His friend just wanted him to get stronger, faster. You don't have to blame the librarian, Cake. I feel sorry for them, Ghlai said with a grin, before continuing. I like to think that eventually it'll pass. Just thinking that makes me feel a little better. Even though he knew it wouldn't pass easily. Good luck, Ghlai. I'm rooting for you. I'm rooting for you too. But Ghlai would get through it. After class, Ghlai and his two best friends packed up and got ready to go home. He seemed in more of a hurry than usual, and Sam asked with curiosity, Why are you in such a rush today, Ghlai? I was going home today. The driver has been waiting for a while. He just called and said he's been waiting in the parking lot, so I don't want to keep him waiting too long. I'll hurry and meet him, Ghlai replied as he zipped up his bag. Look, Cake. He's even considerate of his family's driver. I believe good people are protected by the gods. The small person being talked about chuckled softly before looking up at his two friends. So what about you two? What are you doing after this? I'm going up to meet my boyfriend on the 12th floor. I'm going to deliver some work to Professor Number on the 14th. No one else is going down to the lower floors like me, huh? Yeah, you can take the elevator alone, right, Ghlai? Ghlai almost laughed but then nodded slowly. I'm 19 now. I can definitely take the elevator alone without any problem. Okay, then let's wait for the elevator together. The small person, who wasn't much taller than the two female friends, stepped out to stand by the elevator. It wasn't long before Ghlai had to wave goodbye to Cake and Sam as they entered the elevator together. Now he stood alone, waiting. His slanted eyes were fixed on the down arrow indicator, which showed that the elevator on the right, coming down from the 12th floor, was on its way to pick him up. But the elevator on the left changed from the up arrow to a down arrow as well. Ghlai smiled slightly when he realized he had two options. Whichever side has fewer people, I'll take that one. While Ghlai waited for the elevator, he shifted his gaze from the red arrow to look at a second-year senior who stood next to him waiting for the elevator. If he wasn't mistaken, he had seen these seniors at the freshman welcome booth. I got scolded so badly. You deserved it. You did a sloppy job and submitted it to the professor. Besides getting scolded, my ears are still numb. Ghlai wasn't intentionally eavesdropping on their conversation, but because they were standing fairly close, he could clearly hear what they were saying. From what he heard, he thought the seniors must have just finished submitting their work at the faculty. Ding! The sound made Ghlai snap his attention away from the seniors and turn to look at the elevator door, which had just opened. As he stepped inside the elevator on the right, he noticed that the seniors were getting on the elevator on the left. He was now alone in this elevator. With a slender finger, he pressed the button to close the doors. Ghlai watched as the metal doors, which looked like mirrors, slowly started to close. However, the familiar voice of someone, coming through a small gap, made him quickly press the open door button again. Wait for me. Ghlai didn't open the door because the person asked him to, but because he knew who the voice belonged to. And when the doors opened wide enough, he saw Fai Chin. It made Ghlai realize that everything he had been trying to do over the past few weeks wasn't enough to face the indifferent gaze of the other person. Ghlai fell silent, staring at Fai Chin. He still kept the door open, hoping that Fai Chin would come into the elevator with him. But instead, Fai Chin quickly avoided his gaze and stepped into the elevator on the left. The alarm sound from the other elevator, indicating an overload, made Ghlai feel a sharp pain in his heart. Perhaps because his elevator was too quiet, or because the seniors were speaking loudly. Ghlai heard their conversation clearly from the elevator on the left. Hey Chin, get out, damn it. Yeah, it's over capacity. Can't I come with you guys? No. You go wait for the next one. I saw that the other elevator had a small guy get on alone. Why do you have to squash yourself with us? These conversations. I would rather be with you guys. Made Ghlai move his finger from the open door button to the close button. He pressed it to close the heart that still hoped. Close the heart completely, and truly let go. Ghlai watched as the doors slowly closed again. Once they were completely shut, he saw his own reflection in the metal. At that moment, he felt a sharp stinge in his nose. The reflection blurred as tears began to well up, and Ghlai bit his lip, knowing that the dam holding back the tears was about to break. Although the image was unclear, Ghlai knew from experience exactly which button to press to make the elevator move faster. He pulled his cold hands back to his sides after pressing the button for his floor. He tried to push all the thoughts out of his mind. At this moment, emptying his mind seemed like the best thing to do. But suddenly, a song that he had repeatedly listened to the week before began playing in his mind. The melody was so clear it felt like it was playing out loud, even though he was standing alone in the elevator. And a line from the song echoed in his head. "Force yourself a little, even though you still love, but he doesn't love you back. We should let him go, better to let him go." It made the fragile barrier of tears in his eyes. "And it will pass, and your heart will change. One day he will be gone, even though today you still feel it, even though you still miss him, with every breath." And with the heart that was so fragile, it shattered at that moment. And so did his body, which collapsed to the floor. Ghlai felt his legs go weak, and he had to sit down. He wrapped his arms around his knees, letting the tears fall. One hand moved to cover his mouth to stifle the sobs. Ghlai thought that maybe someone would see him crying through the CCTV cameras in the elevator, but the pain he felt made him not care anymore. He wished that the tears would wash away the indifferent gaze of that person and the conversation that made him feel invisible. The elevator slowly moved down to the lower floor, giving Ghlai time to collect himself after allowing the tears to pour out. The small person raised his head to look at the numbers above the door. The numbers were decreasing, like a countdown, signaling that he would soon escape the emptiness of this space. His hand, which had been pressed against his lips, moved to wipe the tears from his cheeks. Ghlai allowed the song to loop in his mind, without trying to suppress it with other thoughts. Because Ghlai knew, this was his way of comforting himself. "And it will pass, and your heart will change. One day he will be gone, even though today you still feel it, even though you still miss him, with every breath. He would be able to stand up again, even with traces of tears on his face." It was probably because Ghlai had chosen the song Let Go to comfort himself, not to torment himself further. Ghlai now knew that the most important encouragement was the encouragement that came from within. Ding! The notification sound rang just before the elevator doors opened. Ghlai took a deep breath and stepped out, leaving the remnants of his sadness behind. He quickly walked to the parking lot because the driver had been waiting for a long time. As soon as he reached the van, he saw Uncle Mai, who had been picking him up since kindergarten, smiling at him. It was a warm smile that never changed. Ghlai remembered that when he was younger, he used to cry because his dad was late picking him up and Mom had sent Uncle Mai instead. After that, Ghlai never cried over it again. He would always smile widely whenever he saw Uncle Mai holding a lemon-flavored candy waiting by the car. "Hello, Uncle," Ghlai said, raising his hand to greet him. "Hello, young master. Sorry for keeping you waiting, Uncle." "No problem, young master. Are you tired today?" Uncle Mai asked while pulling something from his pocket. Ghlai bit his lip when he saw the lemon-flavored candy. It looked like Uncle Mai had switched brands, probably because the old one was no longer available, but the wrapper still looked the same as before. "I know this won't help you feel less tired, but this candy might make you feel a little better." The small person nodded and accepted the candy. Ghlai wanted to thank Uncle Mai, but something choked up in his throat, making it impossible for him to say anything. Instead, he just smiled while unwrapping the plastic. "Do you want me to open it for you, young master?" Ghlai smiled faintly and shook his head. He realized that holding back tears in front of someone you love was never easy. He tried to smile as wide as possible to cover up the tears that were welling up in his eyes. "I guess I studied too much today. I'm just exhausted. I can hardly even open this candy wrapper." "When you're too exhausted to do anything." Uncle Mai stepped closer to him, gently taking the candy from his trembling hands. He quickly unwrapped it and handed it back to Ghlai, saying, "I'll be here. I'll always help you, young master." Ghlai smiled faintly and nodded, then spoke in a shaky voice. "Thank you, Uncle. Let's go home, young master." "Yes." Uncle Mai must have known that Ghlai was upset because he had been looking at him through the rearview mirror the whole way. Every time their eyes met through the reflection, Ghlai would smile back at him, to try to make Uncle Mai feel a little more at ease. The small person leaned his head against the glass in exhaustion, looking up at the blue sky. The white clouds floating above showed that the weather was clear. Today the sky seemed brighter and more open than usual. Although the view confirmed that there was no sign of rain, Ghlai felt as though it might rain at any moment. But it wasn't the rain from the sky. It was the rain falling in his heart. When Uncle Mai drove him home, Ghlai quickly got out of the car and headed straight for the kitchen. The smell of freshly baked butter cookies filled the house. He quickened his pace to find the person who had made the delicious cookies. He stopped in front of the kitchen door when he saw Phi Jeeb taking a tray of cookies out of the oven. Ghlai had seen Phi Jeeb baking cookies since he was a kid. It had always been a familiar sight that never really made him feel much before. But today, one feeling crept into his heart. Ghlai felt grateful. Grateful that Phi Jeeb was not sick. "Oh, when did you get here?" Phi Jeeb asked, noticing him. "I've been standing here watching you for a while now. You sweet talker. Come here, give me a hug. Thank you for not being cruel to those who are loved in this world." Phi Jeeb took off the pink gloves she wore to handle the hot cookie tray, then lightly tapped her yellow apron with both hands. She opened her arms wide and smiled at him. She was almost ready to walk over and give him a hug, as she had missed him. He hadn't been home in weeks. He thought that, despite the bad luck, there was still some good luck left. This week, the professor hadn't assigned too much work, so he was able to come home and rest. "I still wonder, Ghlai, why didn't you choose to study at a university close to home?" Phi Jeeb asked, pulling away from the hug. She brushed a strand of hair from her face. Her eyes always radiated love and good intentions. "Because the universities around here don't offer this program, so I had to make the difficult choice and study far from home. Look at you. You've gotten even thinner since the last time I saw you." "Well, that's because the condo doesn't have food as delicious as yours. Are you saying I should just move in with you then?" Ghlai chuckled softly before reaching for a cookie from the tray, but it was so hot that he dropped it. "I forgot you just took these cookies out of the oven." He looked at the butter cookies, which had broken into pieces on the floor, then bent down to pick them up. "I'm sorry for not being more careful, Phi Jeeb." He looked up to find Phi Jeeb quietly laughing. She crouched down to help him gather the cookie crumbs and said, "It's nothing. You don't have to apologize, Ghlai. I know. Some things you didn't want to happen. Don't blame yourself anymore." Ghlai didn't know how they had ended up on such a serious conversation, but Phi Jeeb's words seemed to be comforting him about something deeper. Maybe because she had raised him since he was a child. Even if she didn't know what had happened, she must have sensed it somehow. That was why she was speaking this way. Phi Jeeb knew that he often spoke in vague terms instead of directly. "But Ghlai, you were the one who dropped it, and it broke because of your hands." But deep down, Ghlai didn't mean for it to happen like this. Phi Jeeb gathered the broken cookie pieces into her hands and smiled, comforting his heart. "Look at these crumbs, Ghlai. No matter how much you try, they can never go back to being the way they were. Even though you know it broke because of your hands, the only thing you can do is to let it go. Then pick up a new cookie instead. Don't let yourself feel guilty about something so much that your feelings and heart break apart just like this cookie. We have to blame ourselves less and forgive ourselves more. Do you know why I'm telling you this, Ghlai?" Ghlai had been with Phi Jeeb for so long. He should have understood by now. Because blaming yourself is easier than forgiving yourself. Ghlai thinks that we might blame ourselves 100 times, but we forgive ourselves less than 10. That's right. I'm not teaching you to not take responsibility, but I just want to tell you that when we know we've made a mistake, we should forgive ourselves, so we have the chance to improve and fix what we did wrong. Let everything that happens be a lesson that makes us stronger and better. Don't let mistakes become a burden that holds us back, making us too afraid to try again. Ghlai was starting to wonder if Phi Jeeb had some magical ability to read his mind, because her words hit exactly what he had been feeling. He felt guilty for letting himself cross the line, getting too close and crossing the boundary of their mentor-student relationship, and it had led to the fallout with Phi Chin. If he let himself carry that burden, as Phi Jeeb said, the one thing he'd never be able to do again was fall in love with someone. But deep down, he still wanted to fall in love once more. "I promise, from now on, I'll try to forgive myself for everything, no matter how big the mistake was." Even though he had told himself not to fall in love again. "Good job, Ghlai. No matter what happens, I'll always be your support." "Thank you, Phi Jeeb." It was probably because of that cookie and Phi Jeeb's words of wisdom that Ghlai began to feel better about himself. It gave him the strength to cook something for dinner, waiting for his father to come home. He made his father's favorite dish, stewed eggs and soy sauce, while the other dishes were left to Fajib, the expert cook. Ghlai placed the pot of stewed eggs on the table, and soon the housekeeper arrived to help set the table. Once everything was in place, the head of the house appeared. Ghlai. His father's eyes widened as he called out. Ghlai laughed and walked over to give him a tight hug. He hadn't told his father he was coming home, and the only people who knew were Uncle Mai and Fajib. His return had certainly surprised his father. "I missed you so much, Dad. Why didn't you tell me you were coming home? I would have rushed back to see you," his father said, pressing his nose against Ghlai's head before continuing. "I miss you so much, but I understand you've been busy with your studies and didn't have time to come home. I had exams last week, and the professor assigned a lot of work, so I thought I'd wait until this busy time was over before coming home to relax. So how long are you staying this week?" 3 days. I'll leave on Monday morning." "Huh? You're leaving Monday morning?" His father lifted his head and looked at him, confused. "If I'm not mistaken, you have class at 10 on Monday, right?" "Yes, but I think if I leave the house at 6 in the morning, I can make it to class on time. I just want to stay home longer, because I really miss everyone." His father laughed, then said, "My little one. By the way, you didn't drive here, right? I don't see your car." "Yes, I left my car at the condo. Uncle Mai picked me up from the university." "Well, on Monday, I'll drive you back to the university." "That's okay, Dad. You have to go to work. I can manage my time, Ghlai," his father said, gently ruffling his hair. "Let me do my part as a father. If your mom were here, I'd probably get scolded for not fulfilling my fatherly duties." "You're not neglecting your fatherly duties, Dad. I understand how busy you are." His father smiled and hugged him tightly. "I love you so much, Ghlai." "Oh, now that Dad's here, you forgot about me, huh?" Ghlai laughed and pulled away from the hug when he heard someone's voice from behind. "You've hugged Fajib so much already, so let me have a turn. I'll gladly share him with you, seeing how hard you've worked all week." "If I didn't work all week, would you keep Ghlai to yourself?" Ghlai took his father's hand and led him to the table. Fajib stood beside him, holding a pot of rice, then served him a plate of steaming hot rice before turning to speak to his father. "Yes, that's right. Fajib, you're quite the jealous one." Normally, his father didn't speak like this, and with the tone of playful pouting, it made Ghlai and Fajib both burst out laughing. "If you keep saying that about me, I'll just keep Ghlai all to myself. I have no say in this, do I, Fajib?" Ghlai smiled as he listened to the conversation between his father and Fajib. He scooped some stewed eggs onto his father's plate, then served some for himself. Just as he was about to take a bite of rice, he looked up at his father. He noticed his father staring at the stewed eggs on his plate. A few moments later, his father smiled at him. Both of them knew very well that stewed eggs were a favorite of the person who had passed away. "Last week, Dad took some of the stewed eggs you made to offer at the temple. Tomorrow, I'll wake up early and make stewed eggs for the offering again." "That's great, because for Mom, no one can make stewed eggs as delicious as you." Ghlai nodded enthusiastically before continuing to eat. His father served him some large, salted shrimp that had been peeled. Aside from the stewed eggs, shrimp was another of Ghlai's favorites. "Eat up, son." "Thanks, Dad." The atmosphere at the dinner table was filled with smiles and laughter. Even though their family was small, the love and care between them made everyone feel full in both body and heart. "The last stewed egg, I'm giving it to you, Ghlai." "Thanks, Dad." "Eat up, son." "Okay," Ghlai replied, lowering his head to continue eating. But he had the feeling his father still wasn't looking away from him. When he looked up, he saw his father's eyes still fixed on him. "Is something bothering you, Ghlai?" His father knew him as well as Fajib did. Both of them could sense when something was hidden in his heart. Every time Ghlai fell into sadness or regret, his father and Fajib would always know. "If something is troubling you, come home to us, okay? Everyone is always waiting for you, Ghlai." And it was still those two people who pulled him out of the dark spiral. "Yes, everyone is ready to stand by you, no matter what happens." Ghlai nodded in agreement before saying, "Thank you, Dad, Fajib." His father smiled and turned his gaze away from him, but now it was Ghlai who refused to look away from his father. Ghlai watched the important source of his strength eating dinner. Coming home this time didn't heal the wounds inside his heart instantly, nor did it erase the traces of sadness. But coming home this time made Ghlai realize that, besides time, Family was another thing that helped heal the wounds in his heart. "I will come home more often, Dad." And he truly tried to do so. After that visit, Ghlai came home more frequently. Even on weeks when there was a lot of work, he still chose to return home. He would bring work to do at the house because, at least, it allowed him to recharge before going back to face everything again. His father and everyone else seemed so happy to see him every week. His father would pick him up every Friday evening and drive him back to university on Monday mornings, just like before. Ghlai's routine continued like this until the final exam period came around. Today was the last exam day before the first year's semester ended. Ghlai always felt grateful to himself for being patient and strong enough to get through the difficult times, but the people he should thank the most were his family and friends, like Gun, Sam, and Cake. However, his two close friends would no longer be studying in the same faculty as him because Cake and Sam had decided to transfer to a different faculty, unable to continue in their current program. "Ghlai, I'm sorry. I'm sorry too, for leaving you to study alone. You don't need to apologize." Cake and Sam didn't do anything wrong. Ghlai, who was walking, raised his hand to mess up his two friends' hair. "You did the right thing. If it's too hard, don't force yourself, but make sure to choose a new program carefully. This time, I'm sure this faculty will work out." "Good. If you don't have any new friends when the semester starts, just call us, and we'll go eat with you." Ghlai laughed and said, "Don't worry about me. I'm already grown up. You're treating me like a kid. Whether you're a kid or not, I don't care, but if anyone dares to bully you again, just call me." The small person chuckled lightly and nodded in agreement. Ghlai wasn't the type to complain since he was a child, but he responded this time for his friend's peace of mind. "I'll call you, no worries. Second-year aviation studies will be harder, so you have to keep fighting, okay?" "Yeah, you too," Cake and Sam. Both of them nodded before hugging him. Cake pulled away first, looking a little downcast, while Sam sighed deeply. Ghlai smiled at his close friends, both of whom were waving goodbye to him. He raised his slender hand and waved back. "See you when the semester starts." "Okay. Take care on your way home, Ghlai." "You too. Take care on your way home." After parting ways with his friends, Ghlai walked to meet his father at the front of the faculty building, across from the parking lot. His phone buzzed in his pocket, and he pulled it out to check the notification. He answered immediately when he saw the caller's name. "Dad? Ghlai is waiting at the usual place, Dad." "Yes, I'm almost at the university now." "Okay, Dad." Ghlai ended the call and put his phone back in his pocket. As he looked up at the parking lot across from him, he spotted someone he hadn't seen for a while. His gaze followed the tall figure getting into a black car. A smile appeared on his face as his heart didn't feel any pain upon seeing the other person. The experience of love had taught him many lessons and made him grow both mentally and emotionally. Even though Ghlai had done what was asked of him, he didn't think it was necessary to go and tell Fai Chin. Whether he had managed to move on or not didn't really matter because Fai Chin had already removed him from his life a long time ago. Though the memory of that day remained vivid in his mind, the pain from the past had been diluted by time and the support from those he loved, leaving no remnants of sadness behind. Ghlai took his eyes off the black car and turned to look at the smoky-colored sports car that had parked in front of him. He grinned widely before running to open the door. The first thing he saw was a warm smile and kind eyes. "Sorry I kept you waiting, Ghlai. There was a bit of traffic in front of the university." "It's okay, Dad. Come on, let's get in. I'll hurry and take you home to have some cookies." "Okay." Ghlai nodded and quickly got into the car as his father drove out of the university. As they left, Ghlai glanced at Fai Chin's car following behind them through the rearview mirror. He quickly turned his attention back to his father, forcing himself to smile at him instead. He still knew how to handle every result that life threw at him. Now, it was time for Ghlai to smile more, to balance out the tears he had shed in the past. And now, Ghlai had his own orbit, an orbit filled with people who loved him. He no longer had to try to fit into anyone else's orbit. Ghlai, sitting in the cafeteria, smiled as he finished watching an old movie in his head. His life had many movies to show, each one bringing tears. Sometimes when he thought back to the past, he almost couldn't believe he had gotten through it. But now, Ghlai knew that he could handle any hardship and sadness with the lessons learned from his experiences. Ghlai glanced at Fai Chin, who was walking out of the cafeteria with a bottle of water, before turning his gaze back to the person in front of him. Gun, who was frowning as if deep in thought. Ghlai didn't know how long Gun had been watching him, because after seeing Fai Chin, his mind had wandered back to the past. Are you thinking about that? It just popped into my mind, so I thought back a little. Forget the bad stuff, Ghlai, like what happened with Fai Chin. Ghlai laughed when he heard that because normally, Gun never referred to Fai Chin like that. It was strange, considering how much time had passed, but Gun still seemed more upset than before. No one can forget their own past, Gun. Actually, the past teaches us a lot. Like this experience that taught him that. People who say they are strong. People who say they can handle love. People who say they know love well enough. All of them have lost their balance because of love. But after losing balance, breaking down, the heart shaped by pain will make us stronger than before. Ghlai thought that his experiences had taught him how to handle love, but he couldn't truly understand love fully. Not until he meets someone who is the other half of him. The part that was missing. The part that completes him, making him whole like a full moon. Chapter 4. Gun, who had been staring at his close friend, tore his gaze away and glanced toward the distant drink stall to ensure that the senior, whom he had nicknamed the absolute worst last week, had left the cafeteria. His friend's fragile love story had long since passed, and Gun knew that his friend had truly moved on. But because it was his first love, it had hurt Ghlai so much. It was a memory that was deeply ingrained in his heart. Just moments ago, when his friend saw Fai Chin walking into the cafeteria, Ghlai thought back to the past again. Gun observed his friend's sweet face, thinking that someone with such a gentle smile shouldn't have to endure sorrow anymore. It hadn't been easy for those bright eyes to regain their sparkle. He sighed inwardly. He wanted his friend to know a certain truth. It was the truth that would make Ghlai know that he wasn't the one who ruined that relationship. Ghlai wasn't as biased as he thought. It was all because of one person who intentionally gave his friend hope. The smile on his friend's face brought back Fai Chin's words, replaying in his mind. Fai Chin's face and tone showed that he felt very guilty. But that didn't make Gun feel sorry or want to forgive him. I realized it when I saw Ghlai crying in the library. I should have ended it back during the freshman orientation. But because I wanted to win, it spiraled this far. Let me ask you, why would you hurt Ghlai's feelings just to win a bet with your friends? Tell me the truth. If you keep lying, you're not even human. At that time, I didn't know why I did it. I just thought I had to make Ghlai confess his feelings for me. That way, my friends would see that what I believed was true. I wasn't just imagining things. You're a real asshole. If you want to insult me, I won't blame you. This guilt haunts me every day. I don't want to waste my breath on you. But I will say this. Even if you feel guilty for the rest of your life, it won't make up for what you did. Why did you have to cut ties with Ghlai so harshly? Your words were too cruel to someone who loved you secretly. You knew how hard it is to stop loving someone, yet you told him to stop loving you right after he confessed. Tell me honestly, did you truly feel guilty when you saw him cry? Yes, I felt guilty. That's why I couldn't handle it anymore. I wanted to end everything and stop giving Ghlai false hope. I thought that by telling him to stop loving me, he'd be able to move on and stop being hurt by someone like me. Your reasoning is twisted. There are hundreds of ways to reject someone, but you chose the one that hurt the most. Do you think someone in love will stop loving you just because the pain is too much? The deeper the pain, the deeper the scar. But it's a blessing that Ghlai has moved on. I want to see Ghlai, but I don't know how to start or how to face him. Of course you don't. After everything you've done, it's only natural. You let him believe the relationship ended because of him, even though it was you who intentionally gave Ghlai false hope. I can't believe all of this happened just because you wanted to win a bet. I know I have no right to ask this, but please, go apologize to Ghlai and tell him the truth. Let Ghlai know that the end of that relationship wasn't his fault, but partly yours. Let him finally be free of that guilt. Do you know that Ghlai once told me he'd never fall in love again? He was scared that his feelings would make that person uncomfortable, just like with you. Honestly, I want to punch you right now because your selfish actions have made such a kind person afraid to love. I'm sorry. Don't apologize to me. Go apologize to Ghlai. At least now, Ghlai has found someone else to love, even if it's another one-sided affection. At least this time, it brings Ghlai closer to love again. Does Ghlai have someone he likes now? That's none of your concern. But seriously, if you have even a shred of decency left, go apologize to Ghlai in person. I already apologized. When The day he confessed to me. I said I was sorry. Did you tell him why you were apologizing? Did you admit that you gave him false hope just to get him to confess? No. I just said I was sorry. Unbelievable. I've never met such a terrible person in my life. You had no fear when doing terrible things, but when it came to apologizing, you could only do it in a way that made you seem blameless. You really are the absolute worst. Gun sighed as his conversation with Fai Chin faded from his mind. That had been the last insult he hurled at Fai Chin. He had met Fai Chin by chance at a senior's birthday party last week. Learning the truth that day made Gun ache for his friend. He never imagined that Fai Chin, who had always seemed like a good person in Ghlai's eyes, could actually do something so cruel. Gun had decided to tell his best friend, Ghlai, the truth from the very first day he found out. But every time he saw Ghlai's warm smile, a person who never held ill intentions toward anyone, Gun just couldn't bring himself to say it. Telling the truth weighed heavily on him, as he couldn't predict what would happen after Ghlai learned about it. Gun was afraid that, if he told the truth, Ghlai's sweet smile and bright eyes might disappear forever. So, Gun kept the secret to himself. He knew it wasn't right. Ghlai had the right to know the truth. But he wanted to wait until after his best friend's birthday. Gun didn't want Ghlai to carry any bad feelings into what should be a happy day. Tomorrow, Ghlai should smile a lot and be the happiest. Nothing should taint that day. Gun also knew that he was the only one who could tell Ghlai the truth. Because if he waited for that evil senior to confess, Ghlai would never find out. Why are you frowning like that, Gun? What are you thinking about? Gun quickly relaxed his furrowed brow before responding. Nothing. I was just thinking that what you said was true. Nobody can completely forget their past, and those experiences can teach us a lot. Gun realized he was acting suspiciously when Ghlai squinted at him, as though trying to figure him out. Gun had never lied to or hidden anything from Ghlai before, so keeping this from his best friend was extremely difficult. Are you sure it's not about what we were talking about? Gun, what's on your mind? You can tell me. It's nothing, really. But what excuse could he give? Gun was terrible at lying. I was just thinking, we should clear the table and head to class before we're late. Ghlai frowned and gave him a stern look before glancing at his watch. We still have 20 minutes. That's plenty of time for you to tell me what's bothering you. I'm still worried about not being able to pay you back, Gun said weakly. Gun. The tension in Ghlai's frown eased as he looked at Gun intently. Just tell me what's going on. What happened to make you so upset? Gun let out a heavy sigh. Ghlai never let things slide when Gun was troubled. Ghlai always managed to help ease his worries and find solutions. How could Gun bring himself to hurt someone as good-hearted as Ghlai? Ghlai, after your birthday tomorrow, I'll tell you something important. Something important? What is it, Gun? Gun took a deep breath. Can you let me tell you after your birthday? Why wait? Give me one good reason. Because you're my dearest friend, and I don't want anything to ruin what should be your happiest day. So this is directly about me, isn't it? Gun sighed again, his head dropping to avoid Ghlai's gaze. Yeah. Gun. The soft call of his name made Gun look up to meet Ghlai's eyes. A gentle smile appeared on Ghlai's face. Sometimes, learning the truth can hurt. But if we approach it with understanding, we'll see that the truth isn't as harmful as it seems. I believe the truth comes to light when we're strong enough to handle it. I think I'm strong enough now, Gun. Tell me, don't let this burden you anymore. Ghlai, I swear I never meant to hide this from you. It's been eating at me because I know you deserve to know. I understand, Gun. Don't overthink it. Just tell me the truth now. Don't worry about me. I'll be fine. Ghlai's reassuring smile shook Gun's heart. Seeing Gun's worried eyes, Ghlai could guess that the truth likely involved Fai Chin. Judging by Gun's annoyed expressions whenever Fai Chin came up, it seemed obvious. And there was only one unresolved matter in Ghlai's heart. One lingering question he hadn't found an answer to until now. It was about the rumor that someone had told others in the department about Ghlai confessing his feelings to Fai Chin. At this point, Ghlai wasn't curious about who had started it, but he thought it was time to learn the truth. All he could do was brace himself for whatever wave of reality came crashing down. Even if the truth hit him like a powerful wave, Ghlai wouldn't fall again. I don't even know where to begin. Gun admitted. Take your time. I'm listening. Gun nodded and began piecing the story together before speaking. Last week, I went to a senior's birthday party and ran into Fai Chin there. He's friends with one of my seniors, so it was just a coincidence. Fai Chin kept avoiding eye contact with me. I wasn't planning to confront him, but I couldn't help myself. I asked him why he was avoiding both me and you. I could understand him avoiding you, but why me too? He should know I can separate issues. I wasn't going to bring up you confessing your feelings and getting rejected. I told him he didn't need to act like we were strangers. That's when Fai Chin admitted why he'd been avoiding us. Well, it was more of a confession of guilt. Gun looked into Ghlai's unwavering eyes and knew his friend was ready for the truth. Fai Chin said he knew you liked him since you were in the basketball club together. But he didn't think much of it because it's normal for people to have crushes. Later, when you started looking at him more often and bringing him water repeatedly, he began to remember your name. That's when he started talking about it with his friends, saying that you liked him. His friends didn't believe him. They said if you really liked him, you would have confessed your feelings already. Gun paused, lowering his head again. Ghlai reached out and held his hand, encouraging him to continue. Fai Chin wanted to prove his friends wrong and make you confess to him before graduating high school. But when graduation day came, you still hadn't confessed. His friends teased him, saying that even though he was popular, he couldn't assume every junior had a crush on him. They said he was delusional. That made him determined to prove them wrong. He wanted to prove that what he thought was true. After graduation, he kept in touch with you, hoping you'd eventually confess. And when we ended up at the same university as him, he thought his plan had become much easier. So, he told his old friends that he'd definitely make you confess. Ghlai bit his lip as he recalled all the times Fai Chin had been kind to him. So that's why. Gun nodded and continued. He did everything he could to make you believe he liked you. He gave you hope. And when you finally confessed, Fai Chin said. He said he felt victorious, that he'd won. Ghlai had always believed that winning often came at a cost, but he never imagined it would come at the expense of someone's feelings and tears. If winning meant causing someone such pain, Ghlai would rather be a loser forever. But Fai Chin admitted that when he saw you crying, he realized he'd gone too far. He said he should have stopped during the freshman orientation. Fai Chin hurt someone as good as you, even though you never did anything to deserve it. Fai Chin didn't tell his friends that you confessed your love to him because the word victory lost all meaning the moment he saw you cry. There's one thing I want to know. Ghlai thought that no matter how much a person might make mistakes or be unforgivable, they should at least experience true love once in their life. A pure love without expectations, simply the desire to love. The story about Fai Chin secretly liking that junior girl. Is it true? I asked him. Fai Chin really did secretly love the junior from the Japanese arts department. She once bandaged his wound at the sports event. They talked only a few times, and after that, he quietly loved her. Ghlai nodded. At least Fai Chin knew what real love was. Fai Chin said that after you confessed to him, he mustered the courage to confess his love to that junior. But the result was no different from yours. He got rejected. Fai Chin felt even more guilty because he finally understood how much it hurt you. The main reason he avoided both of us was because he messed up so badly that he couldn't face us. Well, he's learned his lesson by now. And there's something else, something that really pissed me off. Ghlai took a deep breath, nodded, and let Gun know he was ready to listen. Go ahead, Gun. Let's get everything out today. The person who spread the story about you confessing your love to Fai Chin throughout your department was Thought. Yeah, the friend you cut ties with. Ghlai shook his head before continuing. It's unexpected and more complicated than I thought. Deep down, I once suspected it might be Fai Chin, but I didn't want to feel any worse. So I ignored it and didn't look for the truth. But I never thought it would be Thought who spread the story. Actually, you weren't entirely wrong. Fai Chin said there was a day he went drinking with friends from his department. It just so happened that one of them knew Thought, and Thought ended up joining them. Fai Chin got drunk and accidentally mentioned your confession to his friends. When Thought heard it, he spread it throughout your department. Fai Chin said that when he sobered up, he started questioning his friends to find out who leaked it. When he discovered it was Thought, he told him to stop, but it was too late. The story had already spread everywhere. Ghlai exhaled deeply and shook his head. Fai Chin is someone who can't take responsibility for his actions, and Ghlai sighed in frustration. Thought is someone who acts as if others don't have feelings. He doesn't care if his actions cause others pain or sadness. At that time, you didn't personally know Thought yet, right? Right? Back then, I'd only seen him in class. I just knew he was in the same department as me. It's messed up how he spread your story, yet had the audacity to join your friend group without a care in the world. Thick-skinned doesn't even begin to describe it. Ghlai now believed that the truth only reveals itself when we're strong enough to handle it. If he had learned the truth back then, he wouldn't have been able to cope. Is there anything else you haven't told me? That's it. I've told you everything. Finally, everything weighing on my mind is out. Ghlai didn't deny that he felt something. Even though he was stronger now, the truth he had learned today still hit him hard, shaking the defenses he had built around his heart. Ghlai realized that the scariest thing in the world might be the human heart. The world doesn't inflict pain on us. We create pain for each other. Hearing the truth today was like being forced to drink intensely bitter coffee. Even though he disliked it, he had to finish it as quickly as possible. He didn't want that bitterness to seep into his heart, but his body felt completely unsettled. Ghlai knew it wasn't because he had eaten too much or been physically harmed, but he still felt an overwhelming ache. He lowered his head, closed his eyes, and tried to calm himself, reflecting on everything. He thought he was fortunate to learn the truth when his heart was strong enough to withstand it. This time, he didn't collapse like before. The guilt buried deep within him rose, constricting his throat. He had always believed that their relationship fell apart because of him alone. But Ghlai didn't hold a grudge against Fai Chin. He didn't want to have anything to do with him anymore. Living in separate orbits was best. Holding on to anger would only keep Fai Chin in his thoughts, and letting go was the only way forward. He exhaled as the burning in his eyes gradually faded, along with the heavy feelings in his heart. And at this moment, right now, every lingering emotion in his heart was erased by the truth. Which building is your class in? I'm in building 11. Oh, I'm in a completely different building, Gun said, furrowing his brows as he looked at his class schedule on his phone. How did I even check the schedule last night? Where's your class? Building 5. Ghlai laughed and stopped walking. Building 5 is way back. You better run, or you'll be late. Ghlai. Gun looked him in the eyes, reaching out to pat his head gently. You're really okay, right? Of course. I admit I felt terrible at first when I heard about what Fai Chin did to me. Ghlai sighed quietly before smiling at his best friend. But I won't let myself feel bad about Fai Chin anymore. If I do, it's no different from being stuck in the past with him. There's no point in dwelling on Fai Chin, right? Fai Chin has likely learned his lesson. As for me, I'll move on with my life. You're so good at moving on. Only with some things. And with some people, too, right? Gun teased with a sly smile. Like that round moon, you've never stopped staring at it. Not even once. Gun. Ghlai scolded him immediately upon hearing round moon, before raising a finger to warn him. You always scold me when you're embarrassed. I'm not embarrassed. But your ears are red. Ghlai sighed and raised both hands to cover his ears, a smile slipping out. Enough. Stop teasing me. You're going to be late. Fine, fine. But I hope you see your round moon today. Gun. Ghlai shook his head slightly, watching his friend run off, laughing. He had once told Gun about how Punlee helped him when Mech harassed him. At first, Gun didn't know Ghlai had a crush on Punlee. But when Gun saw Ghlai secretly watching Punlee from the faculty window almost daily, he figured it out. Ghlai hurried to class, holding a piece of paper with the content of his presentation. He quickened his pace after realizing he had wasted too much time arguing with Gun. When he entered the academic building, he saw an open elevator and rushed inside. He was alone in the small box when he pressed the close button. Then he heard someone shout. Ghlai quickly pressed the open button. Hold the elevator, please. Ghlai nodded as a male student stepped in and smiled at him. The student glanced outside the elevator and shouted again. Hurry up, or I won't wait. Moments later, a group of scruffy-looking male students rushed in, shoving Ghlai to the back corner. It was the very back corner. He could hardly breathe. Hey, why are you just standing there? Close the elevator, man. Oops, my bad. I forgot. At this moment, the position that Ghlai had always stood in was now occupied by someone named E. Ghlai turned to look at the person standing close to him on the left. He pressed his lips together nervously because a tough-looking man was staring at him, but then he decided to smile. When the man saw his smile, he immediately flashed a wide grin in return. You're cute, the man said. Ghlai had never been complimented so closely before, so he didn't know how to respond. He could only lower his head and look at his shoes. However, he still felt that the person next to him was staring at him. "Can I go in too?" He asked. Open the elevator," another voice called out. Ghlai looked up and tried to locate the elevator doors, but all he saw were the broad backs of several tall people crowding the small space inside. Ghlai sighed quietly, thinking there was no way anyone else could fit in the elevator now. The space was packed like sardines now. "I want to go too." "Can't fit, it's full." "Then why the hell are you standing by the door?" "We're just messing around, Punlee." The small guy standing at the corner of the elevator started to feel his heart race when he heard someone laughing. It was the laugh of a man, whom Ghlai thought was probably someone playful. "Hey, your friend is here, you can close the door now." Okay. "We were just kidding, why are you so angry?" "I was just joking too, don't overthink it." "Yeah, you were just joking, but you emphasized the word hell." "What's an engineering student like you doing here at this building?" "I'm here for an English class with Teacher Mary." "Focus on your studies, kids." I really hate Punlee's words. You like to make engineering students like me waver. Though Ghlai knew the name Punlee wasn't that common in his university, there couldn't be many people with that name. He still wanted to confirm with his own eyes that the person who just got on the elevator with them was truly Consacent. Ghlai stood on his tiptoes and stretched his neck to see, but still couldn't spot the moon. He recognized Punlee's voice, having only heard it once before, but it often echoed in his mind, especially when he felt uneasy. Is the person inside okay? That question would ring in his mind over and over, making him feel better. Ghlai couldn't be certain that the person in the elevator with him was Punlee until the tall person in front of him shifted, creating a small gap. Through that gap, Ghlai saw Punlee's playful smile again. Punlee laughed and looked at his friend, who Ghlai assumed was from a different department. Thud thud. Again, Punlee's smile was playing with his little heart again. Ghlai had seen Punlee's playful smile many times before, but never this close. Normally, he would secretly watch from a distance. But whether far or near, Punlee's smile always played with his heart. "Hey, move it, man," the tall person in front of him shouted, then seemed to panic, but because the elevator was so crowded, he could only point to the door open button. "Hey, open the door for me." "How can I open it now?" "It's full, you idiot." "Just get off at the 4th floor, Punlee said. "You're so careless." "Stop swearing. I'm already stressed enough, you idiot." Ghlai glanced up at the number above the elevator doors. The number 4 replaced the 3, and the alert sound rang out before the door opened. Ding! The tall guy hurriedly waved his hand to make way and ran out of the elevator. It was at that moment that Ghlai saw Punlee's playful smile again through the small gap between the people in front of him. It reminded him of that day, but this time, there was no large door blocking Punlee's smile. But the next moment, Ghlai almost stopped breathing when the tall person turned to face the elevator door and stepped back closer to him. Punlee had to move back because some other students from the 4th floor were entering the elevator. Ghlai held his breath as Punlee continued to step back towards him, until the toe of Ghlai's yellow sneakers was now right next to the edge of Punlee's black sneakers. Ghlai's lips were pressed together, forming a straight line. A thick piece of paper was now pressed against Ghlai's chest more than before. Ghlai was afraid of accidentally bumping into Punlee. If Punlee turned around to look at him, if they made eye contact, maybe it wouldn't be the sun's heat melting him, but it would definitely be this moon that would make him feel terrible. "Why do you look so handsome today, Punlee?" one of Punlee's friends asked. "We have students from several departments coming for a group project presentation in my department today, so I had to dress well." "But Punlee is handsome every day, isn't he?" The tall person standing with his back to Ghlai laughed lightly before saying, "Ode is right. There will be a reward later." "Oh, Ode, you're only complimenting Punlee because you want free drinks." Ghlai scanned the person in front of him. He wanted to see if Punlee really looked better today than usual. His sharp eyes focused on the darker shade of blonde hair. He had just noticed Punlee had his ear pierced. He wore small silver hoops in his left ear. It wasn't surprising that someone like Ghlai, who had been secretly watching from a distance, would just notice these little details, like the fact that Punlee had his ear pierced. It also wasn't surprising that the scent of Punlee's cologne made him realize how good it felt to get closer to the same moon he had been watching all along. The small guy nodded slightly before he smiled when he noticed something different. Usually, Punlee wore a loose short-sleeve shirt and black pants. Today, however, Punlee wore a long-sleeve shirt, rolled up slightly above his wrist, and light-colored pants. Ghlai also noticed the brown leather watch Punlee always wore. On the first day they met, Punlee wore this same watch. But what Ghlai had never seen before was a shiny silver ring on Punlee's right index finger. The small guy sighed to himself, thinking that if Punlee wore a ring on his left ring finger, he'd better prepare himself. Once again, Ghlai held his breath after breathing freely for just a moment because the tall person started to move. Punlee put his phone in his back pocket, then adjusted his shirt, making sure it was neat. But no matter what Punlee did, he never turned around to look behind him. "I'm not flattering Punlee just to get free drinks," Oat said. "So what do you want, Oat?" one of Punlee's good-looking friends asked. "I want Preo's number. She's in your department, right? You said you know her." "Oh wow, Preo is super cute. She probably has a boyfriend, right?" "Not yet." "Then can I have her number?" "No." "Are you protecting her, Punlee?" "Why would I protect her? She's not." Punlee responded to his friend, "But I have no right to give out her number. Let me ask Preo first. If she says yes, I'll give it to you." "Thanks a lot, Punlee. I've liked her since first year. Hope you get lucky." "Good guy." "Yeah, good enough that girls are falling for him all over the place." "Falling for what?" "I just keep getting dumped." "Why?" "I don't know. She likes to think I'm talking to someone else, even though I'm just playing games at home. Sometimes I even go watch football at your place." "She misunderstood, huh? Don't you want to go apologize?" "No. If we really loved each other, we should trust each other, and wouldn't break up so easily like this." "Are you upset?" "No, I'm not upset. It's been a couple of months already. Find someone new, don't overthink it." "I'm not looking for anyone. When it comes to love," the tall guy said with a bored tone before continuing, "it's better to stay with friends. It's much more fun. Yeah, it's way more fun with us." "Yeah, Lee. No wants to challenge you to a drinking contest again. He said he wants to redeem himself because last time he got drunk like a dog before finishing the third bottle." "Then bring it on." Lee was really Lee, wasn't he? Ghlai smiled a little at Lee's playful words, then tilted his body slightly to the left to focus on the buttons on the elevator control panel. Since Lee was standing upright and not leaning against the right side wall, Ghlai could see the control panel through a small gap Lee had left unintentionally. The guy named E, who had been standing in that area, also moved just then. Ghlai realized he forgot to select the floor. He had class on the 8th floor. But now, they were already on the 9th floor. The red light on the 14th floor button indicated that the elevator was taking them to the top floor. Ghlai thought the reason it was taking longer than usual to reach the top was because it stopped at every floor to open the door. The small guy shook his head, thinking he had to wait for everyone to get off the elevator before he could go back and get off at the 8th floor. He was definitely going to be late for class today, but if it meant listening to Lee's voice for a few more minutes, Ghlai would be willing to be late for class one day. "How about tonight, Lee?" "Sure, I'm free tonight. Should we go to Five Fast Place?" "Why go to Five Fast? If he sees me drinking too much, he'll come over and scold me again." "Haha, above Punlee, there's Myeon Fa. Plus, Myeon Fa has the salary that my mom has given. Getting scolded isn't that bad. I'm used to it. But if my salary gets deducted for not listening to Five Fa, that's a different story." When Ghlai heard that, he let one hand drop from the thick paper he was holding and covered his mouth to stifle a laugh. He thought Lee was genuinely afraid of Five Fa, but in reality, Lee was more concerned about his allowance getting cut. "Have you ever been afraid of anything?" "Conceição. So where are we going?" "Phi Boss's place." "The place you want to sing karaoke?" "Yeah." "Okay, don't be late, Lee." "Yes, sir." "Lee, don't say yes, sir. You're making me weak." "If I'm not weak, that would be bad." Ghlai stopped smiling and thought, yes, not being swayed would actually be worse. Because even though I'm already swayed, it's still bad. "I'm not surprised that the girls in my department like you so much. What kind of person are you? You speak so cutely and charmingly." "You're exaggerating. That's not true," Lee said with a laugh. While Ghlai was listening to Lee's conversation with his friend, the person on the left began to move closer. Ghlai turned to look at the guy who had smiled at him earlier. And even now, he's still smiling? Ghlai smiled back. The guy had been smiling at him for so long, he couldn't just turn his face away. The guy standing next to him put his hand over his chest and said in a soft voice, almost a whisper, "Your smile is so sweet. You've melted my heart." Ghlai looked down at his shoes again before exhaling softly. This guy made him remember something his close friend, Gun, once said, that he often gets flirted with without realizing it. Gun's friends liked to flirt with him when they visited the faculty. At first, Ghlai didn't understand what flirting meant, but now he thought it was exactly what was happening right now. He thought that even if this wasn't someone he secretly liked, receiving compliments like this directly would make anyone embarrassed. "Hey, can you guys talk more quietly?" Ghlai jumped slightly when the guy next to him shouted loudly. He turned to look at the guy who had been smiling at him. Now, that broad smile was gone, replaced with a serious expression. "There are more people in this elevator. You know? Have some consideration for the cute one here." "Ugh, they've been standing here for so long. Don't worry about it." "Where's the cute one you're talking about?" "I only see us. The people who got on at the 4th floor have already gotten off, right?" "This one, the one next to me." "But he is so small. You guys probably can't see them from the door." Ghlai wanted to raise the paper and hide his face when everyone in the elevator tried to look for him. Many of them had already spotted him and smiled back. Some even gave him a small smile. Ghlai could only smile back at everyone. "Oh, this person came in first. He opened the elevator to wait for us." "Yeah, and you guys blocked me when I came in and stood here. Did you know I could barely breathe? Where's the cute one?" It was then that Ghlai was captivated by the voice of the person, the moon. He looked at the tall figure trying to turn and look behind him. But because Sason was standing so close to him and there were so many people in the small space, turning to look at him was difficult. But when the playful face was about to turn to him, Ghlai unconsciously raised the thick paper to cover his mouth and nose. His heart was beating so fast that he could hardly keep track of the rhythm. He stared at the side of Lee's face in silence. Until, ding, "We've arrived. Let's get out of the elevator quickly. I'm suffocating." The alert sound went off, and many people inside shouted for the people near the door to hurry up and get off. Lee, who was about to turn around to look at him, was grabbed by his friend's arm and pulled out of the elevator. The guy who had called him cute smiled again before waving and running after his friend. "Tonight at 5 Boss's place. Don't bail on us, Lee." "Yeah." Ghlai watched the tall guy who was being pulled along by his friend while taking his phone out of his back pocket. Just a few minutes ago, the moon was only a hand's reach away from him, but now, in the next moment, it was farther away. And when Ghlai saw that same moon getting farther and farther away, "I hope fate will bring us close again. Mr. Sason." Ghlai sent a message to the moon. The small guy smiled sweetly as the elevator door closed completely. Ghlai thought that Lee always appeared whenever something bad happened, like today when he discovered the truth that hurt his feelings. Although the truth only hurt his feelings for a short while, and even though Ghlai had moved on from that bad feeling, having the same moon come to comfort him made his once fragile heart stronger than before. Today, Ghlai realized, Phi Chin hadn't cut him out of his orbit. It was the round world that was still kind enough to pull him back into its orbit. And then it swung Lee into his orbit. Our group would like to conclude the presentation now. Thank you. Ghlai, as the group leader and the one presenting, raised his hands in a wide gesture before turning to look at the two friends who were smiling at him. He stepped back and stood next to May, waiting to answer the professor's questions after the presentation. What do you think gives this company an advantage over its competitors in the same industry? Ghlai turned to look at May and Pai, who were both staring at him, nodding to them before turning back to meet the professor's gaze. Aside from the comprehensive transportation services, both air and ground, the strength and advantage of this company lies in its systematic work process. Products are delivered quickly and in perfect condition. The company has maintained excellent standards in this area, earning the trust of customers for decades. And another factor is the advanced transportation technology used. The professor nodded and wrote something on a piece of white paper. The silence in response made it clear that the professor was satisfied with his answer. As the professor bent his head to write something, the mixed-race student, who called himself the Britney Spears of Thailand, reached over and nudged him from behind. May, standing in the middle, couldn't help but laugh softly when she saw Pai give a thumbs up and wink at Ghlai. This was Pai's signature move. Pai once said that this gesture meant, "My friend is the best." Ghlai pursed his lips to hold back a smile as Pai's voice echoed in his mind, saying, "My friend is the best." He thought Pai was so cute when encouraging her friends, and Pai's bright voice always made Ghlai laugh. 50% of the smiles and laughter he experienced every day came from this Britney Spears of Thailand. Although Pai had just joined their group after Ghlai and May separated from Nu, Orn, and Thought, Ghlai thought they adapted quickly because Pai had shown sincerity through many actions. But what Ghlai admired most about Pai was, Pai never spoke ill of anyone. Pai usually only talked about herself. In a single day, Pai would share more than 10 funny stories and talk about her hobbies. Recently, Pai told them how she had become the aerobics instructor for the grandparents in the same village because the regular instructor didn't show up. Pai didn't want the fun atmosphere to disappear, so she learned the basic aerobics moves and taught them all instead. Ghlai thought that people with this attitude and personality weren't easy to find. Before they got to know each other, Ghlai had heard people say Pai was a tough person, so the other students in the department didn't talk to her much. Ghlai often saw Pai sitting alone in class, but every time he saw her, her sea blue eyes always sparkled, never dull. Ghlai would secretly smile every time he saw Pai raise her hand confidently when the professor allowed questions in class. Perhaps it was because Pai still stood firm in her individuality, even though this meant being alone forever. That was why Ghlai decided to smile at Pai that day. Ghlai thought that many people misunderstood Pai. Pai wasn't the tough person people assumed her to be. Pai was someone who was confident in herself, and everything Pai did with confidence was always good. Does any other student have a question? The professor placed the pen down and turned to the students sitting in the back. Ghlai didn't even have to guess. He knew that a male student from a group sitting at the back would raise his hand to ask a question about the information their group presented. As he expected, Thought raised his hand and smiled slightly. I have one, Professor. Thought again. What is it with him and our group? May said, sounding annoyed. Pai sighed softly and said quietly, what is Thought's problem with our group? He asks questions every class even though we always do our best. Our information is solid, so what else is there to doubt? Go ahead and ask your question, the professor said. Your group has 10 minutes left. Okay, Professor. Thought stared at Ghlai standing on the stage before asking, I know the headquarters of this company is in Germany, and I heard that in the last 3 years the company opened new offices abroad. But the presenter didn't mention where? Ghlai met the gaze of the person sitting at the back, raising an eyebrow. Thought seemed to enjoy asking questions that weren't directly related to the key points of their presentation. Ghlai knew Thought wanted to make their group look flawed in the professor's eyes. Thought had worked with him many times, and he should know that Ghlai never made mistakes in research. The small guy shook his head lightly. May and Pai, standing beside him, reached out to rub his arm. Ghlai quickly turned to look at them and smiled. May and Pai probably thought he couldn't answer Thought's question, which was why he shook his head. But the real reason Ghlai shook his head was because Thought could no longer harm him. I'll answer that, Ghlai said calmly. The company has opened 3 new offices to act as representatives in foreign countries, in Australia, Malaysia, and Vietnam. Ghlai continued, and just to add some extra knowledge for Thought, next year the company will also open a new office in Austria. The professor nodded after hearing Ghlai's response. Okay, any more questions? The class fell silent. The professor paused, then added, since the previous groups scored low on their presentations, I'm not sure if the groups after them will do the same. So, let's start answering questions to boost your scores from this group. The professor's comment was met with both cheers of joy and groans of disagreement from the students. The professor often allowed the group that just presented to ask questions, and if the next group answered correctly, they would earn extra points. Some liked this system, while others didn't. Who will ask the questions for this group? Faison, would you like to ask? The professor asked, staring at May, who stood next to Ghlai. May turned to Ghlai and said, should I ask the questions? Sure, May. Don't pressure yourself. Just ask something simple related to what we just presented. Okay. May nodded, her delicate eyebrows furrowing as if thinking hard, before turning to look at him again. I'm afraid the question might be too hard for the others. We only have 5 minutes left, Faison. Okay, Professor. Or should I let Ghlai ask the question? The professor suggested. Sure, Professor, May replied, moving closer to whisper something in Ghlai's ear. Ghlai, I'm sorry, but I'm really not confident. Ghlai nodded and smiled at her. It's okay, May. Don't worry. Then Ghlai, please choose a group to answer the question because time is running out. We don't want another repeat of the previous class. If any group can't answer, no extra points will be given, because the professor has done all she can. The professor said, looking at the students in the back. And if anyone is secretly using their phone, don't think I can't see. This will be a punishment for those who don't respect the rules of my class. I believe if everyone pays attention to this group's presentation, they'll be able to answer the questions because the questions are based on what was presented earlier. Yes, Professor. After receiving a response from everyone in the class, the professor turned to Ghlai. Ghlai, you can ask a question and choose which group will answer. Yes, Professor. Ghlai nodded, then continued. From our group's presentation, it's clear that this company is a comprehensive transportation service provider, offering both air and ground transport. Therefore, the main revenue and profit come from the transportation of goods. My question is, besides air and ground transportation, what other services can the company offer to generate additional income and increase profits? Okay, that question isn't too difficult. We talked about this during the presentation. Choose a representative from a group that has already presented. Okay, the reason Ghlai asked this question was that he already had someone in mind to answer. During the presentation, he noticed that the other person had been playing with their phone and not paying attention at all. I choose Thought from Group B. Thought raised his eyebrows slightly. He stared at Ghlai without looking away. Ghlai smiled faintly at him. He didn't want to win or seek revenge. Ghlai was helping Thought by showing him that, from now on, they should walk their separate paths, because Ghlai would no longer let anything slide. Ghlai would protect himself to the fullest. Can you answer that, Thought? The professor asked before adding, your group members should help answer. Don't let one person think alone. Ghlai met Thought's uncertain gaze. Though Thought was sitting at the back of the class, the room wasn't too big, and Ghlai could clearly see Thought's hesitant eyes. Thought began looking at Nu and Orn beside him, but his friends looked just as unsure. Even though the professor is only giving 1 point for this question, it could change your grade. Please try to think of an answer. Don't just stare at each other like that, the professor said, shaking her head. If your friends hadn't brought this up before the presentation was over, I wouldn't mind, but you all were playing on your phones, right? As I've said before, I only ask for 2 hours of your attention in class, after which you can do whatever you want with your phones. I don't have any right to interfere, the professor continued. But I've said this many times, this subject isn't easy at all. If you think you can finish it with just a textbook, I can guarantee that you will fail, so please listen to your professor's advice. You should really start using your brain and listen more. Okay, I'll give it a try. Thought, still feeling reluctant, finally stood up to speak. However, his phone rang before he could finish his sentence. The professor turned back and sighed before lowering her head to write something on a white sheet of paper. Then she looked up and met his gaze. Did your friend answer the question correctly? No, it wasn't correct, Professor. Oh, I'll give you a little more time. Is there any group that can answer? I can, Professor. Go ahead. The act of allowing another company to rent a warehouse to serve as a distribution center, she answered. Is that correct? The professor turned to ask him again. He was about to nod and reply. Yes, it's correct, Professor. Group C gets 1 extra point. Thank you, Professor, the girlfriend said with a smile before looking at him. He smiled back before turning his attention to the person beside him who nudged his arm. Now, Pai had moved to stand in the place of Mei. Pai nodded slightly, grinned widely, and whispered softly, Great job, Ghlai. Now let Thought know who's who. It's not that big of a deal, Pai. I just want Thought to understand. Life is too short to hold grudges against someone. Thought should let go and stop being so hostile. If you don't like someone, just stay away. Okay, I'll input the presentation scores into the system, and you can check it later. Yes, Professor. Ghlai and the 2 friends got off the stage and returned to their seats. He listened carefully as a group of students presented their work, thinking to himself, Today you did great, Ghlai. And after encouraging himself, he didn't forget to, What's going on in your head, Ghlai? Why are you smiling all the time? He thanked the person who supported him. I was thinking, I'll go out to look at the moon from the balcony tonight. He thanked the same moon that made him fall in love over and over again every night. After all the groups finished presenting and the professor dismissed the class, Mei and Pai, who had been curious for a long time, couldn't resist and asked him about Thought. Both of them didn't understand why Thought seemed to dislike him and always acted negatively when they met by chance. like giving him a sidelong glance. Ghlai didn't really understand it either. He had never done anything to upset him. Although Mei and Pai had heard about Ghlai's confession to Fai Chin, which had been rejected in the first year, they didn't know the full details, and neither had ever asked about his personal life. This time, Ghlai decided to tell them everything. No matter what kind of relationship it is, if we decide to walk together, sharing past experiences will help us understand and support each other in the future. Oh wow, why is thought like this? If you ask why thought is this way, we should also ask why Fai Chin did that. Pai said, shaking her head. I've seen Fai Chin at the freshman orientation. I never thought he'd do something like that. The truth is, Fai Chin isn't all bad. Deep down, I believe he must have some goodness in him, but he made a bad decision this time. When I was a freshman and not close to Ghlai yet, I heard some of the department friends talk about it. At first, I thought Ghlai must have told the two friends he was close to, and they must have told others, but I never thought it would be like this. I have to admit. Mei paused before continuing. At first, when I wasn't close to Ghlai yet, I thought like Pai too. But after getting closer, I realized that Ghlai has a very close friend, Gun, and Ghlai had mentioned that Gun knows almost everything about him. So I secretly thought that Gun must have spread it. I don't know how Gun made this information reach the department, but I thought it might have been him. Mei clasped her hands and raised them above her head before saying, Gun, I was wrong. I'm sorry. I was just curious. I didn't mean to slander Gun. Please forgive me. Mei, you're not apologizing to Gun. You're apologizing to the wind and the sky, Pai said, laughing. Ghlai laughed too and said, Gun won't be mad at Mei. I'm sure he understands. From the times I've talked to Gun, I think he's the kind of person who doesn't think too much. Yes, but only on some things. Oh, Ghlai, don't make me worry. I'm just joking. Gun doesn't think much about it. The small one laughed while grabbing his bag and getting up to leave. He looked around the classroom, which was empty except for the three of them, then glanced down at his watch. 5:30 p.m. At this time, the moon was making its appearance. It's time for the moon to take over the sun, Pai said as she stood up. Ghlai smiled when his friend teased him before nodding his head. Yeah, it's 5:30. The moon is taking over the sun now. Are there any theories that say the moon will appear in the evening? The small one smiled and shook her head. Ghlai knew that Mei asked to hear him say a certain phrase, a confession that echoed in his heart but had never been expressed to someone. The theory of someone who falls in love with the moon. I'm blushing for you, Ghlai, Mei said with a laugh. Stop teasing me already, Ghlai said as he walked out of the classroom, followed by the two friends. He chose to use the escalator to go down to the 4th floor, as usual. Then he stopped in front of the large window with clear glass. His sharp eyes glanced down at the parking lot below. A beautiful smile appeared on his face when he saw someone standing beside a big tree. The moon has really appeared, Pai, who had placed her hand on his shoulder, said when Ghlai turned to look at her. She smiled. Do you want to watch him for a while? Although Mei knew that Punlee was the one who helped him when he was threatened by Mech, the first friend in the group to find out that he had a crush on Punlee was Pai. It must be because she was more observant than Mei. Every time he asked to separate himself to secretly watch Punlee from the 4th floor, Pai would always ask with curiosity. Then, one day, Pai invited Mei to stand and watch him on the 4th floor, and Mei told her about Punlee helping him. Pai then thought that Ghlai had liked Punlee because of that event. Not long after, he confessed the truth to his friends because he didn't want to hide it anymore. The two of them said they could guess he had liked Punlee since they saw him often watching from the 4th floor. After that, Mei and Pai would often send him to that floor. Yeah, Ghlai nodded. Then we'll take our leave first. Okay, have a safe trip home. Mei nodded and reached out to pat his head. Have a safe trip home, you moon lover. Ghlai chuckled softly. He waved goodbye to the two friends as they went down the escalator, then placed his bag on the middle table and sat down on the same chair. The reason he chose to sit and watch Punlee on the 4th floor was because that floor had a good distance, so it wouldn't make the watch person uncomfortable. Also, watching from the building had a very low chance of being noticed. But Ghlai thought, no matter what floor he was on, the moon wouldn't see him because it had never looked up at the building. Every Monday to Thursday, the owner of the blonde hair usually stood and smoked at the parking lot in the evening. After finishing the cigarette, the moon would stand by the big tree and play with his phone for a while, with his white sports bins not far away. Sometimes, there would be a man talking to Punlee, which Ghlai assumed was his friend. Occasionally, a pretty woman would come up to greet him. Everyone who approached Punlee would receive a smile in return. As for the one who was secretly watching from afar like him, he didn't dare to ask for that smile to take home. He could only steal the playful smile Punlee gave to others and turn it into a memory for himself. Ghlai thought, the name Ghlaijai might not only mean our hearts will always be close together, but also mean someone who is always given the chance to bring their heart closer to love. The small one unintentionally smiled when he saw Punlee laughing while talking on the phone with someone. He didn't know who made Punlee so happy, but Ghlai knew only one thing. This moon taught him about love in many forms. A love without possession. It's a love that makes us cherish seeing the other person smile every day, more than holding on to any status. I think I did well in the presentation today, right, Conceição? You seem so cheerful, Ghlai said softly, almost as if wanting only himself to hear, before revealing a sweet smile. I did the presentation very well. It's a love that makes him brave enough to love, even though he knows it will never be returned. That's because of you, Conceição, Ghlai replied. Talking to Punlee through a glass partition was like speaking to the moon on his balcony. No response came back, yet he was happy just watching and sending messages every day. Ghlai. Ghlai was slightly startled when he heard his name. He turned to look at the deep voice owner, widening his eyes in surprise. Fandom, I called you several times, but you didn't pick up, so I got worried and came looking for you. Luckily, I took the escalator and saw you sitting by the window. Fandom walked toward him as Ghlai quickly grabbed his backpack and stood up to walk toward someone else, worried he might get caught watching someone. Ghlai stopped in front of the tall man, offering a smile, and pulled out his phone to check the missed calls. Sorry, Fandom. I put my phone in my bag and had the sound off, so I didn't know you called, Ghlai explained. As long as you're okay, that's fine. Fandom sighed, then gently rubbed Ghlai's head. A while ago, Gun met me at the faculty. He told me everything. Those people are so. Ghlai didn't respond. Who are Chin and thought, can you take me to them? I'll handle it, and make sure they won't mess with you like that mech. Ghlai knew that Gun must be worried about him, which is why he told Fandom. When Mech harassed Ghlai in the restroom, Gun had already told Fandom, and Fandom was so angry that he went to punch Mech at his condo. After that, Mech never dared to bother him again. No need, Fandom. I haven't had any trouble with those two lately, Ghlai replied with a reassuring smile. Chin might be okay, but Thought used to hang out with you, right? Does that mean you still have to see him? Yes, but I can handle it, Fandom. Ghlai gave him a reassuring smile to ease his worries before continuing. If I can't handle it, I'll tell you right away. Fandom sighed softly. Are you sure you can deal with people like this? Ghlai nodded seriously, which was rare for him, making Fandom laugh. I'm sure, Fandom. If you can't, tell me right away, okay? Yes. Are you going home now? What are you doing here alone? Well, Ghlai bit his lip, trying to find an excuse. I was going to wait for Gun here, then ask him to go for Bingsu together, but I forgot he finishes late today. Oh, I see. So, are you heading home now? Yes, I am. The truth was, Ghlai didn't want to leave. He still wanted to watch Punlee playing with his phone for a little longer and send him off in that cool white car. All right, then I'll go home with you. You didn't drive, did you? Ghlai didn't want to hide this from Fandom, but since the person he had feelings for was Punlee, who was close to Fandom, he didn't want his crush to make Fandom worry. Even though Fandom knew and accepted that Ghlai liked boys, Ghlai thought it wouldn't be easy for Fandom if he found out Ghlai had feelings for someone so close to him. He knew Fandom wanted him to find love, but at the same time, Fandom had to understand that love cannot be forced. If Fandom knew about this secret crush, Ghlai believed his big brother would be quite uncomfortable. After much thought, he decided not to tell Fandom, and asked his 3 close friends to keep it a secret. Yes, I came by taxi today, Ghlai answered. Are you going home because tomorrow is your uncle and Kun Lin's engagement day? Yes. Then I'll take you home. No need, Fandom. I can go back by myself. I'm your older brother. I have to take care of you, Fandom said. Ghlai smiled at him. Thank you, Fandom. No need to thank me. It's nothing, Fandom said, then raised an eyebrow, as if remembering something. By the way, Ghlai, you haven't sent me the location of the restaurant yet. You're right. I forgot. But you've made a reservation, right? Yes, I've reserved a table, Fandom. All right. I'm going to buy a gift for you tomorrow, Fandom said, holding Ghlai's hand as they walked toward the escalator. I'm thinking really hard about your gift. Ghlai stepped onto the same escalator as Fandom and cheerfully replied, You don't have to buy me a gift, Fandom. Just having you, babe, and can come to my birthday party is enough for me. I can't do that. We have to get you the best gift, Fandom said, making Ghlai laugh as he looked at his taller brother. Thank you so much, Fandom. Tomorrow. I hope it's a day full of happiness for you, Ghlai, Fandom said, releasing Ghlai's hand and gently patting his head. I hope the strong person like you smiles a lot. Fandom's words were full of care. He was still worried about Ghlai feeling sad because his father and Kunlin's engagement was set on the same day as his birthday. Ghlai reassured him to ease his worries. I'm really okay, Fandom. Don't worry about me. Tomorrow, at the engagement, Babe and I will go in the morning. Yes, I'll wait to welcome the important guests, like you and Babe, at the front of the house. Fandom laughed and gently rubbed his hair. All right. What Ghlai told Fandom was the truth. He didn't want a birthday gift, just everyone's presence at the party. But he didn't tell his big brother everything. There was still one truth Ghlai kept hidden. And that truth was, this year, for his birthday, Ghlai wished the moon would revolve around him for just 1 minute. Chapter 5. A small-framed person wearing black skinny jeans completely dried his damp hair before walking to the wardrobe. He picked out a white, long-sleeved, V-neck shirt and brushed aside his chocolate-brown hair that had fallen over his face to avoid the too long front hair covering his eyebrows. Standing in front of the large mirror, he adjusted the hem of the shirt, which extended past his hips, neatly. He tilted his head to look at the shirt he was wearing. Usually, he liked to wear long-sleeved V-neck shirts, but none of his shirts had as deep a neckline as this one. And because of its thin, flowing fabric, he hesitated. But when he put on a rose gold necklace with a crescent moon pendant, he immediately decided that this was the outfit to wear to his own birthday dinner because everything felt perfect already. Simple yet elegant. This is Ghlaijai style. Cree. The buzzing sound from the black phone caught his attention as he was spraying perfume. Ghlai put down the bottle of his favorite perfume in its place before grabbing the phone to answer without checking the name on the screen. Hello, this is Ghlaijai. Ghlai, it's Dad. Oh, Dad? I didn't check who was calling, Ghlai said, holding the phone to his ear while using his shoulder to keep it in place. He used both hands to tidy up his things. Did you call for something, Dad? Son. The voice on the other end sounded soft before letting out a sigh. Is there an issue with the evening party? No, son. I wanted to call to apologize for not wishing you a happy birthday in person earlier. There were so many guests that I didn't have time to come see you. The small-framed person smiled in relief before saying, Oh, I thought it was something serious. Last night, at 11:59 p.m., you already sent me a message to wish me a happy birthday, didn't you? You didn't forget my birthday at all. Don't overthink it, Dad. Today, you need to smile as much as you can. I love you so much, Ghlai. I love you too, Dad. Since I hosted a party at home this evening, you had to have your birthday dinner outside instead. You could have invited your friends to celebrate at our house. I could have asked my Jeep to set up a zone for you. Would you like to change the plan and have it at home instead? It's still not too late. Dad, please don't feel guilty or overthink this. I'm perfectly fine having it outside, Ghlai said, laughing softly at what he was about to say. I've celebrated my birthday at home every year since I was born until I turned 19. This year, let's say I'm changing the atmosphere a bit. Are you sure about that, son? Yes. Have fun at the party, Dad. Don't worry about me. Do you want any special gifts this year? Ghlai, who had finished tidying up, held the phone and looked at his reflection in the mirror. Dad had once said he smiled just like Mom. At first, Ghlai didn't quite believe it, but now, seeing his own smile again, Ghlai believed it now. Dad's angel wasn't far away at all. I just want Dad, everyone in the house, and... The last part was spoken softly before pausing. Ghlai's thoughts were momentarily stolen by the crescent moon pendant's reflection in the mirror. A gentle smile appeared as a feeling surfaced. A slender hand moved to touch the pendant lightly before speaking. And the people I love to be happy. How about asking for something for yourself? I already wish for my own happiness every day. For a special occasion like this, I want to wish for others instead. Do you have someone special who makes your heart race yet? Ghlai laughed before answering. That's a secret, Dad. Keeping secrets from Dad now, are you, Ghlaijai? Dad said before another voice called for him in the background. Okay, I'll be there. Ghlai, I need to go greet the evening guests now. Yes, Dad. I love you. I love you too, Ghlai. After hanging up, Ghlai put the phone on his desk. As he was walking to grab his wallet, he stopped because of another buzzing sound. Thinking it was Dad again, he looked at the screen but saw a different name. Hello, Fandom. Ghlai, how many people did we reserve the table for? 12, Fandom. Fandom wants to invite Fa too, so I'll have someone to chat with. Ghlai had met and spoken with Fa a few times. Every time he met, Ghlai never felt anything. But this time, he was strangely excited, possibly because he secretly hoped. In 100%, there might be a 0.1% chance that Fa would bring Punlee to the birthday party. Even if that hope was almost impossible. Sure, Fandom. Okay, see you later. Thump, 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 thump. Yet, his little heart was already racing. After hanging up from his brother, Ghlai left his room and decided to take a taxi to the Korean barbecue restaurant near Siam. Since it was a holiday, the area would be extremely crowded, and Ghlai didn't want to waste time looking for parking. The small-framed person looked up at the gray clouds in the sky, signaling an impending rain. He quickly walked to the sidewalk and waved down a taxi that was passing by. When the bright pink car stopped in front of them, he opened the door and got in immediately. To Siam, please. Sure. Ghlai smiled at the cheerful response from the driver and took out his vibrating phone from his pocket. He saw notifications from the Line app on the screen. Messages from a Line group with May and Pai. Pai, leaving now. Mommy, I'm on the way. Are you out of the condo yet? Next were messages from private chats. Gun, traffic's terrible. I might be a bit late. Cake, Ghlai, Sam and I have makeup classes today. We can't make it to your birthday. Sorry, I'll bring your gift to uni later. Ghlai swiped the screen and opened the Line app to reply to everyone's messages. Suddenly, someone added him via his phone number. Frowning, Ghlai noticed the profile picture was black, with a blue cloud emoji next to the name. Then, a recent message from the blue cloud cleared up all doubts. Blue cloud, it's Mech. Blue cloud, happy birthday, Ghlai. Blue cloud, wishing you lots of happiness. Ghlai didn't need to guess where Mech got his number. Thought must have wanted revenge for being called to answer questions in class by using this method. The small-framed person shook his head lightly before opening the chat and moving his finger to the block option. But the next messages stopped them. Blue cloud, even if you don't reply, please don't block me. Blue cloud, just let me know you've seen my messages. Blue cloud, I really like you, Ghlai. I'm not mad that you punched me that day. I was really out of line. But these messages only stopped him for a few minutes. His slender finger pressed block before quickly returning to reply to his friend's messages. Ghlai didn't think what he did was overly cruel because, throughout Mech's pursuit, he had never shown any respect. Mech's behavior grew worse each day, as if he couldn't control himself. The most recent incident in the restroom was outright harassment. Ghlai thought, if he didn't distance himself from Mech, he would truly be cruel to himself for letting such risks linger around them. Ghlai typed furiously, not only replying to friends, but also responding to messages from his father's friends' children who had sent birthday wishes. Usually, Ghlai celebrated his birthday at home, so his father would invite his friends, who would bring his similarly aged children. But he wasn't particularly close and only contacted each other on special occasions. One of the messages was from Teen, a student from the Faculty of Engineering at a well-known university. Teen, happy birthday, Ghlai. I wish I could see you today. I really want to meet you. Teen, next week, I'm hosting a party at my house. Can you come? Teen bought perfume from France as a gift and also prepared a present for you. This message is from Ploy, the beautiful daughter of Uncle Fet, Dad's best friend. Pa Ploy, Ghlaijai, happy birthday. Wishing you lots of happiness. And there were many other messages that Ghlai had to reply to. He let out a small sigh of relief once he had responded to all of them. Locking his phone, he slipped it into his pocket and looked ahead. Traffic's a bit heavy, kiddo. Yes, uncle. In a rush. Ghlai let out a sheepish laugh before answering the man who was looking at him through the rearview mirror. Just a little, uncle. Got a date with your boyfriend? Glai's eyes widened, and his lips moved as though he wanted to say something. But every thought he had was swallowed back down. He didn't understand why he felt so embarrassed by Uncle's question, especially since he didn't even have a boyfriend. No, uncle. I'm rushing to a birthday party. Oh, so it's your boyfriend's birthday party then? Ghlai raised a hand to rub his ear, which now felt unbearably warm and, no doubt, very red. No, uncle. It's my birthday today. Oh, really? Well then, happy birthday, kiddo. Ghlai brought his hands together respectfully. Thank you, uncle. But your boyfriend's already waiting at the venue, right? Uncle's question reminded Ghlai of his relatives on his father's side, who always teased him about his love life during Chinese New Year. They wouldn't give him red envelopes unless he answered their questions. Ghlai never got a single red envelope. I don't have a boyfriend waiting, uncle. I don't even have a boyfriend. Ghlai never knew what to tell his relatives. When he told the truth, that he didn't have a boyfriend. Really? No boyfriend at all. No one believed him, just like uncle. Really, uncle? With a face like yours? I don't believe it. Are you teasing me? Ghlai chuckled when uncle shook his head emphatically, clearly unconvinced. I'm not teasing, uncle. Unbelievable, uncle said with a laugh. Believe me, uncle, I really don't have a boyfriend. Because I'm still secretly in love with someone. Want to listen to some music, kiddo? Ghlai nodded quickly. Sure, uncle. Uncle reached over to turn on the radio, fiddling with the tuner before stopping at a station Ghlai used to listen to back in high school. Let's go with this one, kiddo, a station for young people. You'll probably like it. Okay, uncle. Thank you. Leaning his head against the window, Ghlai watched the motionless cars next to theirs before shifting his gaze to the overcast sky. The next song we're playing is sure to resonate with anyone harboring a secret crush. Ghlai couldn't help but smile at the DJ's words. Since falling for Punlee, he had listened to countless songs about secret love. He was certain he must have heard the song that was about to play. Let's listen to Secret Crush by Long Fawn. Ghlai muttered, eyebrows furrowed slightly. He'd never heard this song before. It was hard to believe that a die-hard secret lover like him had missed it. The song's cute melody began, drawing a smile from him. On a day filled with happiness, even a gloomy sky couldn't dampen a joyful heart. Morning has come, it's not too late. As I wake up, I sing of you. Holding the notes in my heart, crafted from love, hoping you'll hear, my dear. This song. I don't know where you are now. I don't know who your heart thinks of. Do you know that I'm nervous? Because my heart only thinks of you, my dear. Is so adorable. Static. Ghlai let out a disappointed noise when Static interrupted the song. The car had moved from its spot, disrupting the signal. The sweet male voice and the charming melody were replaced by noise. I'll fix it for you, kiddo. Thanks, uncle. Uncle fiddled with the controls for several minutes, and though the static eventually disappeared, the song had already ended. Another song has come to an end. Up next, a sad tune. Looks like the last song's over, kiddo. Too bad. You seem to like it a lot. Ghlai chuckled softly. It was my first time hearing that song, uncle, so I was really focused on it. But it's okay. I know the title now, so I'll find it and listen to it later. What's it called? Secret Crush, uncle. Ghlai arrived at the Korean barbecue restaurant as the first of his group. He followed a staff member to the table he had reserved. Before long, Fandom, Babe, and Tirak arrived. Once seated, the three handed him a large brown paper bag. Ghlai took it and peeked inside, finding 2 gift boxes. Ghlai, the one wrapped in yellow paper is from me, said Tirak with a smile. Ghlai nodded at his friend across the table, then turned to the 2 seated beside him. And the one wrapped in light green paper must be from Fandom and Babe, right? Fandom, sitting closest to Ghlai, nodded. Babe, sitting next to Fandom, leaned in and said, I hope you'll like the gift I picked out. Babe, anything chosen with love? I'll like, Tirak interjected before turning to Ghlai and nodding. Right, Ghlai? Ghlai couldn't help but smile at Tirak's cuteness. He truly brightened the gloomy day. Exactly. But, Ghlai, I have to confess. I didn't personally pick out your gift. I sent telepathic vibes to Babe, asking her to choose something cute and perfect for you. And when she told me what she got, I thought it was just right. Honestly, just having you here makes me happy. Thank you for the gift. It's nothing, Ghlai. Really, Tirak said, forming a tiny circle with his fingers to emphasize how little it was. Ghlai laughed. Thanks for making me smile today, Tirak. Always happy to. Tirak's signature playful tone was unlike anyone else's. Ghlai watched him chatter with Babe, then turned to Fandom, who was nudging him. Yes, Fandom. The evening party, everything okay? Yes, Fandom. Before I left the condo, Dad called. It seems there'll be more guests than this morning. I was just worried about too many guests causing problems. Even Mom said she'd send over some helpers. Please thank Aunt for me, but everything's ready. No need to worry, Fandom. All right, I'll let Mom know. Ghlai nodded, then glanced at Tirak again, feeling a pair of eyes on him. Sure enough, Tirak was staring at him with a wide-eyed, innocent expression. Ghlai, you're so adorable. Tirak tilted his head and continued. No matter the angle, you're cute. And that sweet smile. Ghlai laughed, thinking that Tirak, unaware of his own charm, was the most endearing person in the world. I don't think anyone could be as cute as you, Tirak. Not only do you look adorable, but you're also so good with words. Gah, I just want to hug you. Oh, Tirak, Babe said, shaking her head. Ghlai figured she felt the same as he did. Tirak was just too irresistibly charming. But suddenly, the most adorable person in the world furrowed his brows as if he had just remembered something. He shifted his gaze from his sister and turned back to look into his eyes. Why did Ghlai choose to celebrate his birthday at this restaurant? Aren't you afraid it won't feel private, Ghlai? Tirak's question made Ghlai pause for a moment. He pursed his lips as he noticed the silence of the two people beside him. Ghlai guessed that Fandom and Babe had only invited Tirak to the event without explaining the reason why they were celebrating his birthday at a Korean barbecue restaurant. Fandom, who was about to say something, stopped mid-sentence. Well, this year, my family is hosting another event for my dad. I didn't want to burden them further. If we held it at home, there'd be a lot of preparation involved. Ghlai smiled at Tirak before continuing. Plus, I didn't want a big celebration. This year, I wanted the birthday to have a relaxed atmosphere, like a casual gathering over a meal during the holidays. Oh, Ghlai, you're always so thoughtful of others. You didn't want a big party because you didn't want to add more work for your family. Hearing that makes me feel so happy for them, Tirak said with a warm smile. Ghlai grinned and added, as I grow older, I start to understand the saying, when we're kids, we dream of having big birthday parties with lots of friends. But as we grow up, we prefer small gatherings with only close friends. A birthday isn't just about having fun and blowing out candles. It's about sitting down to talk, sharing stories from times we haven't met, and laughing over silly things that have happened in our lives. Wow, Ghlai, your perspective on birthdays is amazing. Listening to you, I feel so warm inside. Tirak beamed before saying, let's make sure to smile a lot today, okay? Sure, Ghlai replied, smiling back at him. Everything he told Tirak was true. Ghlai didn't want Fajib or anyone else at home to be overburdened, and he wanted this year's birthday celebration to be a warm, intimate gathering with close ones. But there was another truth Ghlai couldn't share with Tirak. Even though Ghlai would likely understand and not mind that his father scheduled an engagement event on his birthday, others might not understand. Ghlai didn't want anyone to misunderstand. He didn't want anyone to see his father in a bad light. He didn't want anyone to think his father didn't love his child enough. Though Ghlai believed Tirak, with his optimistic nature, wouldn't judge his father without truly getting to know him. Some things were just too complex to explain. Ghlai thought it would be better to avoid such complications and let Tirak focus on the simpler, more pleasant aspects instead. The subtle smiles of Fandom and Babe told Ghlai that they understood his true intentions. It wasn't that Ghlai wanted to hide the truth from Tirak. He merely trimmed away the more emotionally loaded parts of the story to minimize any questions that might arise in Tirak's heart. Ghlaijai. Ghlai turned toward the cheerful voice coming from his right. Its owner approached with May and Gun, all smiling brightly. You're here, Ghlai said as his three close friends stopped at the head of the table on the right. The traffic was awful. Good thing the route I took wasn't as bad as Gun's. May chimed in. Ghlai patted the empty seat beside him in invitation. Pai handed him a small white paper bag, and the logo on it revealed that his friend had bought him another expensive gift. I know you're about to scold me for buying you something pricey. Pai started before sitting down on the long bench and scooting closer to him. This is a gift from both May and me. We split the cost, and it's not as expensive as you think. Ghlai accepted the gift bag and said, next time, you don't have to buy me anything expensive. I feel bad about it. What are you worried about? It's just a little thing. Ghlai smiled at Pai and invited his other two friends to sit. May, Gun, take a seat. Gun, which side are you sitting on? I'm fine with either. May, you choose first. Then I'll sit next to Pi. Someone needs to keep an eye on her when we're out. Haha, okay. Ghlai watched as his two friends took their seats on the long bench on either side of the table. May sat on his side, while Gun sat across from Pi. The table, designed to seat 12 people, had benches for 6 people on each side, allowing everyone to easily get up from either end. Currently, 5 people were seated on Ghlai's side, while only Tirak and Gun were on the opposite side. Ghlai blinked as he noticed the empty spaces across from him. It seemed that Gun and Tirak, never having met before, were maintaining a noticeable distance. To ease the atmosphere, Ghlai decided to introduce everyone. Fandom already knows all my friends, but Babe and Tirak are meeting them for the first time. Let me introduce them so that next time we see each other at the university, we can all greet one another. Ghlai looked at Babe and Tirak, then gestured toward his first friend. This is Pi. Pi greeted Fandom and Babe with a polite "why" before waving at Tirak. Babe gave a friendly smile, while Tirak, with his chubby cheeks, waved back at Pi. And this is May, Ghlai continued, then shifted his gaze to Gun. And this is Gun. May and Gun also greeted Fandom and Babe with a "why," followed by warm smiles at Tirak. Ghlai felt relieved to see everyone getting along well. Ghlai, move the gift bags over here. That way, Pi can sit more comfortably. Tirak had already started making friends with his group. It's okay. I'm sitting just fine, Pi said, waving her hands. Ghlai glanced at the gift bags next to him. Though Pi insisted she was fine, he felt the bags were somewhat in the way. So, he handed them over to Tirak, who reached out to take them. Can you hold these for a bit, Rak? Of course. The paper bags, containing neatly wrapped gift boxes, were placed on the bench across from him. The empty space in front of him felt less lonely now that it was filled, even if only with gifts from his friends. Thinking this, Ghlai smiled faintly as he watched Gun pull something from his backpack, a long silver box, which he held out toward him. This is my gift. Can I add it to the bag? Gun asked, holding the box near the paper bag's opening. When Ghlai nodded, Gun carefully placed it inside. Thanks a lot, Gun. Same gift as always. Hope you still like it. Of course I do. I'll want the same next year, too. Gun smiled and gave an okay gesture. You got it. Is Fa the only one not here yet? Yeah, Fandom answered. In that case, why don't we start ordering food while we wait for Fa? Good idea. Fa can order more when he gets here. Your friends must be hungry, Babe said, taking a menu from a staff member. All right then. Ghlai glanced at the menu Pi was holding for him. He had chosen this Korean barbecue buffet because it allowed everyone to order freely without feeling constrained. As he leaned in to examine the dishes, Fandom made a remark that piqued his interest. Punlee is here, but Fa still hasn't shown up. Even though Fandom's statement seemed improbable, and Ghlai thought he might have misheard, he instinctively turned to look. At that moment, the person who had long captivated Ghlai's heart appeared, overturning his theories about the moon only appearing at 5:30 p.m. Because Punlee made him realize that the round, luminous moon didn't just appear in the evening. Ghlai's light-colored eyelids didn't blink even once, for he feared the person before him might vanish. His heart, which had been racing wildly upon seeing his moon, now slowed to a near halt. I forgot to mention I invited Punlee too. That way, Tirak would have someone to talk to, and besides, Fandom leaned in to whisper, it's good for you two to get to know each other. Next time you see each other at the university, you can say hi. When Fandom's words ended, Ghlai's mind went blank, and his senses grew silent as though the world had stopped turning. He watched his moon smile and laugh with his close friend, Tirak, without looking away. Because Ghlai had always thought it impossible for Punlee to attend his birthday, the present moment felt like watching his favorite movie, with a beloved character leading the story. Ghlai saw Punlee and Tirak speaking, but he couldn't hear a word. It was as if the world allowed him only one sense, vision, to be left in awe of Punlee's arrival. All of Ghlai's friends had looked up, their gazes curious and intrigued. But none of their reactions or remarks reached his ears. Hi everyone. Hope I'm not too late. Until Punlee's words. Hello, Ghlai. Rak, can you move over a bit? I'm about to fall off the edge. Just a little because. Ghlai looked at the owner of the chubby cheeks, whose worried face glanced at the empty space left beside them. Because Fa is big, and there won't be enough room. So Rack was saving space for Phi Fa all along. Phi Fa must be really important to Rack, for him to reserve a spot for Phi Fa, instead of giving it to his close friend. Even though there was quite a bit of space left on Rack's side, Ghlai understood why Rack kept his distance from the gift bag placed between him and Gun. It was probably to avoid making Gun feel uncomfortable by sitting too close. With that understanding, Ghlai said, "It's okay, Rack. Just make yourself comfortable. If there's not enough space, we'll add another table." "Really, Ghlai?" "Yes, because there are still a lot of my friends who'll need a seat anyway. We'll have to add tables regardless." "Sorry for lying, Rack. I just didn't want you to feel bad. Also, it means Conceição can sit comfortably too." "Okay, that eases my mind." Rack nodded and smiled at him, and Ghlai smiled back. At that moment, he accidentally locked eyes with someone. Ghlai quickly looked down when he saw Punlee smiling mischievously at him. Ghlai knew Punlee was playful, always smiling, and seemed to always have a cheerful expression. But even knowing that, his body still reacted uncontrollably. He was completely unprepared. He couldn't handle it at all. "Oh no, Ghlai's heart. Ghlai." Pai nudged his arm gently and called him in a soft voice, almost a whisper, prompting Ghlai to turn to her. "Your ears are bright red." Swallowing hard, Ghlai wanted to cover both ears with his hands, but was afraid it would look suspicious. He tried to think of a way to hide his obvious embarrassment, which lingered on his ears for several minutes. Finally, he shook his head lightly in defeat and turned to his close friend with a pout, as if he were about to cry. "Ghlai," Gun called softly, lifting a hand to pat his chest. "Take a deep breath, it'll help with the blushing." Ghlai followed his friend's advice, taking in a deep breath of air that wasn't all that fresh. The smoke from the grill at the neighboring table filled his nostrils, and he nearly choked. "Oh no, poor thing," May said, laughing. Pai reached over to pat his back gently and asked, "You okay?" "Pai, can I borrow a bag?" Ghlai gestured toward the paper bag containing the gifts. "What for?" "To cover my head, so no one can see my red ears." It was probably the first time Ghlai managed to make his friends laugh without trying. Usually, his jokes were painfully awkward, but his friends always chuckled to encourage him. This time, however, Ghlai wanted to tell them he wasn't joking. He really wanted to cover his head with the bag. "Where's Punlee going? Why is he getting up from the table?" Upon hearing Pai's question, Ghlai looked for an answer immediately. He saw Punlee standing and laughing while Rack pointed at him angrily. Right now, the chubby-cheeked Rack looked very annoyed. Wait, Punlee. If it's not true, you're in big trouble. Rack might make you cry for real." The seemingly fierce Rack walked out of the restaurant quickly. Meanwhile, the accused person was still smiling and laughing as he dropped back into his chair as if nothing had happened. Ghlai had no idea what occurred during the time he was flustered by Punlee. He turned to the person beside him, who he assumed was part of the scene, and asked, "Where's Rack going, Fandom?" Fandom chuckled before answering. "Well, Punlee told Rack that Phi Fa had already driven away because of heavy traffic. But Phi Fa hasn't arrived yet, right, Fandom? Why don't you ask the one who started the story?" Fandom gestured toward the opposite side. "What do you say, Punlee? The birthday boy is asking." Ghlai pressed his lips together tightly before looking at the person sitting across from Fandom. If there were a temperature gauge on him right now, he believed it would break from the sudden spike in heat. Punlee bit his lip lightly as he placed a brown wallet and black phone on the table. He gazed at Ghlai with a smile, and Ghlai realized he was blinking excessively, a habit triggered when he felt particularly nervous. He never thought making eye contact with someone could drain so much energy, especially with Conceição. With those playful, slightly flirtatious eyes. How much strength would it take to endure that? Even if he were Thanos, he doubted he could handle it. Ghlai noticed the gift bag being moved aside as Punlee pushed it slightly to clear the area. Gun took over, pulling the bag closer to himself, seemingly to make room for Punlee to sit across from Ghlai. At that moment, the empty space before him was filled not by a paper bag, but by Punlee himself. Ghlai thought he'd be staring at the gift bag all evening, never expecting someone to sit opposite him. But it was still the same moon. The same moon that drove away the loneliness within him. The same moon that completed what was missing. And it was this Conceição, this very moon, who made his fractured universe whole again. The birthday boy wants the truth, or do you want to guess first? Thump, thump, thump. Note this moment in your heart, Ghlai. The first time you spoke with Punlee. I think I'd rather know the truth. The truth is, Punlee smiled as he locked eyes with Ghlai and continued. No one would ever turn back just because of traffic. Everyone would try to get here as fast as they could to protect the birthday boy's feelings. So Phi Fa will definitely come. No need to worry, okay? How impressive. Ghlai didn't immediately nod or respond because Punlee's words sank deeply into his heart. It stirred a feeling more profound than just being impressed. Was it the smile he described as the world will be okay when you see it? The gentle tone? Or the heartfelt words that made the phrase, thank you, echo in his mind? Thank you for making every step on the journey to the moon so memorable. If someone were to ask why Punlee's words touched him so easily, Ghlai could only answer. Because someone like him. Someone who had been through so much. Someone who always told others they were okay. Someone who tried to be strong to overcome things. When he heard, don't worry, before he even faced disappointment or heartache, it felt like the world stopped pressing down on him. It was no wonder he felt something beyond mere admiration. But now Ghlai realized they'd been staring at each other for too long, so he nodded in response. Punlee smiled and nodded slightly, as if to say he understood the unspoken message. Ghlai, the one called, broke eye contact and turned toward the voice. Pai waved 2 empty glasses in her hands. Ghlai guessed one was his. Pai, are you going to get drinks? His embarrassment hadn't subsided, making his words falter. Yeah, what do you want? I'll get it for you. I'll go too. No need, birthday boy. Just stay comfy here at the table. It took Ghlai nearly a minute to decide before saying, anything's fine. Pai, you pick for me. Okay. Wait a sec. Ghlai called as he saw all 3 friends getting up from the table. You're all going. His 3 close friends frowned slightly, but nodded in confirmation. Ghlai wasn't surprised by their confused expressions. Normally, he wasn't afraid to be alone and rarely acted needy with his friends. He wasn't scared to be alone now, either. But he was terrified of being left alone with a certain someone. His heart might take a direct hit, so intense it wouldn't recover. Ghlai made a pleading face at his 3 friends holding the empty glasses. Don't be so clingy, Ghlai, Pai teased. Or you'll get a scolding. Pai spoke while raising her index finger toward him, then nodded to invite Mei and Gun to join her at the nearby vending machine. Ghlai exhaled quietly, glancing at his friends, who were smiling and laughing as they chose their sodas in front of the rectangular machine. The Korean music that had been playing softly in the restaurant for a while was suddenly replaced with a sweet-sounding Thai song. Ghlai shut his eyes, silently wishing that one of the staff would quickly change the music back. This is a Korean barbecue place. What's going on? Why are they playing? Even if today is late, I wake up singing a song for you. Memorize the notes. Don't let them fade. Crafted from my heart. Please listen, my dearest. The song. Secret Crush. Played on. Don't know where you are now. Don't know whose heart you occupy. Do you know that I'm nervous? Because, in my heart, I'm thinking only of you, my dear. Ghlai's eyelids fluttered open as he turned to look at the person beside him, hoping Phi Dom, Phi Babe, and Rak were still sitting at the table. He admitted to himself that his eyes darted to the right as quickly as possible, avoiding the person in front of him. He wasn't avoiding Punlee because he didn't want to see him. He just knew, if they made eye contact again, especially with Secret Crush playing in the background, his heart would race uncontrollably. At this moment, Ghlai thought the thing that might stop his heart wasn't just meeting Punlee's gaze, but also the fact that everyone else had left the table. He pressed his lips together and mustered up the courage to glance at the seat opposite him. And that's when, in reality, I may never know, even if you don't know me at all, but I have quite the crush on you. My heart still waits and watches, hoping you'll turn my way. Their eyes met again. This time, it was direct eye contact, without waiting for the other to turn around, just like in the song. Because Punlee was right in front of him, Ghlai wasn't sure how red his ears were, with no one around to comment. But he figured Kunmoon must have noticed. Punlee smiled slightly. Don't just sit there, Ghlai. Do something. Smile back at Punlee. Just tell me, do you feel a little bit like I do? Do you have a slight crush on me too? Can the birthday person sit alone? I'll go get a drink, Punlee said, holding up an empty glass and raising an eyebrow in question. Ghlai quickly nodded to respond, prompting Punlee to chuckle softly. Can you really sit alone? Yes, I can, Ghlai replied, a bit nervously. Punlee smiled. Because earlier, You seem to be whining to your friends. I wasn't whining, Ghlai countered. I just asked them something, that's all. Oh. Punlee's smile carried a look that said, I'll pretend to believe you. Okay, I'll go get my drink now. Yes. Ghlai tried not to avert his gaze from Punlee, watching as he stood and walked to the vending machine. Once he saw him reach the spot where everyone else was standing, he slumped forward, burying his face on the table as Secret Crush continued playing, making him blush like crazy. May my heart be refreshed as I wait and watch, hoping you'll glance my way just once. Ugh, why isn't this song over yet? This time, no other noise distracted him. Earlier, you seemed to be whining to your friends. There it was, a distraction. Ghlai's tousled hair shifted as he shook his head against the table, mumbling softly. It's all Conceição's fault for making me seem so whiny. What's wrong? I leave for a little bit, and you're sulking at the table? Ghlai sighed softly, sitting up to face his three friends, who had just returned to their seats. I don't even know what to say right now. I feel so flustered, Pai. Ghlai admitted, his cheeks burning. If your ears get any redder, they'll be the same color as a tomato, Gun teased with a laugh. It's over for you, Ghlai, Pai said, shaking her head as if she were hopeless. Punlee definitely saw your red ears just now. Just tell him it's because of the heat. Make something up, Gun suggested. No way, Ghlai replied, shaking his head. He'd just say I'm bad at lying and should learn better. Huh, do you really think Punlee would say that to you? From what I've seen, he'd just tease you for being shy, Pai added, as if she'd noticed Punlee's teasing gaze earlier. The gaze that seemed to say, I'll pretend to believe you. He probably did just pretend to believe me, Ghlai muttered, lowering his eyes to the glass Pai handed him. I got you mixed fruit juice. Thanks, Pai, Ghlai said, taking the glass and sipping from the straw. The sweet and sour taste refreshed him as he discreetly glanced at the tall figure who'd flustered him so much. Since the vending machine wasn't far from their table, Ghlai could see Punlee talking with Fandom. He was laughing, his usual smile brightening his face. But as their conversation continued, his smile began to fade. What were they talking about? Why did Kunmoon's smile disappear? Ghlai quickly averted his gaze when Babe returned to the table. Smiling, he greeted Dom's girlfriend, who sat down beside him. I'll sit here for now, Ghlai. Dom's still chatting with Punlee about something. It's fine, Babe. You can stay here so you don't have to move again, Ghlai replied, smiling back. Babe nodded before turning to accept the food trays the staff brought to the table. As one of the staff members leaned over to turn on the grill in front of Ghlai, he stole another glance at Punlee. His brows furrowed slightly as he watched Fandom walk back to the table, carrying two glasses. One of them was probably for Punlee. Ghlai then saw Kunmoon talking with a staff member, gesturing toward their table, and quickly looked back at the grill. When Punlee pointed toward the table, he turned to look as well. But he wouldn't have seen him staring, right? Right? He wouldn't have. Stay calm, Ghlai. Don't get excited, or he'll know. Secret Crush. Ghlai's eyes widened as he heard the phrase, turning to look at the person beside him. Fandom, who had swapped seats with Babe at some point, was smiling at him. Ghlai swallowed and returned a weak smile. Secret Crush, isn't that right, Dom? Babe said from her original seat. Yeah, it's the song I sent you when I first started courting you, Dom replied with a grin. Don't give me that look. I'm not embarrassed, Babe teased. Ghlai exhaled in relief, realizing Fandom hadn't caught on to his feelings for Punlee and was just talking about the song with his girlfriend. He shook his head slightly and turned to look at Kunmoon again. This time, he saw Punlee walking out of the restaurant. But he probably wasn't leaving since Fandom had placed a tea-colored drink in his seat. Where's Punlee? Babe asked the question for him, turning to Fandom. Oh, he said he was going to check on Rack, who's been gone for a while. Dom replied, easing Ghlai's worry. Satisfied, he focused on the now-hot grill. The heat waves brushed against his skin. Ghlai, your 2 trays of shrimp are here, Pai said. Pai, give them to me. I'll grill and peel the shrimp for Ghlai today, Gun interjected. No need. Gun, I can do it myself, Ghlai replied. You just sit still, birthday boy. Don't argue. Gun scolded with a stern look, taking the shrimp trays and pouring them onto his own grill. Then take these sliced pork strips instead. I ordered extra, Pai offered. Thanks, Pai. Ghlai accepted the pork strips from her and glanced at Punlee again. This time, he watched as he spoke with a staff member, his earlier smile still missing. Ghlai stood near the table holding a tray of sliced pork and glanced at the grilling stations on both sides. The right side station belonged to Fandom and Babe, soon to be joined by Tirak and Fa. The left side was shared by Gun, May and Pai. As for the grill station in front of him, it seemed reserved for the tray of shrimp. It's mine. Punlee. Ghlai turned to the tall figure who had somehow settled on the long chair without him noticing. The man accepted the white tray filled with shrimp from the staff, whom Ghlai guessed had been directed by Punlee earlier to prepare a special order. How nice. Punlee also loves shrimp. Whoa, can you really finish all that, Punlee? Babe asked, watching Punlee place large shrimp on the grill. At that moment, Punlee raised his head to glance at them with his usual calm demeanor, only to lower his gaze to the grill again. Ghlai began to worry. Normally, Punlee's face always had a smile. Did I unintentionally upset him? Was I staring too much? Ghlai's heart pounded anxiously. But after a moment, his worries dissipated as he saw Punlee resume his faint smile while tending to the shrimp. Looking at it now, I doubt I'll finish it all. Should I help? Don't want it to go to waste. Why don't you focus on your pork instead? I wasn't trying to take it. I just didn't want leftovers to incur charges. There won't be extra charges. Trust me. Ghlai, meanwhile, carefully used chopsticks to place the pork slices on the grill, ensuring to stay at the edges so as not to encroach on the shrimp's territory. He stole a glance at Punlee, who meticulously transferred orange-tinted shrimp to his plate. Ghlai tried to avert his gaze from Punlee, but it was nearly impossible, perhaps because he didn't know when he'd get another opportunity to be close to him. He wanted to remember every detail of Punlee as much as he could. Ghlai. Punlee's voice interrupted his thoughts as he stared at the grill. Holding his breath, Ghlai froze until Punlee added, "Your pork is burning. Take it off." So he wasn't calling his name but telling him, "It's burning. Time to breathe again, Ghlai." Nodding quickly, Ghlai retrieved his cooked pork, placing it on his plate. He pressed his lips together to suppress a smile, though it was proving difficult. At that moment, he wanted to thank Punlee for teaching him that holding back tears wasn't nearly as challenging as holding back a smile. As he placed another slice of pork onto the grill, leaving it near the edge, Punlee unexpectedly picked it up with his chopsticks and moved it closer to the center. "Don't leave it at the edge. It won't cook properly," Punlee said, meeting his eyes. Okay," Ghlai stammered softly, nodding. Then he inwardly berated himself for replying so informally. He should have responded with "Yes, sir," instead of a meek "Okay." The truth was, being close to Punlee made him nervous. "Hey, you're finally here?" Ghlai looked up at the new arrivals, Fa and Tirak. He quickly stood and greeted them, bowing slightly. "Hello, Fa." "Hello. Sorry we're late." "It's fine. I'm just happy you're here." As Tirak offered to accompany Fa to get drinks, Ghlai observed their interaction and smiled to himself. It seemed these two were falling for each other. "Ghlai," Gun called, holding up a plate of fully cooked shrimp. "They're ready, but I'll wait for them to cool a bit before peeling them for you, okay?" Ghlai beamed. "Thanks, Gun." Yet his attention was soon drawn to the sound of peeling shrimp. Punlee was peeling shrimp, steam rising from the hot white-orange meat. Ghlai noticed the tips of Punlee's fingers turning slightly red from the heat. Why would he peel shrimp while they're still so hot? He must really love shrimp. "Punlee, eating that much shrimp?" Tirak exclaimed teasingly. Punlee simply shook his head, glancing at Tirak's puffed-out cheeks before returning to his task. Ghlai quietly watched the lively scene at his birthday gathering, filled with laughter and joy. He felt this was true happiness and resolved to give back to everyone with the same warmth. "Eat as much as you like. If anyone wants more seafood, feel free to order. I've already opted for the seafood package, so it won't cost extra." "Ghlai, you're so generous," Tirak praised. Ghlai was about to respond when Punlee pushed a plate of shrimp toward him. "Thump thump. A birthday gift," Punlee said simply. "Thump thump." Glai's heart raced. He believed a heart wouldn't flutter randomly unless the person in front of it had a significant impact. Punlee continued, "I asked Fandom earlier what you liked. He said you loved shrimp. So, I peeled these as your gift, one for each of your 20 years. Happy birthday. Thank you so much. And nice to meet you, too." "Likewise." As Ghlai accepted the plate, he felt guilty for not having a better way to express his gratitude. Punlee had made such a thoughtful gesture. Yet Ghlai could only stammer out a simple thanks. Looking at the 20 shrimp in front of him, Ghlai smiled. As he chewed on the sweet shrimp, he observed Punlee wiping his hands clean with a tissue. He realized something. Punlee's gift and his way of getting to know him had transformed the phrase, "a lot," into something immeasurable. Though Ghlai had resolved not to like Punlee any more than he already did, now, he liked Punlee far more than a lot. Chapter 6. After we finished our meal at the Korean barbecue restaurant within the time limit, everyone parted ways. However, Ghlai had to wait for Phi Pha at the parking lot behind the mall, because Phi Pha told him to wait there for his birthday gift. Phi Pha had rushed off to the restaurant and forgotten to bring the gift. The reason for the rush? No need to guess. Phi Pha was worried that the chubby-cheeked one might be left waiting, so he hurried to show up first. This couple really cares for each other's feelings. How adorable. Are the 20 shrimp in your stomach making you smile like that, Ghlai? Gun teased with a grin as he stood waiting for Phi Pha alongside Ghlai, after May and Pi had left. Alone with his best friend, Ghlai finally let his smile show freely. Today, Ghlai's heart felt its happiest. He wanted to smile wide enough to make the whole round world jealous. "I can't believe I ate it all," the small figure said, looking down, smiling shyly while nudging a bit of dust on the ground with his foot. "But how could I not? Punlee painstakingly peeled all those shrimp for my birthday gift. I really admire you. And what about my 2 trays of shrimp, Gun? Did you share them with anyone? It was such a lot. The 3 of us helped finish it. I feel so queasy now. But we couldn't waste it, or we'd get fined." Ghlai burst out laughing as he watched his best friend pat his stomach lightly, then looked up at the crescent moon in the faint sky. Tonight, there wasn't a single star accompanying the moon. Though the sight might seem lonely, it didn't make Ghlai feel isolated at all. Because Ghlai knew that every day, the moon had him. He had the moon. They had each other, even from afar. Where did Phi Pha go? Why did he make us wait in the parking lot? The question broke Ghlai's gaze from the crescent moon as he turned to answer his friend. He said he was dropping off his sweetheart at Fandom's car and would come back quickly with my gift. Oh, I see. Look, there he is now. Ghlai pointed to the tall figure walking toward them. Phi Pha nodded, as if to acknowledge Ghlai's waiting before heading to a nearby car. Not long after, he returned carrying a large white paper bag. "Sorry to keep you waiting. Dom's parking lot is on the other side." "It's okay, Phi Pha." Ghlai raised his hands in a polite "why" and accepted the bag. "Are you heading home now?" Phi Pha nodded. "How are you getting home, Ghlai? Didn't you bring your car?" "No. I plan to take a taxi, but I'll drop Gun at the bus stop first. Want me to give you and your friend a ride?" "No need, Phi Pha. Gun and I can manage. Drive safely, okay?" "All right. Take care." After another why, Ghlai signaled Gun to head out of the parking lot. The 2 friends chatted as they walked to the bus stop near the mall. "Gun, why's the bus so late today? When do you think you'll get home? This bus line usually speeds like crazy. Why is it so slow today?" Gun glanced at him before continuing. "You can head off first, Ghlai. I can wait alone." Ghlai looked up at the cloudy sky, expecting rain soon, then shook his head. "No, I'll wait with you. If you don't catch the bus before the rain starts, I'll be worried." "Ghlai, don't be too nice." Ghlai laughed, then widened his eyes and pointed at the orange bus speeding toward them. "Look, Gun, your bus is here. I thought Dominic Toretto was driving so fast." Gun joked while laughing, then patted Glai's shoulder urgently. Ghlai nodded, acknowledging his friend's rush as the bus stopped slightly past the stop. "It wouldn't wait long. I'm off, Ghlai. Message me the license plate online once you're on, okay?" "Okay, safe travels, Gun." "Same to you." Ghlai waved goodbye to his friend before heading back to the mall, as more taxis usually passed by there. Yet today, nearly every taxi was occupied. Ghlai sighed as he watched them drive by, wondering if he'd find a ride before the rain began. He scanned the surroundings for shelter and smiled softly when he spotted a bubble tea shop not too far away. If it rained, he'd hide there, but he'd buy some bubble tea as thanks. Reassured by his backup plan, Ghlai returned to waiting for a taxi, holding the gift bags in both hands. Time passed, but the small figure remained at the same spot. Why are there so few cars today? He sighed heavily, glancing at the crescent moon above and thinking, the moon must have reached home safely by now. Plop! Ghlai blinked rapidly as a droplet fell from the darkening sky onto his eye. The first sign of rain made him brace for his inevitable soggy return to his condo. But he still hoped a vacant taxi would pass soon, so he waited just a bit longer. If the rain poured heavier, he'd retreat to the bubble tea shop. A white Porsche with a red convertible roof passed by slowly, catching his eye briefly. It reminded him of his dad's car, though this one was a newer model with heavily tinted windows. Ghlai looked away to focus on the taxis again. But in the corner of his eye, he noticed the Porsche slowing to a stop nearby. He turned to confirm if it had really parked, and to his surprise, it began reversing until it stopped directly in front of him. Through the reflective black windows, Ghlai saw his puzzled expression staring back before the window rolled down, erasing it entirely. He stepped back slightly, trying to get a clearer view of the driver. The dim lighting made it difficult to see inside. Just as he was about to step back further, a light illuminated the car's interior, making his heart race. The light revealed the moon's smile. Thump thump, thump thump. His heart raced even faster as he realized. Ghlai, it's me. The radiant smile of Conceição outshone everything. Punlee. Ghlai stood frozen, swallowing hard as the owner of the white Porsche nodded and smiled. With one hand on the steering wheel, Punlee beckoned him with the other. Hop in quickly. It's raining. Ghlai looked up at the falling raindrops, then down at his gift bags. Ghlai. The sound of his name stopped all his thoughts, drawing his eyes back to Punlee. The cheerful smile faded, replaced by an intense gaze. Stop thinking. I'll drive you home. Both delicate hands gripped the handles of the gift bag tighter as Punlee moved his hand closer to his head. His long, narrow eyes stared intently at the chocolate-brown hair, never looking away. Punlee gently dabbed a tissue on the water droplets dripping down the front strands of hair near his forehead and spoke in a calm tone. Stubborn. For some reason, the word stubborn didn't feel like a reprimand. Instead, it made Ghlai feel an inexplicable warmth in his heart. When he looked up at the person in front of him again, he realized it was probably because of the earnest look in his eyes and his actions. These two things gave the word stubborn a new meaning. A stubborn that meant I care about you. Ghlai lowered his gaze as his heart began to race and softly said, Punlee, usually, my hair dries really quickly. I think. Stop being stubborn. Punlee interrupted before Ghlai could finish. He continued using the tissue to wipe away the remaining water droplets at the ends of Ghlai's hair. You need to get all the water out of your hair. You know that. Okay. Just the phrase you know that made Ghlai turn into Punlee's obedient child. The small figure sat still, complying with Punlee as he used tissues to dab away the raindrops from his hair. For now, the best place to rest his eyes seemed to be the car gear shift, as he didn't dare to look at Punlee's face. If he looked at Punlee this closely, Ghlai would definitely be in trouble. All done. Ghlai nodded before raising his hand to touch his damp hair. Thank you. Thank you too. The small figure furrowed his brows slightly as he looked at Punlee's calm expression. The other man stared at him before breaking into a faint smile. Ghlai didn't understand what Punlee was thanking him for, and it seemed Punlee had guessed his confusion. Thank you for not being stubborn with me. Ghlai wouldn't be stubborn with Punlee, but his little heart. Thump, 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 thump. It was the most stubborn thing when he was near Punlee. Their conversation ended because Ghlai didn't know how to respond. He could only lower his head, staring at the gift bag on his lap, while listening to Punlee's light chuckle beside him. Passenger. Yes. Ghlai instinctively responded before turning to look at the man beside him, who was laughing. Not only had he become Punlee's obedient child, but now he was also his passenger. Buckle up. Ghlai nodded, pulling the seatbelt over his body before saying, I've buckled up. Okay. Punlee said, staring at him briefly before asking, Where should I drop you off? My condo. Drive past 2 traffic lights, then turn left. Go straight for about 500 meters, and then turn right. Ghlai trailed off as he found himself distracted by Punlee, who was attentively listening and nodding. Punlee, you're unbelievably cute. The way to your condo feels familiar. Punlee commented, frowning slightly as if in thought. Do you live at SP Condo? Yes. How do you know about it? I know it. A friend of mine lives there, and I've been over to watch soccer matches. Oh, I see. Punlee nodded and smiled before turning his attention back to the road. As the parked car began moving slowly, Ghlai secretly observed the relaxed way Punlee drove. Punlee increased the speed slightly as the road ahead cleared. Ghlai often rode in his father's two-seater sports car. He had never felt cramped or uncomfortable in it, but today he felt short of breath. The interiors of his father's car and Punlee's weren't too different, yet sitting next to Punlee felt completely different. He felt so tense. The small figure glanced down at the gift bag on his lap, wrapping both arms around it tightly. That was when he noticed the car slowing down, even though the road ahead was clear. He turned to look at Punlee. "Am I driving too fast?" Punlee asked, his eyes still on the road. "No, not at all. You're driving normally. Don't worry about me. Normally, I drive fast. If you're scared, just let me know." Though he drove fast, Punlee's driving was remarkably smooth. "And normally, I don't let just anyone ride in my car. I guess I got used to driving a bit fast earlier." Punlee briefly glanced at him before softly saying, "Forgive me, will you?" VRRT. Ghlai, who had been nodding in agreement, froze. His hand brushed over his pocket as he heard the faint vibration of a phone notification. However, the sound wasn't coming from his phone. Punlee, carefully driving, took one hand off the wheel and pulled a black phone from his pocket. His brows furrowed slightly as he alternated glances between the screen and the road ahead. "I know taking a call while driving isn't a good idea," Punlee said, eyes focused ahead and the vibrating phone still in hand. "But this is an important call. May I take it?" Was Punlee seeking his permission? "Would you let me answer the phone while driving?" Yes. Punlee was asking for his permission. "Sure. Go ahead." Punlee smiled before briefly meeting Ghlai's eyes. His voice was soft, as if the words were meant only for Ghlai. "Thank you, kind-hearted one." Ghlai looked away from Punlee, who had just complimented him, and rested his eyes on the gift bag in his arms. He tried to suppress a smile as he thought. Today, he was a good kid, a passenger, and a kind-hearted person. For Sason, Ghlai could be everything. But for Ghlai's heart, he wished that the moon could become his world instead. His entire world. "Hello." "Yes, Sason speaking." "Is it finished now?" "Okay, I'll pick up the car at the service center tomorrow." "Thank you very much." As Ghlai listened to Punlee's conversation, likely with someone from the car service center, he wasn't surprised to learn Punlee hadn't driven his favorite car. He assumed it must have had some issues. Ghlai, who had been staring at Punlee without realizing it, quickly averted his gaze when the car slowed down. The traffic light ahead turned from yellow to red, bringing all cars to a halt. Ghlai knew this intersection would be jammed for a long time, so he tried to think of a good topic to start a conversation. But he wasn't sure what Punlee liked or was particularly interested in, making it difficult to begin. Right now, Ghlai envied Pai a lot. His friend could easily get along with anyone, unlike himself. When Ghlai glanced at Punlee, who was typing on his phone, he realized the conversation wasn't going to happen. Punlee was probably scrolling through social media to pass the time during the traffic jam, leaving Ghlai to watch the countdown on the traffic light decrease. But opportunities don't come often. "Come on, Ghlai, try a little harder." The small-framed man nodded to encourage himself. Summoning his courage, he turned to the person beside him, intending to start a conversation. However, he swallowed nervously when he saw that Punlee was already looking at him. "Traffic jams like this, can you believe it?" Say something, Ghlai. Don't just, Punlee smiled before continuing. "You can get bored of traffic jams, but you're not allowed to get bored of the person sitting next to you." "Is that okay?" Ghlai was fine, but his heart, not so much. He nodded quickly, then turned back to look at the gift bag in his lap, unable to hold Punlee's playful gaze. I'm not bored of you, Punlee." He liked Punlee far too much for that. How could he get bored? "Not bored, but you're not even smiling at me." Upon hearing this, Ghlai immediately turned to give Punlee a wide grin to prove he wasn't bored at all. Seeing this, Punlee laughed softly. Ghlai watched him laugh in amusement before looking back down at the gift bag. He wanted to look at Punlee for a long time. But every time he saw Punlee smile, Ghlai's heart couldn't handle it. He needed time to build up his immunity. "I smiled at you, Punlee. I'm really not bored of you," Ghlai said, focusing on the gift bag in his lap. "That smile is all I get," Punlee said in a calm voice, then let out a small laugh. "But even that smile, it brightens the world so much." Ghlai lowered his head even more upon hearing Punlee's words. He didn't want Punlee to notice he was suppressing a smile. Right now, his cheeks were sore because Punlee's words, so much, made him want to grin even wider. If Ghlai's smile could brighten the world so much, then could it possibly brighten the moon just as much? Ghlai. Ghlai turned at the sound of his name. He saw Punlee pulling a small brown paper bag from the car's console. Punlee opened the bag and reached inside, adjusting something as if ensuring it was in order. A moment later, the small brown bag was handed to him, accompanied by Punlee's smile. Is this for me? Yes. I thought giving 20 prawns as a birthday gift wasn't very impressive, Punlee said, holding the bag open to check its contents again. So I decided to buy you another gift. At first, I planned to ask Fandom to give it to Ghlai because I didn't think we'd meet so soon. Punlee removed his gaze from the paper bag and looked at him before a playful smile appeared. But it's great that we coincidentally met, so I could give you the gift myself. Ghlai offered a faint smile and accepted the gift bag. Honestly, just getting 20 prawns as a birthday gift, I would have been really happy already. This is such a special gift. Ghlai paused, as the next words forming in his mind made his face flush. He wasn't sure whether it was because Punlee had a piercing gaze or if he himself was just inexperienced. Ghlai had to avert his eyes from him and instead focus on the gift bag in his hands. I really appreciate your gift, Punlee. I'm relieved to hear that, Punlee said with a smile. The smaller man took a deep breath, then looked up to meet Punlee's amused gaze. Thank you for both gifts. You're welcome, he replied while pointing at the gift bag. Open it up. I think you might like it. Ghlai nodded and opened the small brown bag, unintentionally breaking into a wide smile upon seeing a tiny cactus inside. He carefully took the miniature cactus, planted in a white pot, out of the bag. The terracotta pot featured adorable patterns that Ghlai thought showed a certain level of artistic skill. The designs had a unique charm. What made his smile widen further was the small rocket design soaring toward a crescent moon surrounded by stars. Turning the pot around, Ghlai found the English letters HBD written on the other side. I have one cactus at my condo already. Having this one to keep it company is perfect, Ghlai said with a delighted expression and tone before turning to the person beside him, who was smiling warmly. Thank you, Punlee. I really love this gift. I'm glad you like it. After leaving the restaurant, I wandered around the mall, specifically looking for a gift for you, but I couldn't find anything that felt right. It wasn't that nothing appealed to me. It's just, nothing seemed to feel meaningful enough to leave an impression on you. So, I decided to head home. By the exit near the parking lot, there was a small plant shop. As soon as I saw it, I knew I'd found your gift. Ghlai nodded as he listened to Punlee recount the story behind the special gift, clearly attentive. The shop had so many miniature plants, I didn't know which one to choose for you, Punlee said, pausing to pull out his black phone to show him. So, I started Googling the meanings of each plant right there. If Punlee wasn't someone exceptionally considerate, then he must be incredibly meticulous. You looked up the meanings of plants in front of the shop? Yeah, I told the shopkeeper. Please wait a moment. I need to find out the meanings of these plants. I'm buying one as a birthday gift, so I can't pick just anything. Once again, Ghlai wanted to say, Concession is unbelievably sweet. But I ended up choosing the cactus because one website said it symbolizes protection. Each website has a different interpretation of the cactus's meaning. Honestly, I think the meaning depends on the occasion we give it for. But for your birthday, I want this cactus to mean. Punlee revealed a bright smile, pointing at the tiny cactus in Ghlai's hands before moving his finger from its small spines to gently tap the tip of Ghlai's nose. That this cactus will protect you from all sadness. Ghlai wasn't surprised to feel a tingling sensation on his nose because Punlee's words had soothed and comforted his scarred heart. At that moment, Ghlai lowered his gaze, staring at the charming potted plant to let the unexpected tears welling up in his eyes slowly fade. He knew well that Punlee was tenderly touching his heart, and a lump of emotion lodged in his throat refused to disappear. Crying in front of someone he liked, especially during their first close interaction. How embarrassing. Don't cry, Ghlai. Don't cry at all. Ghlai? Ghlai instinctively looked up to meet Punlee's eyes, tears still glistening. He was about to look away again when Punlee's eyes widened slightly as he asked in a worried tone, Ghlai, are you okay? It's just that I like this gift a little too much. When something really moves me, I tend to cry. Yes, someone who doesn't like lying like him could only come up with such a flimsy excuse. Please believe me, Punlee. Punlee let out a soft laugh before saying, "That's so endearing." Ghlai bit his lip and averted his eyes again. He exhaled slowly when he heard the word endearing. Ghlai admitted that he wasn't ready to handle the mix of emotions Punlee's words caused. A moment ago, he felt so comforted he wanted to cry. Now, he was suddenly flustered. He needed to quickly build some emotional resilience. "I'm sorry for worrying you, Punlee. No need to apologize. It's just a small thing. Maybe you should like the gift a little less?" Ghlai immediately looked at Punlee and shook his head. "No way. I want to love this gift just as much as I do now. If liking it so much makes you cry, it's okay to like it a little less. I won't be upset. Punlee, he's someone who truly deserves all the love in the world." Ghlai met his gaze before softly replying, "I'll keep liking this gift just as much, but I won't cry again." "Good. Tears don't suit you," Punlee said with a shake of his head and a smile. "Even though I say tears don't suit you, I can't deny that when I see you about to cry, it makes me want to tease you until you cry even more." Punlee bit his lips slightly before continuing. "I'm not a mean person who likes teasing others, but how do I put this? It's probably similar to the feeling you get when you see kids crying and want to tease them so they whine even more. Because it's adorable, and I want to be the one to comfort them afterward. Punlee is the most tender-hearted tease I've ever met." "Ghlai," Punlee said, his tone suddenly serious. "Don't cry in front of anyone else, so no one can tease you." For the second time, Punlee expressed his care, and for the 100th time, Ghlai fell for Punlee. Normally, Ghlai didn't cry in front of others, so he nodded, thinking he could easily follow Punlee's advice. Ghlai wasn't sure if Punlee meant it seriously or casually, but no matter what Punlee thought, what Ghlai said, what he tried to convey, was never said casually. Ghlai avoided looking at Punlee by focusing on the cactus pot in his hands because Punlee hadn't taken his eyes off him. Even without looking, Ghlai could feel those eyes on him. He figured his reddening ears gave him away. He wasn't sure if his ears were as red as tomatoes yet, but they must have been red enough to be noticeable. To distract Punlee from his red ears, Ghlai commented, "The designs on this pot are so beautifully drawn." Does Ghlai think it is beautiful? The person being questioned raised his face to meet Punlee's gaze and nodded eagerly. "Yes, very beautiful." Punlee smiled and nodded slightly before averting his gaze to the potted cactus. At that moment, Ghlai began to think he might have misunderstood something. "Punlee, did I understand correctly that the shop painted cute designs on the cactus pots?" Punlee, who had been smiling, raised his face to look at him and shook his head. "No, you misunderstood. I painted it myself." At this moment, Ghlai's ears must have turned as red as a tomato. He lowered his gaze to the potted cactus again. He didn't want to keep looking at the tiny plant, but Punlee's gaze was dangerously playful, making him think it was safer to avoid it. His heart was starting to flutter uncontrollably. If he continued resisting, he might lose control over his wildly beating heart. Right now, a small war was breaking out in Ghlai's mind. Thoughts clashed chaotically as if his brain was divided into two factions. The left side urged him to keep talking to Punlee, while the right side insisted on staying silent to avoid being disarmed by his sweet words again. Ghlai chose not to listen to either side. Instead, he remained silent to regain his composure and prepare to deal with Punlee. Every time Punlee smiled and spoke sweetly, it felt like he was being hit with a heavy punch, leaving his mind blank. And some of Punlee's words. "Lee saw you were wearing a crescent moon necklace," Punlee said, pointing to the crescent moon pendant. He continued, "So I painted a crescent moon on the pot. It made Ghlai's heart, because I thought you might like the moon, fall in love all over again." Ghlai thought that it was because he was deeply in love that he blurted out the words, "Yes, I love the moon very much. Yes, I love the moon very much." This sentence was Ghlai's confession of love. However, the true meaning of his words echoed only in his heart. His deeply hidden feelings could never reach the same moon he admired, and they never would. Watching from afar like this was enough. Ghlai didn't feel disappointed by the lack of a response, as Punlee likely didn't understand the hidden confession in his words. He thought it was for the best that Punlee didn't know. Ghlai feared it would make Punlee uncomfortable to know someone was silently watching him. If one day that same moon disappeared, Ghlai's world would crumble. Their conversation had been interrupted by silence at some unknown point. They exchanged glances briefly after Ghlai's words before Punlee looked away to the road ahead as the traffic light turned from red to green. The small-framed man put the potted cactus back into its bag as the car began moving. He placed Punlee's gift bag among the others to keep it close to him. However, the car soon slowed down and stopped again. Ghlai glanced at the large hand moving the gear shift before looking up at the traffic light, which had turned red once more. Can the police do that? If they're going to let us go, they should just let us go already, Punlee muttered in frustration, biting his lower lip and frowning slightly. Ghlai guessed he was getting irritated by the prolonged traffic. Not knowing what else to do, he stayed silent. Sitting quietly wouldn't help, but at least it wouldn't make Punlee more irritated. Ghlai. Yes. Ghlai turned to his side at the call. Punlee had his lower lip between his teeth and a slight frown on his face. Assuming he was quite annoyed, Ghlai smiled broadly at him. It was the widest smile he had ever given anyone in his life. He wanted to thank himself for smiling that widely at Punlee because it made the other man laugh. As his smile gradually faded, he observed Punlee resting his head against the seat, looking at him with an expression that Ghlai didn't know the meaning of. He only knew that Punlee's gaze at that moment was overly gentle. How did you know, Ghlai, that I wanted you to smile at me? Ghlai shook his head before answering. I didn't know, but I thought smiling might make things feel a bit better during a traffic jam like this. It didn't just make things a bit better. I can't believe you made me forget my annoyance with the police. Ghlai smiled and said, I guess the police will have to thank me then. Thank you. This isn't from the police. It's from me, for making me smile. Ghlai nodded with a faint smile. My pleasure. Do you speak this politely to everyone? Ghlai nodded again. Yes, I talk like this to everyone. Even to close friends? With close friends, I just drop the polite ending, but otherwise, I talk the same way as with you. I see. Punlee smiled and said, Then let me stay as just an acquaintance. I don't want us to get too close. I'm afraid if we get closer, the polite ending will disappear. I like hearing you speak politely. Not everyone can speak politely and make it sound this pleasant. We can be close, Punlee, but fine, let's stay as acquaintances. I promise I'll always speak politely to you. But if I ever slip and speak impolitely to you, I'm sorry in advance. I'm not usually someone who talks politely. It's okay, Punlee. You can speak normally with me. I'm fine with it. Punlee smiled. You're always so kind, Ghlai. Thump thump. Suddenly, his heart pounded. It wasn't just Punlee's words that made his heart race. It was also his gaze, voice, and relaxed manner. Punlee's natural charm made Ghlai's heart tremble. Are you usually someone who doesn't smile easily? Ghlai hesitated before answering. Not really, but if I'm not close to someone, it takes some time. So, you don't smile much at people you're not close to? Not true. I do smile, just not as much as I do with people I'm close to, he said, rubbing his ear, feeling it heat up. I'm shy, so I don't smile or talk much with others. I see. I understand now. But it's not that I don't like talking to people. I want to be friends with everyone, but I'm not good at approaching others. Ghlai explained further, fearing Punlee might think he wasn't making enough effort to connect with others. I'm trying to change. I'm learning to talk more so I can get along with people easily. You don't need to try so hard. Just be yourself. People who want to know you will find their own ways to get to know you. Like I'm trying to find a way to see that smile from earlier again, Punlee said, holding up his black phone. Sometimes, those who aren't close have to try a little harder. It felt like Ghlai was dreaming. He never thought Punlee would want to see his smile because every day he watched Punlee, wishing to see his smile just as much. That alone was enough for someone secretly in love. Suddenly, the melody of a song that Ghlai had heard years ago started playing from Punlee's phone. Punlee was still resting his head on the seat, looking as relaxed as ever. Ghlai glanced at the other person who was smiling slightly while looking at the phone screen. When the voice of the singer began, Punlee shifted his gaze from the screen and locked eyes with him. I'm being watched by you, always keeping an eye on what I do, like I'm a flirt. Have you ever listened to this song? Ghlai nodded in response. I have. This should work, Punlee said. I accidentally glanced at a woman. Not all men mean to, but the heart slips. I try to talk to her to make her understand why men like to look at women. Ghlai didn't know what Punlee was going to do, but he knew that he had to keep listening to the song, because Punlee's eyes told him to. It's normal to glance at a beautiful person like you. I just couldn't control myself. I just wanted to know. I know how much I love you, but you've never trusted me, never agreed. I feel uncomfortable and want to tell you. At this point, Punlee started singing along with the singer. Since Ghlai had heard this song before, he could tell that the next part of the song would be a rap, fast-paced. A smile appeared on Punlee's face at this moment. Don't tell me Punlee is. Hey 123, I'm not the bad boy, just trying to tell you I'm not a flirt. If you understand, it's okay. If you don't, I'll be confused. If you call me out, I'll feel the dark mood. Yes, Punlee was rapping live for him. I want you to remember, looking at pretty girls, every time I do it, it's fate, it's karma that all men slip. If I don't feel guilty about it, I wouldn't tell you. I'm honest, not lying. I've just never told you. Punlee didn't do the gestures like rappers on TV shows, but he just smiled and locked eyes with Ghlai while rapping. Ghlai shook his head lightly because he didn't think Punlee would dare do this. But everything Punlee did was to make him smile even wider. Punlee succeeded. Because of his cuteness, Ghlai smiled even wider. The tall guy laughed softly before pressing stop on the song. Now Punlee was smiling and looking at him. Ghlai thought that Punlee might be feeling embarrassed because he rubbed the back of his neck before pointing at him. Smile now. At this moment, a bright smile spread across his handsome face. After going this far, if you don't smile, I'll be really sad. Ghlai laughed before saying, it means you must rap often, because you did a great job rapping just now, no mistakes. Lee raps when the traffic is stuck, to kill time. But I've never rapped in front of anyone like this. Of course, there were probably many people Punlee had sung for, but if he said this, it's clear that Ghlai was the first person Punlee rapped for. Ghlai nodded while smiling wide. He just couldn't stop smiling this time. Even though Punlee seemed embarrassed by what he did, he still held eye contact with Ghlai. Lee knows I'll be embarrassed, but I still want to make you smile. Once I see you smile, I feel like it's totally worth it. Ghlai smiled even wider at Punlee to thank him for his effort. Thank you for making me smile. We'll exchange it. You made me smile too. Punlee's smile now made Ghlai realize that the moon really has a light that the sun cannot match. Ghlai wasn't referencing any theory he had learned, but just observing the reality in front of him. This moon shines brighter than the sun. Park in front, Punlee. I'll walk in myself. You're carrying a lot of things, Ghlai. Let me drive you closer. Punlee turned the car into his condo. Ghlai pointed to the parking area to indicate where to park. When the car stopped behind another car, Ghlai unbuckled his seatbelt and picked up the gift bag on his lap, ready to get out. Afraid of leaving something in the car, he glanced around the seat again. When Punlee saw him looking for something, he reached over and turned on the car's interior light. What are you looking for, Ghlai? Nothing. I'm just checking if I left anything behind. Oh, knock knock. The sound of knocking on the glass made both of them stop what they were doing and look toward the source of the noise. Ghlai frowned as he saw a tall man he had seen around the condo. The person outside knocked on the driver's side window again, as if asking to have the window rolled down. Punlee sighed lightly before saying, damn, you remember this car? Ghlai guessed this man was Punlee's friend. Punlee moved his hand to lower the window. The person outside smiled at him before putting both hands on the door frame and peering inside the car. Punlee's friend, we weren't meeting up for the game today. Why are you at my condo? Punlee turned to look at Ghlai for a moment before turning back to answer his friend. I'm dropping off Ghlai. Ghlai. Only a few people called him this, and it always warmed his heart whenever he heard it. His mother was the first one to call him Ghlai, and after she passed, it felt like the name had gone with her. Although his brother and uncle still called him that, it didn't feel as warm as when his mother said it. But Punlee made the name Ghlai come alive again. He made him feel warm inside when he heard it. Ghlai placed his hand on his chest while watching the other person talk to his friend. His heart didn't race. It was calm and smiling with happiness. I feel like I've seen you before. Ghlai lives in the same condo as you. You must have seen him before, right? True, Punlee's friend said, giving him a smile. I'm an E. Next time we meet, feel free to say hi. Damn, you're really chatty, Punlee said in an annoyed tone, waving his hand lightly, signaling his friend to go away. Go wherever you want. Stop hanging on my car. You really get annoyed by your friends, huh? You know you annoy me and still don't improve, huh? The person named Na laughed, then extended his hand to Punlee. Give me 500. If I get it, I'll I'll leave you alone. What the hell? Live in a condo worth millions, and still ask your friend for money. After my wife punished me by taking my wallet, she left me with only 100. I'm going to 7-Eleven. I think 100 isn't enough. And what if you don't see me? It should be enough. You idiot. Come on. Consider it helping to extend a friend's life. This is what being a wife's slave feels like, Punlee said as he pulled out his wallet. He shook his head slightly while taking out a purple bill. You should try being a brave house husband sometimes, damn. Sure, when you get a wife, you'll know. Know what? Punlee, who was handing the purple bill to his friend, quickly pulled his hand back to listen to the response. Know that you have to follow your wife's rules strictly, or you'll end up like me. Punlee laughed happily before handing the purple bill to his friend. Nice answer. At first, I was going to make you pay it back, but now you don't have to because I like your answer. You've got potential. Potential for what? Potential to be scared of your wife. No way. We'll see. Go eat something. Bye. Ghlai smiled as he watched Punlee quietly sigh. He quickly pressed the window button as soon as his friend walked away. Punlee turned to look at him and smiled. Sorry, Ghlai. Lee's friend likes to cause trouble like this. It's okay, I understand. But don't worry, Ghlai. Normally, he doesn't take anyone's money. His family has money. But this time, it seems like his girlfriend really punished him hard. Ghlai smiled at the other person and nodded. I'm not scared. If I meet Punlee's friend again, I'll say hi to him too. You don't have to say hi to him, Ghlai. He's a delusional person. Talking to him doesn't make sense. Ghlai laughed when he saw Punlee frown while speaking. Right now, Punlee seemed like a spoiled child. But Ghlai thought he understood why Punlee didn't want him talking to his friend. Punlee must be afraid that his friend would say something bad to him. But from what Ghlai could see, it was a pretty friendly person. It probably wasn't what Punlee thought. At this moment, Ghlai gathered his courage and looked at Punlee. They locked eyes for several minutes before his heart, which had started to beat faster, signaled him to pull back. Ghlai sent a smile to Punlee to thank him for making his smile wider than ever today. Thanks for dropping me off. You're welcome. The small person opened the door and the gift bag fell from Punlee's sports car. He stood and smiled at the person in the car, but because the windows were completely tinted, Ghlai couldn't see Punlee. Though he didn't know if Punlee would turn to look at him. Ghlai would stay right here, always smiling at Punlee. But then the black tinted glass slowly began to lower, and the interior lights that had been turned off lit up again. Ghlai saw Punlee smiling back at him. The person took one hand off the steering wheel, since both of Ghlai's hands were full of gift bags, so all he could do was nod back at him. Ghlai. If Ghlai sees Lee at the university, Ghlai can greet Lee, okay. But if Lee sees Ghlai first, I'll go and greet Ghlai myself. Once again, Ghlai smiled widely. He nodded in response, happy, before saying, okay, I'll greet Punlee later. Yes, sir. Their conversation ended, but the car window hadn't been rolled up yet. Ghlai was able to capture the smile of Punlee a little longer. Ghlai looked at Punlee until the very last second, before the person's smile was obscured by the dark, tinted window. He stood there waving until Punlee's car began to move away from the condo. The small person, carrying bags, looked up at the crescent moon in the dark sky. Although the original moon had already moved on, it still left its smile with him. Ghlai would remember that. On this birthday, the moon had orbited around him for many hours. Chapter 7. Beep beep. The black phone, which served as an alarm clock, rang to wake the small figure from his deep sleep. Having only slept for a few hours after staying up late to finish a report, Ghlai raised his hand to lightly rub his face. He wanted to sleep a little longer, but feared he might oversleep, so he forced himself to sit up despite his drowsiness. His slender hand reached for the black phone that was ringing and pressed to turn it off. His pale eyelids closed again before the small figure took a deep breath. Ghlai hoped that the oxygen filling his lungs would make him feel a bit refreshed, because he was feeling very tired. Slept nearly until 10 in the morning, but had to wake up at noon. That's the life of a university student. Buzz. The vibrating sound snapped Ghlai out of his drowsiness. He looked at the phone screen and quickly shook off his grogginess when he saw the name displayed. Talking to a senior in a sleepy voice wouldn't be a good idea. Hello, Phi dear. Ghlai, you're not coming to practice today, right? That's right. Yesterday, I practiced until I could finish the entire song several times. So, you're confident with it now? Yes, Phi dear. If you plan to practice again another day, let me know, and I'll have the freshmen prepare the zither for you. Okay, let me check my class schedule and let you know again. I have several presentations these days, but I'll try to find time to practice once or twice more before the open house event. Okay, Ghlai, sorry to bother you, but the freshman said this song is really difficult. No one could play it. It's okay, Phi dear. I'm happy to help. You're always so kind to me. I'll treat you to a meal after the event. Ghlai laughed before responding. No problem. But if you insist on treating me, I'll thank you in advance. All right. I won't bother you anymore. See you at the university, Ghlai. Okay. After hanging up with his senior, Ghlai placed his phone back beside the lamp. Phi dear was a senior he was close to because they had studied Thai classical music together as children at the same music school. His father had enrolled him to learn xylophone, but since he didn't like it, he told his father, who let him choose another instrument. Upon hearing the sound of zither that Phi dear was playing in another room, its beauty instantly captivated him. From then on, Ghlai chose to learn the zither and was in the same class as Phi dear throughout. However, when Ghlai entered high school, he had to stop studying Thai classical music there to focus entirely on academics. Despite this, he continued playing the zither at home and kept in touch with Phi dear. It wasn't until they entered university that they began seeing each other more frequently. Phi dear's Faculty of Fine Arts organized various performances for the open house event. His department performed singing in a large auditorium, with Phi dear selected to sing the song. As dreamed, this song included zither accompaniment, but since the first-year students couldn't play it, Phi dear had asked for Ghlai's help last week. Ghlai agreed to help without hesitation, thinking it wasn't a big deal, just practicing frequently. Yesterday, he had some free time after class and went to practice the zither at Phi dear's faculty. So, he missed seeing the moon at 5:30 p.m. yesterday. The small figure got up from bed and headed to the bathroom without hesitation. He removed his long-sleeved shirt and short pajama pants, tossing them into the wicker basket. Knowing that he took a long time to shower, he couldn't afford to linger groggily on the bed any longer. After showering and getting dressed, Ghlai, now in a navy suit, picked up the report he had printed the night before. His sharp eyes glanced at the two cacti on his desk, standing side by side. A faint smile appeared on his sweet face. Ghlai reached out to touch the small spines of the cactus gifted by Punlee before murmuring softly, "Didn't get to see you yesterday. Miss you terribly, Conceição." After sending his thoughts through the cactus, the group leader, who had to lead the presentation, quickly grabbed his car keys and leather bag before leaving the room. Ghlai wanted to arrive at the university early to rehearse the presentation with his friends. He walked out of the elevator and headed to the condo's underground parking lot. He quickly made his way to his white Audi A5. Just as his slender hand opened the car door, a notification sound from line chimed. Ghlai pulled out his phone from his pocket after getting into the car. Line. Mommy. Ghlai, we're already at the university. Should we order a cocoa? Not sweet at all. For you? Mommy. Are you leaving the condo yet? Pi. I've parked the car and am heading to the building. Oh. Today, Ghlai is the last one heading to the university. Ghlaijai, don't worry, May. I'll order it myself. Just left the condo. Mommy, okay. Then come and order it yourself. Ghlaijai, I'm driving now. Pi, drive safely, Ghlai. Mommy, no need to rush. We still have plenty of time. Ghlaijai sent a sticker. Ghlai sent a sticker of a wiggling bunny surrounded by red hearts to his two close friends before putting his phone aside and focusing on driving. Today, after finishing the presentation, Ghlai would rush to see Punlee. Because the traffic was heavy this afternoon, Ghlai arrived at the university later than expected. After parking his car under the faculty building, he quickly headed to the cafe where his friends were waiting. He saw May and Pi chatting cheerfully as he arrived. Our group leader is finally here, Pi said brightly as he approached the table. The traffic was terrible. There are 40 minutes left before the presentation. Do you want to eat something first? There's still time. I'll eat after the presentation. That means you didn't have breakfast or lunch before leaving the condo, right? Ghlai gave Pi a sheepish smile as he pointed an accusing finger at him. I was in a rush, afraid I'd be late. Ghlai, you should try to eat breakfast. If you get gastritis, it's hard to recover. I've been dealing with it forever, May scolded with concern. Tomorrow, I'll wake up early and eat breakfast, I promise. Seeing his friends shake their heads in disbelief, Ghlai raised his pinky finger. I swear, when Ghlai pinky promises, he really tries to keep it. Ghlai smiled and nodded. Exactly. All right, you've promised. Let's go to the room and prepare for the presentation. The small figure stood up, taking the report from his bag and handing it to his friends for a final check. Pai took it and widened his eyes. Wow, it's so well done. Even the cover looks amazing. When it comes to work, the leader doesn't let anything slide. Everything has to be perfect. May, you're exaggerating, Ghlai laughed. I just try to do my best. Ghlai's standard of best is incredibly high. Ghlai chuckled at the teasing and said, let's go. We don't want to be late for the presentation. As May and Pai nodded, the group walked toward the elevator. Just as they waited, they saw Nu and Thought walking from the cafe. While his friends noticed them, Ghlai focused on the elevator's arrow display. However, Pai's alarmed voice caught his attention. Ghlai, watch out. Ghlai turned to see Pai's wide-eyed expression, signaling something from his left. But before he could look, he felt hot liquid soaking through his shirt. The small figure flinched as the warmth spread across his left chest. Still, he managed to hold the report above his head to keep it clean. Pai grabbed his arm, pulling him close. Ghlai turned to see the source of the brown stain on his white shirt. It was Thought, holding a white paper cup with brown liquid dripping from its rim. Upon seeing this, the first thing to do was to stay calm. Ghlai remained silent, even though his patience was nearly at its limit. His slender hand handed the report to Pai. May gritted her teeth while glaring intensely at Nu and Thought. The moment Pai received the report, Ghlai removed the navy suit jacket he was wearing over his outfit to prevent it from being stained with coffee, as just the shirt being soiled was bad enough. His slender hand shook the suit jacket to check its condition before lowering his gaze to the white shirt now stained with coffee. At that moment, Ghlai understood how it felt to be scalded by hot liquid. It must feel this burning sensation like this, huh? I'm sorry. I didn't mean to. You meant to Thought. I saw you make Nu push you into Ghlai. When are you going to stop accusing me, May? I'm here accusing you? Seriously? Yeah, you. Always thinking the worst of me. Shut up, Nu. You're the mastermind here. May, calm down. Causing trouble in university isn't a good idea. Pai tried to stop May, who was boiling with anger. Even though Ghlai hadn't witnessed the entire incident from the start, he knew what was happening the moment it occurred. He could piece together the story on his own. Ghlai looked at Thought, who was holding a coffee cup. Thought tried to meet his gaze, but quickly looked away. Ghlai figured that Thought had conspired with his close friend to play a prank on his group, although it might have gone slightly off course. Judging by Thought's anxious expression and Nu's constant glances at the report in Pai's hands, it seemed they originally intended to spill hot coffee on the report instead. Ghlai let out a long sigh, feeling fed up with the other side. From observing their behavior, he believed he could handle them with ease. He would never resort to revenge like in dramas. It would be a waste of time and utterly pointless. After analyzing everything, Ghlai thought Thought and Nu's mentality wasn't much different from children's. The best way to deal with immature people was to act as a grown-up, teaching the unruly kids to reflect on their actions. He looked at the two of them with a calm, steady gaze before approaching them and saying, our report isn't stained with coffee like Nu and Thought wanted. Claiming it wasn't intentional makes Nu and Thought look grown up in size, but not in mind. We won't retaliate by playing childish pranks. Because I don't like conflicts, I've been trying to endure it. Even though I know Thought and Nu have been picking on me all along. Ghlai stared intently at them before continuing. But this time, it's gone too far, beyond what normal people would do. If Thought and Nu don't stop harassing me and my friends, I'll have to tell everything to our advisor. And don't think they won't believe me, because I'll include the reasons why I distanced myself from your group. I'll tell them about Thought, Nu, and or not helping with the work, as well as what happened at the bar that made me decide to cut ties with all of you. Sharing these details will convince the advisor that there are real issues between the groups under their guidance. I think we can't resolve this on our own because Thought and Nu won't stop. It'd be better to let the advisor step in and mediate. I really didn't mean to. My hand just slipped when I got close to you. Thought exclaimed. If you don't want trouble, Thought, then don't let your hand slip near me again. Ghlai spoke while staring firmly at the two of them. Thought and Nu appeared visibly worried. They probably thought he'd let it slide like every other time. Bringing this up as a warning seemed to catch them off guard. The smaller figure walked back to his close friends. May was on the phone with someone, looking anxious, while Pai was typing something on her phone before looking up at him with disappointment in her eyes. Is there a problem? Ghlai, I messaged a friend from another faculty to borrow a shirt for you. I plan to have them switch with you before the presentation and then switch back after, but they're presenting at the same time as us. My friend also might not make it to campus in time before our presentation. Ghlai glanced back and forth between May and Pai before smiling at his worried friends. He had already thought of a solution for his coffee-stained shirt, so he wasn't very concerned. It wasn't surprising that his friends were, though, since many special professors were attending the presentation today. He figured that if he explained the situation to the professors, they would understand. However, given the remaining time, he thought it better to find a solution first before seeking their leniency. Our group is presenting fourth, right? Ghlai asked, checking the time on his watch. Yes. Then I need to go now? May and Pai, go wait in the room first. I'll catch up as quickly as I can. Where are you going, Ghlai? May asked. I'm going to buy a new shirt from the shop across the university. We still have 20 minutes. I think I can make it. Oh, I totally forgot there's a shop selling student uniforms across the street. Ghlai, want to leave your suit with us first? It's fine. I'll take it with me so I can get fully dressed once I've changed. Okay. All right, Ghlai, hurry up. We'll tell the professor you went to the restroom if they call your name. That way, they won't mark you as late. Thanks. I'll head out now. Ghlai nodded before turning to walk toward the exit. Nu and Thought quickly avoided his gaze, facing the elevator doors instead. The small figure shook his head slightly and sighed. When someone makes a mistake and can't own up to it, they act just like this. Ghlai half walked, half ran out of the elevator area. He glanced down at the coffee stain on the left side of his chest. His slender hand unbuttoned the first button of his shirt to check the reddish mark on his skin. After the presentation, he figured he'd need to stop by a pharmacy. He looked ahead periodically to avoid bumping into anyone, then glanced back at the brown-stained shirt. That was when he noticed a pair of black Vans sneakers stepping into his line of sight. Ghlai stopped walking as their owner stepped closer. He kept his gaze on the floor, his brows furrowed slightly, before stepping to the left to make way for the person. However, he moved to block him again. It seemed as if the owner of the sneakers was deliberately obstructing his path. Still unsure, Ghlai shifted to the right. The black Vans followed him again. Determined, Ghlai looked up to see who was blocking his way in such a rush. At that moment, Punlee's smile seemed to soothe the burning redness on the left side of his chest. Thump, 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 thump. This smile, it always plays with my little heart. You're not watching where you're going. Where are you rushing off to, Ghlai? That sweet ending. Wasn't it reserved for the adorable women he fancied? What happened to your shirt? Punlee, help me. Help change the tone of your speech. Before I completely fail to converse with you. My shirt got stained with coffee. There was a bit of an accident. Punlee furrowed his brows, looking at Ghlai's shirt. He adjusted the first button of his own shirt slightly, as if hinting at something. Ghlai, let me see. SC. Ghlai repeated, his eyes widening. Yes, let me see the redness. The smaller figure shook his head vigorously in refusal. Heat flushed his ears and gathered in both cheeks. In no way. I'm not showing you. The coffee spilled on you. It must have been really hot, wasn't it, Ghlai? Punlee asked, his tone and expression serious. Well, recalling the sensation of hot liquid touching his skin for the first time, Ghlai replied. Yeah, it was hot. You're rushing because you're going to the doctor, right? No. Do you want to see a doctor? I can take you. Punlee's gaze and tone reminded Ghlai of the time he said so stubborn. Ghlai looked deep into his serious eyes, which seemed to hold an emotion he couldn't quite identify, before averting his gaze. I'm fine. I don't need to see a doctor. Punlee. Ghlai turned to look at the owner of the voice. A cute girl holding a small plastic bag walked over to stand beside Punlee. She looked at him and blinked a few times, seemingly puzzled. Ghlai didn't know who she was, but he guessed she was close to Punlee. Pressing his lips together, he finally said, I'm in a hurry to buy a shirt. I need to go now. Wait. Snap. The smaller figure froze mid-step as a large hand grasped his arm. He swallowed hard and turned to look at Punlee, who met his gaze briefly before releasing him. Ghlai, where are you going to buy a shirt? The store across from the university. Do you really need to change your shirt now? Ghlai nodded vigorously. Yes, I have a presentation today. What time is the presentation? Ghlai glanced at his wristwatch. I only have 10 minutes left. If you go to buy a shirt, you probably won't make it back in time, Punlee said, staring at him intently before adding, why don't you borrow Lee's shirt instead? Even though it's a bit big, if you wear a suit jacket over it, it should work, Punlee suggested. Does that sound good? Ghlai took 2 minutes to decide, calculating the distance between the university and the uniform shop. Then he said, sorry to trouble you, Punlee. It's no trouble, Punlee replied, then turned to the petite woman standing nearby. Can you carry the stuff on your own? Yes, I can. If not, leave it by the door, and I'll call type to take it up to the classroom. It's just a little, I can manage. Okay. Punlee, where are you going? I'm taking Ghlai to change his shirt. Oh, sorry, I just don't want to leave Ghlai alone right now. Punlee's words made the world stop for a moment. Everything seemed to slow to a crawl, except for one thing that defied the stillness and leapt wildly. Thump, thump, thump. It must be the only thing that defied all the laws of the universe, Ghlaijai's small heart. It's okay. Punlee, you should take your friend to change his shirt. All right. The tall figure responded to his companion, nodded at him, and then led the way to the parking lot. Ghlai followed Punlee from a distance, hoping to calm his racing heart. However, the broad-shouldered figure turned to glance back at him and slowed his pace. Ghlai. Ghlai stepped up beside Punlee. Yes. Punlee shook his head lightly before his large hand reached out to clasp Ghlai's. He smiled, leading Ghlai to the parking lot, his hand securely holding Ghlai's. Ghlai stole a glance at Punlee's face. He wasn't smiling or showing any particular expression, yet Ghlai's heart raced even faster. Ghlai's eyes fell on their joined hands. He smiled unconsciously when the other man tightened his grip slightly. Ghlai finally understood why so many people wanted to be near Punlee. His gentleness and attentiveness made anyone feel safe. Ghlai thought, the journey from Earth to the moon might not be easy, but it wouldn't be hard. If the guide were Punlee. The tall figure brought him to a stop in front of his beloved car. Ghlai had seen the pearl-white Mercedes sports car from afar, but seeing it up close, it looked as cool as its owner. Please wait here for a moment, Ghlai, Punlee said, letting go of his hand. He reached into his back pocket, pulled out his car key, and opened the door. Leaning in, he did something briefly before turning to nod at Ghlai to come over. I had planned to watch a football match at a friend's place tonight and early classes tomorrow, so I brought an extra student uniform in case I stayed over. Oh, I've tidied up the car. You can change your shirt inside. Ghlai, now standing near the car, widened his eyes. Change in the car, Punlee? I think it's better if I go. If you go to the restroom to change, you definitely won't make it in time. Punlee interjected, tapping his watch and gazing at him. We don't have much time left. Please hurry, Ghlai. Ghlai looked away from Punlee, directing his gaze at the car. Punlee's car windows were tinted dark, much like the Porsche he'd seen before. Convinced no one would see him, Ghlai moved closer to inspect the car. Although the windshield was more transparent than the side windows, Punlee had parked facing a wall, which eased Ghlai's concerns. He stepped back to check if passers-by could see inside. A soft chuckle from Punlee made him stop. Ghlai turned to see him smiling. Are you worried about people seeing you change? Yes, Ghlai admitted. As a child, he had insisted on bathing alone because he didn't want Jeeb to see him naked. He couldn't imagine letting anyone else see. I think it's better to spend a bit more time and change in the restroom, Punlee. You don't have to worry. If I'm standing here, no one will see you. Maybe it was Punlee's serious tone and gaze that made Ghlai believe him. Without responding, he lowered his head, took a deep breath, and glanced at the open passenger door. A neatly folded student uniform lay on the seat. He grabbed it and climbed in. The front faces a wall, so no one will see for sure, Punlee assured him, leaning slightly against the car. The driver's side window is shielded by another car. As for the back, you're small enough that the seat should block you completely. And Punlee seemed to read his mind, smiling as he gently ruffled Ghlai's hair. I'll block this side for you. Ghlai nodded. Punlee stepped back slightly and shut the car door for him. Ghlai hesitated before removing his coffee-stained shirt. Though he trusted Punlee, he was still wary of others passing by. However, seeing Punlee turn his back and stand close to the car window to shield him, Ghlai quickly removed his shirt and changed into Punlee's oversized one. The shirt was larger than expected, its hem falling past his hips. He tucked it into his pants and adjusted the fit, taking several minutes to finish dressing. He sighed in relief as he buttoned the last button of his navy suit jacket. Save Ghlaijai? Before stepping out of Punlee's car, which he had secretly admired for so long, Ghlai took a moment to observe its interior. The items inside revealed Punlee's personality and lifestyle. A pair of branded sunglasses on the console, a packet of cigarettes by the gear shift, yellow soccer cleats near the floor, and a lingering scent of Punlee's signature cologne. Smiling to himself, Ghlai thought the world was being overly kind today. Not only had it sent Punlee to comfort his wounded heart, but it had also allowed him to learn more about Punlee. And it made Ghlai believe that no matter how far the distance, if you keep trying and never stop moving forward, one day you'll reach the heart of the one you admire. He tapped the car window, signaling Punlee, who turned and opened the door for him. Ghlai quickly grabbed his stained shirt and stepped out. All set. Ghlai nodded enthusiastically. If I hadn't run into you, Punlee, I'd have been in big trouble. Thank you. Can you change your gratitude into presenting the work to the best of your ability? Ghlai thought he wouldn't smile, but he couldn't help it. He nodded and smiled at Punlee. I will present my work to the best of my ability. Ghlai. Punlee's smile gradually faded before continuing. Don't forget to apply some ointment. The petite figure blinked, lowering his almond-shaped eyes to look at his chest area again. Once I finish presenting, I'll hurry and buy some ointment. All right. Ghlai knew well that the chances to be near his familiar moon weren't frequent. He felt a pang of sadness every time he had to say goodbye, but because of his responsibilities, Ghlai forced himself to say, I probably have to go now. See you later, Lee. The time Ghlaijai had to be close to Punlee had come to an end. Which floor do you need to present on? The 8th floor. I have class on the 7th floor. Shall we separate later instead? Let's take the elevator together first. But the kind-hearted Punlee extended Ghlai's time a little more. His almond-shaped eyes glanced at the watch on his wrist. The only thing in the world that couldn't be stopped was time. Even though Ghlai wanted to make it to class on time, when he looked up at the numbers above the elevator doors, he had to admit that he wouldn't make it. He had already guessed that he wouldn't be on time for the start of the presentation, but since he knew his group was the 4th to present and that each group had 15 minutes, Ghlai was confident he'd make it in time to join his group. This time, he'd likely be marked as late. But that's okay, Ghlai. People make mistakes. Ghlai comforted himself internally. It wasn't unusual for someone so strict about rules and learning like him to be worried. Everyone in the aviation business program knew how important time was. Even though he knew he had slipped this time, he no longer blamed himself as he would have in the past, because his beating heart always reminded him that he was human. He had a heart, feelings, and flaws. For any situation where he had done his best, if the result wasn't as expected, all he could do was accept it and forgive himself. As he once promised Fajib, Ghlai thought forgiving oneself wasn't easy. In the past, he couldn't do it either. But when he stepped back and looked at himself from a distance, he realized that sometimes problems weren't solely his fault. He wasn't the irredeemable one. The things around him and uncontrollable forces in the world also contributed to problems and imperfections in life. Thus, the only thing he could do was give himself the chance to become a better person from the mistakes in his life. Ghlai probably won't make it to the start of class, will you? Ghlai shifted his gaze from the number 2 above the elevator doors before replying. No, I won't make it, but I shouldn't be more than 5 minutes late. But it's okay, right? I'll probably be marked late by the teacher. The taller figure raised an eyebrow before saying, The teacher marks you late for being less than 5 minutes late? In Lee's case, the teacher allows up to 5 minutes after class starts before marking you late. Our program is pretty strict about time. The teacher marks us late immediately after class starts. If you're late 3 times, it's considered 1 absence. Wow, that's quite strict. But I've never been late or missed a class before. This time, it was unavoidable. Ghlai only realized he had furrowed his brows when the other person used his long finger to press gently between them. Punlee pushed upward slightly, releasing the deep furrow. Don't overthink it. Punlee offered a bright smile before continuing. We've done our best already. The things that have passed, don't dwell on them. Even 1 minute ago is already the past, Ghlai. Let the past do its job in its own time. You don't have to carry it. Just focus on doing your best now. The long finger was withdrawn, and Ghlai offered a faint smile, nodding. He glanced at the red marks on his chest that still stung before looking at his white shirt stained with coffee. The petite figure looked up at Punlee before saying, "About your shirt, Lee. Whenever we meet again, you can return it. I'm not in a hurry to use it." He wanted to ask for Lee's line so badly, but he was afraid of invading his privacy too much. However, because he feared losing the chance, Ghlai decided to ask. "Then you can give it to me through Fandom." Fandom probably meets Lee often. Ghlai offered a faint smile in response. He didn't know if Lee could read his thoughts, but it seemed like he wanted to ease the situation. Ghlai nodded before saying, "All right, I'll pass it to Fandom for you." "Okay." Agreeing for now, he'd figure out a way to return it himself later. Ding. The chime made Ghlai look up at the number displayed above the elevator doors. The prominent red number 7 reminded him that his time with Punlee had truly come to an end. This time, no one could extend his happiness. The elevator doors opened automatically, and the taller figure turned to smile at him before saying, "Lee is going now." In the last moment before they parted, Ghlai spoke up, "Today, do your best, Lee. Lee always does my best. You too, can Ghlai." "All right." Ghlai smiled as he watched Punlee walk away from the elevator. The sight brought him back to that day when they met by chance in the elevator, and today was just the same. All Ghlai could do was watch the broad back gradually grow distant. But Ghlai had forgotten that today was the present and that day was the past. Everything could always change. The tall figure paused in front of the closing elevator doors, turning back. At that moment, their eyes met once again. Lee smiled softly before speaking in a gentle tone. "Do your best presenting your work, can Ghlai." Ghlai smiled back, making an okay gesture with his hand before saying, "Okay, I'll present my work with full dedication." The taller figure nodded lightly, waved goodbye, and was soon hidden behind the elevator doors. Ghlai stared at his own reflection, smiling widely without holding back. Ghlai remembered seeing himself cry in this reflection before. Back then, he felt pain and loneliness, almost unable to go on. But today, Punlee had changed everything and created wonderful memories for him. From now on, every time Ghlai was alone in the elevator, he wouldn't think of the bad times from that day anymore. Instead, Ghlai would think of Punlee. The petite figure pushed the large door slightly ajar before quietly entering the classroom, careful not to disturb other groups presenting on stage. "Which group is it now?" Ghlai whispered softly as he sat next to Pi. "Still the first group." Okay. Ghlai, May, who sat next to Pi, craned her neck to look at him. "Earlier, during roll call, Pi and I went to tell the teacher that you had a little accident. Coffee spilled on your shirt, and you had to buy a new one. We thought it'd be better to tell the truth." "What did the teacher say?" "Nothing much. The teacher said it was good that you decided to change your shirt first, especially since there are guest lecturers watching the presentations today." "Oh, and the teacher said to meet her after the presentation." Ghlai furrowed his brows, wondering why his advisor wanted to meet him. Still, he nodded to his friends. Okay. Ghlai listened to his classmates' presentations until it was his group's turn. Today, he admitted he felt a little nervous because it was a core subject in his program, taught by his advisor. However, the voice and image of Punlee's smile at the elevator gave him some comfort. "Do your best presenting your work, can Ghlai." It was probably because Ghlai had prepared well and received encouragement from Punlee that the presentation went smoothly. After finishing the presentation, Ghlai went to meet the professor, who was staring at the computer screen with a serious expression. "Professor," the small-framed individual softly called out, prompting the other to look away from the screen to face him. "Did you call for me?" Yes. Wait for a moment, okay? Let me handle the data in the system first." "All right." Ghlai responded before stepping back from the professor's desk. May and Pi, who had just packed up their things, approached him at the doorway. "What did the professor call you for, Ghlai?" "Not sure yet. He asked me to wait while he finishes some work." "Oh, Ghlaijai." "Yes, Professor." The small-framed individual walked back to stand near the professor's desk. "You've been chosen as the head of the reception team for the open house event, right?" "Yes." "Well, our department has just made a mascot outfit that resembles a student in a suit representing our field. I thought it might be nice if the reception team wore it to greet the visitors at the open house." "Oh, what do you think?" "That's a great idea, Professor." The mascot costume could help draw attention to our booth. Good. Then prepare to find someone to wear it. The event is coming soon, so it shouldn't be too hard to ask for cooperation from your team members. It might not be hard, but it wouldn't be easy either. I'll take care of it promptly, Professor. All right. As the day approaches, you can submit a request to borrow the mascot costume. For now, it's stored in the faculty room. Understood, Professor. Okay. The professor nodded with a faint smile before furrowing his brows, as if he just remembered something. You were late today, weren't you, Ghlaijai? Yes, Professor. Your friend said coffee spilled on your shirt? How did that happen? Ghlai glanced at May and Pai, who were now standing on either side of him. He knew his friends wanted him to tell the truth, but Ghlai thought it wasn't the right time. The two might stop pushing him, and he didn't want the professor's attention on this matter. It was a small accident, Professor. Someone bumped into me, and his coffee spilled on my shirt. Ah, but you're all right, right? Yes, Professor. Good then. That's all I needed to talk to you about. We're clear now, so I won't take up more of your time. Ghlai smiled at the professor, whom he was quite close to, before saying, In that case, I'll excuse myself and my friends now, Professor. Okay. The small-framed individual politely folded his hands in a respectful gesture before nodding at his friends, signaling them to leave the room. Once they were outside by the elevator doors, May and Pai started mumbling to each other. What are you two mumbling about? Such a shame Ghlai didn't tell the professor the truth. If I had told the professor about this, it wouldn't just be new and thought under scrutiny. You'd probably be watched too, since the professor wouldn't side with anyone but would carefully observe the situation themselves. Ugh, those people shouldn't get away with this. True, Ghlai lost both time and money, but they didn't face any consequences. I only lost time, not money though, Ghlai said with a smile. Both friends squinted at him suspiciously before moving closer to Pry. What do you mean, Ghlaijai? Tell us right now, where did you get this shirt? The one being questioned smiled before answering. It's Punlee's shirt. Punlee lent it to me. It might be a bit big, but it works when paired with a suit, right? Seriously? Pai asked, wide-eyed and blushing slightly. I'm embarrassed for you. How did you borrow Punlee's shirt? The elevator's taking so long. Don't change the subject, Ghlai. Ghlai laughed and said, Fine, May and Pai. Take me to the 4th floor first. I'll tell you along the way. Okay, let's take the escalator. I want to hear it quickly. The small-framed person was dragged by both friends toward the escalator. Ghlai laughed as he stepped onto the black steps, moving slowly upward, beginning to recount how he coincidentally met Punlee at the door. He avoided mentioning the part about changing clothes in Punlee's car, as even thinking about it made his face flush. Now he had to think about it and tell the story simultaneously. It was unbearably embarrassing. But in the end, he told his friends everything. May and Pai were now laughing and teasing each other as they escorted him to a large window. I'm so embarrassed, Pai. Same here. Punlee is just so cute. Ghlai shook his head slightly, smiling before saying, I guess I don't have to be embarrassed anymore since you two are doing it for me. Haha. May, who was smiling, glanced at her watch before saying, It's 2 minutes to 5:30. Ghlaijai's Konpraken is about to appear, isn't he? Today, can we stay and watch your oh-so-lovely Konpraken too? Sure, but Ghlai pointed a finger at both friends, speaking in a stern voice. Don't you dare fall for him. All right. So possessive. The teased person laughed softly. He pretended to scold his close friends before sitting down in his usual seat. His two friends sat across from him. Ghlai glanced at his wristwatch and began counting down. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. 5:30 p.m. Ghlai looked down at the parking lot, but noticed that Punlee's car wasn't there. It seemed Punlee wouldn't appear as he did every day for Ghlai to admire. There was no sign of him showing up at all. Looks like today, Konpraken is slacking off, not showing up to fulfill his role. Oh, so, when the two of us decide to sneak a peek, Konpraken doesn't show up? Should we wait a bit longer? Ghlai asked. Sure, we're not in a hurry today. He and his close friends waited a little longer for Punlee until the sky began to darken. Ghlai finally decided to say, I think Konpraken really won't come today. Let's try sneaking a peek at him together some other time. All right. The small-framed person stood up with a smile, grabbing his leather bag to prepare to leave. Ghlai descended the escalator to the ground floor with his close friends, thinking, how fortunate we met earlier. Otherwise, the feeling of missing him so much would have overwhelmed me completely. Chapter 8. The sound of the zither stopped as Ghlaijai finished playing the piece. He smiled in satisfaction because today he had played the zither just as he had hoped. The wooden lid, beautifully carved with patterns, was carefully placed back to cover his favorite musical instrument. Ghlai stood up and leaned forward to lift the zither, planning to put it away in the music room. However, when he turned around, he saw a junior from the Faculty of Fine Arts who had come to play traditional Thai music for Phi Dear. Do you want me to help you carry it, Phi Ghlai? No, it's okay. I can take it myself, Ghlai said with a smile. I think it's better if I help. Since you're wearing a suit, it must be hard to carry, the handsome junior said while reaching out both hands to take the zither from him. You're really good at playing the zither, Phi Ghlai. Thank you. You're good at playing the violin too, Ghlai replied. The younger student looked shy and then continued. When are you coming to practice again, Phi Ghlai? Probably next week. Ghlai tilted his head and looked at the younger student who was staring at him. Is there something you want to ask? Ghlai. The conversation between Ghlai and the younger student was interrupted by a familiar voice. Ghlai smiled in response without turning around to see who it was, knowing it was Phi Dear. Yes, Phi Dear. Are you done practicing? Was today okay? Yes, it was great. I played better than usual. Good. Don't put too much pressure on yourself. Yes, Ghlai smiled at the senior. Phi Dear furrowed his brow slightly as he looked at the younger student from his faculty, who was holding the zither. So, where are you taking the zither, Max? I'm taking it to store it for Phi Ghlai. Oh, good. When I'm not around, make sure to take care of Ghlai for me. Sure. All right, go ahead and store the zither. Yes, Phi Dear. After the junior walked away, Phi Dear smiled as he looked at Ghlai. Ghlai furrowed his brows in slight confusion before asking, why is Phi Dear looking at me and smiling like this? We've got some charm, don't we? Huh. Ghlai blinked, confused by his senior's words. Phi Dear laughed softly and patted Glai's head. That Max, he has a crush on you. I overheard him talking with his friends during practice. So that's why? Max often stares at me. This guy is smart, has a good personality, and is more mature than his age. Are you interested, Ghlai? Ghlai smiled before replying. I would like to be interested, Phi Dear. But the problem is, I already have someone I like. The listener's eyes widened. Really? Ghlai likes someone. Is it a friend from the faculty? No, not a friend from the faculty. Ghlai bit his lips slightly and rubbed his ear before continuing. He's someone I know. You're blushing so much. Are you already dating? Ghlai shook his head slightly. We haven't even come close to being in a relationship, Phi Dear. Don't tell me. Yes, Ghlai has a crush on him. Hearing that you have a crush, I totally understand how you feel, because I still have a crush on my own friend, ha. Ghlai laughed along with his fellow sympathizer. Those who have secret crushes find happiness in their own way, don't they, Phi Dear? Yes, just seeing them every day is enough, letting them be our source of strength without them knowing. That's right. Punlee probably doesn't even realize that he's my source of strength. Ding. A notification from the Line app caught Glai's attention. He took out his phone and swiped the screen with his finger to read the full message from the group chat. Pi's message. Ghlai, are you done practicing? Ghlai looked up at his senior, who nodded as if knowing he had to leave. Phi Dear, I have a meeting with my friends to work on some stuff. I'll leave now. All right, go ahead. See you later, Ghlai. Yes. Ghlai waved goodbye to his senior and walked out of the Fine Arts building. As he hurried to leave, he typed a reply to his friends. Ghlaijai's message. I'm done practicing. I'm walking to the faculty building now. Ghlaijai's message. Is Pi still alone in the library? Pi's message. I'm not alone now. May just arrived. May's message. You don't have to hurry, Ghlai. Pi's almost done with the work you asked. Just a little left. Pi's message. Yes, just a little bit left. Pi's message. It's already noon. Shouldn't you stop by the cafeteria for lunch first? You have 2 hours of class after you get back. The latest message from his close friend made Ghlai pause. His empty stomach growled in response. Ghlai shook his head and typed quickly on his phone. Ghlaijai's message. Is there a lot left to fix, Pi? Pi's message. Just a little bit. Don't worry. I know you haven't eaten since this morning, right? Pi's message. Sends a sticker. The sticker of a cat with fiery eyes made Ghlai laugh. Ghlaijai's message. Don't be mad. I had to rush for my zither practice today. Pi's message. I'll forgive you if you hurry and go eat. Ghlaijai's message. Okay. Ghlaijai's message. I'll go eat right now. May's message. Ghlai, I'll go eat with you. Pai will stay in the library to watch our stuff. I don't want to carry my laptop to the cafeteria. Ghlaijai's message. May, have you eaten yet? May's message. I already ate. Ghlaijai's message. Then you don't need to come down. Stay and help Pai with the work instead. Ghlaijai's message. I can eat alone. May's message. I'll just sit with you. You'll be lonely eating alone. Ghlaijai's message. I'm not lonely. You don't need to come down. I don't want you to walk all the way back to the cafeteria. It's far. May's message. Are you sure? Ghlaijai's message. Yes. May's message. All right. When you finish the work, we'll print it together. Ghlaijai's message. When the work is done, Pai can send it to my email. I'll go print it at the Communication Arts building, which is across from the cafeteria. It'll save time. Ghlaijai's message. You and Pai can go up and wait in the classroom. I'll hurry up and join you. May's message. Okay, sounds good. Ghlaijai's message. I'll go eat first. If I'm slow to reply, just call me. I might not hear it because the cafeteria will be crowded. It will probably be very noisy. May's message. Okay. Pai's message. Sure. I'll send the work and call you after. Ghlaijai's message. Sends a sticker. His stomach protested with a loud growl, making Ghlai immediately turn around. He walked back to the cafeteria. During lunchtime, he thought it would be full of students, and the sight in front of him confirmed that his guess was correct. Ghlai scanned the cafeteria for a food stall with the shortest line, so he wouldn't waste too much time. He walked to the omelette rice stall and stopped to look at the recommended menu on the big sign. What would you like, dear? I'll have fried egg with chili paste and basil leaves, please, Aunt. Okay, wait a moment, dear. Yes. He replied with a smile to the aunt. Before long, a plate of fried egg with chili paste and basil leaves was handed to him. He reached out to take the plate, which smelled delightful, and then pulled out his wallet to pay. The small person stood holding the fried egg plate in the middle of the cafeteria. Now, there were hardly any empty tables left. But it seemed that today, the world was kind to Ghlaijai, because a group of students at a table nearby stood up just in time. Ghlai quickly walked over to sit at that long table. But before he could start eating, Ghlai leaned down to smell the delicious aroma one more time. At that moment, he felt as though someone had just sat down across from him. To make sure, he looked up. Can Lee sit with you? It was at that moment. Thump, 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 thump. That his heart had already given permission. Why, yes, of course. Ghlai thought that if they met more often, maybe his heart wouldn't be beating so fast every time he saw Punlee. Like now, his heart was beating so fast. That was because he hadn't seen Punlee for 2 whole days. It wasn't because Punlee had been lazy and didn't show up at 5:30 like last time, but because Ghlai had a meeting about the open house event until evening. When he left the meeting room, Punlee was already gone. And yesterday, he had to practice playing the zither after school, so he didn't get to wait for the moon. Even though he didn't see Punlee every day, Ghlai never thought about him less. And Punlee continued to be his source of encouragement. Why are you eating alone, Ghlai? Well, I just finished practicing zither, and I walked over from the Faculty of Fine Arts. So, I stopped by to eat alone. My friends are working on assignments at the faculty building. Ah, I see now. Ghlai tried to hold back his smile when he saw the other person nodding and smiling at him. And, are you eating alone, Punlee? No, I'm eating with Sagachik, Phi Fa, and Phi Fa's friend. Punlee nodded toward the left. When Ghlai looked over, he saw the one with the chubby cheeks, whom he adored, resting his cheek on Phi Fa's arm, probably cuddling again. But when Ghlai turned back to look at the person sitting across from him, he saw Punlee had probably been staring at him for who knows how long, smiling slightly. Ghlai. Yes. Sagachik asked me to tell you. That gaze. Playful yet warm. I miss you a lot. Boom. He never thought that the longing from Tirak, delivered through Punlee, could have such a powerful impact that it made his heart shatter into pieces within. In reality, what struck his heart wasn't the longing Tirak had passed along. It was the person who delivered the message that made his heart explode. I miss Tirak too. Yes, I miss Tirak a lot. But in his heart, plus one person. Ghlai missed Sason a lot. Let me go tell Sagachik, okay? Ghlai nodded, then continued. So, why did you move to sit with me? I didn't want to see people being too clingy. Are you talking about Phi Fa and Tirak? Yes, Lee can't stand the sweetness. Ghlai was right. Those two had really fallen for each other. Love has such a fragrant scent. How can Punlee say it's unbearable? The listener chuckled softly before saying, "What kind of scent, though?" Punlee said while sniffing the air as if trying to catch the scent of something. "Like your perfume, perhaps?" "You can smell my perfume?" Ghlai asked, trying to keep his composure. But knowing Punlee could smell his perfume made Ghlai incredibly flustered. "Yes, it's very fragrant. Just you moving, and I can already smell it. And do you like it?" Ghlai's eyes widened in shock when he realized that his question was somewhat ambiguous. His small hands waved around before he said, I didn't mean it like that, Punlee. I mean, do you like this kind of perfume? If you don't like it, I'll sit a bit further away so you don't feel dizzy." Punlee smiled before looking down at the plate in front of him. Ghlai discreetly let out a sigh while scolding himself for being so flustered that he asked something so silly. Punlee still kept his head down, pushing rice around with his spoon, before saying, "I like it. I like this kind of perfume." And Punlee's answer seemed to make no sense at all, because it made Ghlai's heart, which had just been put back together, explode once again. "So," Punlee looked up and met his gaze before asking, "What kind of scent do you like, Ghlai?" How about this one?" Ghlai's eyes widened again when the other person, who had just stopped moving his hand from the spoon, extended his hand in front of him, as if wanting him to try the scent on the back of his smooth hand. Ghlai was so shy that he didn't know what to do. He scrunched up his nose and shook his head lightly to refuse. "You're tricking me into smelling it, but I won't." Punlee laughed and pulled his hand back. "If you don't want to smell it, then fine. But there's no need to make such a cute face." Ghlai didn't answer. He chose to lower his head and eat his rice instead. When someone you secretly like compliments you, it makes you so shy? But because Ghlai suddenly thought of something, he looked up at the other person. "Punlee, I've already washed your shirt for you. I brought it with me today, but the parking lot is so far away, so you can return it another day. I'm not in a hurry. I was thinking of asking Fandom to return it, but lately, he's been so busy, so I didn't want to bother him." "Then don't ask Fandom to return it for me. You should bring it back yourself." Ghlai tried to hold back his smile before saying, "I was thinking the same thing. If we're on the same page." Punlee smiled before continuing, "Then don't overthink it." Unable to hold back from Punlee's words, Ghlai let himself smile and nodded. But when Punlee's spoon, which had been scooping pork with basil from his plate, put it on Ghlai's plate instead, Ghlai slowly stopped smiling and furrowed his brow in confusion. It seemed like the other person knew he didn't understand the action, so he spoke up. "There's already vegetables and eggs on your plate. But it's missing meat. Take care of yourself, can Ghlai." Ghlai was sure that Punlee didn't know his personal habits, but how did he know that he didn't care much about his food? "Thank you, Punlee. Same as always." Can Lee change your thanks into you promising to take better care of yourself? "Yes, I will take care of myself." "Good." Punlee gave him a smile that made his heart swell, then lowered his head to continue eating. Ghlai had often wondered why Punlee always came to find him first. But when he recalled the time Punlee drove him to his condo, Ghlai realized that Punlee was someone who kept promises, because he really did what he had said. "But if I see you first, I'll come say hi myself." He didn't know what the future would bring, but for now, Punlee had never broken a promise. Ghlai turned his attention away from Punlee when someone else sat down beside him. When he saw Punlee frown at him, he immediately knew it was one of Punlee's friends. "Why the grumpy face when you see your friend, Punlee?" "I'm tired of picky friends like you." "What? I'm not being picky at all." "Then what the hell are you here for?" "Well, haha, I'll admit, I'm here to snoop." "You idiot. We've been watching you from that corner over there for a while now," said Punlee's friend, narrowing his eyes at him. "Didn't know you had a friend from the aviation school." Ghlai is the younger sibling of Fast's close friend. "I only just met him recently, so I haven't introduced him to you guys yet." "Oh, what's with that long O? If it gets any longer, I'll stuff a shoe in your mouth." "Geez, so harsh." Punlee sighed before turning to Ghlai. "Ghlai, this is Boss, my high school friend. He studies in the Faculty of Architecture. Nice to meet you." "I dare you to say that again." "No way, you'll kick me." "But seriously, why are you speaking so politely?" "It's so not you, Punlee. I'm still the same Punlee, just selective in how I treat people." "Wow, clear as day, huh? People who aren't cute like you will continue to be treated rudely by me." "Wow, So hurt, boss said, then turned to Ghlai with a friendly smile. Your name's Ghlai? Yes. Ghlai, you don't have to be so polite with him. He is a bad person with a bad heart. Just nod, it's enough. Punlee, don't exaggerate. I haven't even gotten to know Ghlai yet, and you're already slandering me. I'm just telling the truth. I never slander anyone. I'm done talking to you. I'd rather chat with someone cute. He turned to Ghlai again. A cute little mouth, tiny nose. Who gave you that? I did, okay? Stop asking stupid questions. Ghlai blinked, looking back and forth between Punlee and his friend. The situation seemed like Boss was trying to tease Punlee, and Punlee was clearly blocking any attempts at conversation. He probably didn't want his friend to accidentally slip up and be impolite, like what happened at the condo with Na. Punlee, let me talk to your friend. It's been a while since I've met someone cute. Are you full yet, Ghlai? Punlee asked. Ghlai glanced at his plate and shook his head. Not yet. I've only had 2 bites. Really? Punlee looked around before continuing. Then how about we switch tables? Geez, if it's like that, I'll leave myself. Then go. You're not even going to stop me? Why would I stop you? What's so important about you? Friendship, damn it. You never spare anyone's feelings. Go already. You've been disturbing Ghlai's meal for too long. Fine, fine. Ghlai raised his hand to wave goodbye to Boss, but when Boss saw it, he sat back down with a grin. Now I don't feel like leaving anymore. Ghlai pressed his lips together, freezing mid-wave, until a hand from across the table reached out to hold his. Ghlai, don't do that. Don't wave goodbye to him, Punlee said. Ghlai remained silent, looking down at his hand, which was now placed on the table under Punlee's grip. It seemed like Punlee had forgotten he was holding his hand as he continued to argue with his friend. Not yet, no. No what, Punlee? You still haven't left, you idiot. Fine, I'm going. Geez, you're so mean. Ghlai wanted to wave goodbye to Boss one last time, but Punlee was still holding his hand. Instead, Ghlai smiled back at Boss. When Punlee finally turned to him, he frowned slightly before releasing his hand. Then, he lightly smacked the back of Ghlai's hand as if scolding him. Why did you hit me, Punlee? I didn't want to, but you waved at Boss. Well, Boss was leaving, so I just did it out of courtesy. Now he'll get the wrong idea and think you like him. Ghlai burst out laughing. We just met. How could I like him already? Exactly. Those guys are flirts. They'll think anything. The reason Lee doesn't want my friends talking to Ghlai is because Lee's friends are very flirtatious. Almost all of them are. Ghlai smiled as he watched Punlee speak so seriously. Does that include Lee as well? Of course not. Don't include me in that, Ghlai. I'm not a flirt. Ghlai chuckled softly and nodded. Okay, I believe you. See? Boss sat here for just a moment, but already ruined my credibility so much. No way. Ghlai wasn't sure where he found the courage, but he looked straight into Punlee's eyes and said, I trust what I see more than what I hear. So, no one can change my view of the good Punlee I see. Punlee bit his lip and scrunched his nose slightly, looking almost playful. Ghlai's heart practically melted seeing his adorable expression. You're not just good at being cute. You're also great at making others feel at ease, Punlee said. It was the kind of compliment that made him so flustered. Let me have my 3rd bite now, Ghlai said. Sure thing. Ghlai took a bite of food, trying not to smile as he chewed. But he couldn't help it, and ended up smiling at his plate. Creak. The sound of his phone vibrating brought his attention back. Ghlai pulled his phone out of his pocket and checked the caller ID. Hi. He quickly chewed and swallowed before answering. Seeing his rush, Punlee handed him a water bottle he was holding. Even though the bite had been thoroughly chewed, swallowing it down still felt a bit rough. Drink Lee's water first, Ghlai, or you'll choke, Punlee said. Ghlai glanced between the bottle and Punlee. If you don't mind that I already drank from it once, you can drink my water. Ghlai never felt disgusted by Punlee, not even once. He was just caught off guard by his kindness and thoughtfulness. Taking the bottle, he drank from it before answering the call. Ghlai raised his wristwatch to check the time. Okay, there's still over an hour left. Yes. Then, I'll finish eating first. Go ahead. His thin lips slowly pressed together when he saw Punlee drink from the bottle of water. Ghlai shook his head lightly while putting his phone back in his pocket. It's just drinking from the same bottle of water, Ghlai. Why are you so shy about it? Ghlai, are you going to print the work? Yes. I was going to print the report at the Faculty of Communication Arts because it's close to the cafeteria. This place is cheaper than other shops, so I always print my work here. Today, I have something to print too. Can I go with you? Sure. Punlee is so kind, always extending time for me. Ghlai, how did your friend send you the work? Ghlai, who had just selected the cover page and handed it to the shop owner, quickly walked over to Punlee, who was sitting in front of the laptop. Even though there were many students using the service in the shop, the two of them didn't have to wait in line because the shop owner, who seemed familiar with Punlee, told them to use the personal laptop right away. The small person weaved through the crowd to reach the one who had asked him earlier. Ghlai grabbed a small sheet of paper and a pen that were placed nearby, wrote his email address, and handed it to Punlee. My friend sent the file via email. This is my email. Okay. Punlee took the paper and furrowed his brows slightly while looking at his real name spelled in English. Ghlai thought Punlee must be wondering about his real name, just like everyone else. Back in high school, his classmates would always ask why he had a name that sounded like a girl's, and they often said his name didn't sound modern at all. The name Ghlaijai was much like a character from the past. Ghlai had gotten used to hearing this, but because he knew the true meaning behind the name, and it was the name his mother carefully chose for him. Ghlai loved his name a lot. Ghlaijai. Is this your real name, Ghlai? Punlee, who was sitting, asked with a curious expression. The person standing next to him nodded lightly. Yes, actually, my mom gave me both my real name and nickname. But most people just call me Ghlai for short. Such a cute name. The first person to compliment his name was Punlee, who smiled and turned back to type on the keyboard to check his email. Ghlai had just heard someone outside his family compliment the name Ghlaijai for the first time. When he heard this from Punlee, his heart didn't beat faster as it should, but he felt something different. It was a good feeling, rising up and sticking in his throat. Thank you, Punlee. Lee just checked the email for you. No need to thank me. I'm not thanking you for that. Ghlai met Punlee's gaze, who was looking at him with curiosity. I'm thanking you for saying my name is cute. Punlee smiled widely and said, well, Ghlaijai is really cute. The person who complimented this name sincerely must only be Punlee. Has anyone ever said that your name is not cute? Well, do you still remember that person? If so, I'll go clear it up for you. Ghlai laughed when he saw the other person's serious expression before saying, I don't remember anymore. Don't remember or afraid of having trouble? If I'm being honest, I'm afraid of having trouble. Punlee smiled and said, from now on, if anyone says your name isn't cute, I'll punch them in the face. I don't think anyone will dare say that anymore. They'd be afraid of getting punched by Punlee. I'm not a savage, Ghlai, but I don't like people who try to make others feel bad. Punlee said while opening the file for him. These people need to be taught a lesson. Don't teach anyone a lesson at the cost of getting hurt. Ghlai said that because he really cared about the other person. After all, Punlee is one of a kind, and even if there were many suns, none could replace his original moon. Do you understand, Punlee? Understood. Good. A hot-headed person like Lee seems to calm down after talking to you, Ghlai. Ghlai laughed before raising his hand to touch his golden blonde hair, his eyebrows slightly furrowed before saying, my head isn't hot at all. See, you're being cute again. No wonder Lee's friends like talking to you, Ghlai. The slender hand that touched his golden blonde hair was pulled back to his side, as usual. He then smiled at the other person. Earlier, Ghlai had unconsciously allowed himself to do what he wanted. He felt like himself every time he got close to Punlee. It seemed like every action and word from the two of them was truly from the heart. Lee has printed the work for you. Let's go check it out in front of the shop. Okay. When you get complimented on being cute, do you ever feel shy? Ghlai glanced at the person walking beside him before laughing and saying, of course I feel shy. I've noticed many times. It seems like you don't get shy easily. You usually just stay calm. When I stay calm, that means I'm shy. Ghlai looked at the person smiling at him. And usually, does anyone compliment you on being cute, Ghlai? Quite often. Is it just a compliment? Punlee means just a compliment and no further conversation. The playful gaze turned serious before continuing. No flirting. Although Ghlai was curious about Punlee's question, he chose to answer truthfully. Well, sometimes they flirt. Flirt? Really? Yeah. Has it been continuous for you, Ghlai? Ghlai stopped walking when they reached the front of the shop before answering. Continuous? Well, I don't really pay attention to it, so I don't really remember if it's been continuous. So, the most recent time someone flirted with you, when was it? Ghlai furrowed his brows as if thinking. The most recent time. Well, this isn't exactly flirting, but a senior said that a junior secretly liked me. If Punlee counts it as flirting, then it just happened before 11 a.m., right before we came to eat at the cafeteria. I only realized then because the junior helped me carry the zither to store it. I had to practice it since I had a performance at the open house event. Really? The most recent time was today, can Ghlai? Ghlai blinked, looking at Punlee, who seemed surprised. Punlee probably didn't expect someone as plain and unremarkable as him to have someone flirting with him. Ghlaijai actually has someone interested, Punlee. But Ghlaijai is only interested in you. You're really popular, huh? Punlee's words made Ghlai smile. It's not like that. Really, the junior isn't flirting with me. It's just the senior who told me about it. I need to hear it from the junior before I can be sure he likes me and is really trying to flirt with me. You don't need to wait to hear it from him. You can be sure that soon enough, he'll be flirting with you for sure. But the report is ready. Their conversation was interrupted when the shop owner spoke up. Punlee reached out to take the report from him. Ghlai grabbed his work and rolled it up, then pulled out some money to pay the shop owner. Punlee, how much is the work fee? Don't worry. I'll pay because you allowed me to print my work with you. No, I insist. You didn't finish what you were saying earlier. Ghlai thought back for a moment before replying. Oh, I was going to say, but I probably won't get anything with that junior. Why? Is it because the kid is too clingy? Ghlai chuckled softly before answering. No, that's not it. Then why? How could he say, because in his heart, there's already someone else? How much is the work fee, Punlee? Don't try to change the subject. This time I'll cover it. Next time, you can pay for yours. Ghlai nodded in agreement, wanting there to be a next time, and smiled. Okay, let's wait for the lift. Ghlai and Punlee walked over to wait for the lift. They both stood quietly, then turned to look at each other. At that moment, they accidentally made eye contact, and Ghlai couldn't help but smile. Punlee smiled too. So, why is it that you're not interested in that kid? Why does Punlee want to know so badly? Ghlai met Punlee's curious gaze, and those eyes seemed to compel him to tell the truth. Because, if I already have someone in my heart, no matter how many people come to me, I won't be interested. Oh no, Ghlai. What did you just say? Ghlai quickly avoided Punlee's gaze and looked up at the numbers above the elevator door instead. He hoped that Punlee wouldn't figure out that there was someone who secretly loved him, and he prayed that Punlee wouldn't realize that it was Ghlaijai himself who had secretly loved the moon with all his heart. Being loyal to just one person is really great. Ghlai turned to look at the person beside him. Punlee's bright smile made Ghlai feel at ease. I'm happy for the person in your heart, Ghlai, that you have such strong feelings for him. Ghlai stayed silent for a moment before offering a soft smile to Punlee. Ghlai wasn't afraid of Punlee misunderstanding and thinking he already had someone he liked, because he knew deep down that what they had would never go beyond. Someone who wanted to move closer to the moon every day. Ghlai never hoped to possess the moon. If Punlee understood that there was someone Ghlai liked already, that was fine. Because in the end, their relationship would most likely only go as far as being friends. I also hope that one day, that person will understand how loyal I've been to him, and he'll be as happy as Punlee is. In truth, Punlee didn't need to be happy for that person, because that person was Punlee himself. Punlee of Ghlaijai, be happy as much as you want, because Ghlaijai will always be loyal and faithful to Conceição alone. Chapter 9. Ding. Many people might like the sound of the elevator notification because it signals that they've reached their destination. Ghlai used to like it too, but now he doesn't like it at all, because the sound ding is signaling the end of the time he has with Punlee. Can Ghlai, which building is your class in? The tall person walking out of the elevator with him asked. I have class in building 11. Ghlai stopped to stand still, intending to say goodbye to Punlee, as they probably studied in different buildings. Actually, Lee's class is in this building, but it's not time for class yet. So, Lee thought of running an errand in building 11 first. Oh, the same building as me. Yes. Punlee nodded and smiled faintly while looking at him. This time, Ghlaijai, you're the one who's extending the time. If you want to stay with Punlee a bit longer, you'll have to try. Shall we walk to building 11 together? And then we can part ways there. Punlee smiled and nodded in agreement. Sure. Ghlai nodded in invitation before walking out of the Faculty of Communication Arts building. His steps were steady, not too fast, not too slow. He held his report close to his chest and occasionally glanced at the person walking beside him. His thin lips pressed together as his mind raced to find a topic of conversation to talk with Punlee during the walk to Building 11. Ghlai wasn't sure where they'd part ways, but before they did, just talking a little longer would be nice. Punlee, his heart, afraid of losing the chance to talk, hastily called out before he even had a proper topic in mind. Yes. What to say now? Okay, let's go with the most basic topic. The weather's so nice today, isn't it? Punlee looked up at the sky before turning to look at him. Does that mean Ghlai likes sunny days? Even though the sun wasn't too harsh, it was still pretty hot. Ghlai, you really didn't think this through before speaking. Actually, I'm starting to feel the heat too. He smiled awkwardly. At that moment, Punlee revealed a bright smile that even the sunlight couldn't compete with. His large hand moved to shield Ghlai's forehead, as if to block the sun for him. Let Lee block the sun for you. Ghlai smiled faintly as he looked at Punlee before nodding. Thank you, Punlee. Actually, Lee could use the report to block the sun for Ghlai, but since the sun isn't too strong, Lee thinks just using my hand is enough. Ghlaijai, Punlee called out. In the next moment, his playful gaze softened into something warmer. I'll protect you. Ghlai smiled widely, understanding the meaning of the English sentence Punlee had just said. Translate it for me. It means Lee will protect you. Now Ghlai was incredibly flustered. The more he heard Punlee's perfect English accent, the more he felt embarrassed. So embarrassed that he didn't know what to say next. You're walking with your head down like that. No, I'm not embarrassed, Ghlai lied. Sorry, Punlee, but if I don't say this, it'll look too suspicious. Then what's wrong? Punlee asked with a laugh. Ghlai was out of excuses and didn't know what to say. I just think Punlee's hand does a great job of blocking the sun. Punlee chuckled softly before suggesting. How about Lee lends you my hand to block the sun every day? No thanks. I'd feel bad. But Lee doesn't mind. Ghlai felt like Punlee had been throwing punches at his heart nonstop since they started walking together. His mind was now blank, unable to come up with anything else to say. He bit his lip to suppress a smile and looked down at his black leather shoes. But since Punlee was playful and good at initiating conversations, he didn't let the silence linger for long. How's the cactus Lee gave you? The person being asked smiled widely at Punlee before replying. It's growing stronger every day. Really? Yeah. It must be because it's receiving such great care from Ghlai. Since Punlee went out of your way to get it as a gift, I have to take good care of it. Thank you. Ghlai nodded enthusiastically, his eyes widening as if he'd just remembered something. He took out his phone from his pocket and said, Oh, I have pictures to show you because I took some. Let me see. He lifted his black phone and opened the photo album to show the cactus pictures to Punlee. Here it is, placed next to the older one I've been taking care of. Did you buy this one yourself, Ghlai? Yeah. They look so cute together when placed side by side. That's what I thought too. So I put them together on my desk. At that moment, Punlee moved closer while they were walking. The taller person closed the gap between them by lowering the hand that was shielding the sun and lightly placed it on Ghlai's head, gently pulling him a bit closer. Ghlai swallowed hard while looking at the phone screen displaying his beloved plants. They were now so close that he didn't dare to move. For some reason, he chose to glance at Punlee instead. At this moment, Ghlai saw Punlee's smooth face leaning slightly closer. The person was smiling softly while looking at the photos on his phone. Although their faces were a reasonable distance apart, Ghlai, and used to such proximity, felt like they were too close. His erratic heartbeat was already causing enough trouble, but his mischievous mind made it worse by bringing up a certain song stuck in his memory. It was a song that made his heart race even faster. In Ghlaijai's ears, only this song echoed. I knew it instantly and loved instantly. You are the good fortune that came into my life. Ever since I met you, life feels like a dream that happens while awake. I want to stop this moment in time, starting from the second you came into my life. You made a tired soul dare to open its heart. Stop, Stop this life. Stop with this person, no matter how good anyone else may be. Ghlai, you should keep them together like this forever. Stop. Stop this love. All my heart will stop with only you. I've decided to keep them together like this, and I'll make sure they stay together forever. Punlee smiled while locking eyes with him, then turned back to the photo on the phone. He pointed at something in the image and asked, "That book? It looks interesting, Ghlai." "Oh, it's a storybook about a lonely moon. This moon travels everywhere to find someone to keep it company during the night, because most people are asleep." "And does this moon find friends?" Ghlai smiled faintly, loving how interested Punlee seemed in his story. "Yes, the moon found stars to be its companions at night. In the story, the moon found stars, but in real life, who would keep the moon company? Because these days, there aren't many stars in the sky." Ghlai confidently pointed at himself and said, "Me. I'll keep the moon company all the time. Even if I sneak off to sleep sometimes, I never abandon the moon. I still go out to the balcony to look at the moon every day." Punlee laughed heartily before leaning his head against his. "You're so endearing, Ghlai." It felt like his heart had stopped beating for a moment. "It seems like you really like the moon, Ghlai." Ghlai nodded while putting his phone back into his pocket. Punlee stepped back slightly, releasing him from the earlier closeness. The hand that had been shielding the sun now rested by his side. "At first, I just liked it. But now..." Ghlai glanced briefly at Punlee before looking down at the ground. "I've fallen in love with the moon. Have you ever thought about falling in love with the sun instead of the moon, Ghlai?" The one being asked slowed down his steps. He looked up at Punlee, searching for an answer within himself. But just seeing the eyes and smile of the person beside him, the answer flooded his mind. "If it were just liking, I could probably change my mind. But I've already fallen in love with the moon. Asking the moon to return that love wouldn't be easy." The listener smiled, seemingly pleased with the answer, before saying, "I think, if the moon knew someone as lovely as you, Ghlai, had fallen in love with it, the moon would never return the love. Instead, the moon would probably find a way to make you fall even deeper in love." Ghlai laughed softly at the adorable thought of the moon, unaware that someone had already fallen for it. "Actually, the moon doesn't need to do anything to make me fall more in love. Just being the same moon as always makes me love it more each day." Punlee smiled before lightly pinching his nose. "Your words, so cheeky." Embarrassed, Ghlai scrunched his nose at Punlee and poked his arm with his finger as if retaliating. He kept poking when he saw him laughing in amusement. "Take that. Are you getting back at me?" "Yep, for teasing me. Besides you, I don't feel like teasing anyone else." Punlee bit his lips slightly, as he often did. "Until I met you, Ghlai. Let me tease you a little, okay?" Just imagining himself as a toy for Punlee to tease made Ghlai so flustered he could explode. He shook his head in protest. "No way. I won't let you tease me." The flustered Ghlai walked into the faculty building and waited for the elevator, with the mischievous tall figure stopping beside him. "Just a little bit." Ghlai turned to look at his smiling face. "Are you pleading?" "Yes, I'm pleading." Ghlai chuckled softly. "Plead all you want. I still won't let you tease me." Ding. As the elevator door opened, the tall figure grabbed his hand and led him inside. He quickly pressed the door close button before letting go, everything happening so quickly that Ghlai was left dazed. At this moment, Ghlai was like a soft doll that Punlee carried around with him. Punlee could place Ghlaijai anywhere, as long as it wasn't in a dark room, because Ghlai was afraid of ghosts. "Which floor is your class on, Ghlai?" "The 8th floor." "Okay." Punlee pressed the button and smiled at him. Ghlai frowned slightly, noticing that only one floor had been selected. Thinking he might have forgotten his floor, he spoke up. "Punlee, didn't you press your floor?" "Oh, I did. I also have business on the 8th floor." "Same floor as me?" "Yes." Ghlai nodded, though still puzzled. The 8th floor of this building was reserved for aviation business students, and it was rare for students from other departments to use these classrooms. However, he figured Punlee, being someone with many friends, might be visiting a friend in the same department. With that thought, he decided not to question him further. "Ghlai?" "Yes." "The scar on your chest." He gestured to his chest area. "Has it healed?" "Oh, it's much better now, but there's still a mark. I'm applying ointment every day." "Good to hear." Ding. The sound made them break eye contact. They stepped out of the elevator, Punlee glancing at him with a faint smile. I study on this floor regularly, so I'm very familiar with it. It was hard to believe how quickly Punlee could make shy Ghlaijai open up like this. Which room are you going to, Punlee? I can show you since my class hasn't started yet. Now Ghlaijai was doing his best to buy time. Which room is yours, Ghlai? I study in 8001, the first room. Ghlai pointed down the hall. My business is in that room. Ghlai found this odd and asked, Punlee, you're not going to confront the person who teased me about my name, are you? No, don't worry, Ghlai. Punlee replied with a laugh. Phew, what a relief. All right, follow me. I'll show you the way. Thank you. Ghlai smiled at the tall figure and led him to his classroom. At the entrance, the door was wide open, revealing several students waiting for the professor. Ghlai peeked inside and spotted Pai and Mei sitting in the front row as usual. Then someone who didn't seem to like him much walked out. Nu's eyes widened slightly upon seeing Punlee beside him. Ghlai wasn't surprised by Nu's reaction, knowing Nu wouldn't expect to see Punlee so easily. Ghlai turned to Punlee and said, This is the room, Punlee. This is your classroom, right, Ghlai? Yep. Are you here for business in this room? Yes. Lee, what are you doing on this floor? Their conversation was interrupted by Nu, who approached with a friendly smile. However, Punlee, usually playful, suddenly switched to a serious mode when Nu smiled at him. He remained silent and didn't smile back. I came to drop Ghlai off for class. It wasn't just Nu who was surprised by his answer, Ghlai was too. Ghlai stared at Punlee, who gave him a soft smile while patting his head. This is my business. Focus on your studies, Ghlai. Okay. Ghlai didn't blame himself for responding briefly. His brain and heart were overwhelmed. Punlee had completely dismantled his defenses. Even though his heart was in pieces, Ghlai still managed to wave goodbye as Punlee stepped back into the elevator, smiling and waving until the doors closed. That made Ghlai want to text the moon. See you later, Punlee. Yes. Today, Ghlaijai's message reached the same moon again. Ghlai stood watching until Punlee disappeared into the elevator. Then, turning back to his classroom, he noticed Nu staring at him with a different expression. Arms crossed, Nu approached with a less than friendly manner. When I asked you to get Punlee's line for me, you said you didn't know him. Is this what someone who doesn't know each other looks like? You seem closer than that. At that time, I really didn't know Punlee. Ghlai never took his eyes off the other person for even a second. He spoke with a calm voice before continuing. But even if we're close now, it has nothing to do with you, Nu. Nu's expression showed a mix of confusion and anger. Ghlai shook his head lightly before brushing past Nu into the classroom. He felt that arguing endlessly was a waste of time. If Ghlai hadn't cut the conversation short like that, Nu would have kept looking for ways to pick a fight. Ghlai, here, over here. Ghlai nodded at his friend who was waving to him. He quickly walked to the front of the classroom and sat down beside Pai. His two close friends took the report to review without saying anything. Ghlai guessed that Mei and Pai were probably chatting and didn't notice someone had dropped him off earlier. Otherwise, they'd definitely be teasing him. It's good they didn't know. Let me have a moment to calm down. How much for the report, Ghlai? Well, so much for that. No rest for Ghlai's heart. I don't know how much it is. Huh. Pai frowned in confusion. Because Punlee paid for it. What's this about? And there it begins. Mei was the first to start. It's nothing. I just happened to run into Punlee at the cafeteria and ate together. Ghlai paused to hold back a smile when both friends narrowed their eyes and pointed at him suspiciously. And when Pai called me, Punlee overheard that I was going to print the report. So he offered to come along since he also had something to print. It's like everything just conveniently fell into place, right, Pai? Yeah, like, you seriously didn't plan this? Ghlai widened his eyes and lightly smacked his friend's arm. How could I plan something like that? I'm not that close to Punlee. Sure. Sorry for being late, everyone. The teacher's here. The conversation between Ghlai and his two friends ended when the teacher arrived. Ghlai turned to look at their professor, who was sitting down at the computer desk, organizing a pile of documents with an exhausted expression. It seemed like the teacher had a packed schedule with no breaks today. Ghlai was about to comment to his friends about feeling sorry for the teacher, but their teasing looks made him want to get up and leave his seat. They'd tease. Even with just a look, these mischievous friends wouldn't let it slide. Let's get started with the lesson. We're already behind schedule. Ghlai shifted his attention from his friends to the projector screen as the teacher began the lecture. Pai, who handled printing the study materials for each lesson, quietly handed the sheets to Ghlai, who nodded in thanks. However, seeing Pai's unrelenting teasing glances, Ghlai couldn't resist smacking his friend's arm again. "Stop teasing me already." Glai's heart must be so full and happy today. The teased one laughed and shook his head slightly, turning back to focus on the content displayed on the big screen. He decided to ignore his two friends and pay attention to the lesson instead, because Punlee had said, "Study hard, Ghlai," from being already determined to study. Now Ghlai was even more determined, by a lot. After the lecture ended, Ghlai represented his group in submitting the report. This time, their group didn't need to revise much. The teacher only asked them to add a bit more content. Ghlai decided to take the work back himself, since he was the one who had listened to the teacher's recommendations. After parting ways with his two friends, he headed back to his condo. The small-framed person got into the car with the report in hand. Ghlai was about to place it on the seat next to the driver's seat when he paused upon noticing Punlee's neatly folded student shirt lying there. Instead, he placed the report on the car console. Picking up Punlee's shirt, which still carried a faint, pleasant scent, he decided to return it to its owner today. He could admit it. Ghlai wanted to see Punlee. As the clock struck 5:30, Ghlai drove out of the parking lot of his faculty building, heading to the parking area where Punlee often smoked. But when Ghlai turned into the wide parking lot, he didn't see Punlee's favorite pearl-white car. At this time, Punlee was usually here. Ghlai figured that Punlee must have left early today. To be sure, he pulled out his phone to call someone. Fandom. After just a brief wait, his brother answered warmly. "What's up, Ghlaijai?" "Fandom. I wanted to know if Punlee is still at the university. Can you contact him for me?" Punlee. "Yes. A few days ago, I spilled coffee on my shirt and ran into Punlee, who lent me his to change into before a presentation. I've cleaned it and brought it with me in the car. I thought I'd return it today." "Oh, all right. Let me call Punlee for you. Normally, he should still be at the university around this time." Ghlai couldn't tell Fandom that he was already waiting in the parking lot for Punlee. Otherwise, he'd start asking questions about how Ghlai knew Punlee regularly parked there. "Let me end the call for now. I'll call Punlee and let you know." "Okay, Fandom." After hanging up, Ghlai waited in the car for several minutes before receiving a call from an unfamiliar number. He assumed it must be his brother's second phone, as Fandom had two numbers, and Ghlai hadn't saved the new one yet. "Hello. Yes, this is me. That voice. Pa Punlee. Thump thump. Yes, it's me. Fandom said you wanted to talk to me. Is there something you'd like to discuss?" I wanted to return your shirt, so I was wondering if you were still at the university. I called Fandom because I didn't have your number." Ghlai heard a soft laugh from the other end. "Here's my number. From now on, if you want to meet or talk to me, just call me directly. No need to go through Fandom." "Oh, okay. But I've already left the university. I had to go buy soccer cleats because I have a match tomorrow." "Oh, where are you right now? Are you waiting for me somewhere?" Ghlai took a moment to think carefully before replying. "I'm not waiting for you anywhere. I was about to leave the university when I saw the shirt and thought about returning it. If you were still around, I'd have stopped by to give it back." "Good answer, Ghlaijai. That's not suspicious at all. But wait. Saw the shirt and thought about me." He slipped up again. What should he say now? "I didn't think about you like that. I just thought about the owner of the shirt." "Hold on. Ghlaijai, stay calm." No. I mean the shirt must miss its owner. Then let's just say both the borrower and the shirt miss Lee. Punlee knows too much." "Ghlai, are you free tomorrow?" "Tomorrow? Yes." "Hold on a moment, Punlee." "Sure." Ghlai reached out for the small notebook on the car's console to check his class schedule. He had no classes tomorrow. Ghlai furrowed his brow slightly, thinking back to ensure he didn't have any makeup sessions. "I'm free tomorrow, Punlee. Can you bring the shirt to return it to me at the football field?" "Sure." "Okay, I'll send you the location." "All right. Ghlai, can I have your line ID?" For the first time, Ghlai forgot his own line ID. It took him nearly a minute to recall it. He didn't blame himself for forgetting at this moment. After all, the person he'd secretly admired for so long had just asked for it first. Others might not be shocked, but Ghlai was. "It's Ghlaijai, and then a single dot." Ghlai heard the other end softly repeating it. "Ghlaijai, I see. Yes, it's Ghlaijai. I'll add you online." "Okay." It seemed like their conversation was over because the silence had begun to fill the space. However, neither wanted to hang up first. Before long, Ghlai heard a soft chuckle from the other end. Don't want to hang up, Ghlaijai? And no, it's not that. I thought you might have something else to say, Punlee. Oh, yeah. Actually, I don't have anything else to say. What about you? I don't either. Then, who should hang up first? I can. I'll hang up now. Okay. Ghlai was about to end the call, but he stopped when he heard Punlee start to say something. Ghlai. Yes. Did you focus on your studies today? The question made Ghlai smile widely. After all, no one could see him grinning right now. I thought you didn't have anything else to say? It just came to mind. I focus on my studies every day. Very good. Punlee, do you have something you want to say to me, Ghlai? Yeah. Thanks for taking me home. You're welcome. Now I really don't have anything else to say, so I'll hang up now. Okay. The small figure who had just ended the call with Punlee sat grinning widely in the car. He leaned his head against the steering wheel, letting the overwhelming feelings flood his heart until it felt like it would burst. Line. He picked up his phone while still leaning his head on the steering wheel. Punlee added you by line ID. Ghlai's grin widened even more upon seeing Punlee step into his world. His hand pressed the phone gently against his chest as he silently wished that the moon would orbit Ghlaijai for a long, long time. All right. Just send me the file, Ghlai. I've already refilled the printer ink. Okay, I'll send it right after I hang up. Sure. After ending the call with Pi, Ghlai quickly sent the updated file via email. Normally, seeing his email name wouldn't have meant much to him, but at this moment, he had to suppress a wide smile when he saw the English letters of his name. What a cute name. The reason for his barely contained grin didn't come from the name, Ghlaijai, itself. It came from the person who had complimented it. After sending the file, Ghlai let out a relieved sigh, satisfied with completing the task on time. He leaned back against the large cushioned chair to relax, then grabbed his black phone and opened the Line app. 8:30 p.m. The chat between him and Punlee remained empty. Since Punlee had added him online, there hadn't been any messages. Ghlai, who had been secretly waiting, didn't dare to send the first message either, unsure if the other person wanted to talk. Ghlai sighed again, but this time, it wasn't in relief. His mind churned, trying to figure out how to start a conversation as naturally as he usually did. He thought talking to Punlee face-to-face was challenging enough, but starting a chat through text felt 10 times harder. Thud. The black phone lay flat on the table as Ghlai diverted his attention to finding music to listen to instead. While scrolling through his notebook to pick a song, countless thoughts popped into his mind. Will Punlee send the football field location today? Or maybe tomorrow morning? No, it'll probably be today. But Punlee must be busy. To stop the overwhelming thoughts, Ghlai quickly selected a song to play, not being too picky, hoping to drown out the spiraling ideas in his head. Have you ever not been able to forget someone? At night, your heart flutters. You want to text, but you're afraid they won't reply. Because I know there's probably not even a single reason to make you notice me. All I have is my heart. But will it be enough to make you notice? I just keep looking at you, not knowing when you'll turn to look at me. I just wait, but you don't even know. Line. The small figure quickly grabbed his phone, but the message on the screen made his rapidly beating heart slow down. Pi's message. Ghlai, I've finished printing the report. Ghlaijai's message. Okay. A warm breath escaped through his nose and mouth before the black phone was placed back in its original spot. Ghlai turned up the volume of the music a little more. And why am I waiting? I really like you, but still don't know when to tell you. Just waiting. Just waiting. Line. The person softly singing the line. Just waiting. Reached out to grab the phone to reply to a new message from a close friend. Punlee's message. Are you asleep yet? Because I'm the one waiting for you. At this moment, Ghlai completely understood the song. The waiting team. With all his heart. The one who was part of the team, waiting for Punlee, smiled broadly before swiping the screen to reply to the other person. Ghlaijai's message. Not yet, smiley face. Punlee's message. Sends a location. Punlee's message. This is the address of the football field where Lee will be playing tomorrow. Ghlaijai's message. Okay. Punlee's message. Fandom is also playing football there. Ghlaijai's message. Last week, Fandom told me, but I thought he was just playing casually with friends. I didn't know it was a real match. Punlee's message. Actually, it's like an annual match organized by Fa and his friends. It's not related to me, but Fa's friend, asked me to play to help their team score. Ghlaijai's message. That means Punlee must be really good at football. Punlee's message. Not really. Just decent enough. Punlee being so modest left Ghlai unsure of how to respond, so he chose to send a smiling bunny sticker instead. Ghlaijai's message. Sends a sticker. Punlee's message. Not great at talking, huh? Punlee's message. But you're good at sending stickers? Ghlai smiled to himself before replying. Ghlaijai's message. Sorry, I'm really not good at talking, even when typing. Ghlaijai really wasn't great at chatting. But if they got closer, Punlee would see a side of Ghlai that could chatter endlessly. Punlee's message. Being yourself isn't wrong. You don't need to apologize. Punlee's message. Tomorrow, I'll be playing from noon to afternoon. Punlee's message. You'll have to stay and return the shirt to me in person. Otherwise, I won't accept it back. Ghlaijai's message. Okay, I'll stay and return the shirt to Punlee myself. Punlee's message. Okay. It seemed like their conversation had reached its end. Extending it further wasn't easy. Ghlaijai's message. Sends a sticker. So Ghlai sent a bunny sticker with sparkling eyes, making an okay gesture to Punlee. Punlee's message. Ghlaijai. Thump thump, thump thump. Whenever Punlee called him. Ghlaijai. His heart raced every single time. Ghlaijai's message. Yes. Punlee's message. Sends a sticker. Punlee sent a sticker of a little white bunny sleeping peacefully on a crescent moon. Ghlai couldn't help but smile. His smile grew wider when he saw Punlee's latest message. Punlee's message. Sweet dreams. Ghlaijai's message. Sweet dreams to you too. Ghlaijai's message. Sends a sticker. And the last sticker Ghlai chose to send was of a bunny with sparkling eyes waving goodbye. Punlee would probably think he was simply saying goodbye. But in truth, if Punlee looked deeply into the bunny's eyes, Punlee would know. Ghlaijai was crushing on Punlee. Chapter 10. When the yellow taxi stopped in front of the football field at the location sent by someone via line, Ghlai reached into his pocket and handed some money to the taxi driver before getting out of the car. The small-framed person hugged the fragrant shirt tightly to his chest before sweeping his gaze around to find the artificial grass football field marked with a number 1, as shown in the picture Punlee had sent hours earlier. Once he spotted the targeted football field, Ghlai didn't waste any time and walked briskly toward the gate. However, 2 large guards standing at the entrance caused him to slow down until he almost came to a halt. In the end, Ghlai stopped directly in front of the 2 large men. He swallowed nervously as their stern and curious gazes bore into him. Before he could say anything, one of them spoke up first. This field is hosting a match. I've been instructed by Kunhia to screen anyone entering. If you're not important to one of the players, I'm afraid I can't let you in. As soon as the guard finished speaking, Ghlai felt his heart sink slightly. He was just here to return a shirt to Punlee, not someone particularly important to the players. If Punlee hadn't insisted on getting the shirt back in person, Ghlai might have already flagged down another taxi to go home in disappointment. Not disappointed in Punlee, disappointed by the guard's words. But since Ghlai had to hand the shirt back to its owner in person, he cast aside his disappointment and steeled himself to deal with the 2 towering guards still staring at him. Even though one of them scanned him from head to toe with a doubtful expression, Ghlai chose to remain composed. I'm here to see Punlee, he said. I thought so. The guard with the doubtful look spoke up. You must be Ghlaijai, right? Yes, that's me, Ghlaijai replied. Hey man, this person is Punlee's important person, the guard said confidently. You sure? I don't want to get scolded by Kunhia again. Ghlai watched the 2 guards bicker. The one on the left seemed confident, while the one on the right hesitated nervously about making a decision. Absolutely sure. Punlee told me to wait for someone named Ghlaijai, someone very cute. So cute, I'd want to keep him in a safe. Ghlai frowned slightly at the comment. He wasn't embarrassed because he didn't want to believe Punlee would say such a thing. Yet, observing the serious expressions of the guards, he started to question whether they were making it up. To confirm, he decided to ask, did Punlee really say that? Even though he knew that if the guard replied with, yes, he'd be utterly embarrassed right now. The loud cheers from the football field marked with number 1 caught Ghlai's attention and quickly dispelled the embarrassment that had just begun to form. Right now, he was more curious about what was happening on the field. He assumed the match had already started, judging by the time Punlee had mentioned it would begin. However, thanks to the taxi driver taking a wrong turn for a while, Ghlai arrived later than expected. Ghlai had avoided driving himself, fearing he might get lost. But taking a taxi hadn't made much difference. The driver, who claimed to know the football field, had taken him the wrong way for ages. Perhaps noticing Ghlai standing on tiptoe and craning his neck to peer through the iron fence, the guard chuckled softly before stepping aside to open the gate they had been blocking. With a nod, he gestured for Ghlai to enter. "The match has only just started. I'll take you inside," the guard offered. "Thank you very much," Ghlai said, bowing respectfully before following the towering man inside. Ghlai was convinced that access to the football field was genuinely restricted because the number of spectators seated on both sides of the field was surprisingly sparse, even though the venue could accommodate many more people. Ghlai's lips pressed together lightly as he noticed a group of women seated nearby, giving him curious looks. Some even tilted their heads as if trying to figure out who he was. He suddenly felt so nervous he wanted to leave. But just then, the male announcer's voice that he had heard from outside caught his attention and eased his anxiety. It wasn't the announcer's voice that calmed him, though. "Here we go. The Pizzit siblings are about to face off." It was Conceição Pizzit, after all, who made Ghlaijai want to stay. Ghlai couldn't help but smile when he spotted the tall figure with golden blonde hair styled neatly, wearing a white football jersey. Punlee looked incredibly cool on the field. And those yellow cleats. They made Ghlai smile even wider. Ghlai loved the color yellow, and seeing those cleats made him love it even more. Punlee dashed forward to block 5 fast front, trying to steal the ball. At that moment, Ghlaijai unconsciously held his breath, feeling incredibly tense. He was secretly rooting for Punlee to take the ball from his brother, though he doubted it would be easy since 5 Fa seemed very agile. The older brother's swift footwork showed he was trying to trick Punlee. The student's shirt in Ghlai's arms was hugged even tighter as he mentally cheered for Punlee to take the ball. His almond-shaped eyes stayed fixed on the white ball, but the next second, Punlee glanced away from the ball and looked toward the sidelines, where Ghlai was standing. Can Punlee manage to take the ball from Uenfa? Punlee seemed distracted for a moment before refocusing on the ball in front of him. He was just about to steal it from his brother when 5 Fa, quick as ever, dodged away with the ball at the last second. No, he can't. Uenfa is so tricky. Punlee looked slightly frustrated, shaking his head lightly as he continued running on the field. Ghlai glanced at the guard beside him, who was now smiling faintly. Exciting, isn't it? The person being asked gave a faint smile before responding. Yes, I almost stopped breathing just now. Then you should go sit by the sidelines to cheer for Punlee, the guard suggested with a laugh, pointing toward a wooden bench where several spectators were seated. Ghlai scanned the crowd for Phi Babe and Tirak because he had told Fandom earlier that morning about returning Punlee's shirt at the football field. Fandom had suggested he sit with those two. Once Ghlai spotted them, he thanked the guard for escorting him into the field and made his way toward the bench. The small-framed young man tried to walk to the wooden bench as quickly as possible. However, on his way, he overheard a conversation among a group of women seated nearby. Punlee is so handsome. Really handsome. I asked Golf, and he said Punlee is single. Well, of course, he's single. No one's here to cheer him on. Too bad Phi Pure couldn't come. If Pure saw Punlee, she'd definitely like him. Totally her type. Take a picture and send it to Pure. Hurry. Punlee is running toward the sideline now. Ghlai didn't want to be petty, but his overwhelming possessiveness surged uncontrollably. He deliberately stopped in front of them, blocking their view so they couldn't take a photo of Punlee. Ghlai knew he could only obstruct them this one time since he'd soon have to sit in the empty spot beside Tirak. But because there is only one moon, and Conceição is the only one in this world, let Ghlaijai be possessive just this once. When Punlee, whom he cherished so dearly, ran back to the center of the field, the woman holding up her phone lowered it and turned to whisper something to her group. Ghlai silently apologized to them in his heart before hurrying to sit beside the chubby-cheeked Tirak, who hadn't taken his eyes off the field. Even when Ghlai sat down next to him, Tirak didn't seem to notice. He glanced at the cheer sign in Tirak's hand, with its adorable message and a picture of Tirak, and couldn't help but smile in amusement. Finally, he decided to gently tap Tirak's arm with his finger. "Oh, Ghlai." Tirak's eyes widened slightly in surprise upon seeing him there. "You came to cheer for Phi Pha, didn't you?" he asked, even though he already knew the answer. Tirak couldn't possibly be anyone's important person except Phi Pha's. Yeah. Who did you come to cheer for?" "Fandom, right?" The one being asked swallowed nervously. Ghlai hadn't prepared an answer beforehand and couldn't outright admit he was cheering for Punlee. The best option was to tell the truth. No. Huh. I came to return Punlee's shirt." Returning Punlee's shirt, Tirak furrowed his brows slightly. "Yes. Last week, my shirt got dirty, and I had to rush to an important class. I happened to meet Punlee, so Punlee lent me a shirt." The neatly arched brows that had furrowed earlier immediately relaxed, and the owner of the chubby cheeks nodded slightly. "Oh, I see. But stay and cheer for the game with us. It's fun." Ghlai smiled at the lovely, kind person before saying, "I'll probably have to wait until Punlee finishes the match because he told me to wait." "Okay." The person turned his gaze away from him. Phi Babe, who was sitting next to him, turned and smiled while lightly rubbing his shoulder in greeting. Meanwhile, Tirak cheered for Phi Pha with a sweet and endearing voice. "Phi Pha, kick this one in, please." "Have you been here long, Ghlai? Why didn't you call me? I could have come to pick you up." "I just arrived, Phi Babe. I didn't dare to call because I saw the match had started. I didn't want to disturb you." Then Phi Guard, the kind-hearted one, came to send me, so I thought I'd find you myself. "Next time, don't hesitate, Ghlai. If you need anything, just let me know." "Thank you, Phi Babe." "Sure." Phi Babe smiled before turning back to watch the field, as the announcer's voice grew louder, signaling that it was time for the fans to get excited again. "Here we go again, ladies and gentlemen. Kun Muenfa is attacking again, coming in fast, oh my. It looks like he's playing alone on the field, haha. Is it in? Is it in? It's in. It's in again. Oh wow. It must be because of the cute picture on the cheer sign that gave Kun Muenfa the boost. Hey Fa, take the ball, and go play at your house if you're not going to share it with us. Here we go. The owner's son is starting to pout now. Quit pouting. Next year, fire these announcers. I'm so annoyed." Ghlai laughed along with everyone in the stadium. He couldn't remember the last time he'd been in such a fun atmosphere, but if he had to think back, it would probably be when he cheered during the school sports day in grade 9. But right now, he saw Punlee standing, breathing heavily in the middle of the field. He had one hand on his hip while pointing at his brother, then half-walked, half-jogged to the sidelines because there wasn't much time left on the big digital clock. Now, Punlee was standing not far from his seat, still observing the situation on the field with his hand on his hip. "Fihia, play football. You're not playing monkey in the middle, so why are you running after him like that?" It was the first time Ghlai had seen Punlee show such a serious and intense side. Punlee shook his head while wiping the sweat off his face with his shirt. His well-defined abs made nearby fans gasp in surprise. It seemed they hadn't expected Punlee to have such a great physique. Punlee, drenched in sweat, shook his head lightly before bursting into laughter when a senior named Chia argued in a whiny voice. "We haven't scored a single goal yet, you idiot." Ghlai looked at Punlee, who was laughing with joy, then lowered his head to look at his own shoes as his face flushed when he saw Punlee push his hair back, which had fallen over his face. Punlee plus sports equals so hot. Ghlai's heart felt warm all over his face. End of the first half. Everyone, go find your team coaches. Who's the coach of each team? Me and you, man. As the announcer finished speaking, Ghlai glanced at Phi Babe, who handed a water bottle to Tirak before saying something to his younger brother. During the halftime break, another key player of the team needs to take care of themselves too. Okay, Phi Babe. Punlee fighting. The yellow text on the phone screen made this sentence stand out. Ghlai held the phone horizontally before raising it and waving it to get the attention of the tall person running on the field. And it seemed like Punlee had seen his cheering sign because Punlee, who was warming up on the field before the second half of the match began, gave a thumbs up and smiled at Ghlai. Ghlai smiled sweetly and cheered again. Punlee fighting. When Ghlai said this, many women sitting in front turned to look at him immediately, before turning back to whisper to each other. But Ghlai didn't care. He was used to this kind of thing. The only person he needed to focus on was Punlee, and the only thing he should do right now was cheer for Punlee as much as he could. The second half of the game began fiercely. Punlee showed excellent football skills. His footwork was as good as his older brother's. If Five Fast team were to pick a dangerous player from the opposing side, Ghlai thought it would definitely be Punlee. As for Punlee, you can't underestimate him. It's starting again, ladies and gentlemen. The skill battle between the two brothers of the Pizzit family begins once more. Punlee's off. He stole the ball from Uenfa. Viewers. When Punlee had the chance to take possession of the ball, he skillfully dodged the opposing team. Punlee slowed down his pace as he got closer to the opponent's goal. Punlee, far enough from the goal, kicked the ball with his right foot, sending it flying past the goalkeeper's hands and into the net. Hey! At that moment, everyone stood up and cheered loudly, clapping, because Punlee had scored for his team. Ghlai stood watching as Punlee ran toward him. The person with the bright smile stopped at the edge of the field and pointed both fingers at him before the rest of the team rushed to hug Punlee with joy. Ghlai smiled and laughed at the heartwarming scene. He raised his hand and gave a thumbs up to the person who was standing there. Punlee nodded in acknowledgement before running back to the center of the field, as the clock was still ticking and the second half had not ended. The small person sat back down in his seat and waved his cheering sign again. Once again, the group of women in front turned to look at him before nodding slightly, as if they had confirmed who he was cheering for. Although Ghlai's original purpose was to return the shirt to Punlee, if he were to answer now, yes, Ghlai came to cheer for Punlee. The second half of the game was still as exciting and thrilling as before. Ghlai was exhausted from the suspense, but when the match ended, the score on the big board confirmed that Five Fast team had won. But Ghlai thought that no matter what the outcome was, the football players from both teams and the fans were all happy, because the smiles on everyone's faces showed that. After Ghlai had just returned the shirt to Punlee, he asked him to wait on the field because he wanted to put the shirt away in the car. Ghlai thought that Punlee probably had something he wanted to say to him, so he sat and waited for Punlee with the owner of the chubby cheeks, who now couldn't stop praising his favorite Five Fast. Did you see the last goal Five Fast scored? I saw. That was so cool. Ghlai chuckled lightly when he saw the other person nodding after speaking, as if wanting him to agree with the statement. Yes, it was really cool. Five Fast never brags about being good at football, but when I watched him play, he was just amazing. Ghlai nodded and smiled at Tirak. If Five Fast heard you praising him like that, he'd probably be so happy. The person with the chubby cheeks raised a hand to rub the back of his neck shyly. Tirak was probably imagining the look on Five Fast's face upon hearing the praise. Hey, Sagacheek. Hey, what's up, dog-faced Lee? The voice calling from behind startled Tirak. Without having to guess, Ghlai knew it was Punlee. He secretly smiled at the nickname Tirak used to call Punlee. How did Punlee become dog-faced Lee? The tall person, still in a white football jersey and carrying a famous brand black bag, stopped in front of them. Punlee reached out to gently push his best friend's head. Ghlai quickly reached out to support the back of his best friend's head when he almost fell backward. Tirak turned to nod at him to thank him for saving him, before turning back to glare at Punlee. Dog-faced Lee, if I fall off this chair, I'll report it to Five Fast. Ghlai could already guess how the nickname Dog-faced Lee came about. It was probably because Punlee liked to tease Tirak. Stop boasting in front of Ghlai. I've seen you talk non-stop, Sagacheek. I wasn't boasting, I was praising Five Fast in front of Ghlai. That's too much. Did you even ask Ghlai if he wanted to hear that? You should stop praising Five Fast. Punlee turned to look at Ghlai before smiling like he always did. Because sometimes, Ghlai might want to praise someone else, too. No, not at all. Ghlai didn't come to cheer for anyone today. He just came to return your shirt. How do you know that Ghlai just came to return the shirt? Because Ghlai is the one who told me. Right, Ghlai? Tirak turned to ask him. Ghlai was about to nod in agreement, because he had really said that, but the tall person, who was now looking away like he was sulking and didn't want to listen to their conversation, made Ghlai smile. Ghlai gently poked the other person's thick arm to bring him back into the conversation. Punlee reluctantly turned to look at him, but kept his face sulky and refused to smile. Aside from returning the shirt, I also came to cheer for Punlee. The bright smile on Punlee's face at that moment made Ghlai forget the previous sulking expression. Oh, dog-faced Lee, you actually wanted Ghlai to say that he came to cheer for you. Talk too much, and your cheeks might get pinched off, Sagacheek. Punlee said, reaching out to pinch his best friend's cheek until he raised his hand to swat his thick hand lightly, signaling that it hurt too much. Ouch! Punlee, stop it. Although Ghlai loved Punlee so much, he couldn't bear to see the cute person in pain. His slender hand reached out to smack Punlee's hand, making him release his grip on Tirak's soft cheek. Ghlai gently rubbed the now red cheek. Punlee. He looked at Punlee with a stern gaze before saying, Tirak's cheek is red. It'll heal. Lee pinches his cheek often. Dog-faced Lee. Even if the red mark goes away, the pain in my heart will never fade. Ghlai tried to hold back his smile. He adored the expression and behavior of Tirak so much. No wonder Punlee couldn't resist teasing him. Does it hurt a lot, Rak? Yes, it really hurts, Ghlai. The affectionate person placed his hand over Ghlai's hand, which was gently rubbing his cheek, and gave him a pleading look. There. It'll be better soon. Tirak responded with a smile, one that would surely warm everyone's heart. You're so whiny, sag-a-cheek. Right now, dog-faced Lee doesn't have the right to speak. You hurt me and still talk a lot. Ghlai laughed at Tirak's adorable words before the culprit, who had caused the cute person to be upset, reached out to grab his hand and nodded, signaling for him to stand up. Where are you taking Ghlai, dog-faced Lee? I'm inviting him to have dinner with me, he said while looking at him with pleading eyes no different from his best friend, before continuing. Will you have dinner with me, Ghlai? After such a sweet plea, how could Ghlai refuse? Oh, okay. Punlee smiled broadly before pulling him up to stand. Ghlai willingly stood beside him, being a good person for the affectionate one. As for you, you have to sit here and wait for Fa. Don't go wandering off. Got it. I don't get it. Sag-a-cheek. I know. Stop being so stern. And where did Phi Babe go, Rak? Ghlai asked, worried that Tirak might be left alone. Phi Babe went to talk on the phone about work with a friend. So, she'll be back soon. Ghlai, go ahead. Don't worry about me. Right? Ghlai doesn't need to worry about this chubby cheeks. Soon, his favorite person will come see him. Of course. It must have been because of the tone of voice and the expression when he spoke that made Punlee feel annoyed. So he stretched out his hand and gently pushed the person's head again. Hey, dog-faced Lee is at it again. Ghlai looked at Punlee, who was laughing happily. I'm going now. Go ahead. I'm tired of Lee's dog face. He likes to tease. I'll go first, Rak. Okay, see you later, Ghlai. All right. Ghlai waved goodbye to the owner of the chubby cheeks who smiled at him, then followed the tall person who held his hand and led him out of the football field. If it were before, Ghlai's heart would have raced being held by Punlee's hand like this. However, now he has some immunity, so his heart didn't race anymore. But he still felt warm in his heart every time they held hands. Ghlai, can I stop by the bathroom to take a shower before we go eat? Shower. Ghlai replied in surprise, looking at the tall person's bag. Yes, after Lee finishes playing football, I have to shower before doing anything else. Punlee said, glancing at him before continuing. I don't want to go eat with you, Ghlai, while I smell like sweat. Ghlai sniffed the air, as if trying to smell it, then answered honestly, Punlee doesn't smell. But it used to smell better, right? Usually, Punlee smells wonderfully fragrant. Don't worry about it, Punlee. I'm okay. Lee needs about 20 minutes, Ghlai. I'll hurry and shower as quickly as possible. It must have been the pleading look in the tall person's eyes that made Ghlai nod in agreement. When they arrived at the bathroom behind the football field, Punlee led Ghlai inside. The atmosphere in the bathroom was no different from the athletes' changing rooms Ghlai had seen in high school series. The spacious room had lockers on both sides of the aisle, and a long wooden bench was placed in the middle. Looking ahead, Ghlai could see a large sliding door in the distance. He guessed that behind that door would be the shower room. Please sit and wait here, Ghlai. Ghlai nodded and sat down on the long wooden bench, looking around the large room again. Ghlai thought that not many people must use this bathroom because the lockers and other items seemed almost unused. Please wait a moment, Ghlai. The tall person spoke while gently patting his head, then picked up the black bag and walked toward the sliding door. Ghlai watched until the person disappeared, then took out his phone to play to pass the time. Normally, Ghlai didn't use social media much. He just followed the news on Facebook. If there was no interesting news, Ghlai would look up the list of newly released translated literature books at the bookstore on Twitter. But recently, Ghlai had been visiting Twitter more than Facebook, as the news there was much quicker. Bing. However, his fingers scrolling through the list of books stopped abruptly when he received a call from his close friend. Ghlai immediately answered the call. "What's up, Pi? I want to bash my head against the wall." "Huh? What's wrong, Pi?" Because his friend's tone didn't sound good, Ghlai spoke softly and gently. "Do you remember the cargo class where the teacher said we had to work with other groups?" "Oh, the one where the teacher said we could choose a group to work with, right?" Yes, but the teacher just changed his mind last week and said he will assign the groups himself." "Ah, yes, I remember. Just now, the teacher posted the list of groups on Facebook. The Facebook group for this class, right?" Yes. Why didn't mine notify?" "Normally, whenever the teacher posts something, I always get notifications. It didn't notify because we'd get a headache if it did, but we'll still get a headache anyway." Our group got paired with News Group. There's New, Thought, Orn, and the usual people. "Oh," Ghlai whispered in disbelief before trying to accept the information he just received. "If the teacher pairs us, we probably can't ask to change. See, this is why I have a headache." Last time, Win tried to change groups because he had problems with his teammates, and the teacher scolded him badly. "I guess there's nothing we can do but accept it, Pi. We just have to do our part well. I hope that group can separate work from personal issues. When we're working, we should forget about our past problems and focus only on the work. After the work is done, we go back to being like we were before. They probably have a headache just like we do." Ghlai smiled lightly before asking, "Has May found out yet?" "She already knows. May even messaged to say she will create the group chat for us because she still has news contact. After the teacher posts the topic tomorrow, she'll let us distribute the work." "Okay. When May sets up the group, she can invite me in." Okay. I'll talk to May now." "All right. Sorry for disturbing you on your day off, Ghlai, but this really couldn't be done through line. I had to call." Ghlai laughed because of his friend's serious yet weary voice. "It's okay. You can call me anytime." "Okay." After hanging up with his close friend, Ghlai sighed lightly. Just thinking about dealing with those three made him feel tired already. But he thought that this project would go well. Ghlai would do his part to the best of his ability. Ding. Ghlai looked at his phone when he heard a notification from the Line app. His fingers swiped the screen to accept the invitation to join the group chat. Once inside, he saw that all members had already joined. May's message. "Everyone's in now." May's message. "Tomorrow the teacher will post the topic, then Ghlai can distribute the work to everyone." News message. "Okay." He looked at New's short reply and shook his head lightly. Even though New didn't seem willing to work together, at least Ghlai felt relieved that the other party responded. Other groups probably felt the same way as his. Just do your part well. Once the work is done, everyone will go back to their separate ways. Ghlai exited the chat room when there was nothing important left, then turned to look behind him when he heard the sliding door open. At that moment, he saw the tall person drying his damp blonde hair with a towel. Punlee was wearing a navy blue shirt with small white leaf patterns and black jeans. Ghlai didn't feel the heat at all. If only Punlee had buttoned his shirt properly before coming out of the shower. Since he didn't button it up at all, it revealed his strong chest and abs that made the fans in the field cheer. Punlee walked over and sat down next to him. Ghlai looked away from the other person and bit his lip tightly, then lowered his gaze. The heat in his body quickly spread from his ears down to his toes. Ghlai didn't think anything inappropriate. He just felt shy because he had never seen anyone like this before. "Who were you chatting with online earlier?" The notification didn't stop. It was my friend." Ghlai replied without looking at the other person. "Really your friend?" Really my friend." A soft laugh and the usual fragrance made Ghlai want to run out of the bathroom. He didn't know how much longer he could hide his feelings. Without needing a mirror, Ghlai could already tell that his ears and cheeks must be bright red. "Ghlai, yesterday, Lee went to buy soccer shoes and happened to see this." The person who tempted him with something held it up for him to see despite Ghlai still feeling shy. "What is it?" Punlee took something out of his black bag, a notebook with a small rabbit sitting on a crescent moon. It was held out in front of Ghlai. Ghlai couldn't help but smile and looked up to meet Punlee's eyes. "It's a notebook." Lee saw it and... "Missing Ghlai. So Lee bought it for you. I hope you like it, Ghlai." "I like it," Ghlai said while giving a smile to Punlee. "Do you usually write anything in a notebook, Ghlai?" Mostly, I always carry a notebook with me because I like to write important tasks down in it. Oh, then that's good. From now on, you will be carrying this notebook with you to class. Ghlai nodded with a small gesture. Whenever you see this notebook, you have to think of Lee, okay? Ghlai laughed before saying, Is this the exchange condition? No, it's not. When you see the notebook, you should think of Lee. That's something you should do every day. But the real exchange condition is... Punlee pulled the notebook back to his chest before giving a sly smile. You have to do the bunny eyes for Lee first. Ghlai's eyes widened a bit before he said, Do the bunny eyes? Yes, do the bunny eyes like the bunny sticker you sent to Lee online. Punlee must really like the bunny doing the bunny eyes. Ghlai thought. If he could imitate that bunny as best as possible, maybe Punlee might like him a little too. Ghlai never imagined that one day he would have to compete with his favorite line sticker, but to make Punlee impressed with him, Ghlai decided to do what was requested. Ghlai took a deep breath before meeting Punlee's gaze, who was smiling. At that moment, Ghlai blinked twice to make the bunny eyes and sent them to him. Punlee laughed happily, his big hand gently squeezing Ghlai's nose, something he liked to do, before handing him the notebook and softly saying, That's cute. Thank you, Punlee. Can you change the thank you into another bunny eyes, one more time? Ghlai was always a good boy for Punlee. He took his eyes off the notebook he had just received and did the bunny eyes for Punlee once more. This is the last time. Okay, Punlee said, laughing, before lowering his head to button his shirt. Ghlai secretly looked at Punlee, who had a smile on his face, thinking to himself, I never thought we'd be this close. And I can't believe Ghlaijai could make Punlee smile. Chapter 11. I'll have shrimp fried rice, no tomatoes. No tomatoes, right? Yes. Ghlai shifted his gaze away from the young waitress who was busy jotting down the order on a small piece of paper after confirming it. The person sitting across from him, staring intently at his phone with a serious expression, seemed to have forgotten to order. Instead, he kept scrolling on the glass screen nonstop. Ghlai didn't want to disturb Punlee, who appeared quite focused, but the waitress kept glancing between him and the other person as if silently asking for help in getting his order. So, Ghlai asked, Punlee, what would you like to eat? Lee will have the same as you, Punlee replied without taking his eyes off the phone. His expression looked somewhat uneasy, but his tone remained cheerful as always. I'll have another one of the same. All right. And what would you like to drink? Just water. Ghlai looked again at the person sitting opposite him. Seeing Punlee still engrossed in his phone, he decided to order for them. 1 bottle of water and 2 glasses of ice, please. Okay, please wait a moment. Thank you. Ghlai handed the menu back to the waitress, who then walked away to take the order to the counter. Ghlai sat quietly, not wanting to disturb the person across from him, who was absorbed in something important. Punlee had brought him to eat at the restaurant owned by Faihia's mother. This restaurant was located a fair distance from the first football field. Since Punlee had chosen a table near the glass window, Ghlai took the opportunity to glance around. He admired the expansive area, which featured 4 artificial grass football fields, 1 badminton court, a saltwater pool behind the shower rooms, and a fitness center, a true heaven for sports enthusiasts. Ghlai believed that anyone visiting this place would be impressed by its complete facilities. If hungry, they could always drop by this restaurant. Punlee had mentioned earlier that this was the family business of his senior, who loved sports so much that they transitioned from running a market to building artificial football fields, eventually expanding into other ventures. It was quite an inspiring business. Still, whatever one does, everything should stem from the word love. Because no matter how many obstacles we face, the word discouragement will transform into rising again. Yes, 5P. Lee has read everything in the group chat already. The problem lies in the type of fabric. Based on what F told me, I think the shop recorded the wrong details, so the result didn't meet our expectations. That's probably it. Let's do this. Tonight, I'll go to your house so we can think together about how to solve the problem. It's no trouble. I'm free later tonight, but right now, I'm not available. Okay. You're not planning to sleep yet, are you? All right, see you later. The person who had just placed his phone on the table smiled at Ghlai and then let out a small sigh. Lee left you sitting here bored for so long. I'm sorry. No worries. I wasn't bored at all. There was a small problem with my work. My friend and senior, who's also a business partner, were asking for advice in the group chat. Oh, at first, Ghlai assumed it was university work, but judging by Punlee's explanation, he figured it must be an issue with Punlee's personal business. Still, he didn't dare ask too much, for fear of overstepping. He preferred to let Punlee bring it up on his own. But you seem less stressed now. Yes, but I'm still tired. This week has been exhausting, with so much university work and personal business issues. Punlee's voice softened, almost as if drained of energy, but his eyes carried a mischievous glint. Punlee pushed the empty plate to the side and rested his head on the table, turning to face Ghlai. One hand moved to grasp Ghlai's, pulling it close. Warm breath lightly brushed the back of Ghlai's hand. I'm so tired, Ghlai. Ghlai couldn't help but smile. He never thought Punlee could be this affectionate. And he wondered, when Punlee felt this exhausted, did he seek comfort from everyone? But seeing Punlee, eyes closed and gently squeezing his hand as if waiting for words of encouragement, Ghlai realized. When we're this tired, when we're almost out of strength, not everyone can recharge us. It's only certain people, the ones who are truly important. His free hand reached out to gently stroke Punlee's blonde hair. Ghlai noticed a faint smile forming as Punlee kept his eyes closed. His thumb softly stroked the back of Ghlai's hand before he whispered, "You're such a kind person." Ghlai didn't know how much Punlee valued him, given how short a time they had known each other. But one thing he was sure of was, since they got closer, Punlee had always been kind. Even though past experiences reminded Ghlai to be cautious of overly kind people, Punlee's actions and words made him feel sincerity. And because of that, Ghlai let his guard down. He had encountered many people pretending to be kind before, but this time felt different. Ghlai trusted himself to discern genuine kindness. If he allowed himself to hope again, even if disappointment awaited. No, this time was different because it was Punlee. Ghlai believed that with Punlee, he wouldn't experience heartbreak. Not because he thought Punlee wouldn't hurt him, but because he trusted himself to nurture and develop his relationship better than before. Through this connection with Punlee, Ghlai realized something profound. No matter what happens in the future, whether Punlee acknowledges the feelings hidden in his heart or not, Punlee will always remain the same moon to Ghlaijai. He will never feel lost in the vast universe alone. I always cheer for Punlee. The person who still pressed his face to the table and stroked his hand smiled faintly before saying, "Thank you." Ghlai was thankful that in this cafe, there was no one else but the staff, who was more engrossed in her white phone than in the two of them. If there were other customers, Punlee wouldn't have dared to act so affectionate with him. And Ghlai wouldn't have had the opportunity to unlock his feelings and dare to hope for more. He wanted to thank every moment of today that allowed him to step closer to Punlee and believe that someday, Ghlaijai will be alongside the moon. When Ghlai saw the waitress holding a tray with steaming shrimp fried rice, a glass of ice, and a bottle of water walking toward their table, he gently moved the hand that was being held to signal. Punlee, being clever, released his hand and sat upright. "Shrimp fried rice," the waitress announced. "Yes." Ghlai nodded as he watched 2 plates of shrimp fried rice without tomatoes placed in front of them. The waitress then set down glasses of ice and poured water. Ghlai nodded again, signaling thanks before saying, "Thank you." The waitress smiled and returned to the counter. Ghlai looked at the identical plates of fried rice. However, in the next second, the owner of the plate of fried rice with shrimp without tomatoes sitting opposite him was making them different. Punlee used a spoon to transfer 5 shrimp from his plate into Ghlai's. Now, Ghlai's plate had 10 shrimp. "Pa Punlee, even though I love shrimp, you don't have to share them with me. Please, keep some for yourself," Ghlai said, attempting to return the shrimp, but Punlee looked at him seriously and shook his head softly. "No, Ghlai, please eat them. Don't worry about me." Whether it was the serious gaze or the 10 shrimp, Ghlai hesitated to speak his next words. "I feel bad." "Don't feel bad at all. I intended to order the same dish as you from the start. Because I planned that if you ordered a dish with shrimp, I'd give you the shrimp from my plate, so you could enjoy your favorite food." Ghlai smiled. "When someone does something willingly for you, you don't need to feel bad or indebted," Punlee said with a smile, continuing, "Just accept it sincerely." "Okay." Ghlai nodded firmly, "Yes." The owner of the bright smile, that even sunlight couldn't beat, averted his gaze and began eating. Ghlai, who had dared to step closer to Punlee, watched him and thought, whoever ends up with Punlee as his partner will be so lucky. Punlee is gentle, lovely, and always considerate of others. But at this moment, Ghlai believed he wasn't wrong to allow himself to hope to be with the moon. Because not everyone gets to meet their moon, just as some people have their own sky. Now that he's found it, Ghlaijai must fight a little. It wouldn't be wrong if he allowed himself to hope just a bit more. To be that lucky person. Even though overcoming the deeply buried feelings in his heart was difficult, Ghlai admitted that he felt fear and anxiety every time he thought about it. But he often said this phrase whenever he faced his inner fears. Ghlaijai, the scariest thing is letting yourself remain afraid of the same things. Backing away every time something deeply ingrained approaches. This is the scariest thing, because it won't let you escape your fears. And the self-reminder to overcome fear always worked. Because now, Ghlai had shed a bit of the fear of disappointment. Even though those feelings lingered, he believed they would fade away soon enough. However, at this moment, Ghlai was wondering how to keep the 1% chance he had alive. Of course, if he wanted to be the lucky one standing beside Punlee, he had to fight. But how should he fight? While taking a bite of rice, Ghlai pondered ways to win the moon. Suddenly, his eyes widened as an idea popped into his head. Chewing thoughtfully, he nodded in agreement with what he'd just thought. Because Punlee is such a good-hearted person, Ghlai looked at the other person who had just looked up. I want to keep someone as kind as Punlee and as safe at home. It was as if Ghlai heard cheering, loud and encouraging, for the shy guy who dared to say that line. Ghlai felt he had to make Punlee waver, and the silence that followed as the other gazed at him proved. Ghlaijai wasn't a loser boy, who only blushed and avoided Punlee's gaze anymore. Ghlaijai had become much braver. Soon, he might be bold enough to pursue Punlee more openly, and Ghlaijai could become the winner, claiming the moon as his prize. But Punlee responded to his words with a soft laugh, biting his lower lip slightly, as if amused. He probably hadn't expected the guard to share that story with him. At this moment, Ghlaijai felt like he held the upper hand against Punlee. He could use this to make him waver. A little, perhaps. Great. We can stay in this safe together, Punlee replied playfully. Everything was completely unexpected. The teasing remark, known only to the two of them, made the person who had just escaped the status of loser boy almost retreat to reclaim his old title. Ghlai let the metaphorical cards he held in his hands drop to the floor, unwilling to pick them up. The small figure blinked repeatedly before lowering his head, unable to resist the mischievous smile and flirtatious gaze of Punlee. Fully returned to his previous status, Ghlai looked at his plate of rice and thought, Ghlai shouldn't have said that to Punlee. When he countered, Ghlaijai was completely thrown off. Is that good? The one being asked looked up at Punlee. Punlee means, us being together in a safe. Wouldn't that be nice? It wouldn't be good. It'd be so cramped, Ghlai replied, shaking his head in denial. Can I be upset about this? You just said being with me is suffocating. Punlee spoke with a sorrowful look in his eyes before lowering his gaze to his plate. By now, Ghlai had figured out that Punlee, despite being grown up, was incredibly sensitive. What he just said might have upset him, and he felt it was his responsibility to make him smile again. I didn't mean it like that. Punlee, there now. Punlee looked up at him before saying, You're okay with me now, can Ghlai? Why do I still feel hurt then? Hearing Punlee say that, Ghlai reached out to gently pat his head to comfort him. There, Ghlaijai's clever Punlee. And as he pulled his hand back, he realized, wait a second, what did I just blurt out? Ghlaijai thought. I stopped feeling upset because I got to be Ghlaijai's Punlee, he said. Oh no, Ghlaijai is absolutely losing it, blushing furiously over the phrase, Ghlaijai's Punlee. Besides comforting me for being upset, could you also comfort someone who lost a football match one more time? Ghlai tried to hold back his embarrassment before asking him, How do you want me to comfort you, Punlee? At this moment, Punlee moved his plate of fried rice slightly to the right. Then his hand reached out to take Ghlai's hand, lowering his head just a little, just like when he saw him reach out earlier. He placed Ghlai's hand on his golden blonde hair. Can Ghlai just pat my head like before and tell me, There, you did well, Ghlaijai's Punlee. Ghlaijai smiled softly while looking at him. He's always been Ghlaijai's good boy. There, you did well, Ghlaijai's Punlee. And Ghlai hoped that Punlee would remain Ghlaijai's Punlee. For a long, long time. Chapter 12. Do you usually have breakfast, Ghlai? The person who was about to take a bite stopped for a moment before answering. I eat breakfast on some days. Why is that? Because mostly I have morning classes, and when I wake up, I rush to get dressed and leave the house to go to university. By the time I get to the university, class is about to start, so I just go straight to class and eat after school. The person in front of him, staring at him with a stern look, made Ghlai quickly explain. I leave early enough from the condo, Punlee. But in the morning, there's a lot of traffic. The earliest I can leave is around 7:30 a.m., and my class starts at 9 a.m. Some days, I have to be at university by 8:30 a.m. for the dress code check before class. So, I don't have time to stop for breakfast. There's a dress code check. Yeah, the teacher checks if your clothes are appropriate, like how men's hair must not be too long. When you're studying aviation, it has to be neat like this. Punlee furrowed his brows as if thinking about something. But there's only one day that made me skip breakfast, which is Wednesday when we have the in-flight service class. The teacher is really strict about time and appearance. Everything must be perfect. But since Ghlai was afraid that Punlee might think he was neglecting the issue and not trying to solve it, he explained something he had been trying to do all along. But I used to buy bread and milk and keep them in the fridge at the condo. In the beginning, I would take them to eat, but later I forgot to buy supplies to stock up. Sometimes I rush out of the condo and forget to grab the bread and milk to eat. And recently, you thought it would be better to finish class and then go out to eat later. Is that it? Oh, Punlee knows a lot, huh? Ugh. Yes, that's exactly what I thought. I understand everything, Ghlai. I understand the urgency, too. From what I've heard, your department is quite strict, unlike mine. But from now on, you should try to eat whenever you have the time. If on a Wednesday when things aren't too hectic, don't forget to bring some bread with you in case you have some time before class to eat something. I think telling someone to change their habits right away is not easy. Even though we care a lot about the other person, we have to respect their choice to live their life in their own way, because we don't know what challenges they might face. Punlee paused before smiling at him. For example, this coming Wednesday, you might plan to bring bread and milk to eat at school, but at night, there might be a lot of work to do, and you forget to stock up on food. Then in the morning, you have to rush out to school. See? The situation can change at any time. So, I won't tell you that from now on you have to eat every day. But I'll just say that, if you're not too busy from now on, please try to carry a little something to eat. Ghlai remained silent. Many people had been worried about him not eating breakfast regularly. Everyone usually reminded him to eat every day, and he tried to do so because he didn't want to worry anyone. But no one had ever expressed their concern in such a deep way as Punlee did. The words of Punlee didn't make him feel uncomfortable or pressured because he chose to explain with understanding. Sometimes when we make a mistake, we might not want the reassurance of it's okay, but we might just need understanding. Ghlai smiled before saying, "Thank you, Punlee, for understanding me. When I promised my family and friends that I would try to eat breakfast every day, but I couldn't do it, I always felt guilty because I knew it made them worry again. You don't need to feel guilty. You promised to try, and you've tried your best." Punlee smiled before gently touching his nose with the tip of his finger, continuing, "I'm worried about you too, but I choose to understand that things like this aren't easy. For some difficult things, you might not be able to do it alone. From now on, let's try to do it together, okay?" Ghlai didn't know exactly what they would try to do together, but just knowing the other person wanted to try with him made him feel warm inside. I'll try with you, Punlee." "Yes, but first, you need to finish this shrimp fried rice." "Well," Punlee kept talking to me. "Normally, I eat fast." "Sorry," Punlee said while laughing. Because Punlee kept asking about him as if wanting to get to know him better, Ghlai kept answering the questions, which led to him barely touching his fried rice. Now, it felt like Punlee knew everything about him, and Ghlai thought he couldn't let the other person get away with it. He should know about Punlee too, but he would try to ask questions that didn't invade Punlee's privacy too much. "So, do you eat breakfast every day?" "Yes, I do." "Don't you have morning classes?" "Yes, but I usually wake up early." Punlee seemed to notice something in his eyes and raised his finger as if to stop him. "But you don't need to feel guilty about not eating breakfast like I do, okay? Like I said, we're different. My department allows me to be late more often. The teachers don't check dress codes. Our circumstances are different." So, we just do our best in our own way. It seemed like Punlee could read his mind. I won't feel guilty. Good job. How many days do you have morning classes? Just one day? I only have morning classes on Thursday. The rest are from noon to afternoon. Ah, do you want my schedule? I can send it to you online. Ghlai widened his eyes before quickly waving his hand in refusal. No need, Punlee. I was just asking. Oh, do you want to ask anything else? I can answer everything. Actually, there were a lot of things he wanted to ask, but he knew he shouldn't. I need some time to think. Okay, Punlee said, laughing. Since Ghlai planned to make more progress with Punlee, he thought he should ask something to gather information to impress him. Punlee, what kind of person do you like? I mean, what kind of person impresses you? When he saw the other person trying to suppress a smile, Ghlai immediately realized that he had said something awkward again. Oh, actually, it's the same question. What kind of person? Do you mean as a friend or a lover? Ghlai tried to steer away from the topic, but Punlee seemed to find the shortcut and got straight to the heart. Both, I guess. Don't get too specific, Ghlai. If it's as a friend, I like people who are sincere, not selfish. Just these two things. But if it's someone I want to develop a relationship with, the playful look in Punlee's eyes changed to something more steady and serious. I've never been specific about the kind of person I like. There's no special type. I just know that when I like someone, I don't set any conditions for him. I like him the way he is. Honestly, when I really like someone, I want him to be himself as much as possible. If he's worried that I won't like him, I just want to tell him, I like you just the way you are. I like you even on the days when you say, I'm not good enough, I'm not strong enough, I'm not always smiling. Punlee smiled as Ghlai's heart warmed to the point of nearly bursting. On those days, you may be the strongest or the weakest person. I don't care, because all I care about is, I like you. If one day you really like someone, you just need to be yourself, Ghlai. Because I believe your true self will make them like you easily, and probably love you easily too. How many people get advice from the person they secretly like, only to use that advice to make the person fall in love with them? Probably only Ghlai. Ghlai thought he was lucky to have received direct advice from Punlee. He thanked himself for having the courage to ask Punlee such questions, because Punlee's answers helped him narrow down the long path ahead. I'll follow your advice, Punlee. Punlee smiled before saying, Ghlai, believe me, this advice will definitely work 100%. Does Punlee know that if this advice works 100%, Punlee will have to be Punlee of Ghlai's heart forever? Ding ding. The bell hanging on the door made a ringing sound when someone opened the door and entered the shop. Ghlai's narrow eyes shifted away from Punlee to look at the new customer who had just arrived. The tall man, wearing a blue sports outfit, smiled warmly at him. Ghlai smiled back at the new customer, someone he had met before. Ghlai. Punlee turned to look behind him as soon as he heard the voice calling him. When he saw that it was his friend, he sighed heavily. Goddamn boss. My mom named me boss, friend. Just boss. Nothing more, no goddamn part in front of it. Boss walked over and stopped at their table before grabbing an empty chair to sit at the head of the table. Punlee looked at his friend with an annoyed expression, but Boss just smiled and alternated his gaze between Ghlai and Punlee. What are you doing here? I'm here to play badminton with the girls, Boss said, casting a sly look at Punlee. However, Punlee shook his head slightly and picked up his glass of water to take a sip instead. Want to play badminton with us? No, I'm not inviting you to go beat up those girls, but to go find that guy Till. Till's back from China already? Yeah, he just came back yesterday. Today, we dragged him out. We're going to hang out tonight. You guys didn't invite me, huh? If I invited you, would you go? Punlee, who was talking with his friend, turned to look at him before responding. I'm going to stop hanging out. Oh, you little dog. Slap. Ghlai's eyes widened when Boss received a hard slap from Punlee. The person who was hit laughed and gently rubbed his own lips. Ghlai thought that Punlee and his friends probably liked to play rough because Boss didn't seem shocked at all. Who's the little dog, you bastard? You, of course. Punlee raised his hand, ready to slap his friend again, but Boss raised one hand to cover his mouth before pointing at him. Ghlai wasn't sure what Boss meant, but the gesture made Punlee hold back his hand. What's your deal? What does Ghlai have to do with this? The one about to be physically harmed lowered his hand before speaking. A while ago, I passed by this store, and I saw you let Ghlai pet your head like a little dog. You usually don't let anyone mess with your head. Punlee pushed his tongue into his cheek while looking at his friend, who was smiling wryly. Punlee, who was silent, furrowed his brows as if trying to figure out how to fight back, but eventually had to surrender, letting out a quiet sigh and muttering a curse under his breath. This time you win, you bastard boss. Haha. Boss laughed happily, slapping his knee loudly before turning to him. Ghlai, try calling Punlee a little dog. Fucking boss, are you serious? Ghlai shook his head firmly in refusal. He wouldn't say it because Punlee probably didn't like being called little dog. Even friends get slapped for saying it. Despite how nice Punlee was to him, he wouldn't let it slide. I'm not saying it. Ghlai, trust me. Punlee won't do anything to you. The person being persuaded looked at boss. He pursed his lips and thought hard. Part of him was curious to see how Punlee would respond, but the other part feared angering the person. Ghlai shifted his gaze from boss to meet Punlee's eyes. Punlee's expressionless face made Ghlai worried, but the fierce look in his eyes made it feel like he was being challenged. It was then that Ghlai decided to scrunch his nose at Punlee and say a certain sentence. Little dog, don't get mad at me. The tall guy, called by a nickname he didn't like, let out a laugh before saying, soon, Ghlai's gonna get hit by Punlee for trusting boss. Haha, just like a little dog. Doesn't dare do anything to Ghlai. Slap. Ow. But dares to mess with people like you. Boss, who got a hard slap on the head from the fierce Punlee, raised his hand to rub his head lightly before sending a pleading look to Ghlai. Ghlai, my head hurts. Pet my head too. Slap. Before Ghlai could decide what to do, Punlee slapped his friend on the head again. Ghlai saw boss's head shake violently and swallowed, praying that his brain wasn't damaged enough to require a hospital visit. But seeing boss laugh it off, he figured boss would be fine. You've got a rash, you bastard. I'm done teasing now. You slapped me so hard that my brain's going to leak out, you bastard. Boss spoke while giving him a thumbs up before continuing. But Ghlai, you did well. You helped me beat Punlee. You're gonna get hit again. Haha. The laughing person stopped abruptly, as if remembering something. MH. Let's go find TIW. It's been a while. Right now? Yeah. Soon we're leaving because we need to get ready to hang out. Then who will stay with Ghlai? Boss turned his attention from Punlee to look at Ghlai. Oh yeah, right. Punlee, go meet your friends. I'll finish eating, then I'll go wait by the #1 football field. Punlee stayed silent as if thinking, then turned to ask his friend, what time are you guys leaving? Punlee. Ghlai knew Punlee was worried. He probably didn't want him to be alone. So, he reassured him to put his mind at ease. I'm fine on my own. Really, go meet your friends. In truth, if Ghlai asked to go with him, Punlee would probably allow it. But he didn't want to do that. Ghlai wanted Punlee to invite him willingly. Do you want to eat some more first? Ghlai looked at his shrimp fried rice, which was slightly finished, before deciding to speak a few words to ease the other's worry. Yeah, I'm not done with my fried rice yet. There's still a lot left. Let me finish it. Okay. Punlee nodded, reaching into his pants pocket. He handed Ghlai his brown wallet and said, Then, Ghlai, take this wallet. When you finish eating, just follow Lee to the badminton court. It's fine, Punlee. I'll pay myself. Ghlai, don't be stubborn. I'm not being stubborn. I just want to treat you sometimes. He spoke softly while accepting the brown wallet. Punlee reached out to pat his head gently before standing up straight. This is Punlee's responsibility, Punlee said, grabbing his black shoulder bag. See you at the badminton court, Ghlai. Okay. See you later, Ghlai. Yeah, boss. Such a polite way of speaking. My heart's melting. You bastard boss. Just go already. Ghlai watched the two tall figures walk out of the restaurant before glancing down at the brown wallet in his hand. When he opened it, the first thing he saw was a family photo of Punlee. Now, Ghlai was starting to realize who Punlee took after. He looked so much like his father, while Phi Pha looked more like their mother. Ghlai laughed softly at the picture of little Punlee, who had fair skin. He was smiling widely with squinted eyes, sitting on his father's lap. Punlee must have been cheerful since he was young. Glancing to the other side, he saw another boy with a calm expression sitting on his mother's lap. Ghlai shook his head slightly, feeling affection for the two siblings, who were so different from each other, from their personalities to their appearances. He looked at Punlee's parents, who still looked younger than their age, thinking, Thank you for everything that brought your parents together. Because if your parents hadn't loved each other, I wouldn't have the same moon to love today. Thank you. After finishing his meal, the small guy left the restaurant and headed straight to the badminton court. Before leaving, Ghlai asked a staff member for directions to the badminton court. She suggested taking a shortcut through the second football field as it would shorten the distance. Ghlai decided to follow her advice. Yeah, at that time, I thought it was the cutest thing in the world. What about now? I still feel the same. The small person, who had been secretly listening to the conversation, smiled slightly and thought, it's good that I don't expect it, because hoping to be the cutest thing in the world to Punlee might be too far out of reach. But it doesn't mean that Ghlaijai won't ever have the chance to be the cutest thing in Punlee's world someday. Maybe someday Ghlaijai will be Punlee's #1. Then, is Ghlai as cute as that Winnie the Pooh? Thump, thump, thump. Boss's question made Ghlai's heart race. The temperature in his body soared even though he hadn't yet heard the answer. Ghlai thought that even if Punlee said no, his heart would still race and not calm down. He looked at the tall person, who was biting his lip, seeming to hold back a smile. Punlee shook his head slightly while releasing white smoke into the air. No. Not as cute as Winnie the Pooh, because Ghlai is way cuter than that. Boom. Punlee's clear and sincere answer made Ghlai's heart swell rapidly, finally bursting. The small person turned his back against a large tree and let his weak body slump to the ground. Ghlai squatted down and raised his notebook and wallet to cover his flushed face. He tried to hold back his smile, but couldn't. Ghlaijai is so crazy. He's embarrassed again. Stop it right now. Control yourself. But I can't believe it. Ghlaijai beat Winnie the Pooh from Punlee's mom. Hasn't Ghlai come yet? I'm about to text him. The small person, feeling extremely embarrassed, quickly pulled out his phone to silence it. Last night, he had left the sound on, afraid that his dad would call in the morning and he'd miss the vibration alert. But it seemed like the world hadn't played a trick on him for a long time, and now it wanted to give him a chance to prank him. His finger slid to silence the notifications, but didn't make it in time. Line. Punlee must have heard the notification because even he could hear the two talking so clearly. They weren't far from each other. The only reason they couldn't see each other was because the large tree hid their figures and blocked their sight. Punlee's message. Ghlaijai, have you finished eating? Ghlai was about to open the Line app to reply, but then the person texted again. Line. 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 Oh no. Ghlai. Why didn't you silence it earlier? The small person felt flustered and didn't know what to do. He calmed himself before silencing the notifications and opened the Line app to respond to Punlee's messages. Punlee's message. Where are you, Ghlai? Punlee's message. Sends a sticker. Punlee's message. Sends a sticker. Ghlai looked at the sticker of a rabbit tilting its head with a confused look and a question mark symbol above the fluffy character's head. His fingers were about to type a reply when the person, who was sitting and looking at the screen, felt like someone's shadow had crossed over his body. Ghlai swallowed thickly and glanced at the black sneakers of someone who had stopped beside him. Ghlai decided to look away from the phone screen and looked up at the person above his head. At that moment, he met the familiar eyes of Punlee, who slightly furrowed his brows before reaching out his hand to grab Ghlai's head. The other hand held a black phone. Ghlai, what are you sitting here for? He said while waving his phone in front of Ghlai's face. Lee was worried, so I texted you. But I heard the notification sound every time I sent you a message, so I followed the sound. And I found the little rascal sitting here. Well, what should he say? Ghlai tried to come up with an excuse quickly. At this point, whether Punlee would believe his excuse didn't matter anymore. But he couldn't let Punlee know he had been eavesdropping on their conversation. The little rascal is about to faint. Wait, why did you refer to yourself with the nickname Punlee just used? Who taught you to do that, Ghlaijai? This is bad. Really? Punlee's eyes widened in surprise before he leaned down to look at him. He put his phone in his pocket, and both hands gently held Ghlai's face. Then he said, your face is all red. It was really hot when you were walking, wasn't it? Why yes, that's why I came to rest here. The person who seemed worried kneeled down in front of him, then turned to shout for his friend. Boss, what's up? Boss responded cheerfully as he walked toward them, but his face showed surprise. Ghlai, what's wrong? Why is your face so red? Are you sick? I'm freaking out. What should we do, Lee? Ghlai is about to faint. You go prepare a fan. I'll take Ghlai to the field. Okay, I got it. Boss quickly ran off. Right now, Ghlai felt really guilty toward Punlee because he looked so worried. Ghlai kept apologizing in his heart and promised he wouldn't do it again. But besides the apology, Ghlai also wanted to say, "Thank you, Punlee, for always being concerned, and for always being everything to Ghlaijai." Chapter 13. The small person with a flushed red face looked down, refusing to meet my gaze. I reached out to lift his chin gently to observe his condition. Ghlaijai explained that while walking to the badminton court, the weather was quite hot, and he felt faint, so he decided to rest under this tree. However, I wasn't sure how long he had been sitting there since I had just stepped out for a smoke with Boss a short while ago. I became worried when Ghlaijai hadn't arrived at the court after some time, so I decided to message him. Every time I sent him a message, the notification sound would go off from somewhere nearby. I sent multiple messages to ensure the sound played every time I sent one. Each time I heard the notification, I would follow the sound to locate its source. My persistence led me to find the mischievous Ghlaijai resting here under the shade of the tree, trying to recover from faintness. I looked at his deeply flushed face, feeling frustrated with myself for letting him walk in the heat alone. Although the sun wasn't too strong, Ghlaijai didn't seem to handle hot weather well. The small person blinked up at me with wide eyes, his chocolate-colored hair damp with sweat sticking to his forehead. "Ghlai, let's head into the court," I suggested. He responded, standing up fully with my assistance. I feel better now, Punlee." "Ghlai, let me carry you on my back," I offered. "And no, it's fine, Punlee. I can walk," he said, waving both small hands in refusal. His lips parted as if to say more, but my stern gaze made him press his lips shut. "Oh, really, I can walk by myself." I didn't intend to be intimidating, but I had already given him a stern look. "Please don't be stubborn, Ghlai. I'm truly worried about you." Initially reluctant, the small, stubborn person nodded in agreement. I turned my back to him, and he finally climbed on with little resistance. Since Ghlaijai wasn't heavy, I stood up with ease and carried him into the badminton court, where several of my friends were. "Punlee, is it heavy?" the small person asked, loosely holding onto my neck and tilting his head. Then he added softly, "I'm sorry. You need to eat more, Ghlai," I said with a laugh to ease his concerns. "If I eat more, Punlee would have an even harder time carrying me," he replied cutely. I laughed at his adorable remark. A faint, baby powder-like fragrance wafted through the air as he tightened his hold, as if afraid of falling. I guess that Ghlaijai really loved perfumes because every time we met, he always wore a different scent. And every scent he chose, I liked. "Over here, Punlee." "Yeah." I nodded in acknowledgement and walked over to the long bench where Boss had set up a fan from somewhere. I gently set Ghlaijai down, and he released his hold as his feet touched the ground. I checked his condition again. "Ghlai, rest here for a bit," I suggested. He agreed easily this time, probably too weak to resist as he normally would. Usually, he was the type to push himself, even when on the brink of fainting. Ghlaijai rarely complied with my suggestions on the first try. He always had conditions or counter-arguments. But that didn't make him stubborn. It was more about his considerate nature, always hesitant to ask for help, fearing he'd trouble others. Ghlaijai would try to handle everything himself as much as possible. Standing nearby, I brushed the damp hair off his forehead with one hand. His pale, rounded forehead was glistening with beads of sweat. I used the back of my other hand to gently wipe it away. Ghlaijai sat quietly, turning his gaze towards the exit. His slender hands, holding a wallet and a notebook, rested on his lap. Then Ghlaijai looked up, meeting my gaze with bright, almond-shaped eyes and cheeks tinged a soft pink. The sight made me bite my lip lightly. It was frustratingly adorable. Whenever I felt overwhelmed by how adorable he was, I resisted the urge to pinch his cheeks like I would with close friends. Instead, I lightly pinched his nose and spoke gently to Ghlaijai. "Ghlai, are you feeling better?" I feel much better now," he replied. Even though he said so, I couldn't stop worrying. I touched his soft cheek lightly with the back of my hand. The warmth radiating from his skin made me glance at the fan Boss was guarding as if he feared someone would steal it. He nodded, seemingly reading my thoughts, and turned up the fan's speed. "Are you really feeling better? Please don't push yourself, Ghlai." I'm truly better now," he said with a reassuring smile. It was a gentle smile, one that always seemed to comfort others. That smile made me move closer to him instinctively. I drew his head to rest against my stomach, one hand lightly stroking his soft hair while the other rubbed his slender back. "I'm sorry for letting you walk here alone," I said softly. The small person reached up to pat my back and spoke in a low voice. "Don't think too much about it, Ghlaijai's Punlee." I couldn't help but smile. The phrase Ghlaijai's Punlee brought a warmth I had never felt before. Being someone's person had never meant this much to me, but being his felt like more than just happiness. "Do you want some water, Ghlai?" I asked. The little one whose face was on my stomach shook his head slightly. I sighed, thinking to myself, this is just Ghlaijai nearly fainting. If he was seriously ill, I'd probably lose my mind. "Little rascal, please drink some water, okay? I really don't like it when Ghlaijai looks so down like this." Others might see Ghlaijai as someone calm and well-mannered, but I can see the mischief hidden within him. Sometimes, his innocent eyes turn playful and so mischievous that it makes me want to grab him and give him a good smack. But all I can do is think about it, and choose to do something more feasible, like, "Please drink some water. I'll get it for you." "Punlee, I don't feel like drinking water," he murmured. I held his face gently with both hands, tilting it to meet my gaze. His eyes had regained their usual brightness. I wanted so badly to bite his little nose and red cheeks, but instead, I smiled and coaxed him as usual. "Please drink some water, Ghlai. Trust me." The small person furrowed his brows slightly, seemingly deep in thought. He glanced around before asking, "Punlee, is the water far from here?" His wide, blinking eyes and soft-spoken question. It made my heart melt. "It's not far. Just over there," I said, pointing to a blue cooler on the other side of the court. Ghlaijai followed my finger with his gaze before nodding. "Come back quickly, Punlee. Besides boss, I don't know anyone else here," he said, gesturing toward the court before adding. "And boss is already playing badminton." With him being like this, how could I leave him for long? Honestly, I wish Ghlaijai would change his name. From Ghlaijai to Ghlai Punlee. That way, we'd always be close together. "All right, I'll be right back," I said. Ghlaijai made an okay gesture and replied, "Okay." I patted his head lightly before heading to the cooler. Inside were dozens of water bottles chilled with ice. I confidently grabbed a bottle without asking anyone because my friends had reserved the entire court. There were no outsiders here, just my high school friends and their girlfriends. Normally, they'd love to meddle in my business, but they were too absorbed in playing badminton and flirting with the campus beauties they'd invited to join, which was fine by me. No need to meddle. It's annoying. Finally, a soft, hesitant voice called my attention away from the cooler. I turned to see a pretty girl smiling uncertainly at me. I frowned slightly, trying to recall if we'd met before. "It's really you, Punlee. I wasn't sure at first since I only saw your back," she said excitedly. I remembered her now. This junior is the star of the Faculty of Management at my university. We'd met months ago at an old friend's birthday party. "Yes," I replied. "Have you been here long, Punlee? I didn't know you'd be here too. I wasn't planning on coming. Just dropped by to see some friends. Where are you sitting?" I averted my gaze from the junior and looked toward the long chair where I had left Ghlaijai sitting and waiting for quite a while. However, the scene I saw made me want to throw a bottle of water at my hellish friend's head. "Damn you, Till." I clicked my tongue against the inside of my cheek in frustration when I saw my close friend from high school, who had just returned from China, sitting on the ground in front of Ghlaijai. He was grinning widely. "You're such a flirt, you bastard." Without hesitation, I grabbed a cold bottle of water and scooped up a handful of ice with my other hand, before glancing at the junior who was waiting for my answer. "Please close the ice bucket for me." "Sure, Punlee. You're gonna get it, Till, damn it. You've been in China for so long. You must be hungry for my kicks." The closer I got to that chair, the more I noticed Till's sparkling eyes as he looked at Ghlaijai. But what made me want to kick this hellish friend of mine over was the fact that he managed to bring a smile to Ghlaijai's face. "Damn you, Till." Thud. Ouch, my head. "Yeah. I aim to throw the ice at your head." Punlee. The remaining ice in my hand was thrown at the target again. Till raised both arms to shield himself before clasping his hands together in a gesture of surrender above his head. He must have realized I was genuinely annoyed. Although we usually played rough like guys often do, this time, he could sense the heightened intensity and knew it could escalate further if he continued to provoke me. I give up, I give up. You damn bastard. I always tried to appear like a decent person in Ghlaijai's eyes. I didn't want to act rude or show my rough side around this good-hearted person, but my hellish friends always provoked me into revealing this side of myself. I glanced at the small figure sitting there blinking innocently. I wanted to scold him for smiling at Till, but all I could do was open the water bottle and hand it to Ghlaijai. He took it and drank, but the little rascal must have sensed my displeasure. He glanced at me while sipping water. After finishing, he handed the bottle back with a wide smile, as if to appease me. Punlee, do you want to drink some too? It'll refresh you. No, thank you, I replied, scanning the small figure from head to toe. Dressed in an oversized short-sleeved t-shirt tucked into light skinny jeans and white Adidas sneakers, Ghlaijai had a charm that made me worry. If he could look this attractive in casual attire, I couldn't imagine how stunning he'd be if he dressed up. I'd probably go mad trying to fend off admirers. And why was I so upset seeing Till chatting with him? Because Ghlaijai is Till's type. I'm not exactly reasonable when I'm possessive about something. Like now, I found myself stepping in front of Ghlaijai to block Till's view. I knew I was being ridiculous since I had no claim on him. I should have followed the path I intended, taking things step by step in our relationship. But my possessiveness got the better of me, and I found my hand resting lightly against his soft lips. Ghlaijai looked up at me, his wide eyes showing his surprise at my action. Could you please not smile at Till? Although my actions clearly signaled a demand, I softened it with a request, knowing I had no real right to control him. The kind-hearted Ghlaijai nodded quickly. The possessive and selfish part of me let him go free, though I withdrew my hand slowly, allowing my palm to touch his soft lips gently. Pink lips. I wanted so badly to touch them more. But my thoughts were interrupted when someone tugged lightly at the hem of my shirt. I sighed heavily before turning around. There sat Till on the floor, smirking mischievously at me. I reluctantly sat down across from him, scooting backward to place myself between Ghlai's legs. When I looked up, I saw the owner of those legs pressing his lips together tightly before offering a faint smile. Ghlaijai probably wasn't used to us being this close yet, but I believed he'd get used to it soon. I leaned back against the edge of the long chair where Ghlaijai was sitting, then used both hands to brush over the white sneakers placed beside me on either side. I brushed them to reassure him, to let him feel safe, to hope he might touch me back someday. But if Ghlaijai wasn't ready, that was okay. I'd step back and let him have space, then approach again, slowly. Wow, you've gotten meaner since I last saw you, Till remarked. Mean? What nonsense. I'm the same as always. My head begs to differ. There's a lump the size of a lime now, damn it. You're exaggerating, I laughed. Try getting hit with ice and see how you feel. I chuckled lightly as I watched Till rub his head. Why didn't you tell me you were back, idiot? Honestly, I came back heartbroken. A Chinese girl dumped me. I didn't even have the energy to text anyone. You're weak. Just down some whiskey and move on. What's the big deal? Easy for someone handsome like you to say. You've probably never been dumped. How do you know? I just know. You guys keep reporting on me all the time, don't you? Bingo. Annoying snitches. Want a party tonight? Till asked, but his gaze shifted past me to glance at Ghlaijai. Who are you asking, bastard? Be clear. You, of course. Don't overthink it. Overthink. Do you want me to kick you or not? We laughed, but as we continued chatting, I felt Ghlaijai's delicate hands rest lightly on my shoulders. He leaned in and called softly, Punlee. Everything happened naturally. I reached up and placed my hand over his on my shoulder before asking. Yes, what is it? Could I rest my chin on you for a bit? He asked while gently stroking my head. Without a second thought, I replied, of course. I didn't know why he wanted to rest his chin on my head, but I wasn't going to question it. Whatever the reason, this physical connection only strengthened our bond. While I continued talking to Till, I felt Ghlaijai's chin settle gently on top of my head, and his hands fell to rest lightly against my chest. Till glanced between us, sighed, and shook his head. I knew he was both envious and disappointed. To rub it in, I reached for Ghlaijai's arms and wrapped them around my neck. Till groaned and raised his hands to hold his temples before talking to me about something else. Give it up, buddy. This one, you're not getting. So how's your studies going? Good. The professor gave a lot of assignments. About the same as me. While I was talking to Till, I caught a glimpse of Boss standing off in the distance, doing some gesture. I pretended not to notice and continued talking to Till. Boss was probably encouraging Ghlaijai to do something. I glanced at Boss again. This time, he raised his hand to fix his hair, opening up his forehead. I guessed that he wanted Ghlaijai to push my hair back, because after showering and washing my hair in the bathroom, I hadn't styled it to show my forehead like I do when playing football. I just let it dry naturally. If Ghlaijai followed Boss's suggestion, I wouldn't be embarrassed, since I usually style my hair to show my forehead. But Boss was probably enjoying seeing me act like a puppy. Now, I was testing if Ghlaijai would do it. Would he treat me like a puppy? I'll find out soon. At that moment, one of his delicate hands moved toward my forehead. Then his small palm slipped underneath the hair that was hanging down, pushing it up to reveal my forehead. The other hand moved up to squeeze both of my cheeks like a teasing gesture. Till widened his eyes as he looked back and forth between me and Ghlaijai. He probably thought I'd get mad and scold Ghlaijai, but I didn't do that. I knew he was preparing to make Ghlaijai do this. What I did was continue talking to Till after Ghlaijai was done squeezing my cheeks to his satisfaction. All that was left was his hand still holding my hair in place. Go ahead. Do it to the fullest, Ghlaijai. Till burst out laughing, then gave a thumbs up to Ghlaijai, who was giggling. Very good. You made the jerk give in. Just hearing his soft laugh was enough to tell how happy Ghlaijai was. When he finally let go of my hair, Ghlaijai gently combed and arranged it back into place like before. It was like patting my head and rubbing my back. I turned to look at the little one sitting behind me. Ghlaijai, smiling brightly, suddenly stopped and quickly looked away, seemingly realizing he had lost himself in the moment. He probably thought I would get angry, so he fell silent. Our eyes met in the silence that lingered between us. Everyone probably sees me as his puppy, and soon enough, they'll probably tease me by calling me that whenever they meet me. I don't really like being called a puppy, but look at what Ghlaijai did. He scrunched his nose and gave me a sweet smile. Then he whispered, "Puppy." I tried to hold back a smile. He knew exactly how to win me over. I wasn't wrong to call Ghlaijai a little rascal, because right now, he's much more of a rascal than I thought. I stared at him as he kept smiling sweetly and thought, "Scold him, Lee. Tell him don't call me puppy anymore. If you don't stop it now, the tough guy image you've built will be ruined." But when I saw Ghlaijai smiling happily, well, screw it, let the image break down. What tough guy image? Forget it. Lee, there's no use holding on to it. This is it. I can do this for him. You can fight him, but, yeah, you're really giving in to him. Boss's message. Sends a photo. Till's message. 555,555 you puppy. Lotto's message. Are you serious? F's message. Who's the one sitting on top of Lee? Till's message. Where do you see sitting on top? Speaking rudely. I'm sitting right there. Ghlai isn't sitting on top of Lee. Lee just slipped between Ghlai's legs, so don't make it sound like Ghlai is being forceful. F's message. Damn, I don't know. With this side angle, it looks like he is sitting on top of Lee. Lotto's message. But I zoomed in on the picture, and he's actually pretty cute. P. Panley's message. At Lotto, take it easy. Zoom in less, you jerk. Boss's message. 55555555555. P. Panley's message. At Boss you too, you asshole. Calm down a bit, you filthy creature. I shook my head in frustration while texting on the keyboard. After parting ways with my friends and getting in the car to head home, the hellish group of friends immediately started teasing me by sending a picture. The one where Ghlaijai mischievously brushed my hair back to reveal my forehead, which was sent to the group chat with my close friends. This group is made up of old high school buddies, none from university, and there are almost 30 people in the group. Tonight, nearly the entire group is out partying. That picture of me is definitely going to be turned into entertainment for them. P. Panley's message. If anyone saves this image, I swear to God I'll track you down and beat you at your house. P. Panley's message. And if you don't stop sending this picture to mock me, boss, I'll burn your house down. F's message. Delete it already. Boss's message. If you don't come party, I won't delete the picture. P. Panley's message. Scumbag. Till's message. Puppy went to ask Ghlai first. P. Panley's message. No need to ask. P. Panley's message. Just telling is enough. Lotto's message. You almost got it right when you said, no need to ask, but then you went full puppy when you said, just telling is enough. 55555. Pathetic. Pathetic, Lee. The tough guy image is completely ruined. F's message. Come on, there are no girls here, just friends. Come update your life. P. Punlee's message. Yeah, I'll go, but I'll leave early. Till's message. Yeah, see you there. The screen locked. I sighed, exhausted. I was definitely going to get teased endlessly by them tonight. The black phone was put back into my pocket, and I turned to look at the person next to me who was sitting, opening a notebook. I wanted to pull the little one closer and make him learn a lesson for following boss's suggestion, but all I did was lightly pat his head. When he turned around and smiled at me, "Did you fasten your seatbelt properly?" This is all I could do. "Yeah, you're such a puppy, just like boss said. All done. Tonight, you shouldn't sleep too late." I said it because I really cared about him, but I also admit I said it to connect into something else I wanted to say. I was going to sleep early, but my friends kept pressuring me to go. "To the party, huh?" "Yes. Don't drink too much, Lee," the little one said with a worried tone and expression. "If you can't drive back, take a taxi." "Okay." Finally said it. What a relief. I pulled my hand away from his head, shifted gears, and drove out of the parking lot. Along the way, we talked continuously. Ghlaijai had gotten much better at talking. I secretly watched the little one, who was now sharing cute stories nonstop. When Ghlaijai is this cheerful, it makes me want to protect him forever. Let him be my little rascal forever. Since traffic wasn't bad, I was able to drop Ghlaijai off at his condo earlier than expected. The little person placed my wallet on the car console for me before unfastening his seatbelt and getting out of the car. He turned to smile at me and waved goodbye. At that moment, I thought, "Lee, you need to make things clearer now." "Ghlaijai," I called out to the one who was about to get out of the car. His eyes looked at me, full of curiosity. "I know we've known each other for a while now, and I guess you've already considered me a friend. But I want it to be clear for both of us. Every step, every phase of the relationship. I want it to be as clear as possible. Of course, I hope to gradually get closer, but it also has to be clear." Ghlai is friends with Lee, right? The little rascal smiled softly before nodding in agreement. Ghlaijai agrees. "So, incredibly cute. The poo can never compete with Ghlaijai. Have a good night," he said. Good night to you too, Punlee." The little one opened the door, preparing to get out of the car, but then he closed the door again and turned to meet my gaze. At that moment, my heart raced. I wanted to say something to him, but all I could do was press some words deep into my heart and give him a smile to make him feel safe, so he would have the courage to say something to me, just like he had intended. I know that Punlee is a hot-headed person." Ghlaijai lowered his head, avoiding my gaze, before continuing, "Actually, we'll definitely be closer soon." In the next moment, Ghlaijai lifted his head to look at me again. "We can skip a step and be close friends right away." I let out a small laugh before answering. "Sure, now we are close friends." Then I'll go now." "Okay. Good night for the second time, Ghlaijai." Ghlaijai nodded before saying, "Good night for the second time too." I watched the little one step out of the car, using my eyes to send him off until he disappeared into the condo. Then I took out my phone and typed a message to send to him online. P. Punlee's message. "Good night for the third time, little rascal." P. Punlee's message. Sends a sticker. Ghlaijai's message. Sends a sticker. The sticker of a bunny sleeping soundly in bed with the English phrase, "good night," brought a smile to my face, and the little heart floating around the bunny made me lose to Ghlaijai in every way. Chapter 14. Every Wednesday, Ghlai has an early morning class. He has to wake up extra early to get ready to go to university. However, this Wednesday morning, the traffic was worse than usual. When Ghlai came down from his room to drive to class, he saw a long line of cars on the road. So he decided to put his car keys back in his bag and take a motorcycle taxi from the condo to get to university as quickly as possible. It took only 20 minutes for the motorcycle taxi driver to drop Ghlai off at the university gate. The little one stepped off the bike, handed back the helmet to the driver, and handed over the fare before quickly walking into the classroom building. Line. The notification from the Line app rang out, bringing a sweet smile to his face. As Ghlai reached into his favorite yellow fabric bag to grab his phone, he tried to guess who might be messaging him this early in the morning. And that person was none other than P. Punlee's message. "Have you reached the university yet?" Ghlaijai's message. "Yes, I'm here." Ghlaijai's message. Sends a sticker. The little one sent a smiling bunny sticker to his close friend as he stepped onto the escalator. Today, Punlee messaged him early in the morning as usual, even though they had chatted until quite late last night. Punlee once said that no matter how late he stayed up, Punlee always woke up at 7 a.m. every day. Since the day Ghlai went to cheer for Punlee during his football match, their relationship had developed rapidly. That night, after dropping Ghlai off at his condo, Punlee suddenly asked if they could be friends. Ghlai agreed, but he feared he might end up stuck in the friend zone, unable to get out. So he asked to skip ahead to being close friends, and Punlee agreed as well. To Ghlai, the term close friends still has room for development beyond regular friendship. But if they were just friends, he might remain in the friend zone forever. Since becoming close friends, they've talked much more, exchanged thoughts on various topics, and Ghlai felt like they got to know each other better through text, and sometimes through voice. Yes, late at night, when Punlee was too sleepy to type, he would prefer to call and talk instead. In the past 2 days, Ghlai had talked with Punlee so much it felt like he was defying the odds. Even though they hadn't met because both were so busy, with Ghlai busy with his zither practice and unable to sneak a glance at Punlee on the 4th floor, they still talked every evening until late at night. The longing that used to overwhelm Ghlaijai now couldn't touch him, because Punlee was there to shield him. Punlee's message. Last night, you said you like watching movies alone, right? The little one furrowed his brows slightly, recalling their conversation from the previous night. He nodded slightly and typed a reply. Ghlaijai's message. Yes, I often watch movies alone, but I haven't had time lately, so I haven't gone to see one in a while. Punlee's message. Oh, Punlee's message. Watching movies alone, don't you feel lonely? Ghlaijai's message. Not at all. Ghlaijai's message. But last night, didn't you say you don't like going to the cinema? Punlee's message. Yes, I don't really like it. I prefer watching at home. Ghlaijai's message. Homebody. Punlee's message. Also clingy with friends. Punlee's message. But only close friends, okay? Only then I will be clingy. Ghlai held back a smile as he walked toward the classroom. He knew Punlee had many close friends, but because Ghlaijai was one of them, he let himself think that Punlee is clingy with Ghlaijai too. Ghlaijai's message. I believe you're really clingy with close friends. Flirting bit by bit every day. Eventually, he'll get used to it, right? Punlee's message. I talk to you all day and night like this. Punlee's message. If you don't believe me, I might get sulky, you know. Ghlaijai's message. So sulky. Punlee's message. Since I'm so good at sulking, you need to be good at cheering me up, okay? Ghlaijai's message. I'm usually not great at cheering people up, but from now on, I'll try to practice and get better at it. Punlee's message. Actually, you don't need to practice. Just giving me those puppy eyes is enough to cheer me up. The little one smiled as he read the text. Standing in front of the classroom, where no classmates had yet arrived, he tapped the keyboard to send a reply. Ghlaijai's message. Just the puppy eyes, Punlee. Then he raised the phone to his lips and recorded a voice message. Don't I need to say? There, Ghlaijai's Punlee too. Ghlaijai's message. Sends a voice message. The voice message was read almost instantly, and the reply that followed made Ghlaijai laugh softly, as it showed. Punlee might already be slightly swayed. Punlee's message. Little rascal. Ghlaijai believed that if he could be a little bolder, soon enough, he'd shake Punlee's heart even more. Even though he wanted to keep chatting with Punlee, Ghlai had to restrain himself because he needed to get ready before class. He typed a message to say goodbye. Ghlaijai's message. Punlee, I'll go prepare myself for class first, okay? Ghlaijai's message. This teacher is super strict. I need to check my attire before she comes to inspect. Punlee's message. Okay, little rascal. Punlee's message. Same as always today, right? Ghlaijai smiled before sending a message to confirm their shared sentiment. Ghlaijai's message. You mean focus on studying as usual, right? Punlee's message. Yes. Ghlaijai's message. Sends a sticker. Ghlaijai sent a sticker of a wide-eyed rabbit with the word okay on it to Punlee. Not long after, he got a reply. Punlee's message. If you still have some time, don't forget to eat something before class, okay? Ghlaijai's message. Will do. Punlee's message. Little rascal, good luck. Ghlaijai's message. Sends a sticker. After sending a sticker of a fluffy white rabbit nodding slightly, Ghlai locked his phone and walked to the lockers near the classroom. In the in-flight service class, everything must be stored in the lockers, especially communication devices like iPads and tablets. Phones were strictly prohibited unless the teacher allowed them for specific purposes like presentations or research during lessons. Though this class had a lot of rules, and the teacher was extremely strict, Ghlai loved it because it felt like real work on an airplane. The classroom, or what aviation students called the mock-up room, was a replica of an aircraft cabin. Everything was realistic, making it feel like he was truly serving passengers. Since the class focused heavily on practical skills, not using a phone for 2 hours wasn't boring. However, he noticed some classmates secretly brought their phones. If caught, they would lose participation points. Witnessing these examples, Ghlai, who valued every point like a diamond, wouldn't dare break the rules. Even though Punlee once said, "With Lee, you have to break every rule." Ghlai thought to himself, academic rules are an exception, Punlee. The little one stopped in front of a large locker with about 20 compartments. The small square metal doors were numbered. The teacher let everyone in the class choose their own locker to use regularly. Ghlai chose number 10 because it was at eye level, so he didn't have to bend down to retrieve his belongings. His slender hand reached out to open the metal door, intending to store his fabric bag and phone. However, the two items inside made him furrow his brows in curiosity. He picked up a bottle of milk and a cream-filled bread. Though other students from different sections also used the locker, Ghlai guessed it wasn't from them. The droplets of condensation on the chocolate milk bottle confirmed it. This chocolate milk bottle must have just come out of the refrigerator recently. It hadn't been left in the locker overnight. Ghlai thought back to the person who reminded him to eat breakfast out of concern. Among those who showed care for him, one person's actions made his face flush warmly. Just now, Punlee had told him to eat something before class. But Ghlai didn't want to get his hopes up, thinking it was unlikely. How could Punlee have come to the university this early in the morning when he had an afternoon class today? But even if he had, Punlee couldn't possibly know that he used locker number 10. At that moment, a memory from 2 days ago surfaced in Ghlai's mind. He quickly grabbed his phone and dialed his prime suspect. It didn't take long for the call to connect. "What's up, Ghlaijai? I just realized why Fandom called 2 days ago asking about my locker." "Fandom, did you secretly put milk and bread in my locker?" The person on the other end chuckled softly upon hearing his words. "Don't forget to drink the milk and eat the bread before class, okay?" The little one shook his head gently while smiling. "You didn't have to go through so much trouble, Fandom. It's too much effort for you. I didn't want Punlee scolding me again." "Huh? What did Punlee say to you?" "After coming back from the football match that day, late at night, Punlee called me, asking me to take better care of you. He said you don't eat breakfast regularly, which is why you're so small and tiny like this. He also mentioned that every Wednesday morning, you're always in such a rush that you barely have time to grab something to eat before class. So, I decided to do this. Next Wednesday, you don't have to put food in my locker anymore, Fandom. I feel bad about it. It's fine. I have morning classes anyway, so it's not an inconvenience at all, Ghlai. Don't worry about it, okay? I don't know how to thank you enough, Fandom. You can thank me by drinking all the milk, enjoying the bread, and attending class happily. That's enough to make the person who cares about you very happy. Thank you so much, Fandom. I'll make sure to drink all the milk and enjoy the bread. Good. And don't forget to eat breakfast yourself, too. All right, I'll let you go now. Class is about to start. Okay. Oh, Ghlai. The little one, who was about to hang up, paused as the voice on the other end seemed to recall something. Yes, Fandom. I messaged you about going to the beach this Saturday, right? You did. Don't forget, Ghlai. Make sure to clear your schedule. I already cleared it, Fandom. Of course, Ghlai had to clear his schedule. When he asked Fandom who was going, Fandom mentioned Punlee. Initially, Ghlai thought he would have to sit alone by the sea. Even though Tirak is going, he would likely stick to Fa, and Fandom would be with Babe. Ghlai barely knew anyone else on the trip. But upon hearing that Punlee would also be going to the beach, all his worries vanished, replaced with excitement and anticipation. However, Ghlai started to feel a bit anxious because Punlee hadn't mentioned anything about the trip, despite their daily conversations covering numerous topics. He worried he might cancel and not join the trip. If Punlee didn't come, Ghlai might end up sitting alone, sipping coconut water by the sea. Just imagining himself sitting there all alone was enough to make him feel sorry for himself. So, Ghlai decided not to imagine it. He would trust that Punlee would definitely go to the beach. The little one quickly stored his yellow fabric bag and phone in the locker before sitting on a chair in front of the mock-up room to enjoy the breakfast his brother had prepared. A gentle smile graced his sweet face as he unwrapped the cream-filled bread, silently thanking his kind brother and thoughtful Punlee. Ghlaijai would drink all the milk and enjoy the bread. "Hi, May, do you want a smoothie?" "No, thanks." "Me neither." "Ghlai, just go get yours. Don't worry about us." "Okay." The little one nodded enthusiastically before getting up and leaving the table. After finishing their first class, the group had hurried to the cafeteria, not because Ghlai was starving, as he usually was every Wednesday, but because today he already had milk and cream-filled bread to tide him over. Instead, it was his two friends who were very hungry that made them need to hurry. Another reason for the haste was the limited time. They only had 40 minutes before their last class of the day. They couldn't afford to dawdle. They had to eat quickly and get to class. Usually, Pi would have yogurt and bananas before school, but she forgot to restock her fridge. Meanwhile, May, who always had breakfast at home, had come with an empty stomach because the housekeeper had taken leave. The two of them were now in a state of hunger, unlike Ghlai, who felt only slightly peckish but still needed to eat lunch. Ghlai walked out of the cafeteria and stopped at a smoothie stall. He didn't need to glance at the menu because he already had his favorite in mind. Smiling at the stall owner, he placed his order. "One coconut smoothie, please," Ghlai said. "Do you want fresh milk with it, dear?" "Yes, please," Ghlai replied. "All right, just a moment." "Okay." Ghlai nodded and waited in front of the stall. He liked coming here for smoothies because the taste was better than the stall in the cafeteria. Ghlai believed many people chose the cafeteria stall just to avoid stepping out into the heat since the cafeteria was air-conditioned, while this stall was outside. But Ghlai thought, comparing purely on taste, it's worth enduring a little heat to feel refreshed. As he waited for his coconut smoothie, he pulled out his phone to message his close friend, who should have arrived at the university by now. Today, Lee only had one afternoon class. How enviable. He started typing. "Have you reached the campus yet, Lee?" But before he could send it, a message from the same chat popped up. Ghlai paused, deleting his unsent message, and focused on the one he just received. Punlee's message. "What did you just order, Ghlai?" A smile unconsciously spread across Ghlai's face as he glanced around to spot Punlee. And there he was, standing next to him. Ghlai's hand instinctively rose to rub his ear, feeling the heat flush through it. Punlee smiled playfully and raised an eyebrow inquiringly. When Lee made that expression, he looked even more mischievous. And yes, it made Ghlai feel even more flustered. "I ordered a coconut smoothie," Ghlai replied. "All right, Lee will try your favorite drink," Lee said, placing his order. "A coconut smoothie for me too, please, just like Ghlai's. Actually, you can blend them together in one batch." "Because the first glass is for my best friend," Lee added, smiling. "Okay, got it," the vendor said. Ghlai tried to suppress his smile and said, "Coconut smoothies aren't really my favorite. I just wanted to try it." Lee chuckled softly and gently ruffled Ghlai's hair. "Such a liar. I know it's your favorite, Ghlai. If you didn't like it, you wouldn't bother with it at all." "You can't fool me this time. I know everything now," Lee teased. Ghlai laughed softly, admitting Lee had seen through him. He'd wanted to tease Lee a little, but without someone like Boss to guide him, he doubted he'd ever successfully tease Punlee. I wanted to tease you a little, Lee. Next time, then. I'll let you win," Lee said with a smile. Ghlai scrunched his nose playfully at Lee before remembering something. "Lee." "Yes, Ghlai. Thank you," he said sincerely. "Thank you for asking Fandom to take care of me." Lee, initially surprised, soon smiled brightly. "So, Fandom already brought you something to eat this morning?" "Yes, Fandom left chocolate milk and cream-filled bread in my locker." "Sounds like Fandom couldn't stand my nagging," Lee said with a laugh. Ghlai chuckled. "Honestly, I feel a little guilty towards Fandom." "You don't need to feel that way," Lee reassured. "Fandom loves to help out. Plus, he already has morning classes, doesn't he?" "Yes, he does," Ghlai agreed. "See? It's no trouble for him." "That's exactly what Fandom said. He just told me to finish the milk and enjoy the bread." "And have you done that yet?" Lee asked. "I have, so I'm not as hungry today," Ghlai admitted. No more rushing to eat lunch, because I'm starving. Good thing I nagged Fandom. Then, Lee said with a grin. Ghlai smiled softly, turning to look at the counter as the old lady placed 2 coconut smoothies ready for them. Here you go. Will you pay together or separately? Together, Lee answered. Wait, Lee. Let me treat this time, Ghlai said, quickly reaching for his wallet. But Lee was faster. He pulled out his wallet and paid before Ghlai could even retrieve his money. Putting his wallet away, Lee grabbed both smoothies, holding them carefully. Can Ghlai take this glass? It looks like it has more. I can take either glass. Lee thinks. Punlee looked at the coconut smoothies for a moment before handing one to him. This one, it's definitely got more. Ghlai received the coconut smoothie and said, Thank you, but next time, Punlee, you have to let me treat you. Punlee didn't reply, just smiled mischievously and pulled a black phone from his pocket, looking down to type something. Line. Ghlai frowned at the notification from the Line app. When he picked up his phone to check, he saw the other person had sent him a message. He glanced at Punlee in confusion, and he said in a playful tone, Go on, open it. Following the suggestion, Ghlai opened the chat and saw an image that had been screenshotted and sent to him. When he enlarged the photo, he realized it was a movie ticket. Punlee had booked an afternoon show. The timing was right after Ghlai's class ended. Of course, Punlee knew his schedule. They had just talked about it yesterday. Ghlai didn't even check what movie Punlee had booked. He was too overwhelmed with shyness, so he chose to look away from the screen and down at the floor instead. Punlee was inviting him to a movie. This is so crazy. Ghlai felt like his heart might explode from happiness. If you want to treat me back, can you buy me popcorn, can Ghlai? The chance to get closer to Punlee was right in front of him. How could Ghlai not take it? Of course. I'll buy you a big tub of popcorn, Punlee. Punlee chuckled softly before saying, Where's your next class, can Ghlai? It's in Building 11. Which floor? Floor 8. All right, I'll come pick you up from Building 11, Floor 8, at 3 in the afternoon. Okay. But for now, let me walk you to your table. Ghlai waved his hands to refuse. No need. I can go on my own. You should hurry to your class, Punlee. The taller person checked his watch before replying. I still have plenty of time. Well, okay then. The two of them walked out of the smoothie shop. On the way, Ghlai didn't say anything to Punlee, feeling too shy. The other one quietly walked alongside him until they stopped at the dining table. Ghlai's face burned even more when he noticed Gun, Pai, and May sitting there. Gun often joined them for lunch. Everyone's eyes widened in surprise before breaking into knowing smiles, teasing him silently. Ghlai, overwhelmed and unsure what to do, turned to look at the taller person still standing beside him. This is my table. All right. Punlee nodded before lightly patting his head, as he often did. See you later, okay? Yeah. He replied while waving goodbye as the taller person walked away. As soon as Ghlai sat down on the bench, the 3 troublemakers began to make noises, making Ghlai even more flustered. Gun's gaze and grin only made Ghlai want to explode from embarrassment. So, what's the story? Did you two plan this? Planning is one thing, but walking each other back? That's not just friends anymore, is it? It's normal. Ghlai stammered, trying to hide his embarrassment. We're close friends. Walking each other back is normal. Upon hearing that, all 3 burst into laughter, probably because they'd never seen him lose composure like this. In the end, Ghlai couldn't hold it in and started laughing along before raising both hands to cool down his burning ears. The trios continued teasing, paired with their pointed fingers and jokes, made Ghlai shake his head slightly and admit, all right. I'm really shy, okay? Huh. Oh my, your face and ears are completely red, Ghlai. And they didn't even know he was going to watch a movie with Punlee. If they found out, Ghlai would probably get even more flustered. Chapter 15. Every Wednesday, Ghlai has an early morning class. He has to wake up extra early to get ready to go to university. However, this Wednesday morning, the traffic was worse than usual. When Ghlai came down from his room to drive to class, he saw a long line of cars on the road. So he decided to put his car keys back in his bag and take a motorcycle taxi from the condo to get to university as quickly as possible. It took only 20 minutes for the motorcycle taxi driver to drop Ghlai off at the university gate. The little one stepped off the bike, handed back the helmet to the driver, and handed over the fare before quickly walking into the classroom building. Line. The notification from the Line app rang out, bringing a sweet smile to his face. As Ghlai reached into his favorite yellow fabric bag to grab his phone, he tried to guess who might be messaging him this early in the morning. And that person was none other than Punlee's message. Have you reached the university yet? Ghlaijai's message. Yes, I'm here. Ghlaijai's message. Sends a sticker. The little one sent a smiling bunny sticker to his close friend as he stepped onto the escalator. Today, Punlee messaged him early in the morning as usual, even though they had chatted until quite late last night. Punlee once said that no matter how late he stayed up, he always woke up at 7 a.m. every day. Since the day Ghlai went to cheer for Punlee during his football match, their relationship had developed rapidly. That night, after dropping Ghlai off at his condo, Punlee suddenly asked if they could be friends. Ghlai agreed, but he feared he might end up stuck in the friend zone, unable to get out. So he asked to skip ahead to being close friends, and Punlee agreed as well. To Ghlai, the term close friends still has room for development beyond regular friendship. But if they were just friends, he might remain in the friend zone forever. Since becoming close friends, they've talked much more, exchanged thoughts on various topics, and Ghlai felt like they got to know each other better through text, and sometimes through voice. Yes, late at night, when Punlee was too sleepy to type, he would prefer to call and talk instead. In the past 2 days, Ghlai had talked with Punlee so much it felt like he was defying the odds. Even though they hadn't met because both were so busy, with Ghlai busy with his zither practice and unable to sneak a glance at Punlee on the 4th floor, they still talked every evening until late at night. The longing that used to overwhelm Ghlaijai now couldn't touch him, because Punlee was there to shield him. Punlee's message. Last night, you said you like watching movies alone, right? The little one furrowed his brows slightly, recalling their conversation from the previous night. He nodded slightly and typed a reply. Ghlaijai's message. Yes, I often watch movies alone, but I haven't had time lately, so I haven't gone to see one in a while. Punlee's message. Oh, Punlee's message. Watching movies alone, don't you feel lonely? Ghlaijai's message. Not at all. Ghlaijai's message. But last night, didn't you say you don't like going to the cinema? Punlee's message. Yes, I don't really like it. I prefer watching at home. Ghlaijai's message. Homebody. Punlee's message. Also clingy with friends. Punlee's message. But only close friends, okay? Only then I will be clingy. Ghlai held back a smile as he walked toward the classroom. He knew Punlee had many close friends, but because Ghlaijai was one of them, he let himself think that Punlee is clingy with Ghlaijai too. Ghlaijai's message. I believe you're really clingy with close friends. Flirting bit by bit every day. Eventually, he'll get used to it, right? Punlee's message. I talk to you all day and night like this. Punlee's message. If you don't believe me, I might get sulky, you know. Ghlaijai's message. So sulky. Punlee's message. Since I'm so good at sulking, you need to be good at cheering me up, okay? Ghlaijai's message. I'm usually not great at cheering people up, but from now on, I'll try to practice and get better at it. Punlee's message. Actually, you don't need to practice. Just giving me those puppy eyes is enough to cheer me up. The little one smiled as he read the text. Standing in front of the classroom, where no classmates had yet arrived, he tapped the keyboard to send a reply. Ghlaijai's message. Just the puppy eyes, Punlee. Then he raised the phone to his lips and recorded a voice message. Don't I need to say? There, Ghlaijai's Punlee too. Ghlaijai's message. Sends a voice message. The voice message was read almost instantly, and the reply that followed made Ghlaijai laugh softly, as it showed. Punlee might already be slightly swayed. Punlee's message. Little rascal. Ghlaijai believed that if he could be a little bolder, soon enough, he'd shake Punlee's heart even more. Even though he wanted to keep chatting with Punlee, Ghlai had to restrain himself because he needed to get ready before class. He typed a message to say goodbye. Ghlaijai's message. Punlee, I'll go prepare myself for class first, okay? Ghlaijai's message. This teacher is super strict. I need to check my attire before she comes to inspect. Punlee's message. Okay, little rascal. Punlee's message. Same as always today, right? Ghlaijai smiled before sending a message to confirm their shared sentiment. Ghlaijai's message. You mean focus on studying as usual, right? Punlee's message. Yes. Ghlaijai's message. Sends a sticker. Ghlaijai sent a sticker of a wide-eyed rabbit with the word okay on it to Punlee. Not long after, he got a reply. Punlee's message. If you still have some time, Don't forget to eat something before class, okay? Ghlaijai's message. Will do. Punlee's message. Little rascal, good luck. Ghlaijai's message. Sends a sticker. After sending a sticker of a fluffy white rabbit nodding slightly, Ghlai locked his phone and walked to the lockers near the classroom. In the in-flight service class, everything must be stored in the lockers, especially communication devices like iPads and tablets. Phones were strictly prohibited unless the teacher allowed them for specific purposes like presentations or research during lessons. Though this class had a lot of rules, and the teacher was extremely strict, Ghlai loved it because it felt like real work on an airplane. The classroom, or what aviation students called the mock-up room, was a replica of an aircraft cabin. Everything was realistic, making it feel like he was truly serving passengers. Since the class focused heavily on practical skills, not using a phone for 2 hours wasn't boring. However, he noticed some classmates secretly brought their phones. If caught, they would lose participation points. Witnessing these examples, Ghlai, who valued every point like a diamond, wouldn't dare break the rules. Even though Punlee once said, "With Lee, you have to break every rule." Ghlai thought to himself, academic rules are an exception, Punlee. The little one stopped in front of a large locker with about 20 compartments. The small square metal doors were numbered. The teacher let everyone in the class choose their own locker to use regularly. Ghlai chose number 10 because it was at eye level, so he didn't have to bend down to retrieve his belongings. His slender hand reached out to open the metal door, intending to store his fabric bag and phone. However, the 2 items inside made him furrow his brows in curiosity. He picked up a bottle of milk and a cream-filled bread. Though other students from different sections also used the locker, Ghlai guessed it wasn't from them. The droplets of condensation on the chocolate milk bottle confirmed it. This chocolate milk bottle must have just come out of the refrigerator recently. It hadn't been left in the locker overnight. Ghlai thought back to the person who reminded him to eat breakfast out of concern. Among those who showed care for him, one person's actions made his face flush warmly. Just now, Punlee had told him to eat something before class. But Ghlai didn't want to get his hopes up, thinking it was unlikely. How could Punlee have come to the university this early in the morning when he had an afternoon class today? But even if he had, Punlee couldn't possibly know that he used locker number 10. At that moment, a memory from 2 days ago surfaced in Ghlai's mind. He quickly grabbed his phone and dialed his prime suspect. It didn't take long for the call to connect. "What's up, Ghlaijai? I just realized why Fandom called 2 days ago asking about my locker." "Fandom, did you secretly put milk and bread in my locker?" The person on the other end chuckled softly upon hearing his words. "Don't forget to drink the milk and eat the bread before class, okay?" The little one shook his head gently while smiling. "You didn't have to go through so much trouble, Fandom. It's too much effort for you. I didn't want Punlee scolding me again." "Huh? What did Punlee say to you?" "After coming back from the football match that day, late at night, Punlee called me, asking me to take better care of you. He said you don't eat breakfast regularly, which is why you're so small and tiny like this. He also mentioned that every Wednesday morning, you're always in such a rush that you barely have time to grab something to eat before class. So, I decided to do this. Next Wednesday, you don't have to put food in my locker anymore, Fandom. I feel bad about it. It's fine. I have morning classes anyway, so it's not an inconvenience at all, Ghlai. Don't worry about it, okay? I don't know how to thank you enough, Fandom. You can thank me by drinking all the milk, enjoying the bread, and attending class happily. That's enough to make the person who cares about you very happy. Thank you so much, Fandom. I'll make sure to drink all the milk and enjoy the bread. Good. And don't forget to eat breakfast yourself, too. All right, I'll let you go now. Class is about to start. Okay. Oh, Ghlai. The little one, who was about to hang up, paused as the voice on the other end seemed to recall something. Yes, Fandom. I messaged you about going to the beach this Saturday, right? You did. Don't forget, Ghlai. Make sure to clear your schedule. I already cleared it, Fandom. Of course, Ghlai had to clear his schedule. When he asked Fandom who was going, Fandom mentioned Punlee. Initially, Ghlai thought he would have to sit alone by the sea. Even though Tirak is going, he would likely stick to Fa, and Fandom would be with Babe. Ghlai barely knew anyone else on the trip. But upon hearing that Punlee would also be going to the beach, all his worries vanished, replaced with excitement and anticipation. However, Ghlai started to feel a bit anxious because Punlee hadn't mentioned anything about the trip, despite their daily conversations covering numerous topics. He worried he might cancel and not join the trip. If Punlee didn't come, Ghlai might end up sitting alone, sipping coconut water by the sea. Just imagining himself sitting there all alone was enough to make him feel sorry for himself. So, Ghlai decided not to imagine it. He would trust that Punlee would definitely go to the beach. The little one quickly stored his yellow fabric bag and phone in the locker before sitting on a chair in front of the mock-up room to enjoy the breakfast his brother had prepared. A gentle smile graced his sweet face as he unwrapped the cream-filled bread, silently thanking his kind brother and thoughtful Punlee. Ghlaijai would drink all the milk and enjoy the bread. "Hi, May, do you want a smoothie?" "No, thanks." "Me neither." "Ghlai, just go get yours. Don't worry about us." "Okay." The little one nodded enthusiastically before getting up and leaving the table. After finishing their first class, the group had hurried to the cafeteria, not because Ghlai was starving, as he usually was every Wednesday, but because today he already had milk and cream-filled bread to tide him over. Instead, it was his two friends who were very hungry that made them need to hurry. Another reason for the haste was the limited time. They only had 40 minutes before their last class of the day. They couldn't afford to dawdle. They had to eat quickly and get to class. Usually, Pai would have yogurt and bananas before school, but she forgot to restock her fridge. Meanwhile, May, who always had breakfast at home, had come with an empty stomach because the housekeeper had taken leave. The two of them were now in a state of hunger, unlike Ghlai, who felt only slightly peckish but still needed to eat lunch. Ghlai walked out of the cafeteria and stopped at a smoothie stall. He didn't need to glance at the menu because he already had his favorite in mind. Smiling at the stall owner, he placed his order. "One coconut smoothie, please," Ghlai said. "Do you want fresh milk with it, dear?" "Yes, please," Ghlai replied. "All right, just a moment." "Okay." Ghlai nodded and waited in front of the stall. He liked coming here for smoothies because the taste was better than the stall in the cafeteria. Ghlai believed many people chose the cafeteria stall just to avoid stepping out into the heat since the cafeteria was air-conditioned, while this stall was outside. But Ghlai thought, comparing purely on taste, it's worth enduring a little heat to feel refreshed. As he waited for his coconut smoothie, he pulled out his phone to message his close friend, who should have arrived at the university by now. Today, Lee only had one afternoon class. How enviable. He started typing, "Have you reached the campus yet, Lee?" But before he could send it, a message from the same chat popped up. Ghlai paused, deleting his unsent message, and focused on the one he just received. Punlee's message. "What did you just order, Ghlai?" A smile unconsciously spread across Ghlai's face as he glanced around to spot Punlee. And there he was, standing next to him. Ghlai's hand instinctively rose to rub his ear, feeling the heat flush through it. Punlee smiled playfully and raised an eyebrow inquiringly. When Lee made that expression, he looked even more mischievous. And yes, it made Ghlai feel even more flustered. "I ordered a coconut smoothie," Ghlai replied. "All right, Lee will try your favorite drink," Lee said, placing his order. "A coconut smoothie for me too, please, just like Ghlai's. Actually, you can blend them together in one batch." "Because the first glass is for my best friend," Lee added, smiling. "Okay, got it," the vendor said. Ghlai tried to suppress his smile and said, "Coconut smoothies aren't really my favorite. I just wanted to try it." Lee chuckled softly and gently ruffled Ghlai's hair. "Such a liar. I know it's your favorite, Ghlai. If you didn't like it, you wouldn't bother with it at all." "You can't fool me this time. I know everything now," Lee teased. Ghlai laughed softly, admitting Lee had seen through him. He'd wanted to tease Lee a little, but without someone like Boss to guide him, he doubted he'd ever successfully tease Punlee. I wanted to tease you a little, Lee. Next time, then. I'll let you win," Lee said with a smile. Ghlai scrunched his nose playfully at Lee before remembering something. "Lee." "Yes, Ghlai. Thank you," he said sincerely. "Thank you for asking Fandom to take care of me." Lee, initially surprised, soon smiled brightly. "So, Fandom already brought you something to eat this morning?" "Yes. Fandom left chocolate milk and cream-filled bread in my locker." "Sounds like Fandom couldn't stand my nagging," Lee said with a laugh. Ghlai chuckled. "Honestly, I feel a little guilty towards Fandom." "You don't need to feel that way," Lee reassured. "Fandom loves to help out. Plus, he already has morning classes, doesn't he?" Yes, he does, Ghlai agreed. See? It's no trouble for him. That's exactly what Fandom said. He just told me to finish the milk and enjoy the bread. And have you done that yet? Lee asked. I have, so I'm not as hungry today, Ghlai admitted. No more rushing to eat lunch, because I'm starving. Good thing I nagged Fandom. Then, Lee said with a grin. Ghlai smiled softly, turning to look at the counter as the old lady placed 2 coconut smoothies ready for them. Here you go. Will you pay together or separately? Together, Lee answered. Wait, Lee. Let me treat this time, Ghlai said, quickly reaching for his wallet. But Lee was faster. He pulled out his wallet and paid before Ghlai could even retrieve his money. Putting his wallet away, Lee grabbed both smoothies, holding them carefully. Can Ghlai take this glass? It looks like it has more. I can take either glass. Lee thinks. Punlee looked at the coconut smoothies for a moment before handing one to him. This one, it's definitely got more. Ghlai received the coconut smoothie and said, Thank you, but next time, Punlee, you have to let me treat you. Punlee didn't reply, just smiled mischievously and pulled a black phone from his pocket, looking down to type something. Line. Ghlai frowned at the notification from the Line app. When he picked up his phone to check, he saw the other person had sent him a message. He glanced at Punlee in confusion, and he said in a playful tone, Go on, open it. Following the suggestion, Ghlai opened the chat and saw an image that had been screenshotted and sent to him. When he enlarged the photo, he realized it was a movie ticket. Punlee had booked an afternoon show. The timing was right after Ghlai's class ended. Of course, Punlee knew his schedule. They had just talked about it yesterday. Ghlai didn't even check what movie Punlee had booked. He was too overwhelmed with shyness, so he chose to look away from the screen and down at the floor instead. Punlee was inviting him to a movie. This is so crazy. Ghlai felt like his heart might explode from happiness. If you want to treat me back, can you buy me popcorn, can Ghlai? The chance to get closer to Punlee was right in front of him. How could Ghlai not take it? Of course. I'll buy you a big tub of popcorn, Punlee. Punlee chuckled softly before saying, Where's your next class, can Ghlai? It's in Building 11. Which floor? Floor 8. All right, I'll come pick you up from Building 11, Floor 8, at 3 in the afternoon. Okay. But for now, let me walk you to your table. Ghlai waved his hands to refuse. No need. I can go on my own. You should hurry to your class, Punlee. The taller person checked his watch before replying. I still have plenty of time. Well, okay then. The two of them walked out of the smoothie shop. On the way, Ghlai didn't say anything to Punlee, feeling too shy. The other one quietly walked alongside him until they stopped at the dining table. Ghlai's face burned even more when he noticed Gun, Pai, and May sitting there. Gun often joined them for lunch. Everyone's eyes widened in surprise before breaking into knowing smiles, teasing him silently. Ghlai, overwhelmed and unsure what to do, turned to look at the taller person still standing beside him. This is my table. All right. Punlee nodded before lightly patting his head, as he often did. See you later, okay? Yeah. He replied while waving goodbye as the taller person walked away. As soon as Ghlai sat down on the bench, the three troublemakers began to make noises, making Ghlai even more flustered. Gun's gaze and grin only made Ghlai want to explode from embarrassment. So, what's the story? Did you two plan this? Planning is one thing, but walking each other back? That's not just friends anymore, is it? It's normal. Ghlai stammered, trying to hide his embarrassment. We're close friends. Walking each other back is normal. Upon hearing that, all three burst into laughter, probably because they'd never seen him lose composure like this. In the end, Ghlai couldn't hold it in and started laughing along before raising both hands to cool down his burning ears. The trio's continued teasing, paired with their pointed fingers and jokes, made Ghlai shake his head slightly and admit, all right. I'm really shy, okay? Haha. Oh my, your face and ears are completely red, Ghlai. And they didn't even know he was going to watch a movie with Punlee. If they found out, Ghlai would probably get even more flustered. May, for the cargo assignment, we just need to compile the files from Nu, Thought, and Orn, right? Yes. Once the three of them send the files, we'll combine them into a single file and email it to the professor. The professor said to submit it by 11 p.m. today, Pai added. I already know. May knows, but do they? I told them yesterday in the group chat. Oh, once you've compiled the files, you can send them to me to check before submitting to the professor. I'll help make sure everything is in order. Sure. Are you heading straight back to the condo after class, Ghlai? Pai's question made Ghlai, who had just slung his canvas bag over his shoulder, pause. He bit his lip and shook his head to refuse. Before he could say anything, the two friends, who were also packing up to head home, started teasing him with their looks again. Got plans with Punlee, huh? Yeah, Ghlai replied hesitantly. May widened her eyes, then nudged Pai's arm lightly with her elbow. Pai, I didn't expect this at all. I was just asking for fun, but turns out they do have plans. You're really stepping up your game these days, Ghlaijai? Stop it, stop teasing me. So where are you two going? Pai, just keep teasing. Because if she stops, she'll just ask questions like this. Ghlai hesitated, flustered and not feeling like himself. A smile and the sound of Conseisan's voice suddenly popped into his head. We're going to watch a movie. Ho! Ha! May, making noises like that is going too far. May laughed and said, Sorry. I'm so embarrassed that I could die. We believe it, Ghlai. You're blushing all over again, face and ears. The smaller one raised a hand to touch his burning cheek before walking out of the classroom. His two teasing friends followed closely behind. However, a line notification stopped Ghlai in his tracks. A soft smile appeared on his sweet face. He guessed it was likely a message from Punlee. But the message on the screen made Ghlai frown deeply. He turned to look at his two friends behind him. May and Pai were also staring at the same phone, shaking their heads and sighing together. News message. I tried looking for additional information for the task, but I couldn't find anything. Thoughts message. Me too. The data for this airline is so scarce. Just use what we have. Orn's message. I could find more info. I've sent my file to Ghlai's email already. You guys are seriously pissing me off right now. If Nu and Thought say this, it's like they're leaving the rest for us to figure out. It's like they're intentionally dumping the work on us because they know Ghlai won't let the assignment be incomplete. They always do this when we're in the same group. And guess who ends up finishing everything? Us and Ghlai. Ghlai had promised himself he wouldn't let others take advantage of him again. He thought it over carefully before typing a message in the group chat. Ghlaijai's message. How about we all work together to finish this properly? The professor expects a final check by today before the actual presentation next week. News message. I've already left the campus. Thoughts message. I've left too. Orn's message. Do I have to go back? I have plans to have dinner with my mom. Ghlaijai's message. For Orn's part, give me 5 minutes to check. Ghlaijai's message. As for Nu and Thought. Ghlaijai's message. I'll give you another chance to decide. Ghlaijai's message. Are you really not coming back to finish your parts, even though your sections aren't complete? The little one nodded at his two friends, as if signaling them to find a table to sit down, because it seemed like this conversation would take a while. They walked to a long table a bit away from the classroom. May took out her laptop from her canvas bag to check Orn's work. Ghlai sat, staring at the message he sent, which had been read but received no reply. He knew Nu and Thought were probably thinking hard. They likely assumed he would just finish the work for them, as he had in the past. But this time, Ghlai wasn't going to let Nu and Thought get away with it. He had asked them to add more data to the report since Sunday. He had given them 3 whole days. But Ghlai believed that even if they had weeks or months, Nu and Thought would still pull the same stunt. They never changed. The little one finished checking Orn's report and nodded at his friends to signal that Orn's data was good to use. Ghlai took a deep breath before typing another message into the line chat. Ghlaijai's message. Orn's part is good to go. Orn's message. Okay, then I'm not going back. Ghlaijai's message. Okay. Ghlaijai's message. What about you two? What's your decision? Ghlaijai's message. The latest the work can be submitted is tonight at 11 p.m. because the professor mentioned that there won't be time to review it after this. Ghlaijai's message. Therefore, the work must be completed today. Nu and Thought definitely won't come back, Pai said. This time might be different because Ghlai has never spoken to them like this before. Ghlai looked up at his two friends, who seemed worried. He didn't know whether Nu and Thought would return to help finish the work at the university, but Ghlai was determined to try his best to protect himself. Even if others might see it as stubbornness and feel that such a small issue should be let go, allowing him to do the work himself for the sake of getting it done quickly. Ghlai wanted to do that too, as he didn't want the headache of dealing with these two. Taking on Nu and Thought's work wasn't difficult. He just needed to add some information. But if he did that again, It would mean he had broken the promise he made to himself. 2. Ghlaijai. This is me, stronger than yesterday. I promise to protect Ghlaijai as best as I can. I won't let Ghlaijai endure unfair treatment from others who take advantage. And I won't let it rain in Ghlaijai's heart anymore. From myself. Because this promise to himself could not be broken, Ghlai resolved to stand firm and protect himself this time. Ghlai thought he shouldn't break a promise to himself because it would diminish his self-confidence. If we can do it this time, no matter how much harder things get in the future, we'll believe in ourselves to overcome them too. And we will achieve what we believe we can. The messages from Nu and Thought gave Ghlai a sense of relief. Pai and Mei high-fived each other with a loud clap, as if they had completed an important mission together. Nu's message. I'll head back. Thought's message. Me too. Give me 5 minutes. Ghlaijai's message. Don't go to the library anymore. Mei brought her laptop. Let's work together on the 8th floor of Building 11. Nu's message. I was just about to say I didn't bring my laptop. Ghlaijai's message. I didn't expect Nu or Thought to bring anything. Ghlaijai's message. Just showing up is enough. Thought's message. Here, I'm on my way already. Ghlai locked his phone screen with a sigh of relief and looked at his 2 friends reading the messages in the group chat. But his relief didn't last long as he glanced at his watch. It was exactly 3 p.m. 3 p.m. He had an appointment with Punlee. Perhaps because he showed a worried expression, prompting his friends to speak up. Oh, I forgot Ghlai has a movie date with Punlee. True. Well, Ghlai, you should go. We'll handle this. Ghlai didn't like being taken advantage of by Nu and Thought, who prioritized their comfort over group responsibilities. He refused to act like them. It's okay. I might just ask Punlee to wait for me a little longer. Yes, Ghlai would ask Punlee to wait for him. He didn't want to miss the chance to be close to the moon this time. Hopefully, Punlee would understand. The little one swiped his screen to open the line application again. Ghlai selected the chat room with his close friend before typing a message. Ghlaijai's message. Punlee. Before long, the message was read. Punlee's message. Yes, I've arrived at Building 11. I'm on my way to pick you up on the 8th floor. And the same kind-hearted person replied. Ghlai bit his lip tightly. Even though he hadn't canceled the date, merely asking the other person to wait made him feel incredibly guilty for making Punlee wait so long. The guilt growing inside him caused his fingers to freeze. He couldn't think of a proper way to apologize and likely left Punlee waiting too long for a reply, prompting another message from the other person. Punlee's message. Do you know, Ghlai, that messages have been read for over 2 minutes without a reply? Punlee's message. Make the person waiting for a response feel at risk. Ghlai stayed silent, reading Punlee's message. Punlee's message. At risk of being left to watch a movie alone. Oh no. Ghlaijai couldn't leave a puppy behind. Because Punlee's messages sounded too sad, Ghlai quickly typed a reply. Ghlaijai's message. I'm not leaving Punlee to watch the movie alone. Ghlaijai's message. It's just that there's a slight issue with my group project. Ghlaijai's message. Can you give me 20 minutes, Punlee? And Ghlai knew. The apology he was about to type next wasn't appropriate for the situation. Yet, for some reason, he decided to send it. Ghlaijai's message. Puppy, I'm sorry for making you wait. Punlee read the message but didn't reply immediately. Ghlai almost retracted the message he had just sent when the other person finally responded. Punlee's message. I just stepped out of the elevator. Where are you on the 8th floor? Ghlaijai's message. Punlee, please wait at the elevator. I'll come out to get you. Punlee's message. Okay. Ghlai's eyes lingered on the last message sent by the other person, but his brain urged his body to rise from the chair. He placed his phone into his pocket before telling both his friends. Mei, Pai, I'll go out to meet Punlee for a moment. Okay. Once his friends nodded in acknowledgement, the little one walked out from the spacious hall filled with long tables for students to work at, heading to meet Punlee at the elevator. From afar, Ghlai noticed the tall figure looking down, engrossed in a phone. He quickened his pace. The moment Ghlai approached Punlee, he lifted his gaze from the phone screen and met Ghlai's eyes. At first glance, the puppy-like eyes seemed so sad. But the moment Punlee smiled, the eyes resembled a crescent moon turned downward. Is this what they call a smile that lights up the whole face? You, Ghlai. Ghlai came to get the puppy already. But even if you hadn't, I'd have just kept standing here, waiting. Here we go again. Punlee was being adorable again. Ghlai didn't know how to respond. He sought help from his brain, but couldn't find the right words to match the sentiment. Instead, he consulted his heart. His small heart advised him to stand slightly on tiptoe, reach out, and gently pat the tall one's head, offering a phrase as a reward for this lovely person. Oh, Ghlai wouldn't leave the puppy behind. Yes, this phrase no longer echoed only in his heart. Thank you for not leaving me behind, Ghlai. Because Ghlai chose to listen to his heart, and chose to say it out loud. He withdrew his hand from the soft hair, giving the taller figure a smile before saying, "Wait for me a bit, Punlee. I'll finish up my work quickly." "Got it." When Punlee replied with a smile, Ghlai nodded, signaling Punlee to follow him to the spacious hall where his friends were waiting. While walking side by side, Punlee lightly tapped Ghlai's arm with a finger. "Yes. When we go to the movie, should I drive my own car, or yours?" Punlee asked while gently patting Ghlai's head before continuing. "If I drive your car, I'll drop you off at your condo after the movie, then take a taxi back to pick up my car from the university. But if I drive mine, I'll drop you at the university so you can drive yourself back to the condo. Then, why don't we just drive our own cars separately, puppy?" Ghlai hadn't forgotten that he didn't drive to the university, but he was just curious about Punlee's reasoning. The one asked furrowed his brows slightly before responding. "Well, the puppy wants to go with Ghlai." Punlee's reasoning made Ghlai smile. Sometimes, someone's seemingly complicated and difficult actions can make us wonder, why do we have to make something easy difficult? But we rarely realize, sometimes the reason for doing something difficult is incredibly simple. A person might be willing to make something easy slightly harder and endure a little more exhaustion. For one simple reason. That is, because the puppy wants to go with Ghlai. "I forgot to tell you, Punlee. I didn't drive today." "Oh, I thought you drove. Then how did you get here, Ghlai?" "Actually, I planned to drive, but seeing the long traffic jam in front of the condo this morning, I decided to take a motorbike taxi instead. Otherwise, I'd have been late for class." "Oh." Punlee, who had been listening intently, nodded while continuing to pat Ghlai's head. "When you take a motorbike taxi, make sure to wear a helmet, okay? Take care of yourself since they usually ride fast. And don't hug the motorbike driver. Just hold on to their waist." Punlee's remark brought a burst of laughter from Ghlai. He tilted his head to look at the taller figure who still hadn't stopped patting his head and asked, "Why can't I hug the motorbike driver?" "Because." Punlee paused briefly before pulling Ghlai's head to rest against his chest. His hand moved from Ghlai's head to his shoulder. "This close friend doesn't like it when you get too close to anyone." Thump, 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 thump. This close friend. Why is he so possessive? So possessive that it made Ghlai's heart race. The tall figure murmured softly as though speaking only to himself. "Don't get close to anyone else. Don't hug anyone else. Don't smile at anyone else, okay?" But Ghlai heard every word clearly, every request from Punlee. "I'm just possessive." Ghlai chuckled softly upon hearing the words of the sulking, jealous puppy. A part of him wanted to ask why Punlee was so possessive of a close friend like him, but Ghlai guessed that Punlee wasn't ready to explain this reasoning just yet. If he were confident enough in this matter, Punlee would have spoken out loud without muttering like this. It's okay to lack confidence now. Everything takes time, Ghlai understood. Let's take it step by step together, Punlee. The two of them arrived at the long table where May and Pai were waiting. His friends' gazes made Ghlai feel a sudden warmth spread across his ears and cheeks. He knew those gazes were directed at Punlee's arm draped over his shoulder. May and Pai exchanged knowing smiles, nudging each other's arms with their elbows as if sharing a secret about their friend's obvious awkwardness. To divert attention and prevent Punlee from noticing, Ghlai hurried to say something. "Punlee may have seen my friends many times already, but I still haven't properly introduced them," Ghlai said while glancing at the tall person who was paying attention to him, before starting the introduction. "This is May, and this is Pai. Nice to meet you," said Punlee. "Nice to meet you too, Punlee." "Nice to meet you too, oops. Punlee." Ghlai glared at May, who was giggling. He knew she was intentionally teasing him. Today, Ghlai realized that the ones we trust are often the ones who can be the most mischievous. The little one, whose face turned red from embarrassment, slowly looked at Punlee, who was smiling softly. Ghlai gave a dry smile before saying, "Punlee, please wait here for a bit. Once the others arrive, I'll hurry and finish the work within the 20 minutes we agreed on." "No need to rush," We still have some time, Punlee said, releasing his hand from Ghlai's shoulder. Ghlai sat down on the chair with Punlee, who then asked, "Is there a problem with the group project, Ghlai?" How should he put it? Should he tell it straight that his friends aren't doing their work? Would Punlee think he's being too negative? Ghlai took a moment to think carefully and answered as neutrally as possible. I asked the other three to find more information for the report. One person finished what I asked, but the other two said they tried but couldn't find anything more. So, I decided to stay and help finish it because today is the last day the teacher scheduled to check the report before the real presentation. Did you only ask your friends to find more information and not ask them to revise any part of the report? Yes, I just asked for more information because there really wasn't enough. The reason I asked is because I thought finding more information would be easier than revising. When I heard they couldn't find more information, I felt, never mind, I shouldn't say more. It might interfere with your group's work. You're not interfering, Punlee. It's better to exchange opinions, May said. Yes, feel free to speak, Pai added. Punlee turned to look at Ghlai before asking, "Do you allow Punlee to express my opinion, can Ghlai?" Ghlai nodded because he thought what May said was true. Everyone has different perspectives, and as long as everyone respects each other, sharing opinions isn't interference. You don't need to ask for my permission, Punlee. I don't see it as interference. I think the same as May. I think they didn't try to take responsibility for their part of the work. I'm not underestimating anyone's effort. Some people may have done their best, but still couldn't do it. But in this case, from what I've heard, I don't see something indicating they truly tried their best. There should be something that changed, even a little, to show an effort. The statement "I tried but couldn't find anything" is hard to believe because I believe. No matter the task, if we truly try, we'll always get some result, even if it's small. Ghlai thought Punlee's words were true because anything we do with effort will always result in something. But the work of thought and knew, which had no added information and no changes at all, clearly showed they didn't try at all. And while the other group members finished their tasks, they had to work on something that wasn't theirs. It just doesn't feel fair. I understand that group work means helping each other. That's a given. But true teamwork is when there's a problem and everyone is willing to solve it together. If someone can't do their part, they ask for help. This is how group work should be, not like this. +10 for Punlee's words. To be honest, Punlee, those guys take advantage of us, May said. Punlee shook his head slightly before turning to look at Ghlai and saying, "Can Ghlai, let me help you with the work. You'd be curious to know how hard it is to find information for your friend's part, right? Maybe someone in aviation has to do harder work than someone in graphics like me. Then I'll know if what I think is right or wrong." "Good idea, Punlee. The work will get done faster," Pai said. Ghlai said, laughing softly. He knew Pai just wanted to finish and go. Ghlai then nodded at the person beside him. "If it's not too much trouble, this aviation student would like to have this skilled graphics student help with the work." Ghlai smiled to himself while looking at Punlee. His heart started racing as a sentence popped into his head, and his heart raced even faster when Ghlai decided to say it aloud. "If we finish the work quickly, we can go see a movie together soon, right?" Ghlai didn't know, normally, who is more embarrassed, the one who flirts or the one who is flirted with. But now Ghlai knew. He's blushing like crazy. Punlee, who was flirted with by him, smiled because Ghlai was very embarrassed, so he decided to look at the two friends sitting across from him. However, his smiles and gazes didn't make Ghlai feel any less embarrassed. So, he had to lower his eyes to look at the long table instead. Ghlai thought that the proverb, "tight spaces are bearable, but tight hearts are hard to bear," didn't apply to him. Because if it were to apply to him, the proverb would need to be changed to, "tight spaces are bearable, but blushing until your heart is tight. That's almost unbearable." We need to find more information for two parts of the report, right? Are we only using May's laptop? Ghlai looked up at Punlee, who was asking his friend. "Yes, they said they didn't bring their laptops, so I said it would be fine as long as I had just myself." Ghlai looked at Punlee, shaking his head and letting out a small sigh before turning to look at him. "Ghlai, I think if we only have one laptop to work with, the work will definitely take longer. I usually carry my laptop in the car, but today I didn't drive." Ghlai thought the same as Punlee, but he didn't know who to borrow a laptop from right now. "Let me go get the MacBook from the car. We'll get the work done faster." "Do you want me to go with you, Punlee?" No, it's fine. I'll go by myself. You stay here and rest. It's better than you getting tired. Ghlai nodded before saying, Punlee, thank you. It's nothing. No need to thank me. Punlee said as he stood up, his large hand reaching to gently pat Ghlai's head before pulling away. Ghlai watched the tall figure walking out of the hall. All right. If anyone says Punlee is no good, this May will follow and smack their face at home. Pai laughed, then spoke. Really? So helpful. Doing everything for a future boyfriend. Pai, what are you talking about? Pai's words made Ghlai blush, and he accidentally scolded his friends loudly. Ghlai grumbled to himself, complaining about his friends who wouldn't stop teasing him. He admitted that he wanted to upgrade his status to future boyfriend, but he still remembered that right now, he could only be a close friend. But for now, Ghlai would just enjoy the words future boyfriend, because those words are so cute to Ghlaijai. Blushing and still scolding. Haha. You two are getting good at teasing, huh? Wait until it's my turn. I'll tease you until you'll be running to the bathroom several times a day. The two friends laughed before immediately stopping when they saw Nu and Thought walk into the room. They stopped by the table where they were sitting and made a bored expression. Let me do it first, Thought. I want to go home soon. Wait, didn't you tell me to do it first? Don't argue. My friend is going to get a laptop so we can work together, Ghlai said, glancing at both of them with an exhausted expression, then continued. It's not just Nu and Thought who want to go home early. Everyone else wants to go home soon too. So let's focus and finish the work, okay? I know, Nu said, then sat next to May, placing May's laptop in front of her and immediately started working. Pai, who was sitting next to May, shook her head, looking annoyed. Do I really have to wait for your friend? Yep, just like how we had to wait for Thought. The listener opened his mouth as if wanting to respond, but chose to sit at the empty chair next to Ghlai. Not long after, Punlee appeared with a brand new MacBook. Nu took her eyes off the laptop screen and stared at Punlee. Ghlai couldn't believe how possessive he was becoming. Since falling for Punlee, Ghlai had to admit he was extremely possessive. He coughed to clear his throat before speaking. Let's focus on the work so it gets done faster. And it seemed his warning worked because Nu quickly turned her attention back to the work. But less than a minute later, the one who he thought would focus asked, Thought, do you want to go first? I totally forgot that today I can delay the meeting. I'm not in a rush anymore. Aren't you in a hurry? Come do the work on May's laptop. May's laptop is faster. Nu wants to be near Punlee, huh? Ghlai could tell. It was the first time in years that Ghlai felt annoyed. He was thinking about how to keep Punlee away from someone who was doing everything to stay close to him. Ghlai thought Nu must have missed the news. Well, Ghlai would update her. Right now, Ghlai is a close friend with Punlee. No one could get between us. But, hold on, Ghlai would find a way to remove anyone trying to get in between us first. The little one looked at Punlee, who sat down between him, and thought. Ghlai was thinking hard about what to do to keep Thought from changing his mind to work on May's laptop, because looking at Thought's expression that wanted to go home so badly, Ghlai thought that Thought would definitely move to work on May's laptop. But Punlee, who was opening the MacBook with a neutral face, turned to him and asked, What's your name again? Thought. Thought. Yeah. Then sit and work with me. Don't go to May's computer. I'm not good with words, you won't mind, right? I don't mind. Good. It seemed like Punlee understood him and chose to distance himself from Nu without Ghlai having to do anything. The conversation between Punlee and Thought didn't sound friendly at all. Ghlai could only pray that Thought would smoothly work with Punlee. Don't act stubborn with Punlee, Thought. Otherwise, Thought might end up covered in blood. Ghlai wouldn't stop it, because he probably couldn't. So, which part of the work did you say you couldn't do? Bring your MacBook here. I'll do it myself. I asked which part you couldn't do. I didn't ask you to give me orders. Thought looked at Punlee for a moment, then said, I need to open the email first to check the report. Tell me the email name. Thought told Punlee the email and pointed to the screen of the MacBook. This topic. I couldn't find more information. Yeah, that's all. Why are you acting tough? Ghlai swallowed, looking at Punlee in his stern mode. He'd never seen Punlee so serious and intense before when he turned to look at Ghlai. Ghlai unconsciously bit his lip and held his breath, afraid of being scolded like Thought. However, the frown on Punlee's face quickly relaxed, and his previously cold eyes turned warm again. Can Ghlai, for the content in English, do we need to translate it to Thai first, or can we put the English content directly into the report? Ghlai leaned in to look at the screen. The topic that Thought said he couldn't find more information on, Punlee, as a graphic designer, had already found it easily. There were also questions that Thought had never thought of. We need to translate it into Thai first before adding it to the report. Okay, let me help translate. It's okay. Let Lee read and summarize the key points because some things aren't that important. It will save time not to translate every paragraph. Punlee works the same way as him. Focused on speed, but without missing the key points. Ghlai watched the person using the mouse and working swiftly. He turned to look at Thought before speaking in a calm tone. I'll help with this part. If it's done, you can add it to the report yourself. What does it mean? A thank you from the new generation. Punlee asked the other party while still focusing on the MacBook screen, his hand typing the content translated into Thai. Ghlai barely held in his laughter because the teasing sentence from Punlee wasn't mocking Thought at all, but he had to turn away and hold back a laugh because he didn't expect Punlee to be capable of teasing like that. If you're not willing to help me, then don't help me. But don't talk so rudely like that. Do you think I'm willing to help you that much? I don't want to help you at all. None of my business, you idiot. But the reason I'm sitting here translating your work is because I want to go watch a movie with Ghlai soon. If you don't help finish the work faster, just keep your mouth shut. Don't make me even more annoyed. From what was heard, Punlee told Thought to stay quiet by himself, but everyone could sense the tension in Punlee's voice. Right now, no one dared to say anything. The friend sitting opposite him just bowed his head and focused on his work. I'll tell you, if this was a group project, your name wouldn't even be on the cover page. You'd have been pushed aside long ago. You're lucky to even be with Ghlai. Should I bow to Ghlai then? Ghlai isn't a monk. What do you need to bow for? Punlee said, shaking his head. Now, Ghlai was starting to wonder if Punlee had truly met Thought for the first time, because the two seemed like rivals who had been at odds for a long time, throwing insults at each other like it was natural for people who had fought through words. Punlee slid his MacBook over to Thought before saying, "Put the content I translated into the report. Is it done?" "Yeah." The little one flinched slightly when Punlee raised his voice at the other party. Ghlai quickly smiled when Punlee looked his way. He laughed before reaching out to lightly rub his head, something he liked to do. "Are you smiling to cheer Punlee on?" Ghlai scrunched his nose and smiled even wider. "Yeah. And did my encouragement reach Punlee?" "I told you. Ghlaijai has gotten much better. He's been able to tease Punlee many times today. The one sending encouragement is Ghlaijai himself. Of course it reached, right?" "That's right. It's Ghlaijai. Why wouldn't it make Punlee fall in love?" "No. Where are you at with your work?" "I'm organizing the layout." "Do you want me to help organizing?" Ghlai offered to help because Nu wasn't getting her work done. Even though May and Pai were helping, Nu was working slowly as if trying to make them wait longer. Thought had already finished his part, but still had to wait for his best friend because Nu insisted on leaving together. Ghlai looked at his wristwatch anxiously since the movie had already started more than 10 minutes ago. He turned to look at the person beside him who was playing a game on his phone. Punlee showed no expression but was silent, which made it clear that he wasn't happy. "No need. I can do it myself. It's just organizing the layout. Why is it taking you so long, Nu?" "I'm not working carelessly like you thought." Ghlai sighed deeply. He couldn't just take the laptop from Nu to do it himself. Otherwise, he'd seem impolite. And earlier, May had been so upset that she snatched the notebook from Nu, which led to a small argument that made her leave to calm down. "Ghlai, is something wrong?" the person asked, and Ghlai looked up at Punlee before speaking in a sad voice. "Punlee, the movie has already started." "Really, is it that bad?" Punlee said with a laugh. "The movie's already started. We can watch another one." The reason Ghlai was upset was because he was afraid they wouldn't get to watch the movie together today. He smiled widely when he realized there was still a chance they could go together. "Let me pay for the tickets this round." "You don't have to worry about that, Ghlai. As long as you still want to watch the movie with me, I'll buy a new ticket if needed, no matter how many rounds." The sincerity in Punlee's eyes as he spoke made Ghlai want to say something equally heartfelt. He hesitated for a minute before deciding to speak. "Even if Punlee doesn't buy me tickets, I still want to go watch a movie with Punlee." Punlee smiled brightly before reaching out to gently pinch his nose, as if teasing him. Okay, it's done." "Ugh. Finally, how long were you going to delay?" May, who had just returned from walking, said. "All the work is done. Then let's go, Ghlai." Ghlai nodded and stood up, following Punlee. He picked up his yellow fabric bag and slung it over his shoulder before waving goodbye to his friends. I've seen you walking with that mech from civil engineering. You're friends with him, aren't you? Punlee's question immediately caught Ghlai's attention. He shifted his gaze from his friends and turned to look at Punlee, who was staring at Thought, seated nearby. Yeah, so what? Tell him. Take it easy if he can. His shitty attitude. There are a lot of people waiting to kick him. Thought's initially puzzled expression was replaced by a look of worry. He didn't respond, merely avoiding Punlee's gaze. Let's go. Ghlai, Punlee said while picking up his MacBook and holding it close to his side. With his other hand, he reached out for Ghlai's hand and held it. Ghlai followed the taller person, who was now holding his hand as they walked to the elevator. He remained quiet, watching Punlee's side as he looked up at the arrow above the elevator door, still holding his hand tightly. By now, Ghlai had a pretty good idea why Punlee was acting so cold toward Thought. He must have seen him hanging out with Mech before and probably knew they were friends. Ghlai was fully aware of Mech's personality, so it wasn't surprising that Punlee would say something like that. Mech must have unintentionally made a lot of people upset. Since getting to know Punlee, Ghlai realized he had quite a few friends. He guessed that Mech might have angered several of Punlee's friends to the point of being on their hit list. However, when it came to Punlee himself, Mech likely hadn't wronged him directly. Ghlai didn't want to believe that Punlee's dislike for Mech was because of that particular day. But when he recalled the conversation between the two that night, it confirmed that it was the first time Punlee and Mech had met. And it was the first time that they had no impression of each other. Even though Ghlai didn't want to admit that Punlee's resentment toward Mech was because he had stepped in to help him that day, he had to accept that it might be true. When Punlee mentioned Mech to Thought, Ghlai felt a twitch in his heart. It's not because he thought Punlee might have known that the person he had helped that day was him. Ghlai was confident he didn't. He had kept that story a secret well enough, even from Fandom, and only his close friends knew. He had also asked them to keep it a secret, so there was no way Punlee would find out. But the reason for that twitch in his heart was that the memories of that day came rushing back, vividly replaying in his mind. Ding! The elevator's chime pulled Ghlai out of his thoughts. He followed the taller person, who was still holding his hand, into the elevator. Ghlai stared down at his leather shoes, pondering a question he had long wanted an answer to. Does Punlee still remember that day? The reason Ghlai left his thank you unspoken, despite having many opportunities, was that he wasn't sure if Punlee still remembered the events of that day. If he brought it up and he didn't recall, he'd have to explain everything. Telling the story of that day did not make him feel bad, but he was afraid that Punlee, who had already forgotten, would feel uncomfortable. Uncomfortable that no matter how hard he tried, he still couldn't recall. And Ghlai feared that. And for someone like him, who remembered it vividly, what was he supposed to do? So, he chose to keep everything to himself, unsure when he would ever get to send that thank you to the moon. But at this moment, Ghlai carefully reconsidered and finally raised his head to look at the person holding his hand tightly. Punlee, did you know Mech before? The taller person shifted his gaze from the elevator numbers above the door to him and said, Lee had a little issue with Mech, that's all. Punlee's answer wasn't clear enough to confirm anything for Ghlai. He bit his lip and looked into Punlee's eyes before gathering his courage to ask him again. Can I ask what kind of issue Punlee had with Mech? Punlee was silent for a moment before replying. I once saw him yelling in front of a bathroom, calling out to someone inside to come out. But I figured the person in there probably wanted to avoid him, so I stepped in and made him leave the area. That's how Lee came to know Mech from that incident. Oh, I see. Ghlai nodded to show he understood his explanation. Then, he glanced down at the larger hand gripping his even tighter than before. A thought that popped into his mind stung his nose. Punlee still remembers. Punlee still remembers that day. Is something wrong, Ghlai? The little one quickly inhaled deeply and shook his head before flashing a wide smile at Punlee, who looked at him with concern. I'm fine. You don't need to worry, puppy. And the warm, reassuring smile from the kind-hearted puppy in response made Ghlai want to finally say, Thank you. The bright smile gradually faded. Punlee furrowed his brows slightly as if puzzled by what he had said. Ghlai didn't know what would happen next, but he wanted to convey the feeling of gratitude to Punlee. The person Mech forced out of the bathroom that day. It was me. After speaking, Ghlai felt an inexplicable relief. However, the overwhelming emotions building up inside him made it hard to continue. He swallowed and said, "Right now? I don't know where to start." At first, Punlee seemed quite shocked by his words, but in the next moment, he abandoned all his feelings upon seeing how nervous he was. His large hand moved to hold Ghlai's tightly. Ghlai looked down at their joined hands. His eyeballs were burning, and a stinging sensation rising in his nose. He swallowed a lump in his throat before looking up to meet Punlee's gaze again. Ghlai smiled at the other person, who was watching him. "Take your time. This little puppy can wait." Ghlai offered a soft smile in response to those warm words before organizing his thoughts to share his story. Back then, Thought and I were still in the same friend group. Mek was a friend from another faculty that Thought introduced, so Mek ended up meeting me. Mek liked me and had been pursuing me for some time, but I didn't like him, so I rejected him. I always tried to avoid Mek. But that day, when I went out with my friends to relax after the exams, I didn't know that Nu and Thought had invited Mek, so I ended up having to see him. When we met, it was the same as always. Mek kept pestering me, and I kept avoiding him. I was about to head back to my condo, but stopped by the bathroom first. I was talking on the phone with a friend in one of the stalls. Mek, who came in later, probably heard my voice and recognized me, so he forced me to come out and talk to him. But I was scared, so I didn't come out. Tears welled up as Ghlai thought of that moment. Until Punlee came to help me. I knew it was Punlee because Mek called out your name. And when Punlee was leaving the bathroom, I peeked out from the stall and saw you. That's how I knew it was really Punlee. Ghlai glanced down, looking at his hand being held by him. He bit his trembling lip to hold back his feelings. Ghlai knew the tears he couldn't contain weren't entirely from fear of remembering that day, but largely from gratitude. Gratitude for Punlee, who became the light in his life. "I'm sorry for never telling you about this, Punlee," Ghlai said, his face still flushed. "I was afraid you wouldn't remember that day, and I never thought we'd become such close friends. But when I got your answer in the elevator, I became confident that you remembered that day. That's why I wanted to thank you." "I've always wanted to thank you, Punlee." Ghlai looked up at Punlee, whose face blurred behind a wall of tears. He tried to control his trembling voice. Just letting the tears flow in front of him already felt bad enough. "Now, I can finally thank you, but it's so late. I don't know how you'll feel, knowing I chose not to tell you about this even though we've known each other for a while. Punlee, can you forgive me?" The scene before him remained blurry due to the wall of tears, but Punlee's words were crystal clear. "I can always forgive you, Ghlai, and I understand why you chose to keep this to yourself. Everything you decide, Ghlai, always considers others' feelings first. So this time, I believe you thought carefully about when to speak. It's not too late. You just waited for the right moment, and now is the right moment." The wall of tears crumbled as his large hand gently touched Ghlai's cheek. The first clear image he saw was Punlee's smile. Ghlai tightly pressed his lips together, raising a hand to wipe away the tears streaming from the corners of his eyes. But Punlee gently shook his head in a gesture to stop him, using his thumb to wipe them away instead. "I'm sorry for leaving you alone in the bathroom that day," he said softly. Ghlai smiled through his tears and replied, "You don't need to apologize, Punlee. You didn't know?" Punlee offered a faint smile, his gaze filled with mixed emotions that Ghlai couldn't fully decipher. He lightly brushed his cheek with his thumb before speaking. "Back then, when I wasn't by your side like I am now, what did you have to go through, Ghlai?" The question brought forth a fresh flow of tears, though Ghlai didn't sob uncontrollably. He simply let his feelings spill out in the form of tears. He tried to smile broadly before answering. "I've been through so much, but all of it made me a stronger Ghlaijai." At that moment, the same moon that had always orbited distantly now felt truly within his reach. Punlee drew one arm to pull his body closer to his, before both of his thick arms hugged Ghlai, and in the next second, he tightened his embrace. Ghlai pressed his lips together tightly, resting his face against his broad shoulder. He closed his eyes and let the clear liquid flow freely before deciding to return the embrace. This hug isn't a comfort hug from a close friend, but a hug to make up for Ghlai during the past time. "I came so late, but I'm here now, Ghlai. From now on, we'll stand by each other and face the bad days together, Ghlai." The little one nodded while still in Punlee's embrace. Ghlai quickly wiped away the tears when they pulled apart. The charming face that often carried a playful smile now had only sincerity in its gaze and a warm, faint smile. Punlee's smile at that moment was like the soft yellow light of the moon. It was warmth born from the moon, not the sun. And at that moment, Ghlai realized he should use up all his courage at once. He looked deeply into Punlee's eyes before deciding to step out of the close friend status. Even though he feared repeating past mistakes, he wanted to fight for love once again. Punlee, if we're going to face the bad days together, being just close friends isn't enough. Can Punlee be special someone to me? Someone more important than just a close friend. Someone who's ready to face everything together. Someone who'll always stand by my side through every moment. It wasn't just courage that made Ghlai speak those words, but also something he saw in Punlee's eyes. Though that something was hard to describe, Ghlai felt it was a special feeling. That was why he decided to say it. He was confident Punlee understood the meaning of the word special. If Punlee agreed, it would mean their relationship would move to the next level, something deeper than just close friends. Still, Ghlai had prepared himself for the possibility that Punlee might only want to remain close friends. Ghlai locked eyes with Punlee's slender gaze. The other stayed silent, revealing no expression, while Glai's heart raced as he awaited the answer. When a bright smile appeared, his heart pounded even harder. If Ghlai is willing to be Lee's special someone too, then Lee will also be Ghlai's special someone. Ghlai's face lit up with a wide smile of joy. He nodded eagerly before saying, I agree. Who would have thought? Even Ghlai himself could hardly believe it. That one day, he would get this close to the moon. But then Ghlai forgot. He is Ghlaijai, after all. How could he not make it to the moon? Chapter 16. Thriller. Horror. What a mess, Ghlaijai. Animation. But at least there's still an animated movie to hold on to some hope. The genres displayed on the automatic ticket machine made the little guy swallow hard. The types of movies Ghlai tried to avoid the most were thrillers and horror movies because he was terribly afraid of ghosts and disliked anything that made him so tense that he stopped breathing. If he came to watch a movie alone, Ghlaijai would probably choose the one animated film currently available. But the person beside him, who was carrying a bright yellow fabric bag, was staring at the movie list on the ticket machine, with a staff member standing nearby to offer advice. How about this horror movie? Ghlai, can you watch horror movies? Oh no. Punlee ruthlessly eliminated the animated film from the options. Ghlai shifted his gaze from the ticket machine and smiled at the other person before replying. Sure. I'm really good at watching horror movies. Totally. Punlee chuckled softly. If you're that good at watching horror movies, how about we pick the scariest one? No, that's not a good idea. Let's go for something moderately scary instead. Otherwise, Punlee might not handle it well. Ghlaijai, when you speak, think ahead for yourself when you're actually in the theater too. If you slip up, you'll at least be a little less embarrassed. Are you sure you can handle it? Yeah, definitely. Don't worry about me, Punlee. Punlee smiled before turning to select seats on the glass screen. Then let's go with this one. Annabelle. And let's get the honeymoon seats. Wow, choosing that movie, huh? Ghlai's legs were already trembling just from seeing the trailer. Ghlai thought one of the harder things about being close with Punlee was adapting to watch every type of movie. He wasn't forcing himself to please Punlee. He just believed that when someone becomes part of your life, you should try things beyond your usual preferences. If it truly didn't work out, he could tell the other person, and together, they'd find a suitable middle ground. The reason Ghlai claimed he was great at watching horror movies was because he was afraid today they wouldn't end up watching a movie together. But honestly, once they're actually inside, Punlee will definitely realize he's terribly afraid of ghosts. Sigh. Ghlaijai, you always blurt out things without thinking. The taller person handed some money to the staff member assisting them, paying for the tickets with a card swiped at the ticket machine. Punlee accepted the 2 tickets from the staff and nodded at him. Let's go buy some popcorn, Ghlai. Sure. They hadn't even entered the theater yet, but just seeing the English title initials on the ticket made his limbs go weak. He followed the taller figure holding his hand, walking toward the popcorn and beverage counter. The two stood in line behind a teenage couple who were hugging each other's waists. Ghlai remained silent, thinking that those who were unafraid of ghosts would never understand how he felt right now. It was like deciding to conquer a fear of roller coasters despite disliking the thrill, only to realize the closer you got to the ride. It must be terrifying. Ghlaijai won't make it. But seeing their hands clasped together, Ghlaijai glanced up at Punlee's side again. Knowing Punlee would be beside him, not letting him face his fears alone, gave Ghlai a bit of courage. Ghlai, what popcorn flavor do you like? I like salty. Then let's get all salty popcorn, okay? Mixing flavors is fine too, Punlee. In case you like another flavor. I don't usually eat popcorn anyway. If I had to choose, I'd pick the flavor Ghlai likes, Punlee replied with a smile. I think this flavor is the best. Nothing beats salty popcorn. Really? Punlee raised an eyebrow, smiling. Not even me. The person being asked burst out laughing before responding. Punlee, you don't have to compete with popcorn. You've already won long ago. You little rascal, Punlee teased, removing their clasped hands to wrap an arm around his shoulder, pulling him closer. Ghlai blushed, unsure how to respond to what he had just said, so he lowered his head and smiled shyly in Punlee's embrace. Hey Lee. The sound of someone calling out made Ghlai look up, spotting a tall, handsome man holding hands with a cute boy who was about the same height as him. Ghlai guessed they were friends of Punlee. What's up, CB couple? Here for a movie? Yeah, someone kept insisting on watching Annabelle, so here we are. Hey, I'll pull your ear off. Who's the one that wanted to watch it? Punlee smiled before saying, we're about to watch that too. What theater are you guys in? We just came out from watching it. We just finished. How scary was it? Give us a spoiler rating. It's good. I give it a solid 10 out of 10. Plenty of jump scares, and he ended up screaming more than a few times. See, you'll be walking home alone soon. Come on, why are you so shy? Punlee already knows you're scared of ghosts. It's because you always tell your friends about it. I only tell them because I think you're cute. Can you two stop being so sweet? It's sickening, Punlee chimed in. Haha. So, Punlee, you're here watching a movie with. The one called B glanced at Ghlai and offered a friendly smile, prompting Ghlai to return the gesture. I'm watching the movie with Ghlai. Oh, so you're here with Ghlai then. Ghlai, these two are my high school friends. Punlee said, pointing to the two who were smiling warmly at Ghlai, then continued. This one is C, who was in the football club with me, and this one is B, who was in the same class as me. Nice to meet you, Ghlai said politely. Nice to meet you too, Ghlai, B replied. Is your name really Ghlai? No, it's just Ghlai. Punlee added the kun part himself. Since when did Punlee start speaking so politely? Why do you keep teasing me, B? Whether it was C and B's smiles and gazes as a couple or Punlee introducing his high school friends, Ghlai found himself so flustered he had to rub his ears to cool the heat spreading through them. Nice bag, by the way. Shut up, don't bring it up. Ghlai glanced at Punlee's smiling face as he spoke with his friends, then looked down at the bright yellow cloth bag Punlee had offered to carry. When they got out of the car, Punlee had volunteered to carry the bag. Ghlai initially refused, thinking it clashed with Punlee's cool image. Punlee wore an oversized short-sleeved student uniform shirt with a light-colored t-shirt layered over it, ripped black jeans, and his favorite burnt brown leather watch. Imagining Punlee carrying the bright yellow bag completely destroyed that cool vibe. But the main reason Ghlai refused was because the bag wasn't heavy, and he didn't want to trouble him. Still, Punlee had pouted and held Ghlai's hand quietly in a way Ghlai wasn't used to, so he gave in and let him carry it. When he handed over the yellow bag, Punlee's puppy-like eyes sparkled brighter than the bag itself. Carrying the bag is cute, but you're acting shy, C teased with a laugh. I'm not shy because of the bag. I'm just worried the owner might get embarrassed and take it back. If Ghlai doesn't let me carry it again, I'll persuade him to leave you and take off on a solo trip. Don't do that. He might actually listen to you. Yeah, just give me a travel destination, and I'm ready to go. While Punlee chatted with his friends, Ghlai smiled, staring down at his own shoes. He didn't understand why he felt so flustered over something as small as Punlee wanting to carry his bag, but it was probably because Punlee paid attention to every little detail about him. It made Ghlai feel warm and grateful toward Punlee all the time. When Ghlai looked up, he noticed it was finally their turn to order popcorn. He lightly patted Punlee's back, drawing his attention away from his friends. What is it? It's our turn, Punlee. Oh. Punlee glanced at the counter staff waiting for their order, then turned back to his friends. We'll catch up later. See you around. Yeah, enjoy the movie. Will do. Ghlai waved goodbye to B, who smiled at him, before he and Punlee approached the counter. Punlee asked for Ghlai's opinion before deciding on popcorn and drinks, since he mentioned Ghlai would be the one eating. Let's go with this combo, Punlee said. Sure. That'll be 350 baht. Punlee, let me pay for this. Before Ghlai could reach for his wallet, Punlee had already pulled his out and handed cash to the staff. Smiling, he turned to Ghlai and said, You'll never beat me to it, Ghlaijai. I almost did, but my wallet was in the bag. And you wouldn't give the bag back to me. Punlee laughed. We're close enough now that we can just use one wallet. Thump. Nothing physically dropped, but Punlee's words hit Ghlai straight in the heart, leaving him flustered and momentarily speechless. The smaller guy bit his lip and focused on the staff bustling behind the counter to mask his embarrassment. You're awfully quiet. Ghlai shook his head, still staring at the employee scooping popcorn. No, I'm not embarrassed at all. But the quiet chuckle from Punlee, who always seemed to see right through him, made Ghlai smile despite himself as the staff placed their soda cups in front of them. Finally, unable to hold it in any longer, Ghlai wrinkled his nose playfully at Punlee and said, Puppy. The one called Puppy burst out laughing. But the puppy hasn't even done anything yet. Ghlai probably forgot that it wasn't the puppy that made him flustered. It was Punlee who made Glai's heart skip a beat. His heart. Can't take it anymore. Scream. Ghlai let his heart cry out quietly in the cinema for a while. The words of Punlee's friends weren't an exaggeration in the slightest. This movie was truly terrifying. Not long after the film started, there were already several jump scares that nearly shocked him to death. Just the loud, echoing sound effects were enough to scare and startle him, not to mention the screams from the audience before the ghosts even appeared. The movie wasn't even halfway through, and Ghlai kept asking himself over and over why he came here. Why push himself when he felt so terrified that he couldn't bring himself to look at the big screen, knowing full well the creepy doll ghost would appear soon? He turned to look at the person beside him, who was holding his hand. That's when Ghlai found his answer. He was here, braving the creepy doll's jump scares, because he wanted to watch the movie with his very own Punlee. It's pretty scary, Punlee whispered softly while watching the movie. He didn't show any fear or startle, but there were times when he squeezed Glai's hand tightly, because Ghlai had jolted so violently. As the terrifying sound effects began to blare again, Ghlai clung to the popcorn bucket, now more than half empty, since the earlier jump scare had made him spill much of it onto the floor. At that moment, Ghlai was so embarrassed. He noticed Punlee holding back laughter but comforting him by picking a popcorn from the bucket and putting it into Glai's mouth instead. Are you okay, Ghlai? Yes, I'm fine, he replied. The truth was, he was barely holding it together. But if he left the theater now, their first movie date would become a complete joke. Ghlai told himself he had to stay strong to impress Punlee. Just then, the big hand that had been holding his let go. Instead, a muscular arm wrapped around his shoulder, pulling him closer. A warm hand gently patted his shoulder in reassurance. Ghlai squeezed his eyes shut, certain that the creepy doll ghost was about to appear, and then he felt Punlee rest his chin lightly on top of his head. You really had me fooled into thinking you were good at watching horror movies, Ghlai. If I'd known you were this scared, I wouldn't have chosen this movie. It's okay, Punlee, Ghlai replied, still keeping his eyes tightly shut. Punlee chuckled softly before asking, Are you sure you're okay? Should we leave the theater? I can still handle it. Ghlai insisted. But as soon as he said that, the deafening sound effects and the audience's collective screams made him flinch violently. His tiny heart felt like the creepy doll ghost had yanked it out and tossed it around for fun. Ghlai let out a strangled cry in his throat, which made Punlee laugh openly this time. Ghlai, I don't think you're okay anymore, are you? Ghlai looked up at Punlee, who was smiling at him, and swallowed hard. Punlee, I admit it. I'm really scared of ghosts. I believe you, Ghlai. But I wanted to watch a movie with you and try to adapt so I can watch any genre. That way, if you like horror movies, I can enjoy them with you. But now I've realized. Let's leave the theater, okay? You don't have to keep being scared. But it's okay not to finish the movie. I care more about your feelings than the movie, Ghlai, Punlee said, gently stroking Glai's cheek with his other hand. This movie will only get scarier. Even though I'm not scared of ghosts, I think it's pretty terrifying. How can you, someone who's really afraid of ghosts, possibly endure this? And later, you'll have to stay alone in your condo. Even if you close your eyes for the rest of the movie, You'll still remember the sounds haunting you. But I still want to try a little more. Ghlai didn't want his fear to ruin their first movie date. He decided to fight through his terror of the creepy doll ghost a bit longer. In that case, I'll help you, okay? Ghlai didn't know how Punlee would help him conquer this fear, but he believed Punlee would guide him through it. He slowly opened his eyes to glance at the big screen, occasionally covering them with his hands during tense moments. When a daytime scene brought some light to the theater, he sighed in relief, though the movie's atmosphere remained unsettling. He clutched the popcorn bucket tightly with both arms. At that moment, a strong hand moved to block his view of the scary image on the screen. Ghlai looked up at Punlee, who kept his eyes fixed on the screen. Sensing Ghlai's gaze, Punlee whispered softly, "I think something's going to pop out and scare us any second now. Once this part is over, I'll take my hand away, okay?" Amid the terrifying atmosphere, a sweet smile appeared on Ghlai's face. He nodded, even though Punlee couldn't see his response. And just as Punlee predicted, the movie's dedicated ghost made its dramatic entrance, eliciting collective gasps and screams from the audience. Even though Ghlai flinched again at the booming sound effects, causing some popcorn to spill, it was a fear he could tolerate. "The ghost's gone now. You can watch again," Punlee reassured him, because Punlee was always there to protect him. "Thank you, little puppy." "You're welcome." Punlee took his eyes off the big screen for just a moment to flash him a bright smile. At that moment, Ghlai was confident that Punlee's smile could banish all the fear in his heart. Only Conceição Pizit could make him feel this way. "Wow, Ghlai, you ate so much popcorn." The little one, walking with the nearly empty popcorn bucket hugged to his chest, let out a soft sigh at the teasing remark. "Puppy, no teasing allowed." "Sorry, this puppy won't tease Ghlai anymore." Punlee didn't mock him verbally, but the soft laughter in his throat still embarrassed him. Ghlai wanted to bury his head in the remaining popcorn or just toss it away and cover himself with an empty bucket while walking through the mall. He wasn't embarrassed by anyone else. It was Punlee who embarrassed him. As soon as they passed a trash can, he quickly discarded the entire bucket of popcorn. Ghlai refused to hold on to it and let Punlee tease him any longer. "Is Ghlai still scared?" "I'm not scared anymore now." It took Ghlai several prayers before the movie ended. He wasn't praying to exorcise the haunted doll, but rather to make it through the movie alive. "If you feel scared tonight, Ghlai, come find Lee. I'll sleep next to you." The only one who could make his heart pound so suddenly wasn't just the haunted doll. Punlee could do the same effortlessly. At that moment, his little heart raced. Thump thump, thump thump. Ghlai stayed silent to cover up his awkwardness. He raised a hand to rub his ear as he stepped onto the escalator. Punlee stood on the step below him, and they were heading down to find a delicious restaurant for dinner. After leaving the theater, Punlee had mentioned he was very hungry. So quiet. The person standing on the step below looked up at him, smiling before saying, "You're definitely thinking about going home and tidying up the room for me, aren't you?" "You're making things up, puppy. I'm just thinking about what to eat." No matter how much Ghlai liked Punlee, he wouldn't let himself go completely. But his heart was already set free. The tall figure chuckled while pulling his phone out of his back pocket. He lowered his gaze and tapped on the glass screen before saying, "Whatever Ghlai wants to eat, go ahead. Today, this puppy is handing over his wallet for a day." "What does Punlee like to eat?" Ghlai asked, reaching out to gently stroke his soft hair. "Japanese, Chinese, Thai, or Italian food. Anything works for me." "There's nothing you particularly like, Punlee?" The tall figure, whose hair he was playing with, gently shook his head while typing messages to someone. "No, I can eat anything. You're such an easy-to-please puppy. If I were hard to please, this puppy might worry about being abandoned by Ghlai." Ghlai laughed heartily, suddenly overwhelmed by how adorable the little puppy's playfulness was. Ghlai wrapped one arm around his sturdy neck and used the other to pull his head down to his chest. Thanks to their height difference on the escalator, Ghlai could do this. He pressed his cheek against his golden blonde hair lightly. He admitted he found the little puppy so adorable that he wanted to cuddle until he cried. Punlee's charming words grew sweeter every day. Ghlai's heart was doing its best to hold back. Thankfully, they had upgraded to being close friends. Otherwise, Ghlai wouldn't have been able to cuddle the puppy like this. As Ghlai hugged him out of affection, he heard his soft laughter. Punlee kept typing on his phone and then said playfully, "You're just feeling clingy toward Lee, huh?" "Yeah, clingy." Ghlai admitted before releasing the hug because they were reaching the end of the escalator. Punlee slipped his phone back into his back pocket and reached out to grab his hand as they stepped off the escalator. After a few steps, he let go of Ghlai's hand and instead draped an arm around his shoulder. Can the puppy cuddle Ghlai for once? Nope. Only I can cuddle the puppy. Punlee chuckled softly and nodded in agreement. Fine. But cuddle the puppy gently, okay? Otherwise, the puppy will whine. Ghlai wrinkled his nose at his wide grin. So adorable. Punlee reached over to pinch his nose, as he often did, and said, What should we eat? How about Japanese food, Punlee? Sure. Fuji, Ghlai said, pointing toward a Japanese restaurant ahead. Okay. Once inside the restaurant, they spent several minutes deciding what to order, frequently asking each other about their preferences. Together, they picked out dishes, and now they were chatting idly while waiting for the food. Honestly, Lee still isn't a very useful close friend because I don't know much about what Ghlai likes or dislikes yet. Like how you're scared of ghosts. If we hadn't seen the movie together today, I wouldn't have known. It's not just you, Punlee. I'm not a very useful close friend either. Let's study each other little by little, Ghlai. Ghlai nodded slightly before saying, Yes. If there are any small mistakes, let's forgive each other. Okay, Punlee? Okay. Punlee replied with a smile before continuing. When it comes to food, I now have some idea of what Ghlai likes or dislikes. But as for general things like, what does Ghlai like the most? I still don't know. Ghlai furrowed his brows as he thought about what he liked most. If he had to pick, it would probably be, I like the moon the most. Whether it was because of his words that had some hidden meaning or Punlee's broad smile as he absent-mindedly touched his watch, Ghlai felt so shy that he had to lower his gaze to the empty plate in front of him. And to cover up his embarrassment, Ghlai raised his head and met the other's gaze. What about you, Punlee? What do you like the most? Punlee smiled before burying his face on the dining table. One of his large hands moved to grab Ghlai's hand and hold it. Warm breath brushed against the back of his hand. Then the voice spoke softly in a pleading tone. Earlier, my senior texted to say there's another problem with the personal work, Ghlai. Lee has such a headache. Why did Punlee suddenly change the subject like that? Ghlai tends to change the subject when he himself. Hey, is Punlee signaling something? Punlee, look up at me first. Oh, Ghlai. It's over. Punlee is embarrassed. Where did Ghlai's words land to make him like this? As he was thinking, Ghlai started thinking about the conversation they'd had again. He hadn't expected an answer, but now he began to hope a little. If that answer didn't mean someone close like him, Punlee should have answered without this reaction. Little puppy, answer Ghlai's question first. Ghlai, please pity this puppy, it's hard to answer. Ghlai chuckled softly before continuing. Nothing's too hard. Punlee, my clever puppy, can answer. Punlee still had his face on the table. He did the same thing as when they ate together for the first time. Punlee used his thumb to gently rub the back of Ghlai's hand before speaking softly. Right now, Lee especially likes you, Ghlai. At that moment, his heart swelled to the point it almost burst. Even though he didn't understand the word, like, in Punlee's way, just knowing that Punlee especially likes Ghlai made his heart soar as far as the moon. Even if, in the end, Punlee only liked him as someone close, not developing further, Ghlai wouldn't regret it. Because he thought the feelings they had for each other right now, it was already the best. This is enough for Ghlaijai. Because Ghlai knows how hard it is to overcome embarrassment. He, as an expert in embarrassment, wants to help someone like Punlee who is still learning to feel embarrassed. Then, Punlee, do you prefer the sea or the mountains? Changing the subject so the other person could catch his breath first. Just knowing that his little flirtations every day made Punlee like him. That was enough. Ghlai didn't want any further answers. The rest would just let time help their relationship develop steadily. Ghlai didn't know how far time would take them. But right now, Ghlai only knew that the two of them were at peace and happy being together here. Punlee looked up and met his gaze, still not letting go of his hand. I like both equally. Then if you had to choose, Punlee, what would you choose? I can't choose. Both left a strong impression on me. Ghlai smiled. He had just met someone who wouldn't pick one or the other and gave an answer that made him have to let Punlee choose both. As for me, I like the sea. Then I'll take you to a place with mountains, Ghlai. You'll find that mountains have their own beauty, just like the sea. Flirting again, Ghlai was now taking a more direct approach to see if the other person would feel more than just like. Nothing is better than Ghlaijai's Punlee. Little rascal. Punlee smiled widely before reaching out to lightly pinch his nose. Punlee still made him feel the word, thank you always. Thank you for making him not afraid of the long road ahead. Because he knew Punlee was walking beside him. Thank you for making him not worried about the winding path. Because he knew Punlee was leading the way. Thank you for giving him hope to get closer to the moon. Because he knew Punlee was clearing the way. Thank you, Punlee. After finishing dinner, he and Punlee stopped by a bookstore to walk around for a while. They exchanged many things about their likes, almost knowing each other's entire stories in just a few hours. Ghlai had never talked so much with anyone before. Punlee was the first, and probably the only person Ghlai wanted to talk to this much. Although they had already talked a lot about personal preferences, they continued discussing it even as they got into the car. The heavy traffic on the road was no longer an issue because, even though they had been stuck for hours, they continued talking as if there was no end. Punlee probably likes singing more than playing music, right? Actually, I like both equally. But lately, my senior prefers me to sing at the shop instead of the regular singer. Like the day Punlee sang Number Lie, right? The person being asked smiled and nodded. Yes. That day, Punlee sang really well. Today, I can sing well too. Would you like to hear Ghlai? Ghlai smiled before saying, I want to listen, puppy. Then I'll find a song first. Punlee said, taking out his phone to press a button, before continuing, this song is good. I like it. In the next moment, as Punlee looked up to meet his gaze, the melody of the song with piano accompaniment began to play. Ghlai had heard this song before. At that time, he had thought that in his life, he would never get an opportunity like the one in this song, because the person who would make Ghlai's life like the one in this song barely ever came into his life. This man only has bare hands to reach out and grab that star for you. He will search for it, just as long as he has you by his side, until Punlee entered his life. The hope that was like a dim candlelight began to shine brighter. Can you give me your hand? I'll take you across the water and the sand, to the faraway places we might never have seen. You don't need to worry or be afraid of anything. Be sure you're with me. There might not be anything that confirms it, but I only want. No matter how high the sky is, hold my hand tight. As long as love continues without stopping, the two of us will walk on together. Even if the storm comes crashing, hitting the high cliffs, even if we encounter something unexpected, don't let go of my hand. Ghlai smiled at Punlee, who was singing the song for him with such sincerity, before reaching out to gently rub the other person's head to encourage them. Punlee then smiled widely, still singing. Ghlai didn't know if Punlee had intentionally chosen this song to convey the meaning of the lyrics, or if he just liked the melody, but no matter the reason, it made Ghlai feel fulfilled and smile with his whole heart. Even if we encounter something unexpected, don't let go of my hand. When Punlee finished singing the last part, the little one let go of his soft hair and clapped. Punlee flashed a bright smile before saying in a playful voice, Can you reward the puppy by rubbing his head once more? The person being coaxed chuckled softly before rewarding the little puppy by reaching out to gently rub the other person's head. This puppy sang so beautifully. Do you like this song, Ghlai? I like it. I like it a lot. Punlee smiled and nodded softly, seeming satisfied with his response. Next time, I'll sing it for you again. Ghlai replied, then made an okay gesture to Punlee. The other person laughed and took his hand, holding it tightly. At that moment, when Punlee held his hand, Ghlai thought of the lyrics. Even if we encounter something unexpected, don't let go of my hand. And because of the smile of Punlee and the firm hand that tightened his grip, Ghlai thought of another part of the song. As long as love continues without stopping, the two of us will walk on together. We'll walk on together forever, right, Punlee? The white sports Benz car turned into the parking lot in front of the condo. When the car came to a stop, Ghlai reached for his seatbelt to undo it and prepare to get out of the car. Punlee handed him the yellow cloth bag that had been on the armrest. Ghlai took it with a smile before saying, Thank you, puppy. When you get to your room, let me know through line, okay? So I won't worry. Okay. Ghlaijai. Good night. Although he had heard the words, good night, from Punlee many times, he had never built up immunity to this phrase. Ghlai still felt shy every time he heard it. Good night to you too. Yes. The little one got out of the car, and as usual, Punlee turned on the car lights and rolled down the window to wave goodbye to him. Ghlai smiled sweetly at Punlee for the last time before the car window closed. He watched as Punlee's car drove away from the condo, and it was still the same. Even though Punlee had gone, he always left him with a smile. Chapter 17. Ghlaijai's message. Today, is there a problem with your personal work again, puppy? Punlee's message. Yes. Ghlaijai's message. Am I overstepping if I ask to make sure? The personal work Punlee often talks about. Is it a business you run with your friends and seniors? Punlee's message. Silence. Ghlaijai's message. I remember you mentioned having friends and seniors as partners. But if you're uncomfortable sharing, it's okay, Punlee. Maybe you'd prefer to keep it private. Punlee's message. You're not overstepping. I can tell you, Ghlai. But the reason I haven't told you this yet is that I plan to take you to the shop and then tell you it's mine. But since you're asking, I'll tell you now. Punlee's message. Punlee's message. Ghlai, are you familiar with the clothing brand Once in a Blue Moon? Ghlaijai's message. Don't tell me that. Punlee's message. Yes, it's a clothing brand I co-founded with other partners. Ghlaijai's message. Punlee, this brand is quite famous. Last year, I saw this shop open in Siam Square. My high school friends went shopping there and posted about it all over Instagram. Punlee's message. Ghlaijai's message. Even though I rarely use Instagram, I occasionally check it, and this shop is always popular. Punlee's message. Ghlaijai's message. Most of the men's clothes are dark streetwear, and the women's clothes are cute, pastel-colored styles. Punlee's message. I love the sound of your voice when you're excited, Ghlai. Ghlaijai's message. I really am excited, Punlee. Who would have thought I'd be close to the owner of such a popular clothing brand? I wanted to shop there too, but never had anyone to go with or the chance to visit. Punlee's message. But you're Ghlai, aren't you? Why wouldn't you be close to the owner of Once in a Blue Moon? Ghlaijai's message. That's true. I forgot I'm Ghlai, after all. The conversation from yesterday floated back into his mind after he found out that his close friend, Punlee, was one of the partners behind a well-known clothing brand. Punlee had shared the story of starting the business, the challenges they faced, and how they built their brand's reputation. Punlee's brand initially gained recognition on Instagram, with help from friends promoting it. Over time, it became increasingly popular. He explained that the most critical aspect was ensuring the brand's uniqueness and originality. It wasn't surprising that many, including his high school friends, loved this brand, as Punlee and his partners understood how to target their audience effectively and planned their marketing strategies well. Now, they even had their own store in Siam Square. Ghlai felt so proud of his little puppy. I can't believe my close friend is a future boyfriend of the owner of Once in a Blue Moon, a shop I've been ordering online from for nearly a year. The small figure carrying a large brown paper bag containing a custom-made leather shoe box turned to look at the owner of the cheerful voice. Ghlai shook his head slightly, smiling at his close friend's words. The truth is, Ghlai hadn't planned to visit Once in a Blue Moon, which had just released a new clothing collection a few days ago. It was just that today, his usual leather shoe store called to inform him that his custom-made shoes were ready for pickup. Along with wanting to buy a pair of shorts for a beach trip tomorrow, he decided to drive to Siam after class. During class, Punlee sent him a drawing via line of a white rabbit wearing black sunglasses, lounging confidently on a crescent moon, along with a message saying, Punlee's message. 5P asked me to design a t-shirt for the new collection. I've been struggling with ideas, but one word keeps popping into my head. Punlee's message. Punlee's message. That word is naughty. Punlee's message. Punlee's message. So I drew this mischievous-looking rabbit. When Ghlai replied that this rabbit might be even more mischievous than him, Pi, who was sitting beside him, leaned over to peek at the sketch on his chat. Out of curiosity, Pi asked about the rabbit, leading Ghlai to share Punlee's shop story. That was how Pi ended up tagging along to Siam Square, wanting to buy from the new collection. Come on, Ghlai, let's go into the shop. Okay. Ghlai responded while watching Pi use his hand to push open the large glass door decorated with colorful stickers matching the shop's style. His long, narrow eyes shifted upward to look at the blue English letters of the shop's name displayed on the white building, just as Punlee's voice echoed in his mind once more. Punlee's message. Ghlai, wait to shop with me, okay? Don't go alone. Ghlaijai's message. Why? Punlee's message. Because Phi P loves teasing me. He'll definitely tell you something embarrassing about me. And if F is there, I might get roasted. Ghlaijai's message. Alright, I'll wait to go with you, Punlee. Ghlai sighed softly, knowing he was breaking his promise to Punlee. But he hadn't planned this. Everything happened so suddenly. Besides, Punlee had an evening exam today, so he didn't want to disturb his focus by calling him. He decided to come with Pi instead. He'd call Punlee to confess later that evening. Hopefully, he wouldn't be upset. As the small figure walked into the shop, Ghlai's gaze swept around. The first floor showcased mostly t-shirts for both men and women. The real person doesn't seem as mischievous as Punlee calls him. Ghlai startled slightly before turning to see the owner of the deep voice. The tall, broad-shouldered man smiling at him was probably Phi P. The significant partner Punlee wasn't eager for him to meet. I'm Phi P. Hello, Phi P. Though Phi P's words earlier made him quite curious, Ghlai politely greeted him first, then asked for clarification. The man nodded slightly, looking him over from head to toe. The real you is much cuter than in the picture. In the picture? Yes, I saw your picture from what Punlee sent me yesterday. Yesterday, Lee sent the design of the new collection that was just finished to me via line. It was a sketch of a rebellious rabbit. I thought it was cute, so I asked where Lee got the inspiration from. Phi P said while pulling his phone out of his pocket, glancing at it briefly, and then handing it to Ghlai to show him something. Lee sent a picture of you to me. The smaller figure stepped closer to Phi P, pressing his lips together slightly, when he saw the picture of himself sitting in a Japanese restaurant displayed in the chat between Phi P and Punlee. Ghlai just realized that Punlee had secretly taken a photo of him, and as his gaze shifted downward to read the accompanying message, got it from this guy, my little rascal. It made Ghlai so embarrassed that he couldn't face Phi P. Now, all his questions were answered by the picture and message Punlee sent to Phi P. Ghlai wasn't surprised anymore why Phi P approached him with such confidence, as if targeting a goal without fear of missing. It was because Punlee had already shown Phi P the photo, but Ghlai didn't know how much Punlee had told his senior about him. Maybe Punlee even mentioned his name, Ghlai, just like introducing him to his high school friends. But from the line message earlier, Ghlai could only guess that Phi P now knew he was the little rascal. Ghlai looked up to meet Phi P's gaze as the other person put his phone back into his pocket. Ghlai gave him a dry smile, thinking of a way to steer the conversation to reduce his embarrassment. So, when will this collection be available for sale, Phi P? You mean the mischievous rabbit collection? Yes. It probably won't be sold anymore. The smaller one furrowed his brows slightly before asking, why not? Because Lee said he's too protective of it. He doesn't want anyone else to own the mischievous rabbit. If he sees it on someone else, he might lose his temper. Lee said he'll hurry and design a new one instead. Sometimes Ghlai thought he asked the wrong questions because they didn't help reduce his embarrassment. Instead, they made him even more flustered, so much so that he had to rub his warm ears as he often did. Why is this puppy so possessive? But if we were to measure possessiveness, Ghlai believed the puppy couldn't outdo him. Phi P, if I buy shirts from this store, does the money go into Punlee's pocket too? Ghlai widened his eyes as he saw the person who asked the question carrying a large pile of t-shirts and stopping next to him. Pi had gone into the t-shirt section for just a moment before returning with a large number of shirts. Yes, because Lee is also a partner of this shop. The money will definitely go into his pocket. Perfect. I'll take all of these. Please take them to the counter for me, Phi P. Pi said as she handed over the t-shirts, which were still on their hangers, to Phi P. The store owner, looking slightly confused, carried the pile to the counter. Ghlai looked at his best friend, who was beaming, and asked, Pi, why did you buy so many shirts? Can you even wear them all? Of course. I'll wear one every day. Ghlai shook his head with a smile, thinking that Pi bought so many shirts not only because he liked the new collection, but also because he wanted to support his close friend's store. Thank you on Punlee's behalf, Pi. It's nothing. I'm happy to support, Pi said with a mischievous grin before leaning close to Ghlai's ear and whispering softly, because if Punlee makes a lot of money, he can treat his future boyfriend well. Pi, you. The scolded one wasn't fazed at all. Pi laughed loudly and pulled out a gray banknote, lightly tapping it on the hanging shirts while saying, May your business prosper and expand to many more branches, Punlee. What his best friend did reminded Ghlai of his grandmother opening her dessert shop in the morning. Whenever a customer made the first purchase, she would quickly tap the money on the dessert tray to attract more customers and hope for good profits that day. Even though Ghlai knew it was just a belief, these beliefs gave people hope and motivation to keep moving forward. Ghlai, I'm going to check out the clothes on the second floor. Okay, I'll wait here on this floor. All right. Ghlai watched his best friend walk away toward the stairs. He placed the paper bag on the sofa in the middle of the shop before starting to browse for his own clothes. As he picked up a yellow t-shirt with a crescent moon design, the phone in his pocket vibrated with a notification. Ghlai reached into his pocket and saw the name on the screen before answering. Dad. Yes, Dad. Ghlai, you'll definitely come home for dinner tonight, right? The one being asked smiled softly upon hearing his father's concerned voice. His dad must have been worried he'd cancel, calling to confirm yet again despite Ghlai already reassuring him multiple times. Of course, Dad. I wouldn't miss dinner with you. You haven't been home for weeks. Everyone misses you so much, Ghlai. Ghlai smiled as he balanced the phone with his shoulder to free his hands to pick up another shirt. I miss everyone too. But lately, school has been tough, and there's been so much work that I haven't had time to go home. I understand, Ghlai. But we talk on the phone all the time, right? That should ease the longing a bit. But it's not the same as talking face to face, son. Jeeb misses you and wants to hug Ghlai so much. The small one, who was being doted on heavily, smiled while deciding between a yellow and a light purple t-shirt. Although he hadn't been home much lately, Ghlai called his dad and Phi Jeeb nearly every night before bed. Sometimes, if he was on the phone with Punlee, he would hurry to end the call because Punlee was always eager to let him talk to his family first. He often said, "Can Ghlai, talk to your family first. I'll play games while I wait. No need to rush. I'll finish shopping quickly and head home to let everyone hug me. I'll wrap up my work quickly too. There's not much left to do. All right, Dad. See you later, son." Yes, Dad. Ghlai hung up the phone with his father, then put the light purple shirt back in its original spot. He had already chosen a color he liked, and as for the various patterns on the shirts, Ghlai wouldn't need much time to decide. There was only one design he particularly liked, the deep yellow crescent moon. Creed. The sound of a vibrating phone interrupted his steps as he headed to the counter where Phi P was folding shirts into brown paper bags. Ghlai reached into his pocket for his phone, thinking it might be his dad again, but the name displayed on the screen made him press his lips together nervously. My moon. What is it, puppy? Puppy just finished my exams. You're done with classes, right? What are you up to now? The small figure stepped to the counter and handed the yellow shirt to Phi P. Puppy, why do you sound so sad? Did someone bother you again? No. Ghlai nodded quickly when Phi P mouthed silently. Lee called, before continuing his conversation. Puppy, I have something to confess. I secretly came to your shop first. You scared me, Ghlai. I thought you were about to confess something serious. My mind went far beyond this. Ghlai laughed and began explaining. I didn't intend to come here first. I was planning to come with Punlee, but the shoe shop where I ordered custom shoes called me to pick them up, and Pai wanted to buy shirts from the new collection, so I brought her along. But do you know the main reason I didn't call you, puppy? Lee knows. You were worried I wouldn't be able to concentrate on my exams. Exactly. Now you understand me, right? Puppy always understands you. Ghlai smiled and added, I ran into Phi P too. Can you hand the phone to Phi P? I want to talk to him. 1 second. Ghlai handed his phone to Phi P. Phi P, Punlee wants to talk to you. The older man took the phone with a grin and cheerfully greeted. What's up, my dear brother? I haven't told him anything about you. I swear. And why are you joking about infertility? No, the family still needs heirs. I didn't say anything bad. I only told him how you said the mischievous bunny design was inspired by him. That's it. I swear nothing bad. Didn't even mention how you act like a guard dog during our monthly meetings or scold me regardless of my age when I get drunk and skip work. Or that time you kicked our old partner into the hospital for stealing from us. Not a word. Phi P said, laughing. Oh wait, did I slip up just now? Damn, my bad, little brother. Ghlai chuckled, thinking that everyone around Punlee seemed ready to tease him at any opportunity. Phi P laughed heartily before handing the phone back to him. Ghlai took it and placed it back to his ear. Puppy. Yes, puppy is listening. The soft, worried tone in Punlee's voice made Ghlai hold back a smile before saying, Puppy, don't worry. I won't see you as a bad person. I can figure out for myself what kind of person you are. I told you, if you went ahead without me, I'd be under attack. Everyone around me is a villain. And Puppy isn't far off, huh? Probably attacked others plenty, right? Are you heading back soon? Ghlai shook his head with a light laugh as the cunning little puppy quickly changed the subject to hide his mischievous side. Punlee was probably afraid he'd discovered just how sly he could be. Just need to grab some shorts for the beach tomorrow, then I'll head home. Oh, you're having dinner with your family tonight, right? Yes. Punlee knew because last night, when his dad called during their conversation, he had willingly hung up to let him talk to his father. After agreeing to dinner and hanging up with his dad, Ghlai had shared the news with Punlee and started opening up about his family. When Punlee found out his father and Lin had recently gotten engaged, he asked him with concern. His question made him pause for a moment. Are you okay now, Ghlai? He understood the meaning behind his words and felt the warmth of his concern despite the distance. He smiled and confidently replied, I've been okay for a long time. And I'm even better now because I have someone like Punlee by my side. Don't buy shorts that are too short, okay? The sun is strong. Better to wear long pants. Okay. Then, did you and your friend buy the shirts? I only liked one, but Pai bought many. If you and your friend want anything, just take it. No need to pay. I'll handle it. No, Punlee. Pai and I came here specifically to support your shop. It's fine. You don't have to feel bad. Because the shop has a quota allowing partners to take the new collection for their loved ones every month. Since the shop opened, I've never used this quota. Only the other partners have. Today, I want to use this quota for someone close to me. Ghlai didn't know whether the quota for partners' loved ones to receive new clothes every month really existed, or if Punlee was just saying that to ease his reluctance. Either way, Ghlai's face was now burning with embarrassment. Honestly, it's fine to stay as just someone close for life if the privileges for close ones are equivalent to those of a partner. But no matter what label it is, it would be meaningless without the same moon by his side. Honestly, no privilege mattered as much as having Punlee in his life. I think Pai and I might completely use up the quota Punlee has saved this time. Go ahead. I've been waiting for someone to use this quota. We're here now. Ghlai stifled a smile as he heard the soft chuckle from the other end of the call. Little rascal. And as usual, it wasn't just the one being teased who was embarrassed, but the one who was teasing him was also embarrassed. Little puppy, your exams are over. Where are you now? Why so quiet? I'm in the car, about to drive home. Oh, drive safely, okay? Let me know once you're home. Got it. Okay. Don't forget what I told you. The small man furrowed his brows slightly, trying to recall their earlier conversation. Then he said, about using up the quota, right, Punlee? No, not that. The voice on the other end turned a bit sterner. Don't buy very short shorts. The sun at the beach is really harsh. And the tone grew even more serious. Oh, that's what you meant. Yes, that's what I don't want you to forget. Okay, I'll pick shorts with a reasonable length. All right. Drive safely, little puppy. You too, Ghlai. Ghlai hung up from Punlee and put his phone back in his pocket. When he looked up at the tall man in front of him, he quickly glanced around the store to cover his embarrassment because Phi P's smile and gaze were no different from when his two close friends teased him. The streetwear upstairs is nice. I'll take 5 more pieces. All right. Ghlai looked at Pai, who was carrying clothes down from the second floor. Pai walked to the counter and placed the pile of clothes in front of Phi P. Ghlai glanced at his close friend before turning to the tall man. Oh, Phi P, Punlee said I could use the quota for. Oh, the partner quota, right? Sure, I'll handle it. I'm so happy for my dear partner who finally doesn't have to let this quota go unused. What quota is that, Ghlai? The person being questioned turned to his friend, whose face was full of curiosity, and said, It's a quota for. Sigh. Explaining this is really hard. He was so embarrassed he couldn't even speak. Phi P must have seen how hesitant he was, so he stepped in to explain. It's a quota for the partners of the shop's stakeholders. It lets them get whatever they want, as much as they want, without paying. Oh, Pai let out a long, oh, and began teasing him with his eyes. Pai, you don't have to pay. Punlee said you can use the quota too. How could I? I'm not a partner's partner. You use it yourself, Ghlai? I'll pay for mine. But my quota is still available. Interested in using mine? At that moment, Ghlai turned to glare at Phi P, who spoke while folding the yellow t-shirt into a brown paper bag. Ghlai then turned back to his friend, who furrowed his brow and pulled out his credit card, handing it to Phi. My card still has a high limit. There's no need to use this quota. Phi smirked and handed the paper bag containing the neatly folded clothes to Ghlai and Pi. Ghlai used Punlee's quota. As for Pi, you'll use mine. Pi already said no. I'm not anything to you. But you are now. I've decided for you. Ghlai received the brown paper bag from Phi while holding back laughter as he noticed Pi's eyes widen and mouth open, ready to retort, but it seemed like her brain stalled, leaving her speechless. Ghlai wasn't surprised at Pi's reaction, being utterly shocked when flirted with so openly. She wasn't interested in love in the slightest and likely had little experience with it. Now, she was stunned and unable to handle Phi's advances. Ghlai thought. Phi and Pi were really a perfect match. Ghlai is here. The small guy smiled, opening his arms to welcome Phi, who rushed to embrace him. Ghlai hugged her tightly, trying to convey the overflowing feelings of longing he had been accumulating for so long. She released the hug only to press her nose to his cheek in a loud kiss. Ghlai laughed heartily. Phi rarely acted this way unless she truly missed him a lot. Kuntan hasn't returned yet. I just called Dad a moment ago. He's on his way back from work now. Oh. Ghlai looked at Phi before saying, I really missed you, Phi. Don't even say that. You miss me, but you barely come back to let me hug you. Ghlai smiled softly. Ow. I've been so busy with schoolwork, and university assignments are piling up. I've been dying to come home. You're not secretly attached to someone, are you? No, absolutely not. You sound suspicious, though. Ghlai's heart could handle anything, except lying. He was terrible at it. He always got caught. But this time, this relationship was significant to him. And since their bond hadn't reached its full destination yet, the absence of a clear label restrained Ghlai from revealing it. Ghlai wanted his family to know when he had reached his goal. If he truly made it to his moon, everyone would surely celebrate with him. And if he stopped midway, they would still support him wholeheartedly. He believed it would be that way. The person who decided to keep this relationship a secret took steps toward the marble counter, picking up a cookie from a small plate and taking a bite. Butter cookies, my favorite. Yes, butter cookies are your favorite. So, who's your favorite person, Ghlai? Phi stopped in front of him, her gaze inquisitive, as if catching a lying child. Ghlai quickly stuffed the cookie into his mouth and chewed hurriedly while shaking his head in denial. Not yet. Not yet. As in you don't have one. Not ready to say yet. The listener chuckled softly, shaking her head before reaching to refill the plate with cookies. She handed the plate with several cookies to him. I'll wait then. Wait for the day you bring your favorite person to eat my butter cookies. I'll bring him as soon as I can, Phi. Ghlai responded with a sweet smile. Is he really cute? Ghlai smiled before replying. Sometimes cute, sometimes cool, but it's not just sometimes that he makes me smile, because he makes me smile every time we meet. Now, that makes me want to feed him cookies even more. The owner of the sweet face smiled faintly before adding, But what? But he doesn't eat much. Ghlai almost slipped, almost called Punlee by name. You're getting better at keeping secrets now, huh? Not even letting the name slip. I'll tell you someday, Phi. His name is beautiful, both the real one and the nickname. You'll definitely like it. You seem so smitten with him. How could I not like him? I'll like him a lot. Ghlai held back a smile, glancing at the glass jar filled with butter cookies. Phi must have prepared them for him to take back to his condo. The cookies you took back last time must be finished, so I prepared more for you. Thank you so much, Phi. Ghlai said, before walking over to check out the food arranged neatly on the table. Your cooking is as delicious as ever, Phi. You always have a sweet tongue. The complimented person smiled softly before glancing toward the kitchen entrance. He noticed 3 new housemaids standing awkwardly. Ghlai figured they were unsure how to act around him since he wasn't as familiar with them as he was with Phi. You can all come in. Thank you, Ghlai. Is the dining table set? Yes, head housemaid. Then help carry the food to the table. Kuntan should be arriving soon. But Kunlin returned home first. Oh, really? I thought she'd be out late today. Phi peered outside before gesturing lightly, signaling the maids to carry the dishes out. Hurry and get everything ready. Yes. Ghlai turned his gaze away from the three maids carrying the food and asked Fajib, who was putting the cookie jar into a white fabric bag. Didn't Kunlin go to work with Dad today? No. She said she had to take her parents from the countryside to run errands around Sukhumvit. Fajib replied, glancing at him. But it seemed urgent because she left in such a hurry. At first, it looked like she was going to work with Kuntan. Huh. Ghlai nodded lightly before continuing. And while I was away, everything went well, right? You mean, did Kunlin take good care of Kuntan, right? Ghlai smiled at the person who understood him best in the world, nodding once more. Yes. As for Fajib, Kunlin has done a pretty good job as a wife. She wakes up before her husband to prepare clothes and helps Fajib prepare meals for Kuntan. Looking at it, she seems to try her best to do everything she can for her husband. That's enough to put my mind at ease. At least, while I'm happy, my father isn't troubled. Fajib gave him a warm smile, then gently placed her hand on his cheek. Ghlai, even if Kuntan or anyone else is troubled, you still need to remain happy, because everyone can handle and rid themselves of the sorrow in their hearts. But for now, while you're happy, please hold on to it tightly, my dear. Think of yourself more, love yourself more. Ghlai raised his hand to gently touch Fajib's hand, which was caressing his cheek, before saying, Yes, I'll love myself more. Fajib loves you very much, Ghlai. Ghlai never thought that coming back home would turn his longing into a feeling of contentment that couldn't be replaced by anything else. He leaned down to hug the person in front of him, then whispered softly, I love you, Fajib. Sorry. Ghlai pulled back from the hug and turned his attention to the small voice. Kunlin was standing at the door with a slightly worried expression. He greeted her with a bow and said, Hello, Kunlin. Hello, Ghlai. Lin is sorry for disturbing you, and Fajib. It's fine, Ghlai replied. Actually, Lin wanted to ask if it would be all right to invite my parents to have dinner with us. They're here on business for only 2 days, and they're leaving tonight. So, I'd like them to meet Kunfan and Ghlai too. Ghlai nodded and smiled back at her. Sure, no problem at all. Please have your parents sit at the dining table. Dad will be arriving soon. I'll quickly follow out after. Kunlin smiled widely, then said, Thank you, Ghlai. Ghlai didn't reply but only smiled genuinely at her, hoping that his sincerity would ease her worries. Although the boundary between them was clear and visible, it didn't mean they couldn't try to make it thinner. Fajib will have the maid add more dishes for you, Kunlin. Yes, thank you, Fajib. Do you want more stewed eggs, son? That's enough, Dad. The little one shook his head to refuse, then used the spoon to scoop the stewed egg onto his own plate instead. Since sitting down to have dinner together, his father couldn't stop smiling and even kissed his head several times. Kunlin's parents teased that he must still be seen as a little child in his father's eyes. Will you stay overnight at home tonight, Ghlai? Ghlai won't be staying overnight at home. Tomorrow, he has to go to the beach with Dom early in the morning. Oh, I'll be back to stay next week, Dad. Okay, son. I'll prepare some fresh milk and cookies for you. Thank you, Dad. Kunfan is such a sweet father, Kunlin's mother said. Would you be interested in having another child for Ghlai? Lin already told Mom that we both agreed not to have any more children. Oh, Mom was just joking. I saw Kunfan looking a bit lonely. Actually, I'm not lonely, just wanting to spoil my child a bit, Kunfan replied. His father's answer lightened the atmosphere in the dining room. Ghlai wasn't annoyed or upset because he had prepared himself long ago that this kind of question might come up one day. Even if this question didn't come from Kunlin's mother, it would eventually come from someone else. If he hadn't prepared himself from the beginning, Ghlai would probably feel bad every time someone asked about it. He never pressured or forced his father and Kunlin to have children together, but at their engagement party, when Kunlin told him they had decided to not have any children and that having just the two of them was enough for a complete family, Ghlai both felt thankful and sorry. Thankful for them valuing his feelings so much, and sorry for how his feelings became a limitation for both of them. By the way, Dad has gotten the wedding date from the monk. When is the date, Dad? January of next year. Ghlai looked up from the plate in front of him to look at his father. He quietly sighed before putting down his spoon. He immediately knew that his father wasn't very pleased with the response from Kunlin's father. His father had one ironclad rule after his mother passed away. The family would not hold any celebrations in January, because it was the month his mother passed away. In January, our family makes merit on the anniversary of my mother's death. Father wanted January to only be about the anniversary of her passing. Ghlai was sure that his father would never allow a wedding in January. He hoped that Punlee would understand everyone's feelings in the house. When the engagement ceremony was scheduled to fall on his birthday, Ghlai didn't think too much of it, as he could manage his own feelings. He thought it was just a birthday, but this time it involved the feelings of many others. If Father and Punlee didn't understand this, Ghlai felt he would have to say something after dinner. Lin already told Father not to choose January. Can Father ask the monks for another date? But this month is a good month. Lin believes there will be many good months ahead. Ghlai looked at the person sitting next to him. Punlee replied to her father with a serious tone and expression. When Ghlai wasn't at home, Ghlaijai told him that the chair on his right would be left empty, and Punlee would sit on the left instead, as both chairs were next to his father's head-of-table seat. But today, Punlee chose to sit next to him, and farther from Kunfan. Since sitting down for dinner together, she had been trying to talk to him the entire time. Sometimes, she even served him food, though she seemed hesitant to do so. Still, Ghlai could see her effort. It wasn't just Ghlai trying to adjust, but Punlee was trying hard as well. We're a family now. It's not just about the timing or anything, but it's also about the feelings of everyone in the family. And Lin thinks that aside from Lin's feelings and Kunfan's, Ghlai's feelings matter too, and Ghlaijai's feelings as well. We all need to move forward together. I want Father and Mother to understand me on this. Well then, I'll find a new auspicious date for the wedding. The elderly man responded with an expression and tone that was somewhat displeased but had to relent because Punlee wasn't going to back down. When her father agreed, Punlee smiled lightly and turned to look at Ghlai. Ghlai nodded at her in gratitude. Thank you for respecting my mother. And thank you for still considering everyone's feelings as important. His slender hand stroked the piano that hadn't been played for a long time. Ghlai sat down on the soft chair and lifted the wooden cover that protected the white keys. His 10 fingers began to play the melody he often played every January, before soft singing came from his lips. Walking hand in hand, through happiness and sorrow, laughing and crying together for how long. I never forget it from my heart, the day we smiled, the day we argued. Those days and nights will remain beautiful, never changing. Still just like yesterday, deep in the memories, but now it's just different. Ghlai smiled lightly before singing the next verse, a part of the song that had once made him cry heavily. But now, it was different. He no longer cried. I no longer have you by my side, like the days we crossed the bridge. Everything, all things, we did together. It was the best time of my life, even if it was just a short time, because of you. Because now, in Ghlai's heart, only happy thoughts of longing remained. Ghlai missed his mother dearly, and he would miss her forever. The small person smiled and stood up from the chair before turning to look at the door of the living room, feeling like he had been watched since he started playing the piano. Punlee. Lin is sorry for eavesdropping while you were playing the piano. Kunfan asked for you, but since I saw you playing, I didn't want to interrupt. It's okay. The song you played was very beautiful. Thank you. Normally, I play this song in January, for my mother. Just now, I went up to pay respects to my mother. The fresh flower garland on my mother's urn. Was it from you, Punlee? Ghlai knew it was from Punlee because Ghlaijai had told him that she replaced the garland every day. Now, Ghlai wanted to hear how she would respond. Yes, I go to pay respects to your mother every day. I pray that she protects and blesses our family with happiness. Punlee's answer made Ghlai feel something. He began to understand why his father chose to spend the rest of his life with this woman. Ghlai couldn't immediately tell what Punlee was really like, but from what he experienced today, she didn't seem bad. And she wasn't a bad person. Thank you, Punlee, for everything. Lin also thanks you, Ghlai, for never shutting me out. You've always tried to show me that you're open to accepting me into your family. It makes me want to take care of our family the best I can. The guilt I've carried towards you, Ghlai, still lingers in my heart until now. I think I should have opposed my parents about having the engagement on your birthday, but I didn't. From now on, I won't allow myself to do anything wrong to anyone in the family again. I know we may not have had the best start, and every time I try to approach you, it seems like I'm always out of sync. But I'm trying, Ghlai. I see, Punlee. Ghlai replied with a smile directed at her. Although we still have a lot to adjust to and need to study each other's personalities more, I want us to start walking together. I want to start anew with the Borathat family. What Kunlin was asking for was not permission to become a new member of the family, because she had already been a full member of the Borathat household since her engagement to the father. But what Kunlin was doing was giving respect. Ghlai couldn't see any reason to refuse someone who respected his father, respected his mother, and respected him, as well as respected everyone in the house. All right, Kunlin. Kunlin smiled widely, something that wasn't often seen, before saying, Lin has prepared another jar of cookies. This jar, I had Phi Jeeb teach me how to make. Can Ghlai try some? Thank you. Kunlin spoke with a tone of excitement mixed with joy. Sometimes, being accepted wasn't the most important thing, but it was undeniable that in the moment someone is accepted, it must feel really good. Drive safely, my son. Yes, father. When you arrive at the condo, call and tell Kun Ghlai. Yes. Ghlai leaned forward slightly to let his father, who was standing outside the car, kiss his head properly. When his father pulled away from his head, Ghlai waved at both of them. He pressed the button to raise the car window and drove away from the house. The car had only been driving for a short time when it began to slow down because of the red traffic light ahead. Ghlai reached into his pocket to take out his phone as the car stopped completely on the road. He then reached to turn on the car's interior light and open the Line app to call someone. Video calling. And in less than a minute, the person Ghlai had been thinking of appeared on the phone screen. Did you get home yet? Not yet. There's heavy traffic. Ghlai spoke while turning the phone screen towards the front car window so Punlee could see the cars stuck in traffic. When will you reach the condo? Probably around 9 or 10 p.m. Ghlai, have you packed your bags yet? Not yet, but I'll pack in a bit. Once you're done packing, hurry up and go to sleep, okay? So what is Punlee doing right now? The person being asked, dressed in a large white t-shirt and gray branded sweatpants, smiled brightly. It was probably because he hadn't styled his hair, but left his naturally blonde hair down, which made Ghlai feel like this person really suited the nickname Puppy. And from what he saw, Punlee was sitting in his usual private living room, the place he would go to play games or watch soccer while waiting for Ghlai to finish talking with his father. When Ghlai called Punlee after talking with his father, he would always see him in this room. Punlee is playing a game waiting for the little rascal to call. Has the puppy been waiting long? Well, for a while now. Sorry for making you wait so long. You don't need to apologize, Ghlai. Punlee knows you're spending time with your family happily. No matter how long, Punlee can wait. In this world, there can be no one cuter than the puppy. Ghlai nearly melted when Punlee scrunched his nose at him. It was really too much. The person who was called the cutest puppy in the world smiled and moved the phone away from him slightly, then set it down so Ghlai only saw him from the side. The tall figure leaned back on the large sofa and grabbed the game controller. Punlee looked straight ahead, and since the camera angle was limited, Ghlai couldn't see what he was looking at, but he could guess he was probably looking at the TV screen. Then, the person who was starting the game spoke softly. Ghlai heard every word clearly. Only you. I will only allow you. Puppy. Yes. Can the puppy stay with me until I reach the condo? Coax the puppy first. How should I coax you? Do it in a way that you think the puppy can't refuse. Ghlai furrowed his brow in thought, then decided to speak. Conceição, can you stay with me until I get to the condo? When Punlee heard his words, he immediately turned to look at the phone screen. Ghlai gave him a dry smile before explaining, as he thought Punlee might be wondering how he knew his real name. When I was arranging the digital media faculty photo exhibition, Fandom asked me to help organize the students participating, and he asked what rank Punlee was in the order. That's how I knew Punlee's name is Seisin. Seisin meaning moon. Thump 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 thump. Yes, Seisin, which means Konprakan of Ghlaijai. And yes again, Punlee, the same moon, always made Ghlai's heart beat faster. Oh yes, Seisin means moon. Did you know the meaning of Punlee's real name, Ghlai? I know. I've studied it before. Ghlai thought. Please, let this answer be enough. Punlee put the game controller down. He no longer cared about anything except the phone screen. Punlee looked at him and let out a soft laugh. No one has ever called me Seisin before. You are the first one, Ghlai. Then, does Punlee like being called by your real name? If you don't like it, Punlee, puppy, Sason, or whatever you want to call me from now on. I'll accept it all. But honestly, right now I kind of like my name Sason a little, because when you call me, it sounds so much better. Ghlai laughed before scrunching his nose at the other person. It was so playful. Hold on, okay? Tomorrow, I'll let you snuggle as much as you want. Ghlai looked at the tall person sitting there with a wide smile, before he put his phone into the holder on the side of the car console, because the traffic light had just turned green. Punlee, let me drive first. Okay, I'll play a game while waiting. Yes. It was understood that they would stay on the phone until he arrived at the condo without hanging up. Ghlai reached over to turn off the lights in the car before pressing the accelerator to move the car. He drove cautiously, never taking his eyes off the road. So, he didn't know what Punlee was doing at the moment. Then, the sound of a guitar that started playing caught his attention, and he glanced at the screen for a brief moment before returning his focus to the road. Punlee had picked up a guitar from somewhere. Can Ghlai? Yes, Ghlai responded while still looking ahead. Because you didn't play music in the car, let me sing a song for you instead. Go ahead. I also want to hear Punlee sing. The sound of the guitar started forming the melody of a song he had heard before. A soft smile appeared on Ghlai's face as he turned the steering wheel to take a shortcut. He smiled wider when Punlee sang the first verse, because he thought Punlee's voice fit the song perfectly. Watching the clock, past midnight, I want to fight it. I must endure. I see your image in my head. It's not safe anymore, because you make my heart race. Just seeing you walk by makes me nearly lose my mind. Right there. Please, don't do this. I'm not feeling well. Every time you smile and stare into my eyes, don't make my heart freeze. Stop being cute, can you? If this continues, I don't think I can bear it. And it seemed that today, Punlee's voice was even more beautiful than usual. Do you know, right now, this feeling won't go away? Every time you're close, I can't stop my heart. It's not safe anymore, because you make my heart race. Every time you smile at me, I find myself thinking about it, dreaming about it. If this continues, I'm sure I won't be able to stand it. When Punlee finished singing, Ghlai had just driven up to the condo. Because he had decided to take a shortcut, he arrived earlier than expected. Ghlai turned into the parking area under the condo and parked the car. He took his phone out of the holder and raised it to eye level because the parking area was quite bright, and the outside light shone into the car. Even though he hadn't turned on the car lights, Punlee could still see him. The puppy, who had been patiently waiting for him, flashed a bright smile and said, I stayed with you, and even sang for you. You should reward the puppy. What do you want, puppy? Pet my head. The puppy demanded his reward from afar by leaning his head closer to the camera. Now, Ghlai could only see his golden blonde hair. He wasn't sure if it was because of Punlee's cuteness or the overwhelming feeling in his heart that made him decide to place a soft kiss on the phone screen before quickly pulling away because he was worried Punlee would lift his head and see his face so close to the screen instead of his palm. That was what he would call kissing the puppy's head. All done. I've pet the puppy's head as a reward. Okay. Sorry, Punlee, for not being able to hold back. I'll go up to the room now. Punlee, go to sleep soon. Yes. And this eye contact made Ghlai able to predict the next sentence from Punlee. Ghlaijai. Sweet dreams. Sason. Sweet dreams to you too. Yes. They made eye contact before parting, as usual. But tonight, both of them smiled wider than before. Chapter 18. The small person wearing a yellow t-shirt with a crescent moon pattern, which he got for free because he used the quota of the owner of the shop once in a blue moon, was standing in front of the condo, waiting for his brother to pick him up. Last night, Fandom called to inform that everyone was gathering at his T-Rex house before heading out. Initially, he decided to drive himself, but Fandom said he would stop by to pick him up so they wouldn't have to drive in multiple cars. Ghlai looked down at his cream shorts, which were about an inch above the knee, and smiled. Normally, Ghlai preferred wearing shorts at home and rarely wore them outside. Most of the time, he had to wear suits almost every day. Being able to wear comfortable clothes was what Ghlai longed for the most during holidays. Since purchasing these shorts, Ghlai liked them the most because the soft fabric made him feel relaxed. Brin. The sound of a vehicle accelerating caught Glai's attention, prompting him to look up. He saw a black van with heavily tinted windows turning swiftly into the condo. When the van stopped abruptly in front of him, the screeching sound of tires against the pavement echoed loudly. Eek! At that moment, a memory of his mother's words from childhood resurfaced. Ghlai, hold on to Mom's hand tightly. There are a lot of people around here, and someone might kidnap you into a black van with dark tints. Though he knew it was just his mother's ploy to keep him close, Ghlai couldn't deny that this van made him believe her words, even if just a little. Flick! Ghlai took a single step back as the van door slid open abruptly. A tall man, sweating profusely, jumped out in a rush and grabbed Ghlai's shoulders tightly. Ghlai clutched his dark brown backpack to his chest, swallowed hard, and shook his head in denial. Ghlai didn't have tens of millions of baht. And, excuse me, little brother. Why yes. Smack. Ghlai's eyes widened as he saw Fandom smack the sweating man hard on the head. However, the man, now even sweatier, still didn't release his grip on Ghlai. You idiot, you're scaring him. If you need the restroom, just ask nicely. And, excuse me, little brother, where's the restroom? My fortress is about to collapse. Walk straight in and turn left. There's a restroom for visitors there. Thank you so much. Once the tall man, under siege, got his directions, he released Ghlai and ran into the condo. Ghlai watched him until he disappeared from his view. My friend desperately needed the bathroom, and the traffic was awful. He held it in for so long before making it to your condo, Fandom explained. Ghlai, who was focused on his brother's explanation, nodded before saying, he must have really held it in for a long time. His face looked so pained. Yeah, and he seemed really frantic too, chimed in Hia, who had just stopped next to Fandom, speaking in a lively tone. Meanwhile, another good-looking man, Real, shook his head with a look of frustration. Ghlai remembered meeting both of them for the first time during Punlee's soccer match. You guys are such a mess. One has to use the bathroom, the other gets carsick. What's even going on? And when we get to Rack's house, Fa will probably blacken my eye again, Real grumbled. Well, can you blame us? My dad's driver drives like a maniac. He overtakes every car he can't pass, Hia retorted. Fandom chuckled before draping an arm around Ghlai's shoulders. You two wait for Goi here. I'll take my little brother to sit in the van first. All right. Let's go wait in the van, Ghlai. Yes, Fandom. Ghlai walked toward the van with his brother. However, upon scanning the passengers inside, Ghlai couldn't help but gulp nervously. He had never seen any of these people before. Although Ghlai had braced himself for the fact that most of the group would be seniors, the curious gazes and furrowed brows of the unfamiliar faces left him feeling unexpectedly self-conscious. No need to wonder. He's my little brother, Fandom introduced confidently. Not knowing what else to do, Ghlai recalled a basic courtesy, greet his seniors with a Y. He quickly raised his hands to greet everyone in the van. Sawasdee Krub. Sawasdee Krub. Hi there, take a seat. Ghlai smiled as the seniors, both male and female, put their curiosity aside and greeted him warmly. Fandom pointed to a seat in the first row, and Ghlai slid in, sitting close to the window so that his brother could sit next to him. The shirt you're wearing, is it from Punlee's shop? Fandom asked. Ghlai glanced down at his shirt and then looked up, offering a shy smile. Yes, I just bought it yesterday. Silence. But I washed it already, Fandom. At first, I was worried it wouldn't dry in time, Ghlai added quickly. Fandom chuckled, reaching over to ruffle Ghlai's hair lightly. If the shop owner saw you wearing it, he'd be thrilled. I didn't tell Punlee I'd wear this shirt to the beach. I wanted to surprise him, Ghlai said with a smile. Fandom smiled and continued. When Punlee decided to invest in opening a shop in Siam with his partners, he used to argue a lot with his older brother. Fandom means Fa and Punlee, right? Yeah, but it wasn't anything serious. Fa was just really worried about Punlee and still saw him as a kid. And Punlee was stubborn, not really listening to Fa. Back then, we were all so stressed. Sometimes, even during class, Fa would call to argue with Punlee. In the end, Fa couldn't stop Punlee. He secretly used his own savings, several 100,000 baht, to invest with his partners. On the shop's opening day, Fa went to see it. I still remember Fa saying when he came back, I guess my little sibling has really grown up. Ghlai smiled. Honestly, Fa's words have a deep meaning. It's like he wanted to say, Punlee is pretty amazing. Both siblings are so stubborn. They rarely say anything sentimental to each other, Fandom remarked with a chuckle. But their actions clearly show they care deeply for each other. Yes, just like me and Ghlai. The younger brother smiled at his elder brother before glancing at Real, who had just gotten into the car with a displeased look on his face. Real chose to sit in the front row next to Fandom, while Hia and Ghlai sat in the second row. When the car door was slid shut by the person sitting closest to it, a voice from the back spoke up. "Start the car, uncle. Ghlai is done with his business." "Yes, Hia. You jerk, couldn't you just say start the car without broadcasting my business?" It wasn't just Ghlai who chuckled at the remarks of the two seniors. Everyone in the car burst out laughing. Ghlai turned back to smile at his brother, thinking, this trip is going to be so much fun. "Ghlai, my friends might be a bit chaotic," his elder brother commented. Ghlai smiled again before replying, "Don't call it chaos, Fandom. Let's call it lively instead. Oh, by the way, did Punlee mention that the resort we're heading to in Rayong belongs to his uncle?" Ghlai nodded. "When we spoke on the phone before bed, Punlee mentioned it, but I didn't remember the exact date." "Oh." At that moment, Fandom's tone and gaze made Ghlai realize that his brother had noticed the shift in their relationship. It must have been the phrase, "we spoke on the phone before bed," which highlighted their closeness. If two people weren't close enough or didn't have a significant bond, they wouldn't sacrifice their private time to talk at such an intimate hour. Ghlai believed that most people would prefer to spend that time alone after a long, tiring day. But if someone made you want to spend that time with them, made you want them to be the last person to send you off to sleep, then that person must hold considerable influence over your heart. At this point, Ghlai wasn't sure what Fandom thought. He hadn't intended to hide their rapidly developing relationship, but he hadn't explicitly revealed it either, due to various lingering concerns. Ghlai wanted everything to progress further before sharing their story and feelings with everyone. Fandom smiled, glancing at Ghlai's light yellow shirt before asking, "So, you and Punlee must be very close now, right?" "Yes." Ghlai thought that the phrase "not lying," just not telling the whole truth fit this situation perfectly. "We've grown much closer. Honestly, even if you hadn't said that, it's pretty obvious from the way you and Punlee interact. I'm glad you're close to Punlee, because now, besides me and your close friends, there's Punlee to be there for you too. Actually, I have to thank you, Fandom, for introducing me to Punlee. If you hadn't invited him to my birthday, we wouldn't have become this close." Fandom smiled before teasingly asking, "So, this closeness, it's more than just friendship, isn't it?" That was precisely what Ghlai intended to convey. He raised his hands, mimicking the words, "Just a little more than friends." Fandom chuckled softly and reached out to pat Ghlai's head before turning to talk with Real about the quickest route to Rak's house. Ghlai pulled open the curtain by the window, gazing at the overcast sky. He wasn't sure if it was because Punlee had recently started joining him for lunch on some days, or if there was another reason why Fandom began to suspect their relationship. But Fandom's words reassured him that their bond was evident not just to them, but to others as well. Ghlai had worried about how to reveal their evolving relationship to everyone, knowing that things changed day by day and that he couldn't predict what tomorrow would bring. Tomorrow, they might become more than just close friends, or they might remain as close friends. No one could know, not even the two of them, because the unpredictable nature of the future brought unease. But what truly caused anxiety was the thought of how others might perceive them. Afraid of being questioned about things they didn't have clear answers to. Afraid of taking too long to define their relationship, letting others speculate before they could provide clarity. Fandom's words made Ghlai realize that the future and other people's thoughts were beyond his control. Accepting that even with superpowers, he couldn't manage these two things, he decided to let them return to where they belonged. Let the future unfold in its own time. Let thoughts remain with their rightful owners. No matter what the future holds, it's a matter for tomorrow. No matter what others think, it's their thoughts, not ours. But if someone were to say that sharing their relationship with others is important and asked for his opinion, Ghlai would simply say, "Relationships are like planting a tree. We don't need to announce that we're planting it or explain the complicated process to anyone. Others aren't interested in the sowing, fertilizing, or daily watering. They just root for its growth. They don't help it grow faster. Letting the tree grow steadily with just our care is best." There's no need for others to anticipate or monitor its growth. When the tree stands strong and beautiful, they'll see it for themselves, without the need for explanations. Realizing this, Ghlai knew that no matter how their relationship changed, it remained a matter between the two of them. Only they could truly understand its significance. Today, Ghlai unlocked another layer of his feelings. From now on, Punlee better prepare. Because a more courageous Ghlaijai might just be bolder in taking action. Fid. As the car turned and parked beside another white car, the senior sitting near the door quickly slid it open, as if unable to stay in the vehicle any longer. Fandom turned to nod at him, signaling him to get out of the car. Ghlai stood up and followed Fandom out of the car, glancing at Phi Real and Phi Hia, who hadn't stopped arguing. Throughout the ride to Tirak's house, those two kept quarreling until the driver had to stop the car so they could settle their argument about the route. Even now, as they got out of the car and walked toward Phi Fa, they were still at it. Ghlai, let's switch to fast car, Fandom suggested. Clutching his backpack tightly to his chest, Ghlai turned his attention away from the bickering seniors and nodded to his brother. Yes, Fandom. I'll head inside to see Babe first. Want to come along? Ghlai scanned around, looking for someone, and upon spotting Punlee smoking under a large tree, he turned back to smile at his brother, who was waiting for an answer. You go ahead and see Babe, Fandom. I'll go put my bag in fast car first. The backpack isn't that big. You could just bring it with you, Fandom replied. Ghlai hesitated, glancing between Punlee and Fandom. Seeing his reaction, Fandom nodded with a smile. Oh, well, go ahead and store it then. Ghlai smiled before replying. Okay. The small figure smiled faintly while hugging the backpack tighter to his chest, then walked toward the tall figure smoking under the tree. When Punlee noticed him approaching, he quickly dropped his cigarette to the ground and stubbed it out with his foot before moving to stand by the back of the white van, waiting for him. Ghlai couldn't help but smile as he observed Punlee, who was dressed more neatly than usual today. His hair was styled as usual, revealing his face, and he wore an oversized white shirt paired with cream-colored shorts and brown leather sandals. To others, Punlee's outfit might seem ordinary, nothing special compared to usual. But to Ghlai, when someone is special to us, even if they appear ordinary to everyone else, they remain the most special in our eyes. Ghlai stopped in front of the taller man, meeting his gaze. Punlee reached out to gently pat Ghlai's head, as he often did, speaking softly. Lee thought you'd drive yourself here. I was about to call you just now. Initially, I planned to drive myself, but last night Fandom called to say it'd be better if I came along with him, so we wouldn't need too many cars. Oh. Punlee nodded in understanding before scanning him from head to toe. Then, with an unusual stern expression, he wagged his finger. Those shorts are a bit too short, you know. He knew it. Lee would definitely comment on this. And of course, Ghlai knew exactly how to handle it. Even if the shorts don't pass, Ghlai said, loosening his embrace on the brown backpack and holding it by his side to reveal the shirt he was wearing. The shirt is okay, right? At that moment, the sunlight seemed dull compared to the radiant smile on Ghlai's face. The stern look on Punlee's face gave way to the familiar playful sparkle in his eyes. Punlee probably wanted to scold him for wearing shorts, as he had warned him about the strong sun at the beach, but when he saw Ghlai wearing the shirt from the Once in a Blue Moon brand, he couldn't bring himself to do so. He pointed at Ghlai with a smile. Well played. I know you're warning me out of concern, but please don't scold me, Lee. I love these shorts so much that I wanted to wear them to the beach. If it were just concern, I wouldn't scold. But it's not just concern, it's because I'm possessive, too. The words concern and possessiveness may not seem too different, but their meanings are worlds apart. Understanding the meaning of possessiveness all too well, Ghlai felt so flustered that he was left speechless. Seeing him standing quietly, Punlee placed both hands on Ghlai's shoulders and spun him around, examining him before muttering softly, as if only for himself to hear. It's hard to accept, but I'll try because you like these shorts. Had Punlee not confessed to being possessive just now, Ghlai might not have understood that statement. But with possessiveness clarifying its meaning, Ghlai realized that for someone possessive, accepting such things was no small feat. It was genuinely difficult. Punlee turned Ghlai to face him again, and Ghlai smiled as their eyes met. He thought Punlee might not realize that his possessiveness had already crossed the line of being just close friends. It didn't matter if Punlee wasn't aware because at least he had admitted his feelings and expressed them directly, unlike before, when he would mumble only to himself. It was a good sign. It showed that his consistent efforts to flirt had made Punlee feel something beyond just liking. Lee, after all that inspection, does it pass? If it didn't, it'd have to now. You've already worn it, plus you emphasized how much you love these shorts. The listener burst into laughter before saying, "You're like a teacher inspecting uniforms, Punlee. And between a teacher and me, who's stricter?" The little one furrowed his brows slightly, as if pondering. "If I'm honest, it'd have to be you, Punlee." Punlee smiled proudly before saying, "Of course. A teacher does it as their duty, but I do it because I care. It's naturally different." Sometimes Punlee's bluntness was so overwhelming that Ghlai couldn't keep up. Even though he'd become much better at handling such situations, he had to admit that he wasn't yet skilled enough to counter Punlee's words. They were like bullets piercing straight into his heart, leaving him frozen as if his soul had been taken away. "Do you want to bring the backpack with you or leave it in the trunk?" And the one who revived him was the same person who had just left him lifeless. "At first, I was going to leave it in the trunk, but I've changed my mind. I'll take it with me." "Okay." Feeling his face heat up from Punlee's knowing gaze, Ghlai avoided eye contact, opting to look elsewhere instead. He saw Phi Babe, Fandom, and the other seniors getting into the car. When Phi Fab boarded last, following Tirak, Ghlai turned back to Punlee. "Punlee, let's get in the car." "Okay." He led Punlee to the car, its door wide open. Ghlai raised his hands in a polite "why" and smiled at Phi Fab, who sat in the front row with Tirak, before stepping inside. Looking around, he noticed many familiar faces in Fast's car, making the atmosphere far less suffocating than the one in Phihia's car. "Do you want to sit with us, Ghlai?" Phi Babe, who was sitting by the window in the second row, asked with a concerned look. She must have thought that Ghlai wasn't very close to anyone on this trip and wanted to take care of him. Ghlai looked at his brother, who was sitting next to his girlfriend. Fandom smiled and lightly patted the seat beside him, inviting him to join them. If Ghlai chose to sit with Phi Babe and Fandom, he wouldn't be able to sit with Punlee, as there was only one empty seat left in the second row. Although the two of them hadn't agreed to sit together before getting on the van, Ghlai thought they were probably on the same page about it. He glanced toward the long back row that was completely empty and then replied to his brother's girlfriend. "It's okay, Phi Babe. I'll sit in the back instead." He smiled at the two of them as he made his way to the empty back row. While walking there, Ghlai heard someone ask with a concerned tone, "Do you want to sit with me, Ghlai?" Ghlai turned to look at the person who had spoken and gave a faint smile. "It's okay, Rak. The back is empty." After settling into the back row, Ghlai smiled at the tall figure who followed him. However, his faint smile faded as Punlee chose to sit in the second row next to Fandom instead. Ghlai blinked in confusion, realizing he might have been the only one thinking they were on the same page. Perhaps Punlee preferred to sit with his senior. Ghlai stared down at his brown backpack before taking out his earphones to keep himself company while sitting alone in the back. "It might be lonely, Ghlai." The small figure looked up at Rak, who spoke with a tone and expression of concern. Ghlai wanted to tell him that it might indeed be as lonely as he said, but not too much so because he'd have music as his companion. Just as he was about to respond to reassure Tirak, someone in the second row interrupted. "It won't be lonely." As soon as those words were spoken, Punlee got up and came to sit in the back row with him. Ghlai turned to look at the side profile of the person beside him, only to meet his gaze. Punlee's smile made Ghlai lower his gaze back to the earphones in his hand. It was then that Ghlai realized how much he had become a worrier since falling deeply in love with this moon. Just now, he admitted that he let his heart fall to the ground without bending down to pick it up, perhaps because he didn't have the strength to. When we let someone become the moon in our hearts, the moon isn't just the moon anymore. It becomes our entire world. "Do you think this little puppy would really let you sit in the back alone, can Ghlai?" Ghlai looked up at the person beside him. "I just thought Punlee might want to chat and have fun with the seniors during the ride. If you had chosen to sit with Fandom earlier, I would have taken the seat where I could see you the entire time. But if you chose to sit somewhere else, I would have found a seat as close to you as possible. Just like now, I'm sitting beside you. I didn't want to sit with anyone else. I just wanted to sit with you." Ghlai smiled and locked eyes with Punlee. At that moment, the heart that had fallen to the ground was lifted back to its rightful place. But it wasn't Ghlai who picked it up, Punlee did. Ghlai nodded in understanding and then asked, "Were you just trying to scare me earlier?" Punlee burst out laughing before replying, "I'm not that mischievous, can Ghlai." Fandom whispered to ask for a cigarette because he didn't bring any, and he was afraid Babe would scold him. So, I sat there to give him one. "Oh, I was only sitting there briefly. You already looked so down. If I had stayed longer, how much more down would you have been?" Ghlai didn't know if he would have been more down, but he knew that when his heart had fallen to the ground earlier, it felt empty and hollow. It was like being adrift alone in a vast universe, and not seeing his usual moon in that universe left him feeling more desolate than ever. The little one leaned his head against the broad shoulder beside him and wrapped both arms around the thick arm of the person next to him. Ghlai decided to do this to chase away those feelings. Maybe I'd feel the same. Or maybe just a little more. Punlee brought a free hand to gently stroke Ghlai's arm. Ghlai then felt something soft land on his head, not the tip of a nose, but probably the other's cheek pressing against his hair. Even though the rest of the van was noisy with chatter and laughter as it started moving, Ghlai clearly heard the words spoken softly, in clear contrast to the atmosphere around them. "No need for more. This much is already too much. Just having you nearby, I'm not lonely anymore. You little rascal." A sweet smile spread across Ghlai's face as he heard Punlee's soft laugh. Ghlai silently thanked himself for being brave enough to hug Punlee's arm, as the touch brought his smile back. In truth, the one who could steal everything from him and the one who could give everything back was only Conceição. "Did you bring earphones, can Ghlai?" "Yeah, I like listening to music on long trips." "Can I listen with you?" "Sure, but there's a condition." Ghlai looked up at him without letting him go. "From now on, we have to sit together on every trip." "Deal." Once Punlee agreed, Ghlai began untangling the messy earphone wires while still holding onto the other's arm. One side of the earphones was handed to Punlee after he managed to untangle them. Ghlai put on the other side and pulled his phone from his pocket to plug in the earphones and prepare to play music. He turned to look at the person beside him, who was gazing at his phone screen. "What song do you want to listen to, Punlee? I want to hear what you've been listening to over the past 2 weeks." Ghlai raised an eyebrow slightly before asking, "The songs I've been into over the past 2 weeks?" "Yes." Even though he wanted to know the reason behind it so much, Ghlai was not the type of person who liked to pry. So, he chose to play the song he had listened to 2 weeks ago, as Punlee wanted. "This song, I listened to it a lot during that time." "What is the name of the song?" Ghlai looked away from the phone screen after typing the song's name, before looking up at Punlee, who leaned in closer to him, until their faces. Too close. Punlee smiled mischievously and looked at him with a flirtatious gaze again, before speaking playfully. "Did you mean Two of Us, or the name of the song?" "Both, actually." And while they were still gazing at each other from less than a foot away, the melody of the song Ghlaijai began to play. "Ghlaijai, I don't want you to go, I don't want to come in, staying here might be fine. It's too clear, if it's too clear, it might not be as touching, just enough, it might not be too much." Ghlai thought that listening to this song alone was already emotional enough, but with Punlee listening with him, it made him even more sentimental. "Can I get closer to you little by little, slowly sinking into your heart, until I find my love for you? Don't find out what I'm thinking just yet, let me dream a little longer. Just this is enough, even though it might be vague, it might just be a small dream, but I'll keep waiting. If it gets closer, I'm afraid you'll pull away, drifting too far from me, never to return. Just a little, I need some space, I might have to pull back a bit. But no matter how, my heart won't change, I love you because I want to love you, and I don't want to love in vain. No matter what, I won't change my mind." The song looped into the chorus again. They still hadn't broken eye contact. Ghlai swallowed before loosening his arms from Punlee's thick arm to create some distance. "Can I get closer to you little by little, slowly sinking into your heart, until I find my love for you?" But it was when the car suddenly turned right at a high speed, as if returning to the opposite side of the road, that the force of the turn caused Punlee to be thrown toward him. Ghlai raised his hand to his chest to brace against the force. Punlee's face leaned in so close that their lips gently touched. The smaller person widened his eyes in shock, then gently placed his hand on his lips. Although it couldn't exactly be called a kiss, Because it happened so quickly and their lips didn't fully meet as in the romantic movies they'd seen, Ghlai still felt that he had given his first kiss to Punlee. Punlee bit his lower lip gently, then looked at him with a playful gaze, a mischievous look before he spoke softly. "I'm sorry, I wasn't paying attention earlier." "And no problem, I understand." The smaller person replied while placing both hands on his lap, and he lowered his gaze to his phone instead. The incident had caused him to lose focus and not listen to the song that was still playing. He closed his eyes and took a deep breath, pressing his lips together tightly. "Don't find out what I'm thinking just yet. Let me dream a little longer. Just this is enough. Even though it might be vague, it might just be a small dream, but I'll keep waiting. If it gets closer, I'm afraid you'll pull away, drifting too far from me, never to return." The last lyrics of the song made him so embarrassed he could barely handle it. He lifted one slender hand to rub his ear, which felt warm. In fact, Ghlai felt warm all over. He wanted to run into the sea to cool down, but the car slowing down due to the traffic jam made him have to accept that. They would probably have to stay close for many more hours. "I think maybe we were a bit too close earlier." Ghlai turned to look at the person beside him, who was smiling faintly. Punlee raised a finger to touch his own lips before pointing to Ghlai's lips, as if to emphasize clearly. When the car turned, our lips touched. Ghlai was too embarrassed to look directly at him, so he turned his face away. Then Punlee gently nudged his arm, causing him to turn and look. What is it, Punlee?" "The song is over, but can I hear Ghlaijai again?" Ghlai nodded and pressed play for the song Ghlaijai once more. And as the melody, which made him embarrassed almost to madness, started playing again, Ghlai pretended to look away to help himself feel less shy. But it didn't help much. He admitted he was disappointed that he couldn't remember the feeling of his first kiss, but when he thought it over, there was one thing more memorable than the feeling of that first kiss. That was the smile on Punlee's face. Even though it was just a small smile, it reassured him that Punlee didn't think to reject him. Ghlai didn't know how Punlee felt at that moment, but he only knew one thing. If they got even closer, Punlee might like Ghlaijai more than the song Ghlaijai by far. Punlee's point of view. "Don't go yet. Take the guitar with you." I almost forgot. It's not smooth, Fihia. Cheeky." I shoved my acoustic guitar into the hands of my brother's close friend, shaking my head as I saw him pretend to walk to the beach, with nothing in his hands. He was the one who told me to bring the guitar, so we could sit and sing songs together. I went through the trouble of bringing it, but if I'm to carry it for him, we might as well not sing at all. Just leave it in the back of the truck. Actually, I could hold the guitar for him because, aside from holding my own black shoulder bag, my other hand was free. But when I looked at the smaller person standing beside me, smiling, I realized I couldn't help carry anything to the beach anymore. I had to hold his hand. "Punlee, is there anything I can help carry?" "No, it's fine. Just hold my hand, Ghlai." Yeah, the puppy meant exactly what he said. I reached out and held his soft hand, then led him around the house to the beach while the others followed behind, carrying their things. My eyes glanced sideways at the person walking beside me, quietly. I thought he was still shy about what happened on the car. He'd become the mischievous one, but talking less for a while. But I knew how to get the naughty rabbit talking again, so I smiled at the corner of my mouth before speaking. "Ghlai, why are you being so cute with Phi? Last night, Phi called asking for your number, but I told him I didn't have it. Even if I did, I wouldn't give it to him. Phi's a big flirt." My words made the sweet-faced person look up at me. He smiled before replying. "I'm just acting normal, though." Phi even said that Pi should take responsibility for him since Pi already wore his girlfriend quota. But I already told him not to use that as an excuse. "Pi doesn't need to take responsibility for anything," he said, half laughing. Would the naughty one know that this smile made him 100 times cuter? Because Pi didn't take the shirts back home. She left a big bag of clothes in my car and asked me to return them to Phi. I admit, I wasn't interested in Phi and Pi's business because, no matter what, Phi would never continue a relationship with Pi. I didn't want Phi to make Ghlai sad in the end, so I cut it off early. But the reason I brought it up was that I thought it would help our conversation flow better. I forgot to tell you this, Punlee. That day, I had a headache. Phi said if Pi didn't take the shirt, he would lock the door and not let her leave the shop. So Pi took it and left it in my car. Phi told me that too, and I told him that. How dare he make my little rascal and his friends scared? Actually, I cursed Phi P a lot, using foul language like we usually do, because of his flirtatious behavior that led to that kind of situation. But when I had to share the story with Ghlai, I adjusted my words to suit his level of understanding. I wasn't scared. Phi P wasn't scary at all. But I didn't know how to act when those two were arguing. He paused to laugh before continuing. They sounded like a couple who've been together for a long time, arguing every day like it was normal. His story didn't affect my thoughts at all because Ghlai's sweet smile had me lost in it. I kept staring at his smile, unable to think of how to respond. So, I reluctantly said something, even though I knew it wasn't connected to what he had just shared. The shirt that Pi picked up, you don't have to return it, Ghlai. I'll take care of it myself. The smaller person raised his eyebrows slightly, tilted his head, and nodded before flashing the same sweet smile. Okay, is this what they call being attacked? Yeah. And after being attacked so suddenly, I could only respond like that. I was lost like a dog. Now, the one who usually started conversations like me had made our conversation come to a halt because I didn't know what to say next. Meanwhile, the person beside me seemed comfortable walking side by side in silence. So, I just tightened my grip on his hand. My gaze unconsciously shifted to the naughty one's shorts. Yeah, I tried to accept it, but I just couldn't. I admit, I was jealous. The first time I saw him in those shorts, I got so fired up. It wasn't that I was annoyed he wore them, but because seeing him dressed like that made my heart race. I wanted him to know. You with that once in a Blue Moon brand shirt. You with the same colored shorts as mine. I like you like crazy, Ghlai. The main reason I was getting so worked up, about to explode and burn his shorts, was because I kept thinking about how others would see his slim legs. And I imagined they'd feel the same way I did. How many times do I have to say that Ghlai has an incredible charm? But he probably doesn't know just how charming he is. It's so charming that my friend keeps texting me every day asking, was Ghlai cute today? And because I'm crazy jealous of someone with such strong charm, I always reply with the same message. Do you want to die before graduation, you idiot? I've never been like this before. Only for you. Only for you, Ghlaijai. But even though I'm jealous, what can I do? In the end, I have to consider his feelings. When Phi Fa confessed to me that he wouldn't let Sagacheek wear a hat because it made him look too cute. Phi Fa doesn't want anyone to see his cute person. I understood exactly how he felt. But because I didn't want my close friend to feel uncomfortable being controlled, I told Phi Fa to be a little less possessive. Looking at him, though, I saw a reflection of myself. We both have possessive tendencies. If I think the chubby cheeks might feel uncomfortable with what Phi Fa is doing, then Ghlai must feel uncomfortable with what I'm doing, too. Because what Phi Fa did with Tirak, I did it to you too. Looking at Phi Fa's relationship with Tirak made me realize, we enter someone's life to support them, to let them be themselves and happy, not to control or make them feel small. I'm just a small part of his life, so he can have his own life too. But, I must admit once again as a human being that I can't reduce my jealousy right away. Throughout the journey as we traveled together, I thought about burning every pair of shorts in his wardrobe. But since I am the puppy of Ghlaijai, I thought it wouldn't be right to complain to the owner. Because if Ghlai got tired of the jealous puppy, I might get abandoned. We stopped walking at the beach in front of the one-story cream-colored vacation house, which was a vacation home that Uncle gave to me as my own. In my uncle's resort, there are 15 houses in total, but only 10 of them are available for tourists to stay. The remaining 5 are kept by Uncle himself. 1 for him, 2 for his sons, and 1 for me and Phi Fa each. I looked at the houses lined up along the path, thinking the only thing that had changed was that Uncle had built a wall separating the house from the beach. Everything else was still the same. We're sitting here, right? Then, let's lay down the mat, Phi Dom said. Wait, Dom. Should we ask Fa first? Just in case there are any guests staying at this house, Phi Babe interrupted. Phi Dom, who had just shaken the large cloth, stopped. Other seniors who had brought items to the beach rushed to pick them up when they heard Phi Babe's words. No need to ask Phi Fa, Phi Babe. This house is mine. There are no guests staying here, I said. Oh. Then, let's lay down the mat, Dom, Phi Babe replied. Okay, Phi Dom answered. Punlee, let's go help Phi Dom and Phi Babe lay down the mat, the smaller person said, withdrawing his hand from mine and walking over to help the two of them. I set my bag down on the sand to help as well, but my other hand was pulled back by someone. When I turned around, I realized it was Phi Hia. What's this, Fahia? Why are you holding Lee's hand? The person being asked tightened their grip on my hand, seemingly afraid I would shake it off. He gave me a dry smile before speaking in a whining tone. Lee, come play in the water with me, please. Why does it have to be me? I asked. I asked a lot of people already. No one wanted to play in the water with me. Fahia replied. I know you're a kind person. You won't reject me, they added. You don't know Punlee that well, I said, withdrawing my hand from his grasp before walking over to Ghlai. The small person, who was sitting on a brightly colored mat, turned and smiled at me. However, the shouting from behind made me realize. Ghlai, will you come play in the water with me? Fahia called out. Fahia knew me better than I thought. I stopped in front of Ghlai, who was looking up at me. I then turned to Fahia, who had stopped next to me. He wore an innocent expression and blinked at me, as if he didn't know anything, even though he was using Ghlai to pressure me into going into the water. I sighed deeply and said, All right, I'll go play in the water with you. You go ahead and lead the way. Okay, the senior I wanted to push into the sea responded with a cheerful voice while half running, half jumping into the water. I shifted my gaze from Fahia and turned back to look at the small person sitting on the mat, smiling sweetly. Would you like to play in the water with me, Ghlai? I asked. The person being asked shook his head slowly and replied, I think I'll just sit and rest for now. Okay, I'll be back in a bit. I'll go play in the water with Fahia first. Have fun, Punlee. Yes. After answering Ghlaijai, I walked to the sea. I walked down to the water up to my knees and then stopped. Fahia, who was almost in the middle of the sea, waved at me non-stop, but I refused to go to him because my phone and cigarette pack were in my pocket. If I went deeper, both would surely get damaged. When Fahia saw I wasn't coming, he decided to walk over to me instead. What's wrong, Punlee? Is this the extent of your water play? You're such a child, Fahia grumbled. Stop complaining. It's enough that I'm here playing with you. Why is my life so pathetic? I want to play in the water, but no one wants to join me, Fahia said with a sad face. I sighed when I saw he was pouting and started splashing water at him. What's the point of complaining? Here, I'm playing with you, even if I'm not fully into it. It almost felt nice, Punlee. You jerk, I almost cried from what you said, Fahia said, but now he was laughing and raising his arms to block his face, acting like a delicate girl being teased by a boy. As I stopped splashing water at him since he raised his hands to stop me, I glanced over at the beach and saw Fai and Tirak walking toward the group sitting in front of my vacation home. I guess that Fai must have stopped to order lunch for us. Bees easy tea. The phone vibrating in my pocket drew my attention away from everything else. I raised my hand to signal Fahia to stop splashing water at me and pulled my phone out to check the caller ID. Till. What? A friend called you, and you spoke rudely. It's not nice at all. Try calling as Ghlai. Are you free, you jerk? You calling just to annoy me? Haha. I'm just calling to remind you. You have to come to my farewell party before I go back to China. Of course, I won't forget, you jerk. It's not that I'm worried you'll forget. I'm just worried you'll get attached to someone and won't come. More likely, you know. His words made me smile. Are you worried I'll get attached to Ghlaijai? So, are you going to answer or should I? Yeah, I'm attached to Ghlaijai, I said. Go ahead and do it to the fullest, friend. Brew it yourself, pay for it yourself. My friend is tough enough. I smiled again before saying, Is that all you have to say? Yeah, but don't you want to talk to your friend a little more? Did you ever think about asking me if I've eaten today? Do you care about your friend at all, asshole? All the care I have, I've given to Ghlaijai already. Sorry, I have nothing left for you. You really like him that much, huh, little puppy? Slap your mouth, asshole. Only Ghlaijai can call me that. I heard a loud slap from the other end of the line. That made me realize that Till had slapped his own mouth. Slapped, asshole. So, are you at the beach now? Yeah. Is Ghlai looking cute today? Do you still want to see me at your farewell party? Chill. I was just asking if your little rascal looks cute. Are you cutting me off as a friend for that? I'm possessive. While I was talking on the phone, I looked at Fahia, who was splashing water on himself. When I saw that he had learned how to play on his own, I waved goodbye and walked back to the shore. Even though Fahia looked confused and a bit disappointed, I was sure he would get used to it and play by himself. That night, you told us you liked him. But if you like him more now, just confess your love, man. That night when I dropped Ghlaijai off after the football game, I went drinking with Till and the others. They kept asking about Ghlaijai, so I just told them I like Ghlaijai a lot. Once they got the answer they wanted, they stopped prying. I didn't go into more detail, but I knew that the fussy ones wouldn't let me go so easily. They were just waiting for the right time for me to open up and tell them everything. Now you're already at the beach together, feeling the right atmosphere, huh? Just confess your love. Trust me, I still can't confess my love. Why? Are you afraid he won't like you? But from what we saw that day, he seemed proud of you. I'm not afraid of that. Then why? I have my own reasons. Wait, there's more than just you liking Ghlai, right? Why are you so fussy? I knew it. There must be a story behind it. You don't fall for anyone easily. You know me too well, asshole. Punlee, you're definitely telling us this story at my farewell party. That's enough, you asshole. Yeah, say hi to your future wife for me. I admit that my feet stopped for a moment because of the word future wife from Till. I hung up the phone and put it back in my pocket before walking over to the small person who was taking something out of his backpack. Did you finish playing in the water, Punlee? Yes. I sat down in front of Ghlai. Now, only the two of us were sitting on the mat. I glanced over at Phi Fa and Tirak, who had just arrived where we were sitting, and at Phi Hia, who had just run back from the sea, teasing the chubby-cheeked one. I shifted my gaze from everyone and looked back at my Ghlai. Punlee, did you put on sunscreen? No, I didn't. I don't like using sunscreen. Even if you don't like it, you still have to put it on, Punlee. Can I not put it on? Since I met Ghlaijai, I've learned many things. Before, I never had to negotiate with anyone. When I didn't like or didn't want to do something, I wouldn't do it at all. But when it comes to him, if negotiating doesn't work, the result is I give in. I give in easily, without understanding myself. I've learned that life is more than just liking and disliking. It means we haven't met someone who can make us feel something easily. Doing something you don't like isn't that difficult, and it's not so bad to try everything with him. No, I can't give in to Punlee on this one. I laughed and nodded slightly, signaling that I would agree to use the sunscreen he took out of his backpack. The puppy will use the sunscreen. Good, because it's good for the puppy. Ghlai, can you put the sunscreen on me? Ghlai, who was about to hand the sunscreen to me, stopped and looked at me with a curious expression before smiling and nodding. I sat still while he applied the sunscreen. His slender fingers started applying the white cream on my forehead, then on both cheeks, the tip of my nose, and my chin. His slanted eyes kept avoiding my gaze. He chose to look at the area where he was spreading the sunscreen instead of making eye contact with me. But it was good that he didn't look at me, because if he did, Ghlaijai would know I was secretly staring at his lips. The moment the car made a sharp turn and our lips brushed against each other, I meant to kiss Ghlai. The one who drives fast like me, the one who often steals 5 fast sports car to race with friends, the one whose relative owns a racetrack, the one who's been drifting cars since high school. Someone like me couldn't possibly fail to counteract the force of a little centrifugal force. I admit I even increased the force myself. That's how we ended up kissing. I think if Dad and Phi Fa find out about this, they'll lecture me until my ears go numb. I've been taking advantage of Ghlaijai, seizing certain moments as our relationship develops, whether it's stroking his head, holding his hand, hugging his waist, or, most recently, kissing him. All these actions go beyond what close friends typically do. I have to admit, I'm no saint like Phi Fa. My self-restraint isn't as strong as my brother's, who secretly loved chubby cheeks for years but hasn't made any progress. Meanwhile, I'm already ahead. But one thing I'm certain of, something I have in common with Phi Fa, is I truly love Punlee. The voice of the person in front of me brought me back to reality. Judging from Ghlaijai's expression and the faint blush on his cheeks, I guess he's aware I've been staring at his lips. Meanwhile, some words from Till popped into my head. I can't believe I let Till's words affect me this much. My heart started pounding, and it beat even harder when I saw Ghlaijai give a shy little smile. It was because of that word, future wife. That single word, future wife. And my heart raced even faster when he finally broke into a full smile, as if he could no longer suppress it. Even though I knew looking into his eyes right now would make me lose my composure, I chose to meet his gaze anyway, because I couldn't remember the last time someone made my heart race like this. Right now, my heart is completely crazy. I have done applying sunscreen. Oh, okay. My reply was short, but I wanted our eyes to meet as long as the vast shoreline. As if the wind was teasing me, it blew someone over to interrupt us. I broke my gaze from Ghlaijai and slowly turned to look at the newcomer, who had just sat down near us. Fahia glanced back and forth between Ghlaijai and me before smiling at both of us. His expression was like that of a child left out of a game, which annoyed me to the point of asking him irritably, "What's up with you, Fahia?" Fah took Tirak to take photos over there. He exaggeratedly pointed toward over there before continuing. "So now I'm lonely. I have no one to play with. Can't you see I just want to be with Ghlaijai alone? Yeah, I just want to be with my future wife." Fahia doesn't understand anything. "You can stay with the two of us, Fahia." "Oh, Ghlai, you're so kind." I watched the little one smile warmly at our senior, then sighed at how nothing could erase his kindness. Just seeing Fahia feeling left out made Ghlaijai willing to share our time together with him. Even though I knew he wanted to spend time alone with me as much as I wanted to. He's the kind of person who can't ignore others' feelings. No one can change that. Not me, the person he likes, nor anyone else. No one can change this good-hearted person. And because he's this kind of person, it's no wonder that someone could fall deeply for Ghlaijai and never be able to change that either. "Punlee, sing a song for us." I nodded slightly, accepting the acoustic guitar Fahia had somehow fetched without me noticing, then asked, "What song do you want to hear?" "You choose." I couldn't decide what song to sing because my mind was filled with my favorite songs, mostly international rock tracks. But at that moment, when I saw something in those eyes that even the stars couldn't compare to, I knew what song to sing. It wasn't that his eyes were shimmering more brightly than the stars. It was that Ghlaijai's eyes, his smile, and his entire being were something more than all those things. He was beyond comparison. I smiled before strumming the guitar to the melody of a song Ghlaijai unknowingly helped me choose. "Punlee, this song. I really love it." Yes, this was the song I sang for Ghlaijai Borat. For him alone. I smiled as I locked eyes with the little one waiting for me to sing before starting the first verse. "I don't know how many flowers you must have grown among to possess a smile this beautiful, making me unable to love anyone else from the moment we met. My loneliness faded away because I found something worthy. I'm grateful and promise to take care of it. I don't need anyone else. The stars in the sky should be heartbroken, for nothing can remain beautiful as long as this world has someone like you. And I am the lucky one." When I read the meaning of every word, no line could ever be more beautiful. "As long as this world still holds your name, please let me be the last one for you. You are my life and my breath. There are countless grains of sand on your skin. When I look into your eyes, I see a glittering rainbow mist. I discover the most beautiful melody when you speak." And because I saw Ghlaijai's cheeks blush deeply as he listened to the song, I knew he was really shy. Wanting to ease his embarrassment, I stopped singing the next verse and as if handed the microphone to Fahia, signaling for him to join in. Without hesitation, Fahia, who had been swaying along to the melody, started singing enthusiastically. "Oh, I'm so glad it wasn't just a coincidence or a dream." Ghlaijai burst out laughing when he saw our senior try so hard to sing. Although Fahia wasn't the best singer, he didn't entirely ruin the mood. Unlike someone else who was walking toward us, clearly annoyed by Fahia's voice. I stopped playing the guitar as Real loomed behind Fahia. Without warning, he leaned down and shoved Fahia's head so hard that he almost face-planted onto the colorful picnic mat. "Real, why'd you push my head?" "Because you're annoying. Your voice sounds like a buffalo giving birth, yet you still dare to sing." "Well, Punlee asked me to help sing. If you know you can't handle it, learn to say no. Don't force yourself to sing until it irritates others' ears." The words from Real made Ghlaijai laugh. I can't remember if I ever said it before, but he looks incredibly cute when he smiles and laughs. It's as if the whole dark world suddenly becomes bright and vibrant. And because of his smile, it's hard to believe someone like Ghlaijai has gone through so much on his own. Because in that smile, there's no flaw, no trace of sorrow, and nothing that suggests past pain. "Punlee." The voice of a woman calling out pulled me from my thoughts. I turned to look in the direction of the sound. The resort manager and staff carrying a lot of dishes were waiting for my response. "Just place them here. We'll sit and eat here soon anyway." Yes, Fahia chimed in. "All right, kids, place them here." Several staff members started placing the dishes on the cloth. Ghlaijai immediately stood up to help arrange the dishes, soon joined by the others. I placed the guitar outside the mat and moved to help as well. The food was set in the middle of the mat, and everyone began to sit in a circle around it. I reached out to hold the slender hand of the mischievous one as he was about to move away from me. "Where are you planning to sit, little rascal?" "I'll sit next to Punlee, but I want to move a bit further away so you won't feel crowded." "Honestly, I'd love for him to sit on my lap instead. It's not crowded at all. Stay close to me, and I'll peel shrimp for you." The little one smiled, moved closer to sit beside me as before, tilted his head, and said, "Are you trying to lure me with shrimp? Does it work?" "It seems to," he said, leaning his head towards mine. "Let me scoot over a bit more, Punlee. I forgot we need to leave room for Fa and Rak, who are on their way back." I looked at Ghlaijai as he spoke, nodding toward Fa and Rak heading our way. "All right, you can scoot over a bit more. It's fine. This should be enough." "Shrimp." A loud shout caught my attention, and I turned to see Fahia's sparkling eyes fixed on the big grilled shrimp on the large plate. There was no need to guess who shouted. Judging from the look and tone, he probably wanted to take the entire plate. Since there were only 2 plates of grilled shrimp, I moved one closer to us. If others want more, we can always order more. But for now, I just want my little rascal to eat to his heart's content. "All right, let's start eating. Fa and Rak are here," Fandom said, signaling everyone to dig in. I glanced at Fa and Rak, who sat down next to Ghlaijai, then picked up a big shrimp to peel for him. The little one, perhaps feeling guilty, leaned toward my ear and whispered softly, "You don't have to peel shrimp for me. I can do it myself. It's the duty of someone who cares for you, Ghlai. You can't refuse." I'm not sure how corny my words were, but that made him scrunch his nose and lightly pinch my cheek. His boldness sent my heart racing. I chuckled and focused on peeling the shrimp for him, a tactical retreat to collect myself. The first shrimp was placed on his plate. Ghlaijai glanced at it briefly, thanked me, and began eating. That's when I truly understood the phrase, "Just seeing him happy makes you happy." Even if I don't get anything in return, simply doing something for him is enough to fill me with joy. I started peeling shrimp faster so he wouldn't run out of his favorite food. As I bent my head over the shrimp, I sensed someone eyeing the plate. Fahia's comment confirmed my suspicion. "Give me some shrimp, Lee. All the shrimp on this plate already have an owner." "What? Almost 30 pieces?" I sighed lightly. Fahia exaggerated. Ghlaijai had already eaten plenty, so there's no way there were still 30 pieces. Not wanting to argue, I replied flatly, "Yeah, who owns them? Let me settle this." Hearing that, I turned to look at the little one beside me. Ghlaijai looked at me with slight concern. My hands were messy, so I could only pat his head lightly to reassure him while saying, "Don't worry. Fahia always teases like this." I'm not worried about what Fahia said. I'm just thinking we should share some shrimp with him. "Stop whining. I'll order more shrimp." Before I could say anything, Fa interrupted, making it clear that ordering more shrimp was enough to resolve the situation. "No need, Fa. I already gave him some of mine." Real interjected, handing some shrimp to his friend. "Crabs, shrimp. Are you a bottomless pit? You eat way too much. If it's such a big deal, keep it for yourself, Real." Haha. Everyone laughed at Fahia and Real's bickering, including Ghlaijai, who covered his mouth and laughed until his eyes turned into crescents. My smile wasn't because of the 2 seniors arguing, but because of him. I glanced at the shrimp left on his plate. I had peeled a good amount for him. Ghlaijai sat happily eating shrimp while laughing at the seniors' conversation until someone called out to him. "Ghlai, is it good?" "It's delicious. Want some?" "I can't finish it all myself." "Ghlai, go ahead and eat. I'll wait for Fa." "Okay." I sat there quietly peeling shrimps, eavesdropping on their conversation between Ghlaijai and Tirak. It made me feel as though the world was filled with nothing but love. I couldn't believe that someone as rough as me and someone as hardened as Fa could experience such sweetness. "Lee, peel shrimp for Ghlai too. Ghlai loves shrimp." I turned to look at my close friend, who was craning his neck to glance at me before saying, "The shrimp's on his plate." I peeled them all. "Oh, I thought Ghlai peeled it himself." "Punlee peeled it for me." "Very nice, you little rascal." I teased the chubby-cheeked one back, reminding him that he also had someone peeling shrimp for him. When I saw that Ghlai had plenty of shrimp on his plate, and probably wouldn't eat anymore, I stopped peeling and slid the plate of remaining grilled shrimp to share with others. Ghlaijai reached into his pocket and handed me a tissue packet, who said I was the only one doing things for him. We take care of each other, and I love this feeling so much. After cleaning my hands, I began eating as well. Ghlaijai kept serving food from his side to my plate and constantly asked if I wanted anything else. To be honest, this feeling he gives me, nothing can replace it, and no one can replace Ghlaijai. Cough, cough. The sound of Phi Babe choking caught my attention, and I looked up from my plate to see her coughing so hard that her face turned red. Fandom quickly handed her water and patted her back. Once Phi Babe seemed better, I turned to the person beside me. Seeing Ghlaijai's flushed cheeks immediately made me worry. Ghlai, are you alright? The little one lowered his head to look at his plate and shook his head. And no, I'm fine. But Ghlai, your face is red. I furrowed my brows while staring at him. Even your ears are red. I think we need to try this. Try what, Hia? Apparently, it wasn't Ghlaijai who eased my curiosity, but Phi Hia, who had walked into the sea, scooped some seawater with his hands, and drank it before returning to his seat. If Phi Hia went that far, I guess something significant had happened earlier. But since I was focused on my food, I missed the event that left many people flustered. What the hell are you doing? Just trying the seawater to see if the sweetness here can make it taste good. You idiot. Only you would think of something like that. So how was it? Sweet. Sweet. But now it feels like my kidneys are failing. Ha ha ha. What's sweeter, seawater or crab meat? How would I know? I didn't eat the crab. Ask someone who did. So what do you think, Fa? Was the crab meat sweet? Super sweet. Now I understood why many people were so flustered. Fa must have stepped up his game with the chubby-cheeked one, leaving everyone embarrassed for him. Still, I wanted to know what exactly Fa did. In the end, I turned to Ghlaijai to ease my curiosity. Leaning closer to the little rascal, I asked softly, what did Fa do earlier? The one being questioned bit his lip before replying without looking at me. Fa took crab meat from Tirak's mouth. Fa is downright bold. I apologize for ever saying that Fa wouldn't go far. Turns out he secretly made progress along the way too. The small figure, whose red face extended to his ears, made me chuckle quietly. I used to wish he'd be bolder with me, hoping Ghlaijai would step up his game until I couldn't handle it. But seeing him flustered for the chubby-cheeked made me realize Ghlaijai could never go beyond sweet words and little gestures. The boldest move he'd make was pinching my cheek. But then it seemed like the little rascal sensed I was underestimating him again. Just like when I said Fa wouldn't get far and that I was ahead of him. Ghlaijai picked up a shrimp with his fork and held it up to my lips. The sight was incredibly adorable, with his blushing face trying to be bold despite his own shyness. If Punlee's role as my close friend is to peel shrimp for me, then my role as your close friend is to feed you shrimp. Ghlaijai actually did it, and I completely lost my composure. My face felt hot as I took the shrimp with my mouth, chewing while looking at the little one who refused to look away from me. He held my gaze for several moments before saying, "Shrimp is just as sweet as crab meat, don't you think?" I laughed softly at his words and nodded. Even though I didn't get to try the crab meat, I think it wouldn't be as sweet as this shrimp. Ghlaijai smiled shyly before averting his gaze, focusing on his plate. But soon enough, he picked up another shrimp and brought it to my lips. With someone this sweet feeding me, I couldn't say no. I couldn't believe this trip had made Ghlaijai so much bolder. I glanced at Fandom, who was watching us. He raised an eyebrow at me before turning back to focus on his girlfriend sitting beside him. Punlee, want more shrimp? I can eat more. This time, I didn't eat the shrimp so easily. When his slender hand held out the large shrimp to my lips, I reached out and held his hand. The little one's face turned an even deeper shade of red as I slowly took the shrimp with my mouth, keeping eye contact with him. Ghlaijai lowered his gaze before gently withdrawing his hand from mine. I smiled to myself while watching him stare at the shrimp on his plate, thinking to myself, Ghlaijai, have you realized yet that it's not just you who has fallen in love with the moon, but this moon has also fallen in love with you? After finishing our meal, Hia invited everyone to play monkey in the middle in the sea, saying that playing it on the beach was too ordinary. Some went to change clothes before heading into the water, while others were already dressed for swimming, like Ghlaijai and me, who didn't change at all. We held hands as we walked into the sea. As we walked step by step, I stole glances at the side of his face. Ghlaijai smiled to himself while watching the waves crash against him, then lifted his face to look at me. In that moment, as a gentle smile appeared on his sweet face, I released his hand from mine and wrapped my arm around his small shoulders instead. Ghlaijai looked up at me again and said, "I really like this trip." "I like it too," I replied. But what I said wasn't true. And all the times I've kept saying, "I like Ghlaijai," none of it was true at all. Because the truth is, my feelings have gone far beyond just liking. What I feel for Ghlaijai now is love. I never thought playing monkey in the middle in the sea would be this tiring. It takes more energy to keep your balance, so it makes you more tired than playing on the beach. After exhausting ourselves in the water, everyone scattered to rest on the beach. Punlee invited him to sit quite far from his house, so there were only the two of them sitting there. Ghlai looked at Punlee, who was sitting beside him. He turned to look at the moon sitting beside him. He leaned back, resting his arms behind him, and gazed at the sea. The scene in front of him made him realize that everyone has one thing that brings them comfort every time they look at it. For some, it might be the blue sky, and for others, it might be a field of flowers. But for him, it would probably only be the moon. But for Ghlai, it was just the moon. "Ghlai, do you want some coconut water?" Ghlai nodded and said, "I'd like some, but is it far for you to get it, Punlee?" "Not too far." "All right then. But I have a condition. The coconut water has to be traded for a picture of us together." "Deal," he said with a laugh. Punlee pulled out his phone from his pocket and prepared to take a photo of the two of them. His large hand guided Ghlai's head to rest on his broad shoulder. Ghlai smiled widely as Punlee counted to 3 before snapping the picture. "Does it look okay?" Punlee asked. Ghlai looked at the photo of them on the black phone and nodded enthusiastically. "It's good. It's good. Can I post this on Instagram?" "Sure. Give me your Instagram username. I'll tag you in the post." The little one took Punlee's phone to type in his Instagram username and said, "But I don't use Instagram much, Punlee." "That's fine. I just want to follow you." He pointed at the screen. "Now you follow back, okay?" "All right, I'll follow you back." Ghlai handed the phone back to its owner and took out his own phone to follow Punlee back on Instagram. He widened his eyes slightly at the number of followers Punlee had. Tens of thousands of followers. Compared to Ghlai, he had just reached 200 followers a few days ago. "I'll go grab some coconut water for you now." "Could you check the picture we just took again? It's in the photo album." "Sure, I'll check it for you." "Thanks." Punlee stood up and handed his phone to Ghlai before walking away. Ghlai looked at the taller man disappearing into the distance, then opened the photo album. He thought the picture had looked fine earlier, but Punlee probably wanted to double-check before sharing it with his many followers. Ghlai frowned slightly when he noticed a video right after their latest photo. He wouldn't have paid it any attention if the thumbnail didn't show his face smiling in the car. His heartbeat quickened as he hesitated to play the video. He swallowed and glanced toward where Punlee had gone. Seeing no sign of him returning soon, Ghlai decided to play the video. As the still image began to move, he realized Punlee had recorded a video call they had together. As the video continued, Ghlai's heart raced, knowing he had made some embarrassing mistakes. He skipped toward the end of the video, and the conversation between them from that day made his face flush hot. "I kept you company and even sang for you. Ghlai, you have to reward this puppy." "What does the puppy want?" "A pat on the head." His small heart nearly stopped as he watched his own face lean closer to the screen. Ghlai immediately turned off the phone, pressing his forehead against the black phone repeatedly. Punlee knows. He knows that he secretly kissed his head, and Punlee probably wants him to know that. The puppy knows, the puppy sees. What is Ghlai doing? Ghlai swallowed and gathered his thoughts. Even though he didn't turn to look at the voice's owner, Ghlai knew that Punlee was sitting down beside him. He chose to gaze out into the distance and didn't answer the other person. A coconut, already cracked open and with a straw inserted, was handed to him. "Coconut water." Thanks." Ghlai replied before taking the coconut, still not turning to look at the person beside him. Right now, Ghlai felt so shy that he just wanted to run into the sea and let the waves carry him far away. "Is that all you're going to say, just thank you? Don't you have a reward for the puppy?" Okay. Since he knew what the other person was going to say next, Ghlai quickly interrupted and reached out to pat Punlee's head, without looking at him. He then pulled his hand back to his side as usual. I've patted the puppy's head now. That's all. Just patting the puppy's head. No, I can't. I really can't. Ghlai placed the coconut down on the sand before gripping Punlee's phone tightly and turning to look at the person beside him. Punlee smiled and nodded his head towards the phone. Ghlai bit his lip tightly before sighing, admitting that he had completely lost to the other person. He let his head fall on the broad shoulder before saying, Punlee, please delete the video. The person he had begged laughed softly before saying, I won't delete it because I don't know when Ghlai will be kind enough to reward me like this again. I want to keep it to watch. Concession, please delete it. No matter how hard you beg, I won't delete it. Punlee said before pulling his phone back. I'll take it back first. If not, later Ghlai will delete the video. I shouldn't have asked Punlee to delete it. I should have deleted it myself. I'm not turning around. Ghlai shook his head, even though it was still resting on the broad shoulder. Punlee laughed happily before reaching out to gently pat his head, as he liked to do. Then, he pressed play on the video again. Punlee, turn it off. Okay. I've turned it off. Punlee spoke while laughing. A little wind would have been nice. Not a chance. The smaller person looked up at Punlee. Ghlai thought there were only a few reasons why the other person wanted him to know he had kept the video. One of those reasons must include the word like, and the word like must be enough to make him see something in the other person's eyes. It was at this moment that they looked at each other for a long while, amidst the sound of the waves crashing on the shore and the loud beating of hearts, and every feeling that existed blended together, creating one sound that echoed in the nerve endings. Maybe this sound was loud enough for Punlee to hear. I like Punlee. So stupid. Why did you say that, Ghlai? You should have thought about it more carefully before saying it. Ghlai bit his lip and shook his head slightly, trying to backtrack. The other person's calm expression made Ghlai start to worry, but in the next moment, a bright smile appeared on Punlee's face. I like you too. I like you in the way that I want you to promote me to be more than just someone close to you. But I also want everything to take its time, in the way that makes you comfortable. I want us to be each other's comfort. Ghlai always tried to comfort himself by saying he wasn't the unlucky one who only met bad people in his life, even though deep down, he felt he was the unlucky one, and everything that had happened only confirmed that he was truly unlucky. But he was an unlucky person who was now escaping from all the pain, and was about to become a lucky one. Even though he didn't want to admit he was lucky, Ghlai couldn't deny it. Because there are not many people who confess their feelings to someone they secretly like and get the same feelings back in return. He had once imagined that, if one day he found out Punlee felt the same way, he would be so happy and quickly ask the other to be his partner. But now, Ghlai wasn't sure if he could call this feeling happiness, because it seemed that just the word happy wasn't enough to describe the feelings that were forming right now. It was a feeling of fulfillment, mixed with some happiness and warmth in his heart. The statuses he once thought would unfold in a certain way didn't seem important when he heard the phrase, I want us to be each other's comfort. Ghlai had just realized that he shouldn't tell himself what to do at that time, but should let time help tell him what to do at that moment. And now, time was telling him, Ghlaijai Borat, don't worry about anything anymore. Everything has passed already, and now you've reached the moon. Ghlai broke into a wide smile, his eyes squinting before resting his head on the broad shoulder. He felt a tingling sensation in his nose when Punlee moved his hand to gently rub his shoulder. Punlee, yes. If we need to take some time to get to know each other a little more before we move on to being more than just close friends. Will Punlee be okay with that? For Ghlai, knowing that they were on the same page was just the first step. Even though Ghlai knew that the two of them could progress faster in their relationship, because the other person was so important to him, Ghlai wanted everything to take its time, just as Punlee had said, not for his own comfort, but to make sure that every step they took together was as stable as possible. Even if it takes us many years to get to know each other, I'll be okay. But I have one request. Ghlai looked up at the person who had his arm around his shoulder. Ghlai, please don't leave this puppy behind. I promise I won't leave the puppy. Thank you. Ghlai smiled and looked into Punlee's eyes, staying like that for a moment. Now I'm starting to regret it, that we didn't stay here tonight. This puppy doesn't need to regret. We'll come back and travel together again. Punlee smiled before saying, okay. The smile of the person whom Ghlai had already placed in his heart as the moon and the puppy who was so sweet and affectionate, made him smile too. Ghlai looked away from Punlee and gazed out at the sea, thinking, no need to wonder when he would reach the moon, because now, Ghlaijai had already reached the moon. Ghlaijai is truly amazing.